And that's not who it is at all. Today it's Lance and Michael and Dell. Because John is taking a vacation day to go play golf, which is fine. It's fine. You play golf on a vacation day, only he likes to use his for member guests. I'm in studio with my old friend Michael Connor, and I'm not. Well, Michael's in studio. I'm at my parents' house in New Braunfels. So let me turn on the video, make sure he is.
What's Mom making for breakfast today?
I think she's making a frittata, but I don't really eat breakfast unless you bring I'm used to radio breakfast, which means somebody needs to bring breakfast tacos or chicken sandwiches or steaks, something like that. That's what I'm about. I am about free breakfast when it comes in the radio station, but I'm actually making some steaks from Pete's Fine Meats for lunch today, so I'm going to be cooking today, Mikey.
Fancy boy with his steak for lunch.
Yeah,
you know what I'm having today?
Making steak for lunch.
I woke up a little late this morning because I'm not on this morning schedule anymore. A protein bar.
That's fine. What's your protein bar of choice, just real quick?
Barbells?
Yeah, those are good. They actually taste pretty good.
Yeah, they're probably actually not good for you.
Well, 20 grams of protein, that's all. I'm just going to stop right there.
Yeah.
I don't need to keep looking at any of that crap.
Same.
What did you think about – there's a few directions. Rockets don't play until Tuesday. They start their season. They won yesterday, but they just emptied the bench. There was
You don't want to break down Reed Shepherd's record-breaking night?
Not really. Not really. I will mention it in a little bit. In the first segment, I was trying to figure out, man, what's the first thing? I know the Texans are going to be playing big game, but that's Monday night. So we got, we still got the Monday morning show to go. I watched, and we got two baseball games. One series is turned into a series. The other one is just a sad sack excuse for a series. Stupid Brewers. They're going out like the Astros versus the White Sox in the World Series, like no run. So we'll get to that in a second. I'm going to start with what they're calling the Unk Bowl, which was I saw that name today, Unk Bowl, and it's
as somebody that gets called Unk now by all my nephews, it actually
okay. So so that's where I want to start because actually technically Dell is Unk too. Anybody who's over the age of 28 is now Unk to everybody. But I think there's different statuses. Like I noticed that it's not because I see when they called Shannon Sharp, that's like one of the first guys that I heard really called that a lot, and that didn't feel like a slam at all. That didn't feel like a slam at all. Unk, it was just like some wise older guy who. Now I've noticed my kids will say Unk on me, like they'll use it as a slam.
Oh yeah.
They use it in a negative, pejorative sense, which I don't feel like that's fair. I think, well, you can like uncles. You can have a cool uncle. So, to me, this whole Unk Ball – see, Unk Ball, that's not – Joe Flacco balled out yesterday. Aaron Rodgers had good stats.
He threw 4 touchdowns, man. Let's go.
Yeah, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He was fine. But to me, Flacco was a story. But I feel like Unk needs to be a positive thing. Unk is not a negative thing.
It used to be a positive thing. Remember when we had Michael Brantley here in Houston? It became
Uncle Mike.
And it was really cool to be an Unk. And
it's great.
This complete negative connotation to it.
Yeah,
we need to make it cool
we
again.
We got to take this back.
Yeah.
We got to take this back. When did it get negative?
I don't know. I really don't.
I think millennials were good with Michael Brantley. Was Uncle Mike there was nothing wrong with it. It was an older, wiser player who had very quiet hands, who could get through the zone quickly and had good plate discipline. That's what an Unk was back then. That's what Uncle Mike was, It was synonymous with clean hitting.
This whole generation, I mean, you got them now. I mean, I don't know what they're saying in your house. They're saying in my house, these nephews of mine, is like, and they every other word they use is bruh.
Yeah, everything. And that's the girls, too.
Oh, my God. It's just
my
so
daughter said, my daughter's 14, little Maddie, who used to be the little
She says
Puritan.
bruh?
Now she says bruh and bro.
Are they doing the stupid 6'7" thing?
Yes, but they don't. But Snacks
it?
knows it's stupid. He wants to avoid it. Marty kind of does now because it's over. But I keep bringing it up just to make sure and remind them how
they
dumb
keep doing it to me, and I'm
dumb
like,
it
just
was.
shut up already.
Yeah, I thought it had died, and then it came back.
And this is why they're calling us Unk, because we're telling them to shut up.
Yeah, but it's when I ask, what does 6'7" mean? I can't explain. You just
got to know.
It's a meme from a song, and then they explain. I'm like, it's still stupid. None of this is. That's because you're Unk. No, Unk is something good. Okay, we're gonna bring back Unk is back. Or you can just call me Uncle for now, and if we need to separate that. So I can't believe they put you on Unk status too,
dude. They've put me on Unk status for a while. I mean,
they mean it in a negative sense.
Oh,
too.
Complete negative sense. And I just remind them, this is my house. I pay the bills here, and you know what? You want to keep calling me this? We can add some chores to your list. And then I do actually feel like an uncle when I say these things because I'm getting old.
Well, so yesterday you had the Bengals played the Steelers, and I liked the Bengals yesterday. I thought the Bengals had a legit chance because, and I said it on the show, I was taking the points in that one when the guy who called in for the contest, I tried to warn him. I said, you want the Bengals plus the 5.5, and he went Steelers, so he lost. But Steelers got off to a 10-0 lead, and then the Bengals scored 20 straight, and then it was like back and forth in the fourth quarter. It was actually, from a fantasy football standpoint, probably a lot of people didn't start Flacco or Aaron Rodgers, but Jaylen Warren had 127 yards rushing. You had Pat Freiermuth, who I don't know if anyone's starting him. He went off, including a 68-yarder that took the lead, but with a little bit more than 2.5 minutes to go before Joe Flacco, or about 2 minutes to go before Joe Flacco came back and engineered a scoring drive. But Freiermuth had 111 yards receiving on 5 catches. You had Joe Flacco threw for – what's that?
Jamar Chase, man.
Well, I was going to save him for last. Flacco had 342 yards passing, 3 touchdowns. Chase Brown ran for 108 yards for the Bengals. Rodgers had 4 touchdowns. But Jamar Chase, 16 catches for 161 yards. And he had a touchdown. Fantasy killer. Let me ask you this. So the Bengals win 33-31. Actually, a big play at the end of the game. T. Higgins got open, and it was going to be like a 40-yard touchdown catch. And T. Higgins caught it, and he slid down at about the 4 or 5 yard line and forced Pittsburgh to burn their 2 timeouts, and then the Bengals ended up kicking a field goal to win the game. So is this what are we doing with Joe Flacco now? Joe Flacco, we used to always joke because somebody asked the dumb question, is Joe Flacco elite? And
he is elite.
Now he is.
He's always been elite.
It became a whole joke.
Remember when the president of our country was asked this on
Yeah,
on Twitter?
Because it was one of the first memes I ever remember. That was
course,
back
Joe
when
Flacco is elite.
Yeah, you remember? So it happened after you and I were in New Orleans at 790. We were in New Orleans at the Super Bowl with Baltimore and the 49ers. We were there, and Baltimore ends up winning the Super Bowl, and partly because there was a former Texan. Remember that safety when he was with Denver who he went over and misplayed a ball, and Denver was going to beat the Ravens, and then the Ravens went on to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And after the Super Bowl, it was either a story or something, or maybe it was on Twitter, and they asked, is Joe Flacco elite? And everyone said, what? And it became one of the first memes I've ever seen, is Joe Flacco elite? If someone actually asked Obama if Joe Flacco was elite.
Did they ask him? I thought it was Trump that was asked. I thought it was Trump on Twitter that did it. Maybe it was Obama too.
Well, maybe. Well, I'm saying at the time. Well, maybe it was because he took over in 2016, and Flacco was still. Yeah, he was still playing for the Ravens, so maybe they did. I thought you meant somebody asked Obama.
Maybe Obama got asked too. Who knows? I mean, he did know his sports.
Yeah. So, but Flacco yesterday after the game, and while I'm watching the game, I'm like, Joe Flacco looks like a legit, really good quarterback. Like Joe Flacco looks like one of the 8 best quarterbacks in the league, easy.
How could the Browns not get anything out of him when he was there?
Well, I mean, maybe it gets to the fact that Jamar Chase, maybe if you put a capable quarterback with Jamar Chase, okay, John, I'm glad John's not here for this because his head would explode into a million pieces. What does this say about Joe Burrow?
That Joe Burrow's probably just average.
I mean, Joe Burrow, his entire career has thrown to Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
His entire
Literally
career.
since LSU, right?
He's thrown to Jamar Chase, yeah. And he had, at one point at LSU, had Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, arguably the 2 best wide receivers in all of pro football. Yeah. I don't know if the Bengals are going to trade for CeeDee Lamb and try to make it a clean sweep or Puka Nacua. But, I mean, Joe Burrow's been thrown to these killers. Is Joe Burrow elite?
Overrated.
That's what we have to ask now. Well, if Joe Flacco is elite, is Joe Burrow elite anymore?
And the way that he dresses, too, is not elite. So
it's not.
No,
it's not.
Somebody got to tell him that hairdo, whatever he's doing with that thing, man. Let's figure it out. You're not a 22-year-old kid anymore.
Nah, he's a total boy band with his hair.
Yeah,
he's all over the place with what
NSYNC ain't a thing anymore, buddy.
I know. He tried to go Eminem at one point to start the season last year, and it didn't take. Yeah, I mean, I say it kind of jokingly, but is Joe Flacco just making it to where we just realize if a guy can throw accurately and throw with rhythm and timing and have a little bit of protection, which his protection was good yesterday. I mean, is this what happens when you have T. Higgins and Jamar Chase? That Joe Flacco, who at age, 41, looks like one of the best quarterbacks in the league in a game against the Steelers. The Steelers' secondary is not very good, and we saw that. But Joe Flacco's literally, he's 40 years old, and he looked unstoppable yesterday. And it wasn't a bunch of sideways passes like Aaron Rodgers was throwing. These were legitimate balls down the field like Joe Flacco was. Joe Flacco got sacked twice, but he looked great. And I'm just sitting here thinking, is Joe Burrow really as great as we act? I mean, Jamar Chase got 16 catches for 161 and was wide open all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. It's like you put great playmakers on a team and you learn something out of it. I wish there was a team here in Houston maybe that figured that out. That if you went for elite players all over the place, skill position wise, you're going to be pretty good.
Okay, so you got Nico Collins. You drafted a second-round wide receiver in Jaden Higgins. We'll see what happens. You brought in Christian Kirk. It's kind of the point I'm getting to is if you surround CJ with enough really good players. Last year he had Joe Mixon. This year he doesn't. Can we expect similar result? I'm not necessarily saying the same stats, but can we expect CJ? Should we expect CJ if he's I mean, this is Joe Flacco did this, and frankly, he's done that. He came off his couch and brought the Browns to the playoffs against the Texans. He ended up becoming turned the Browns into a playoff team and played well and whipped the Texans' ass in the regular season back in 2023. I mean, is this where we're at right now? Old-ass Joe Flacco with all the weapons around him. Maybe we should be expecting that from CJ if you get the weapons right. Maybe any team that has a quarterback that has good weapons, like Dak Prescott, he's got good weapons. He's got Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. Now, granted, CeeDee's going to come back this weekend, but CeeDee had 200-yard games his first two. George Pickens has had 100-yard games over the last two. Like, if you're putting all these really good players around a quarterback, your quarterback better ball out. Especially if you're paying them.
And I don't even know if the Texans' offense at this point is going to utilize these guys like that. Because I think that's the most disappointing thing to me this season is that when you go look at, I know the stats don't matter as long as you win, but, they've not won more than they've lost at this point. Like, don't you feel like they're not even using Nico enough at this point of the season?
They're not. And I don't know if it's defense is taking them away, but I mean, I would think at least in one or two of these games, they've already played 5 games. I would think in 2 of the 5, 40% of the games, Nico would have had 9 to 10 targets.
Yeah, he's averaging 7 a game. He came
targets.
off 5 last week.
Yeah.
I know you won, but I mean, this guy should be getting 10, 12 targets a game.
And fantasy football people are freaking out because Nico's not. But we'll see. I mean, this will be a good test. Unfortunately, Seattle has Witherspoon, their cornerback, and Julian Love, their safety, and Tariq Woolen. All 3 of those guys missed last week, and now they're limited participation. Julian Love, the safety, and Witherspoon, the cornerback, but they're going to play. They're going to play. So the secondary will be fully back for Seattle. So you're going to get a little better look from Seattle than last week when Seattle was missing a ton of players. And that's a Monday night game. But I want you to know this. When you go to Burger Chan, and this won't be Monday. Usually it's going to be Mondays, but this time it's going to be a Tuesday. If the Texans win, and they're right downstairs from where we work, 5353 West Alabama, Burger Chan, one of the best burgers you're going to find in the city of Houston. When you go to Burger Chan the day after a Texans win, and you say, "Go Texan," or you say,
you just
ESPN
walk in and yell it out loud.
Well, I mean, you need to go in and put an order.
Oh, okay.
And you have to have, you have to order a sandwich, like a burger or chicken sandwich or something like that. They give you free side order, sweet potato fries, tots, spicy tots, which is what I go for, French fries. You're gonna get a free side order from Burger Chan. It's at 5353 West Alabama. Like I said, one of the best burgers. They customize it. They have standard burgers. They have smash burgers. They have chicken sandwiches. They have fish sandwiches. They have, and it is really, really good. Great milkshakes as well. Stop in any day for lunch. They're also open for dinners on Wednesday through Sunday, so you can come in the evening and enjoy it as well. They're open at 11 o'clock. But remember, this Tuesday, upcoming, if the Texans win on Monday, you can go in and get a free side order with an order of your meal. All you have to do is say ESPN 97.5 or go Texan, and you are hooked up. It's 5353 West Alabama in the Galleria area, one of the best burgers in the city, Burger Chan.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, Lance Zerline, Michael Connor in with you today. John's off today, but he'll be back on Monday.
Why does
Dell
John
is
need to take a
also sitting
vacation
in.
from the vacation of his life?
I mean, yeah, that's true. Hold on. Is Dell, come on a mic for a second. I didn't really think about this. Is John's life a vacation?
Yeah.
I mean, he does wake up
He
at
drinks
4 in the
beer
morning.
and plays golf and talks.
Yeah, but that's actually true. His life is kind of a vacation.
And now he lives in California, right?
He's got a sugar mama.
Yeah.
He lives in weather that is not going to bother him at all, unless they have mudslides or hurricanes or forest fires. So he does have
Earthquakes,
that. I mean,
too,
yeah,
don't
we
forget
know
that.
he's taxed out of the ass. We already know all that stuff. But he's got a sugar mama. He plays golf almost every day.
Infinite amounts of Coors Light.
And I've never seen anyone branded more. That's another thing I wanted to get into. Has anyone ever had a brand? Maybe Peyton Manning with Omaha, because now his football productions, his video productions are called Omaha Productions. Maybe Peyton Manning with the whole Omaha thing. But I'm trying to think if there's ever been an athlete who's ever, like John's whole brand is Coors Light. But you're right. His life is a vacation.
Yeah. Must be
His
nice.
life, it actually is a vacation. He has taken a vacation. The only thing that's not a vacation, and also poker.
Yeah.
Anytime he wants. He's got a poker house there. He's got poker houses here. The only thing he does to work, I will admit, waking up at 4 in the morning, it's got to suck. But it is a vacation.
It's a whole vacation. I mean, but somebody's got to do it, right? So I guess props to him for figuring out how to do it for all these years.
Yeah, and the funny thing, and he tells me and Dell he's always working, like, I've got to work, you don't know, I've got to work, you don't know. In the meantime, I've got literally 2 jobs
Yeah.
and a bunch of kids at home. He has no kids at home. His life is one of the easiest lives I've ever heard of.
I think I should kick him off the show. That's what I would do.
By the way,
Nobody should be that blessed.
Are you a flyboy yet?
What do you mean?
Did you getting your flight license? Like, how far out are you from getting your
I'm
pilot license?
I'm working on. I haven't had my pilot license. What are you talking about? I've had my
You
pilot
do?
license for a while. Yeah, I've had. When you get your first license, that is a pilot license. I could go out and fly any airplane. Now I just recently got my instrument.
When are you allowed to fly? Because you said you had to have like
allowed to
1,000
fly.
hours. Or
Well, that's to
something
fly
crazy.
at the airline. You have to have 1,500 hours and all the ratings to fly at the airline. Right now, I'm working on my commercial license. So I just got my instrument rating last month. So I'm working on my commercial license now, which would technically, if there's anybody out there that owns a jet, when I get my commercial license, if you want to hire me to fly your plane, I can do that.
So you're like safe. Like they don't have to worry about you not knowing where stuff is.
No,
on the
I
jet.
mean, yeah, I know how to get places and whatnot, and know how to fly the plane. I will say right now, I've had to. When you're in the commercial phase, you transition from flying in the left seat to the right seat. And yesterday was my first flight in the right seat, and I felt like a baby giraffe. And
See?
the
It's the same thing
land,
of moving from left tackle to right
the
tackle.
landing,
It's no
the
difference.
landing yesterday was not good. Let's just put it that way.
And just because of the seat you were in.
Yeah, it just throws everything off. You never everything
See?
is. I'm used to doing everything with the other hand that I've
It's
been
the
trained
same
to do.
thing with offensive linemen and the kick slide.
Nah,
kick
they
sliding left, kick slide right.
They can play
flying
wherever.
left. It's like I don't want to fly. I don't want to. I will never drive in England or anywhere. We're going to Tokyo, and I don't know if you're supposed to be on the right side. You're supposed to be on the right side in
yeah.
Tokyo too. I'm not driving there. I can't drive. I'm not going to drive on the right
They
side.
got
I'll
trains.
end up
You
in
ain't
the
got to
right.
worry about that.
Huh?
They got trains.
Yeah,
everywhere.
exactly. I would never want to drive on the right side ever. So, yeah, I could see how that'd be tough. So the Dodgers won again. Milwaukee scored a run
Yay.
again. Listen to some of these notes on this series. So the Dodgers are up 3-0. Hopefully they shut it down. Hopefully Shohei shuts down whoever Milwaukee throws out there. Last I saw, they were undecided. It doesn't matter. Throw an opener out there, it's not going to matter. You're not going to score. They've only scored 1 run, and Blake Snell went 8 innings and 1 hit ball. Then Yamamoto threw a complete game, giving up a run and 3 hits. And Tyler Glasnow went 5 2/3. He gave up a run, and then the bullpen shut Milwaukee completely down. You know the crazy part? Do you know what the record was between those two teams in the regular season?
Oh, I'm sure Milwaukee beat the crap out of them, didn't they?
6-love. 6-0. They won the first set 6-love.
Jeez.
They didn't lose a game
They
to
blew their
LA
load
the
then.
entire time. And now look what's happened. They've gotten completely – the Dodgers are about to sweep them out. After getting swept for the series, the Dodgers are about to sweep them out. They're aiming to become the first team in 16 years also to repeat as a World Series champion.
They probably will.
I just can't have that happening. And John and I have been talking about who would we rather see win, Seattle or the Dodgers, and we both said Seattle, but because I just hate that the Dodgers fans won't let anything go. They legitimately think they were cheated.
Oh, yeah, they're idiots. It's California. He lives there. He knows that. But I don't know, man. I'm going back and forth on that one because these Mariners fans are stupid AF on the internet, too. I mean, just so dumb. And I don't know if I can take those people.
Are they really? I just
Yeah.
don't have much.
I don't know. I
see
still
them
do those
much.
post-game shows with Locked On, and it's just like they come into the comments sometimes when the Astros play the Mariners, and they're so stupid. They act like they've won anything ever. Literally. This is the first time they've been in the ALCS in, 20-something years?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, chill out. You don't know what you're talking about, people.
Act like you've been there,
Yeah.
Mariners.
Go back to, living with the tent cities that you have around your stadium there in Seattle.
Well, that's what they're pitching to living in tent cities because the last 2 games, Toronto has just wiped them out offensively. They got beat again yesterday. Toronto put runs on the board early and ended up winning 8-2 on that one. Scherzer came out and did as much as Max Scherzer could. Max Scherzer's old now. He's
That's a
still
true
fiery, but that's an unk. 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. He's screaming and yelling.
Yelling at his manager again.
Yeah, yelling at his manager. He's pure Max Scherzer, which is what you expect. And if you don't know, that's just kind of what he does. If you come out to the mound at all, he's going to scream at you just because he's super, super intense. But it's now Kevin Gausman versus Bryce Miller is going to be the Game 5 starters. These pitching, the pitching has been the last 3 games have been 17 runs scored, 13 runs, and 10 runs scored total between the two teams. And it was 13. The Mariners blasted Toronto pitching in Game 2, and then Toronto's gotten them back in the last 2. So this one's actually a legit series, and there's a lot going on. It's not close games, but have you seen what – I'm sure you have. You've seen what Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s done. He's now hit 5 home runs in the postseason.
He's hitting like 500 this postseason. Stupid.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually looking like a guy that's worthy of the big-ass contract that he just got.
Yeah, and this is what it's all about, man. If you do it in situations like this is all that matters. This is all the fans will care about. I mean, similarly, if you gag in a postseason, and we've seen but we all love Bagwell and Biggio.
Cool.
But you can't have a long-form discussion about them without the discussion about playoff stuff.
They both hit like 130 in the postseason.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Like
Biggio actually, I think it was Biggio got a little bit better later, but it's not enough to make up for what it ended up being. In the postseason, Vlad Guerrero's hitting .455 with a .970 OPS. He's got 5 home runs. I mean, he'll become a legend if Toronto's able to win a World Series, which I don't know if that's likely right now with the way that their pitching is pitching. I mean, they may get through Seattle. But I do not know. Castillo got roughed up yesterday. I don't know if anyone can beat the Dodgers right now because the pitching is just – they've got 4 really legit starters. And they got a bunch of all-stars in their lineup. I mean, I just hate the fact that they found a loophole around everything by paying. And how did agents get these players to take these deferred contracts?
These guys
How did they get them to take that?
I don't know. I mean, I guess what is it? Got to be a ton of interest or something builds up. I don't know. I don't know how that works. But when we don't have baseball in 2027 or whatever, it's mainly because of the Dodgers. That's going to be the
because they're trying to close that loophole.
Yeah, they've ruined the sport.
And who exactly is benefiting from it? There's not a bunch of teams. I think don't the Blue Jays have? I mean, not the Blue Jays, but I think the Red Sox have a contract like that. The Dodgers have a couple contracts like that. And I'm like, what agents? When you take money, when you defer the money and take it late, it's not going to be as valuable as the money is right now. That's why I can't believe. Now I get it. To an extent, I get it with Ohtani because he's making so much from a marketing standpoint. I mean. His money, he's probably just thinking, look, I'm not going to ever be able to spend all this stuff anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
I'll just get my money. I want to win. He probably legitimately wants to win a championship.
He's probably making that much he's making right now, like just in endorsements, too.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking, Craig Biggio, you were talking about him there real quick.
Uh-huh.
I just Googled Craig Biggio because I want to look at his career numbers in the postseason. You want to go in like halvesies? His ranch is for sale.
Well, okay. Well, listen. If it's going for $750, I can scrape it up.
A little bit more. $10.85 million. But that's for 1,600 acres in Uvalde County. So I mean,
that's a lot of acreage.
Yeah, that's a lot of acreage.
I mean, I could create some really cool.
I could
get a really good disc golf course put out there at 1,600 acres.
1,600. You could put in like an offensive line.
You see the shirt that I have right here?
What is it?
It says "I'd hit that," and it's a disc golf. It's the chains right there. It says "I'd hit that."
I was listening to some podcast that I listened to the other day, and these guys, and they're talking about how they got into disc golf all of a sudden. I'm like, man, this is for Lance right here. Yeah. It's been half the podcast talking about disc golf.
I'm out here in New Braunfels. My parents don't know this, but I'm peeling out. I've already looked at UDisc, which is the app for disc golf players.
There's
UDisc.
a disc golf.
Oh
app.
yeah. Yeah, you keep your. Oh, it's got course layouts. It's got.
You keep your score on there. Hey, what's your handicap in disc golf?
I mean, I got to see. It depends on which course, Michael.
Okay.
It depends on which course because the courses are vastly different. But I can just tell you this: I'm getting a lot better. Tyler, who used to work with us, Tyler Scott, I said, hey, I sent him my round. Sometime I'll clip the round and I'll send it to John and Dell so they see how well I'm playing, or I send it to my wife.
I'm sure your wife gets right on responding to those.
I sent it to her and my son Alec, and she goes, "Is that good?" And Alec says, "No, he's a bum." I'm not. Unc is a bum. That's probably what I'll say. Like, this isn't a bum. -1 at TC Jester's not bum status, so you can stop with that. So What's your care factor on the postseason right now? ALCS, NLCS. You covered the Astros for a long time. You got a lot of Astros knowledge, background knowledge, and what they did. Well, before I ask you that, before we get into that, let's take a break right now because when I come back, I want to get your thoughts on the direction of the Astros moving forward. Like I said, you have post-game shows right now for the Astros. You know the inner workings of the Astros. I want to get your thoughts on what they did after the season, well, the regular season, the end of the season, after the season with the firings and moving forward. So we'll do that when we come back. If you guys ever want to jump in, talk football, talk baseball, basketball, Rockets start up on Tuesday. I got some other stuff I want to get to throughout the day. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Right now, I am going to talk about my friends over at Zadok Jewelers. Beautiful, beautiful jewelry there. So I remember getting engaged and what a big deal that is. It's a really, really big deal. But that's before everyone went so hard in the paint. Like now it's an even bigger deal, and there's more expectations. And Zadok understands that. So what Zadok has done is they've created an upstairs. They've got 28,000 square feet at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Their upstairs is completely dedicated to the engagement process, not just the ring. But they will educate you on color, cut, clarity of the diamonds. They've got the best collection of loose diamonds that you can possibly find, but the settings are going to be unique settings that are going to stand out to her. And if you have an idea of what you want, or if she has an idea, and you say, look, I'm not taking a chance, I'm bringing her in with me, that's great. They'll work directly with both of you to make sure that you get the ring of your dreams or of her dreams and make sure that it's a price that you can afford. But they will make sure that the entire engagement process is great. And when I say that, it's beyond just the ring. If you want to see what I mean, go into Zadok Jewelers and find out for yourself. They've been in business for over 4 decades. It's a family-owned and operated business. They're off of Post Oak. The new location is absolutely gorgeous. And anything from luxury watches to diamond pendants, tennis bracelets, and, of course, engagement rings, you can find right there in one location. They do it better than anyone. It's Zadok Jewelers, ZADOK.com to find out more information about what you're looking for. Zadok Jewelers.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. It's Lance. It's Michael Connor. It's Del Olole. Del hasn't said anything yet because he's saving his voice for his show probably. What a weak attempt at being a producer up to this point.
Oh, there's barely an attempt.
No, barely an attempt.
I'm not attempting at all. I'm just trying to shepherd this show till 10 so you get the hell out of my way.
I mean, you
Michael,
don't know
you
what
were
it's like to carry a show anymore, Lance, so there's that.
Well, you were a producer for me when I first met you.
Uh-huh.
Very first time I went to 790, you were a young producer.
Young fat kid.
Full of piss and vinegar. Yeah, you're a fat kid then. And
Yep.
then you just leaned down and you became, a ginger warrior. But so you know what it's like. I had you and Ross, and you guys would get really excited about the show. When the co-host was gone, you'd get excited because, I would use you guys as co-hosts. You see the level of excitement there from Dell? I can see him on video screen. That's his level of excitement for everything.
What do you want
That's
me
what
to
I
do?
deal with.
There's a reunion going on. You want me to step all over that? What do you want from
Yeah,
me?
you should
He's
be
got the
excited.
he's probably got the highest rated show on this channel coming up from 10 to 12.
That feels unlikely.
You know what his show's called? Pack of Lies.
That's what you've dubbed it, even though you do more lying than anyone here. I just
Pack
don't.
o' Lies, like Jack O'Lantern, Pack o' Lies.
I just don't want to step on the reunion. Sometimes you take a step back. You guys are having conversations I wasn't privy to because I don't know the history, so I let you guys go. That's
What,
all.
baseball, sports?
No, you're
Football.
No, you're
Unks?
Unks.
You're
I'm
an
not going
Unk
to take
too
part
now,
of.
Dell. You're technically an Unk status too.
Yeah, but I don't have anyone in my life calling me an Unk, so I don't have to worry about that
Well,
because
that's
I don't.
you're always with a bunch of older women.
No, I don't, well, not a bunch. Just
The Gilfs?
I wouldn't say that, but it's happened. I just don't want to be involved around. I don't want to be around kids, so they can't call me Unk because they're never around me.
I
That's
can't
all.
hate you for that, Dell. I can't hate you for that.
Can't
Let's get
either.
Chris in here. Chris wants to join the show. We'll see what he has. What's up, Chris? How we doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you guys this morning?
Good.
Connor, love hearing your voice on the show, man. Hey, I'm glad you guys are going to talk a little Astros because I feel like we'll get like an honest assessment about Jim Crane with Connor here instead of John. But I did have a Rockets question. And Connor, I'd love for you to chime in on this. Reed Shepard, I know we've kind of been hard on him, especially if your name is Israel. What do you guys – I know it's kind of like some backups yesterday, but, I mean, I really do think that he has some potential to crack some serious minutes in the starting lineup this year. I mean, he's showing – I mean, those guys on the other team are getting paid too, so he's showing some serious three-point range, which you know he had. I really do feel like he can be a serious contributor, not just somebody that I have to worry about getting sent back to the G League. And then, Connor, I really want to hear last night we see with Scherzer and the Dodgers and some other teams what a real front start line pitcher looks like. So maybe seeing what we can get in the off season this year with some frontline starters and what Jim Crane might spend. And I'll hang up and listen. Thanks,
All
guys.
right, let me direct you a little bit, Michael, because there's a lot going on there. I don't know if Scherzer's the type of frontline starter we're looking at.
No, he's a
age
little,
41, but
Hey, you know
okay.
Justin Verlander will be available.
Yeah,
Jim
I don't
loves
wanna
him.
Do that again. I know. I don't want to do that again. Before we get to the Astros and the honest conversation about, since Chris thinks that John can't speak honestly about Jim Crane, let's talk about Reed Shepard for a second. So we got a caller named Israel who hates Reed Shepard.
Why?
And
What has Reed
hates-
Shepard done?
He's white.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of one of those things.
There's some of
It's
those
nothing we
guys,
can-
yeah.
But also, to be fair to Israel also might not like him as a basketball player. And Reed hasn't proved anything yet. Reed's still got a lot to prove, to be fair to Israel, the caller. It's it's understandable. He hasn't done it yet. He hasn't proven anything yet. He had 29. Yes, he's a G League All-Star basically. Anytime he goes to G League, he's going to throw 30 or 40 on you.
Oh, yeah.
He had 29 yesterday in what was essentially a G League game because all the players playing. Very good game for Jeff. How about now? True Unk status is Jeff Green.
The guy was a supersonic. He and KD.
I know. We've got two true unks on the team, Jeff Green and KD. What are your thoughts on Reed Shepard? I like the potential of Reed Shepard a lot, always have. I just am a little I wonder if he has to have the ball in his hands and trying to getting into offensive sets, how he's going to handle that, and then how he's going to handle playing defensively.
That's what
I do have some concerns.
I wonder, what is his position? Is he a point guard? Or is he more of an off-ball guard? Like, is he more of a catch-and-shoot guy? Like, that's my biggest question. I was surprised. I was looking at the NBA.com does the preseason survey with all of the GMs the other day, and they put the year before's results in there. And I did not remember this. Like, 55% of the GMs thought he would be the rookie of the year last year. And then, of course, he didn't factor at all. But I mean, he has to be a big piece of this team. I don't necessarily think he's going to be a starter this year, but you got to be a 30-minute a night off the bench guy for sure. And I think he's got to be at least a 12-point a night guy and knock down 40% of his threes for this team to be, especially with the Fred thing. That blow was significant. But I just wonder what position, what he's going to look like. I don't think it's fair to make any kind of judgment on him at this point, at all.
No, but that's my same thought. I feel like he's a small two guard.
Yeah,
what he is.
That's my thought.
He's a shooting guard.
Yeah,
that's what he is. He's a guy who you don't want being a primary ball handler, and I think Amen Thompson can handle that. At what level, I'm not sure. But Chris is right. I mean, he may get kicked into major minutes. It really depends on what direction they want to go, or he may get kicked out of major minutes. It's going to work one direction or another, and it may be him and Tari Eason. Maybe. Do they want to go Tari and have Amen? That would be a huge lineup. When Amen, Tari, KD, Jabari, and Şengün, that'd be a really big lineup. But it could be a difference between. I always think Eason is best off the bench. That's kind of how I feel, especially if you're going to have to limit his minutes and back-to-backs. I mean, I don't want to have a rotating, fluctuating starting lineup. I just don't want to have that.
Can you imagine being 20 – how old is Eason? 23, 24 years old and having to limit your minutes and back-to-backs already in your career?
That's what bothers me is the leg issue. It's still an issue to the point that you're having to limit his minutes and back-to-back. And he's got a contract coming up.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure the Rockets re-sign him. As much as I love him.
Oh, I think they will.
Well, can you afford all the guys you're going to re-sign?
I mean, yeah, if you want to pay out the backside for the taxes and whatnot, sure.
Well, and his mom wants him to play more. She's talking about it. And Tari wants to play more, and you know why? I get it. You got
You're probably right. You know what? This could be the good old Chandler Parsons situation again.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Somebody wants to pay him that full max, and then you just move him.
You're just like, I can't do that.
Yeah.
So let me ask you about let me get your thoughts on the Astros. The season collapsed at the end. Kind of, I don't know. I want to say expected. But
the writing was on the wall when September
The writing was
started.
on the wall because you were winning games you weren't supposed to early in the
Right.
year that we didn't know how they were winning. And then kind of reality slapped them in the face. So you don't have to talk about that if you want to. The season collapsed, and it was what it was. You were doing post-game shows for Locked In. We all know what happened. It took a little while, but Jim Crane finally did what I expected, which was massive changes. Both hitting coaches gone. The team trainer, the head trainer, gone. A catching coach gone. I don't know anything about that. Assistant general manager gone. I don't know how much you still have insight into the background, inner workings of the Astros. What were your thoughts on the guys who were gone, specifically the assistant GM and the head trainer?
Yeah, I mean, the trainer thing needed to happen for a while. Chandler Rome's written about that forever. Their return to play policy has been a joke for a long time. Whatever they're doing, and the fact that guy hid from I don't need you to answer questions every single day, but when you go look at all the teams out there that literally put their trainer out there to talk to the media occasionally when big injuries happen, and this guy would not even answer a single question from anybody. That was just weird. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm fine with them making change. I don't think there's anything wrong with making changes to the staff and whatnot, but I think it's just covering up the issue. You're not talented enough. They're not a talented enough baseball team. To me, that always falls back on the GM who was brought in to do his job. Now, I know that there was limitations. They had a ton of dead money on their books this year, and they're right up against the luxury tax number. And credit to Jim Crane for spending it and all those things. But and they're paying for past mistakes. This all could have been avoided if you first of all never just let go of James Click. When you let that thing go, maybe this would be a different era of Astros baseball. I just think it comes back to they're not a talented enough baseball team anymore. They're just not. And then they fell apart injury-wise. And if they want to get back to being that talented baseball team that's winning the AL West next year, it's going to take some serious changes to the roster. I think it's inevitable. You can't run this thing back and expect it to change.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think I'm tired of hearing about the payroll. Jim Crane has spent this much in payroll. I'm tired of hearing about all that stuff. The fact is, under Jim Crane, they have had a phenomenal run. He has been very smart with contracts. He also doesn't mix and match. He will if you're willing to play the short contract game. Mm-hmm. And that's what older pitchers like Justin Verlander were willing to do, take 2 and 3 year deals. Okay, I think Jim Crane will pay. I think he'll pay market value on the short term. Mm-hmm. but that's not reality for guys like George Springer, and nor should it be, frankly, for George Springer, for Kyle Tucker. He got a deal with Yordan Alvarez. I say a deal. Yordan's always getting hurt, so we'll see if it's a deal.
Oh, it was a deal. Even though Jordan gets hurt, that was a deal. That was a steal.
Incredible deal. But what's really crazy is that he happens to have his Craig Biggio in Jose Altuve, who doesn't want to leave.
Yeah.
I mean, Jose Altuve gets paid, but Jose Altuve could have put his foot to the gas with Boris and tried to really – and ended up out of Houston. He has no desire to do that. He's going to retire Houston Astro. The head trainer thing, look, I just know that there were too many. The Yordan thing was
an
inexcusable.
Yep.
Inexcusable. The Kyle Tucker thing was frustrating for fans because we didn't know what was going on. Sometime I thought Dana Brown almost felt like he was hung out to dry because he either had to just soft pedal it or he didn't even know what the hell was going on because he wasn't getting the right information. I don't know if I think Dana Brown's done a bad or good job. I don't know. Paredes was a pretty good signing. He got hurt. But I think the Astros run is over, and unfortunately it's over to me because you're pitching that looked like such an incredible strength for years and years forward. Luis Garcia's pitched his last game as a Houston Astro.
He might have pitched his last game ever.
Yeah, he might have pitched his last game ever. You got Christian Javier, who I have no idea if he ever comes back to form. Lance
I think he
McCullers,
will. I'm not worried about him.
You do think
yeah.
so?
No, I'm not worried about him.
We'll see.
It's Hunter Brown and it's Christian Javier and who else?
When Hunter
literally
Brown,
else is...
didn't Hunter go? Isn't Hunter with Boris now too?
Yeah, I mean you have him for I think it's 2 or 3 more years still. I mean you got him for a minute.
3 more years?
Yeah, that's probably about right. Probably about 3 more years.
I'm just telling you now, Jim Crane has to sign Hunter Brown.
It would be. I mean, if you should have done it last offseason when Hunter Brown wanted it and he didn't have Scott Boras, but they didn't.
Why didn't they do that?
Because that's what they do. That is if there is one grave mistake that Jim Crane has made in his era, is that he didn't get these players locked up early when they were all willing to do it. It started with Springer. That was Luno. Luno kept lowballing him left and right. It happened with Correa. It happened with, you did take care of Bregman, but you didn't do it for the amount of years maybe that you should have done it for. And that's Jim Crane's philosophy. Like you said, he is flat out refuses to go more than 6 years is going to be as far as he goes, which I understand. Like you don't want to go somebody's going to go lock themselves into 10 years of Kyle Tucker, and they're going to be in year 6 of it and doing what the Phillies are doing now and having out loud conversations about is the player going to get back like they're doing about Bryce Harper right now. You don't want to be that.
No, you don't. Let's break it right here. At 8 o'clock, we're going to have Craig Ackerman, voice of the Houston Rockets, is going to join us. At 8:30 is going to be James Palmer from The Athletic, Scoop City. We're going to talk some NFL. So don't miss at 8 o'clock, Craig Ackerman. The Rockets get started Tuesday against the Thunder. So this is an exciting year. I've got the over-under on wins. We got a lot to talk about there. I got a lot to talk about with Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Aqueduct Plumbing Company has been in business. I don't know how long they've been in business. I've known about Aqueduct now for 3 years, and I'm so pissed off that I didn't know about Billy Brown and Aqueduct sooner because I had a job done, and it was very expensive, and Billy Brown had to redo the job literally 2 years later, where they had to go into the backyard. The pipes were not laid underneath. They were not graded the right way to where the water would flow to the main sewage line, the city sewage line. And so we started having to back up in the sink, and we couldn't get rid of it. And Aqueduct came in there. They brought the camera in. They snaked it. They did all this. And they said, we're going to have to go cut the line. And if the line drains, then that means you're fine. If it doesn't drain, that means it's bellied, which means, the water is basically it's not graded properly. And sure enough, they cut it. Nothing came out. And he goes, yeah, this is what I worried about. So they had to redo that big job. But I got a good price on it. The job was done. They took care of the work site, replanted the sod. And so everything was taken care of. Every job I've had them do, which has been multiple, they've done an amazing job. Aqueduct Plumbing Company, very trustworthy. They don't charge you a penny to come out and diagnose what's going on with your home, and they get it fixed quickly at a fair price and with total transparency. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. All right, 7:57 right now on Friday morning. We got a lot of pro football to get to, some college games. We'll talk about all of that. We've been talking baseball. Craig Ackerman, voice of the Houston Rockets, is going to join us in a second. Joining us now is a Joe Flacco stan and Vanderbilt's number one fanboy, Keith. I'm assuming it's the same Keith. What other Keith could it be?
There's a Vanderbilt fanboy?
Oh, big time. Keith.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. This is the real Keith, the OG Keith. Vanderbilt's 5-1 through 6. My prediction in June was 10-2. Tough loss against Bama, but they've had 2 weeks to, figure things out. The Pavia red zone turnovers were a killer. No questions about it. But, Lance, I don't think I like the fact that Vanderbilt is favored against LSU. Why are they doing that? Why are they favored?
You made such a big deal about it that everyone assumes Vanderbilt's going to win every game because you've been making such a big deal about it on Twitter and on this show.
And on a Houston radio show for a team in Nashville.
This is a national Houston radio show,
roster.
basically.
I saw the roster in June, and those stadium renovations. Clark Lee's the real deal. Pavia is the real deal. That they had a offer letter out to another quarterback in the same game at JUCO, and they flipped and picked Pavia. That's how good he is.
Well, that's great, but now
Why
they're
are they
favored against
those?
LSU.
Can they beat LSU to get? I need them
they
to
can
get
beat
to 10-2.
LSU.
They're 5-1 through 6.
Vanderbilt. Thanks for the call, Keith. We got to break it because Craig Ackerman's coming up in a second. Vanderbilt's actually a legit team. They're a good team. Watching them up close and personal. I mean, we got them on the Joe Moore Award for best offensive line in the nation. They made the honor roll, one of the top 24 offensive lines. They're a good team. LSU, they could be in for trouble here, though, because LSU is loaded up defensively. It's just a matter of which Nussmeier shows up. There's going to be Nussmeier that can ball out and make some plays. There's going to be stupid turnover Nussmeier. And many times they show up, the same Nussmeier shows up in a game. Both Nussmeiers will. So
I got to say, I didn't expect to show up this morning and for us to field a Vanderbilt football.
Well, Dell knows
call.
Is literally any day could turn into a Vanderbilt talk day. He knows that. He's been part of that. Keith has been on this Vanderbilt train. And Keith, to his credit, has been he's pretty knowledgeable. He does a pretty good job with stuff. He has some pretty good calls sometimes. And so we've had to prey on Vanderbilt's downfalls that Keith isn't right on this one.
Hey, they lost to Bama, right? That's all that matters.
We're going to keep working on getting Craig Ackerman here because he's supposed to be getting in his car and driving. So I'll make sure that we work on getting Craig Ackerman. Until then, I want to play this. So Kevin Durant was recently on. Del, what's that show on Netflix called? The Starting Five?
Yeah. Right.
So I hear that's a really good show. I may have to start watching it.
I've not watched it yet.
I may have to start watching that. So Starting Five, and they had Kevin Durant on there and James Harden. And one of the topics separately.
Strippers?
Separately. What's that?
Did they talk strippers with James?
No, they talked his girlfriend. Apparently
his girlfriend?
James has a girlfriend and is in love.
Didn't you say they asked him if he was in love and he wouldn't answer?
That poor
yeah,
soul.
he didn't want to. He's like, I don't know why I sat down for this. I don't know that James wants to reveal that much about himself, but he eventually got around to it.
She's getting cheated on like crazy,
Wow.
let's be honest.
Wow.
You don't know that James isn't in actual love now, Michael.
I know.
This may be James may actually be in real love. All right, we got Craig. We got Craig? Okay. Craig, we were just talking about voice of the Houston Rockets and one of the most exciting seasons that we've seen in a long, long time. Starts on Tuesday against the Thunder. We were just talking about that show, The Starting Five, where I don't know if you've seen any of it, but I'm going to check it out. But we are going to play what Kevin Durant had to say about the breaking up the Oklahoma City Thunder run when they traded James to the Rockets. You were here for that, right? You were here doing
I was here. I haven't seen the show, but I saw those clips. They were all over the place like yesterday.
So Kevin Durant. So when Kevin Durant, the deal was done, or he's even being talked about, I had concerns, health concerns. He's older. He's come off an Achilles. Can he stay healthy? I still have those concerns. However, when you watch him play, when you feel the energy of the team, when you look at, and it's a very short sample size of 3 games where they've all played together for the most part, you can see, Craig, that a guy who can go get a bucket when you need a bucket in a half court, wow, is that important for this team.
Yeah. I mean, that's what he's been his entire career, a bucket. I mean, one of the. I mean, you can make a strong case that it's probably one of the 3 best pure scorers in the history of the sport. But yes, something that, and I think a lot of things we saw that the Rockets were missing last year in that playoff series with the Warriors, and frankly, what you need in every single playoff series is a guy who late in possessions, late in games, late in quarters, when you need to go put some points on the board to keep the scoreboard moving. I mean, there's been very few people who ever play who's like him, where you can give him the ball and he can go do what he needs to do. Because, first of all, he's 7 feet tall. He can pretty much get any shot anywhere at any time that he wants. Even if he's blanketed and defended perfectly, he can still get a shot off. He's one of the great shooters in the history of the sport. But, yes, that is what ultimately he is going to provide this team above any and everything else that he's going to help with this team, is that when they need to get a bucket, then they can give the ball to him, and he's great in isolation. That he can be a guy that they can give him the ball, and he can provide an opportunity for them to win games. That's the importance of Kevin Durant. The singular, to me, the top importance of him on this roster.
The biggest question now is who's getting him that basketball with a Fred VanVleet injury. How concerned are you with what they're going to do at the point guard spot, and how do you expect they handle that when the regular season rolls out here?
It is concern. Obviously, losing Fred is a huge loss. He's an extension of the coaching staff, the quarterback on the floor, a guy who got them organized, someone who values each and every possession. I thought Fred was in line to have a really big season this year because, look, with Durant and then Şengün, teams aren't going to be able to – I mean, if they're going to double Şengün, I don't think he's going to see a ton of double teams this year with Kevin Durant on the floor. But if you do, with his ability to pass the ball, I mean, I think Fred and everybody else is going to get a ton more open shots. Likewise, you really can't – if you're going to put 2 on Durant, then Şengün's going to go one-on-one, and Şengün's really good in single coverage. And then, again, all those other guys are going to get wide open looks. So it's obviously a huge loss. He's been a leader for this group. But I guess if you were going to have an injury like this happen, to have it happen before training camp as opposed to, say, in March when you do have an opportunity and some runway to lean into the season and have a build-up and see how everything works out, I guess under those circumstances it was better to have it happen when it did as opposed to March. But there's no question about it. They're going to miss him. But, look, there is still a ton of talent on this team, and playing a lot through Şengün in the 3 games that he played in the preseason. Obviously, he's an amazing passer, sees the floor very well, more than capable of facilitating for everybody else on the court. You're going to see some of that from Durant, some from Ben Thompson, who, again, naturally was kind of a point guard until he got to the Rockets. When he was growing up playing the game, Reed Sheppard was really good, especially last night in the preseason, too. So I think there's still more than enough talent to help make it up, but they have some time to figure things out.
Yeah, they do, and then they also have, if need be, there's the ability to make a move before the trade deadline if that's something that needs to happen. Boy, what an incredibly long, tall lineup. This is the lineup they threw out. I didn't know if it was for fun or if that's a lineup we might see with Steven Adams and Jabari and Şengün and obviously Durant and Amen Thompson. It's without question. I don't even have to look at any. I don't need any statistics or I don't need information department, media relations for Rockets to tell me. I've watched Rockets my whole life. It's the tallest lineup I've ever seen in Rockets history, bar none. What do you think from a lineup set based on what the roster looks like now from a matchup standpoint? How much ammunition does Ime Udoka have to mismatch teams now with what he has with the variety of different types of lineups?
Well, even without Fred, there is still a ton of matchup versatility, especially once they get guys back healthy. Dorian Finney-Smith and Jayshawn Tate and so forth, they can play a variety of ways. But that double big lineup, and we saw it when they started it in Birmingham a couple of nights back against New Orleans, and we saw it last year in the latter half of the year when they went to that double big lineup with Şengün and Steven Adams. It was the best 2-man combo in the entire league. Like, when those two guys play with each other and they're on the floor together, they run opposing teams off the court. They did it to New Orleans. They did it. They've run it a couple other times briefly in other preseason games. They were pretty dominant too. I mean, it's so unique. It's so unique because Şengün's a really unique player in that he's able to just see the floor so well. And if you cut off, and all you have to do when he has the ball is just move and cut off of him, and he'll find you. And it does seem like he's become a more confident perimeter shooter. And if Alperen Şengün can just get just a tiny bit better and more consistent shooting threes, then that double big lineup will be unlocked even more. And Steven Adams is, you can make a case he's the most dominant offensive rebounder in the history of the sport. He's the best screen setter in the league. And so just guys can move and cut off of them, and so many things open up, and they're going to rebound the ball like crazy. They were the best rebounding team last year in the league. They're going to probably be the best rebounding team in the league again this season, whether they decide to start the double big lineup or not, just because they have a ton of size. And that is part of their core philosophy, is to crash the glass, especially the offensive glass, and create second chance scoring opportunities. So, and it does appear, remember last year, offensively in transition, they were really good. They struggled and got bogged down in the half court. It seems like, again, it's just the preseason, and you got to take all of this with a grain of salt, but it does appear now that their offense is poised to take a pretty big step forward this season, even without Fred VanVleet in the lineup, at least from what we've seen in the preseason.
I wanted to stick on that size thing there for a minute because you mentioned the double bigs and whatnot. They bring back Clint Capella in the offseason, and I think it's funny watching national coverage because a lot of people are like, what are they doing with this? Why are they signing this guy? This seems like a waste of resources. Is that, to you, is that simply a safety blanket? Because, look, Steven Adams is a guy that's got a lot of injury history, and, you want to get rest for guys throughout the season. What did you make of the Capella move, and what's his role in all this ultra big lineup stuff?
Yes, I think it is obviously part insurance because, Steven's not going to play in back-to-backs. And look, going back to the issue with not having Fred VanVleet, that's obviously a negative, a pretty big negative. But a huge positive is that Steven Adams is healthy on day one. He wasn't that way last year. And, again, he's a difference maker when he plays, so that's a huge positive to this group. But, yes, it is some additional assurance there. With all due respect to Jock Landale, Clint Capella is an upgrade at that third five spot, if you will, for this group. He's another really, really good offensive rebounder. He gives you a bit of a different dynamic instead of Steven Adams in that. I know Clint Capella, he's older, but he's still a lob and rim threat, something that Steven Adams isn't. So he does give you a different dynamic with your offense where you can have him sit a little bit more screens up top, and instead of he can roll and guards can play, like we saw all those years when Clinton was playing with James and Chris Paul here. He gives you that particular element. We saw that, in the first preseason game? We saw him roll to the rim, and Alperen Şengün found him on a lob. And so he's another rim protector and defender. So, yes, he gives you more insurance, but also a little bit of different look at that third big. And Capella's going to play this year. I don't think he's going to sit a ton. I think he will be part of the rotation, and obviously he will definitely play a lot in those games that Steven Adams doesn't.
So I'm curious, you've had a front row seat for the Daryl Morey era Rockets that had a certain level of success. Rafael Stone worked under Morey and obviously has some of the same sensibilities. But we obviously all think Rafael's done a tremendous job there.
Yes,
what are the differences that you've seen, the differences between the way that Daryl Morey went about being a GM and what Rafael Stone does?
Well, I think initially it stems from, Daryl was given the direction that to not tear things down and start over. And so what Daryl did at the time with you have to stay competitive, I think was pretty incredible. I mean, you brought up at the start of the interview the time when Kevin Durant and James Harden were talking about when the trade happened with Oklahoma City. That was a game changer for the organization because leading up to that, the Rockets were good. They basically were a 500 team, and I think those rosters overachieved for several years. What they were missing was, a top guy, and he was able to go get one without having to select one high in the draft, which is typically how those players are acquired by teams anyway. You select them in the draft because you haven't been very good. And so I think there was some different dynamics in terms of this is what we need you to do. And then obviously I think you got to get a ton of credit to Rockets' current ownership, Tillman Fertitta, the Fertitta family, saying, okay, look, obviously that situation with James Harden got to a point where he wanted out. They decided to pivot and move. They allowed Rafael to go that route. They displayed a ton of patience and understanding as the Rockets had to go through quite a bit of pain for 3 or 4 years to draft young guys high in the draft, develop these young guys, and ultimately have them grow and become who they've become. And I think obviously Rafael's done an incredible job in the draft. He selected so many talented young players, and obviously so many of these guys have developed so well over the years. And then look, you had one of the greatest players of all time, and here we are coming off of a 52-win season in which the Rockets were one of the feel-good stories in the league last year. And now a lot of people are considering them to be legit championship contenders. And Rafael and Rockets ownership, they deserve all the credit for what they've been able to do over the last 4 or 5 years in putting this team in the position that they're now in.
Any great championship team that's out there has a player every year that surprises on the roster. If you're going to pick one right now before the season starts for who's going to surprise people this year, it'd be who?
Well, I guess based just off the preseason, it looks like Jabari Smith Jr. is ready to take a pretty significant step forward, and it seems like he really does benefit playing alongside Kevin Durant. He just appears to be a lot more locked in and confident. It looks like he has put on some weight and some strength, but they need him because, again, floor spacing is really important in the league. Floor spacing is really important to this team. Creating and scoring more efficiently in the half court results from better three-point shooting, which is something the Rockets have struggled with in recent seasons. Jabari has gotten better from that perspective each season, and he's looked really good so far in the preseason. So it looks like he's one guy. We expect a lot from Şengün. Look, he made an All-Star team last year. He was dominant in the Eurobasket. We know who Kevin Durant is. Amen Thompson is ascending, but Jabari Smith Jr. looks like he might be the guy who's poised to have a really big step forward kind of year, and they need him to because they're going to need guys who can knock down some shots. And look, he plays so well also as a weak side help defender with his size and length and being a shot blocker. He's a very good defender, so it looks like he's going to have a really good season.
You know, I love Ime Udoka, and I'm a coach's son, and I recognize that there's different types of coaches, but Ime has got, there's some Van Gundy in him, there's some Popovich in him, and of course he played for Popovich, so that shouldn't be a surprise. There's just accountability, and
yes,
he makes people accountable. And if you want to reset a culture, nothing's more important than everyone understanding this. This accountability goes for Jalen Green. It goes for Jabari. It goes for Şengün. Everyone must be held accountable. And I want you to speak on Ime, what you see on a day-to-day basis, because he's a hard ass, which I don't mind at all, but players play for him. It's like I'm watching another Kelvin Sampson. Guys play for him. Defense is really important. They know that he has their back. I mean, he really has their back. And then
yes.
I think he's created a culture of, I'm not just saying one thing to you in practice. This is how we're going to live it. And we're going to live it, and accountability is going to be at the top of the list.
Guys really respect him. Even though he is hard on them, they really respect him because I think the point that you made is probably the most important word. Like he literally has their back. Like he literally, like it seems like Ime's itching to get out there and play and scrap. I mean, so guys really respect that. I mean, we saw the clip a couple of years ago when he was chirping with LeBron. I mean, this is the personality of this team. That's his personality. I mean, there's a lot of old school basketball in Ime Udoka, which I appreciate because I think a lot of that needs to be brought back to the league. I'm not saying that, and I think I brought this up the other night when Amen Thompson and Jose Alvarado got into it a little bit in Birmingham. I was so happy that those two guys were allowed to play because I think the league has kind of gotten a little bit too far from letting some of this physicality stick and stay as long as there aren't sort of any pure punches being thrown. Like, I'm not saying you need to go back to the days when Kurt Rambis could clothesline people, right? I don't think we should need to go that far back. But I think a lot of people, especially people around our age who grew up and fell in love with the league in the 90s and in the late 80s, would like to see a little bit more toughness and physicality in the sport, and the Rockets play that way, and the players in this league really, really respect Ime Udoka. Not just the guys on this roster, but everybody across the league. He does bring accountability. Does bring toughness. He's super intense. His entire coaching staff is super intense. It's a very young, energetic group, which I also think helps to rub off on these players. And there's no question about it. He is as responsible as anybody for how well and how quickly this organization has moved forward since he's arrived.
That's Craig Ackerman. He called the game last night against the Hawks, and he's on the radio with us this morning. Baller move, Craig. We appreciate it. And
No
we're
problem.
really
Sorry, I have mute numbers that aren't saved in my phone. Sorry. So when you guys originally called me this morning, I was like, oh no, I forgot that my phone was on.
I do that
so
with Dell also, so
apologize
he
for
can't
that.
bother me. Yeah, I do the same thing. So listen, we appreciate you coming on, and then I can just tell you, the city of Houston, I've seen so much excitement for this upcoming season. Really excited about listening to you on or watching you on TV, and you and Hollins and our girl Vanessa, and see how the season goes. We're all very excited.
I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, opening night in Oklahoma City, but our first game for the regular season on Space City Home Network will be a pretty juicy home opener against Detroit. Those games have been crazy against the two teams the last couple of years. They're really physical. They're really talented. Should be a lot of fun. I am very, very much looking forward to the season.
Craig,
Should
we
be a good one.
appreciate
I
it.
appreciate
Thanks.
you guys having me on.
Yep, you got it. That's Craig Ackerman, voice of your Houston Rockets. Let me waste no more time and start telling you about Taqueria Surroundings, because I was looking at their website. They got a section that says Mexican fast food. And I'm like, what is that? Well, they've got tortas, which are the same. I don't know if you've ever had a torta. Phenomenal. And they do it really well. They press it. They do it really well over there at Taqueria Surroundings. 5 taquitos. What are you thinking of taquitos? It's not going to be the rolled. Yes, they have the flautas, which is what you're thinking of. But taquitos, that just means small tacos. So they do the corn tortillas, 5, corn tortillas with your choice of meat, with grilled onions, grilled fresh jalapeno, charro beans. They've got that coming in there with you. You also have a little cilantro. Look, this is what you do. Lime, cilantro, onions, bang. It's all done. That's all you need to do. They've got tostadas. They've got burritos, quesadillas, gorditas, which are delicious. Not low fat, but delicious nonetheless. Cheese quesadillas, and of course, if you take it over to their signature items, that's where you run into the great chicken dishes and fajitas, different types of fajitas they do. There's a lot to choose from. With Taqueria Surroundings. There are also 25 locations. I was looking at this: Baytown, Channelview, Humble, Cypress, locations along I-10, along 59, and, of course, all points in between. With 25 locations, there is no excuse that, I don't know if it's close to me. I promise you it's close to you. Taqueria Surroundings. Look it up. Go find a location nearest you. You can get it to go, or you can stop in for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner, really anytime. It's Taqueria Surroundings.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Lance Zierlein, Michael Connor with you. Craig Ackerman, voice of the Houston Rockets, just joined us. So Rockets basketball kicks off on Tuesday, start of the regular season against – they're going to wear Oklahoma City's ass out. I'm already just telling you that in advance. In Oak City, it's going to be a bad opening night ceremony. The champs, they're going to unfurl a banner, and then they're going to get beat by 11 at home, and Kevin Durant's going to score 27. This is what's happened. I come from the future.
27? I'm thinking like 38.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I come from the future. I had the Bengals beating the Steelers, so I do come from the future. So I need you to understand
Yeah, I
that.
better not doubt
I'm a
you
numbers guy, and I come from the future. Two very important things to remember about me. And I'm the preeminent draft expert, yeah, in the world league, world nation.
Hey, you're right behind Bernie the Wolf.
Right behind Bernie the Wolf.
But you're best known for.
Hey, give me some of that salchicha.
Don't listen to anything he does there, Michael. That's
what
not
you're
what I'm
best
best
known
known
What's
for.
the salsicha or whatever?
It's
Go ahead and tell him,
Spanish for
Dell. Tell him
sausage.
your favorite little thing.
Well, I don't know why you said it that way, but you were in some blood in, blood out haze, and you thought that salchicha was more of like a salacious way to say, "Hey, good-looking woman." But
No, I just said
he forgot that
not
salchicha
true.
means sausage.
That's true. Well,
But he
what I
thought
was
he
saying
like
was
saying. What
I was
did you
saying
think you were
salchicha sounds like a dirty word,
Yeah.
like sacapunto. That just means pencil sharpener. And salchicha, I said that sounds like like ooh, I'm not, just
Hey,
give me some of that
lady.
salchicha.
Yeah.
Yeah, but really
But like
it means
you were-
give me that sausage.
But like
Hey,
you were
it could be
saying,
dirty.
Yeah, but you thought you were saying it like you were standing next to Edward James Olmos
John
from
starts
1985.
Yes, like American Me. And John starts to smile. This look came over John's face, this realization about what I had just said, and he immediately goes, salchicha? He goes, that means sausage. I went, oh, yeah, well, that's not what I meant.
How does
He
the
goes,
Italian guy know Spanish?
He goes, oh,
spent
he
a
speaks
semester
Spanish.
abroad, I think.
Yeah.
Wasn't that how it came
Oh,
about?
okay.
And he had a housekeeper named Luce who he spoke
Well,
with for
he knew the
years.
Spanish before
Who
that.
Luce had to deal with Frankie firing her constantly. John's 3-year-old daughter would fire the housekeeper, and then they'd have to tell her, no, you're not fired. That's a true story John's told on the air. It's a totally true story. So then immediately John goes, Dell, save that. And Dell goes, I've already got – and literally like 13 seconds later, Dell was playing this.
Hey, give me some of that salchicha.
So it's not great, and the listeners seem to like it.
Where do you want the salchicha?
In a tortilla from Taqueria Sarandas where I'm having,
Yeah, he'll walk in there and say
taco.
that.
Just walk in.
I'm not going to
Hey,
walk
give
in
me
and
some
say
of
it.
that salchicha.
Just blurt it out.
So anyway, that's not what I'm known for. I actually am known for that currently, but it'll pass. That too shall pass. Kevin Durant was on a show it's on Netflix called The Starting Five, which has really great reviews, so I may need to check it out. And he was talking about when James Harden was traded away from Oklahoma City, which, of course, set the Rockets on a completely different path. Listen to who James blames, or rather who Kevin Durant blames for James getting traded. Here's Kevin Durant talking about this.
What pissed me off is like Bron and D Wade and so many dudes around the NBA sending tweets out like, congrats to my bro, James. He got his, he going to Houston, he gonna kill it. When they was just happy that we wasn't together no more. They was so happy. I know Bron and them was so happy that we wasn't together no more because we was on their ass. Everybody in the league was like, man, James, I'm so happy you in Houston, man. You gonna kill it, bro. My bro. I was like, shut the fuck up. Y'all just scared. Y'all knew we was on the way.
Now, okay, so so he just talked about that. Kendrick Perkins, there's another cut where Kendrick Perkins is on some show, and he tells a story about how at the Olympics, it was, I guess James wasn't on the Olympic team, but he was playing against the Olympians in that year. And Bron and D-Wade were all telling him, man, you got to leave there. You're too nice to be sitting there on the bench. You got to leave. And they put it in James' head that he wanted to go. So James is never going to sign an extension, the thought was, because he wanted to go be a number one. But you can see Kevin Durant was talking about basically the breakup of the Oklahoma City Thunder. You and I were doing a show together then, Michael. We were on. I remember thinking, oh, my God, you got Harden off the bench and you've got Ibaka and Russ, even though he was crazy Russ even then. Kevin Durant, that looked like a superpower for years to come. And, man, that was crazy how that thing got dismantled.
That's stupid when you think about it. I mean, they should have just given him the max deal. And who knows where we'd be sitting today. And now we're about to watch the Rockets go into a season, and they've had all three of those guys at some point, which is just completely bizarre.
All right, so that's Kevin Durant saying LeBron and everyone was scared. Let's break it right now. James Palmer, we're going to turn to NFL. We'll talk about the Texans and much more when we come back. James Palmer from The Athletic from Scoop City, formerly here in Houston with us, and when he was doing a lot of Texan stuff as well. We're going to visit with James coming up here on the other side. Keep it right here, locked in, ESPN 97.5.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. It's 8:32 on Friday. We're headed into a weekend full of college and pro football. And your Houston Texans are going to play on Monday night they got the late game, 9 p.m. against the Seattle Seahawks. Joining us right now is our old friend James Palmer, formerly of NFL Network. He's worked here in Houston. He's now with Scoop City, one of the ones providing scoops for The Athletic. And The Athletic, I'm a big fan. They do it old school, and they do it really, really well. Some really good people writing, especially about football. James Palmer joins us from Denver. And, James, right off the bat, how much are you able to keep track of specifically the Houston Texans?
I was one of those people, Lance. I was really high on these guys coming into the season. I didn't think there was a position group, maybe in the NFL, that wasn't how should I say this, that their play wasn't more indicative of how a season was going to go than the Houston Texans offensive line. I mean, particular unit out of the entire league, maybe, in how a season was going to go. And so if they figured that out, in my opinion, they were relatively close each of the last 2 years in making some noise. And so the start that they had, not really what, I was hoping for, but knowing people there and knowing what's going on there a little bit, I do think a lot of new was there, but they're back in the last 2 weeks and kind of being a bit versatile like I'd like the offense to be. They're better in the red zone. I know who they played defensively the last 2 weeks. I get it. And Seattle's going to be a really, really different challenge for the way they play up front. But I do think if you start piecing things together with a new play caller and things like that, it doesn't matter who you play if you want to get back on the right track. So I'm excited to see what happens with this team. I'll just say it. I've been enamored with the Seahawks this season. It's been really, really fun football to watch with the way Clint Kubiak's running that show. And I think the trenches have been outstanding, and Jackson Smith-Njigba's been incredible. I love the way they design things offensively. So I'm excited for a matchup of Sting versus JSN. I think it's going to be one of the best ones we see this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been a great surprise. They lost both their top wide receivers. Well, not top wide receivers. I mean, Smith-Njigba really came on last year. They lost DK. They lost Lockett. Kenneth Walker's still there at running back. The offensive line has been, they've been building that for a couple of years now. But the play of Sam Darnold's been incredible. He and Baker Mayfield, and we've talked about it on our show, James, with John and I just think the play of Mayfield and Sam Darnold are two of the coolest stories. And now I guess you could throw in Joe Flacco again. I mean, he did it in 23 for the Browns. I mean, what does this say about the quarterback position when you can have Joe Flacco is an older player out of the league on the couch, come back and play like he's playing. You have Sam Darnold, who looked cooked after 5 years. Baker Mayfield was a reclamation project. And look at how all three of those guys are playing now, but especially the first two we talked about.
Yeah, I throw a fourth in there, Lance. Daniel Jones is playing his tail off with the Colts
that's great.
right
now.
That's
a great point.
And so, I throw him into that group as well. And a lot of time it's, you know this league. You've been around enough. So much of it is fit. So much of it is what you're comfortable in. And let's use Sam right off the bat, because that'll pertain to what's happening in Houston on Monday night. He's got an opportunity to go to the Kevin O'Connell confidence school, I like to call it, because he does such a brilliant job of making you, not only instilling confidence in you the way he coaches you, but he makes you start believing in yourself a lot. And Daniel Jones was there as well, and you saw Sam was there. And if you ask people around the league, they're like, Sam's even more comfortable now and maybe a better fit in this Kubiak system than he was with Kevin. And there's a lot of carryover between the two. But now you have guys operating in spots that, with a lot of confidence that starts to bleed. Now Baker's confidence went through that entire locker room, and he's following Tom Brady, and all they've had is a shuffling on the offensive line and receivers down, and he still keeps making plays. And Daniel Jones has been maybe the most efficient offense in football, what Indianapolis is doing. I wouldn't say it's balanced. I think that's actually a disservice to how good this offense has been. Whatever you do defensively, they adapt and attack you a different way. And so all three of those guys, I think it's really, really been fun to watch. I think it's also like the more football you see, like it's interesting. In baseball, you don't really hit your stride until your late 20s oftentimes, right? You got to see a lot of pitches. You got to have a lot of at-bats. And I'm starting to think maybe that's the case with some of these quarterbacks is they've seen a lot more, and they failed, and they've known how to go through failure. And so it's been really fun seeing those three. And then Joe will throw the ball till he's 65. You know that, Lance. Like he'll throw the ball like this till he's 65. And it was really, really fun to watch him play last night.
I think one of the most interesting things about this season is all the talk out there that we're about to see an active trade deadline. Do you think we're going to see an active trade deadline, and do you expect, if there is, the Houston Texans get involved in anything?
Man, well, I look at the needs that Houston has, and I'm not sure that's the needs around the league. I would say the calls that are being made, the teams that know what they want,
are looking for edge rushers. Houston doesn't really need that. San Francisco, you think, might make a play for an edge. You have some teams, Philly probably will try to make a play for an edge, and those are aggressive general managers. I keep an eye on the pass rusher market. There's a couple of guys down in Miami that everybody's curious if they're going to be available, and Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips. I think those guys, everybody has their eye on. And I also think pass catchers is something that some teams are desiring. I think Pittsburgh's kind of sniffing around, to my understanding, about, maybe they can get a compliment to DK. I think they really like Calvin Austin, but the shoulder has kind of set it back a little bit. And when he returns, we'll see. I thought Romo's played all right, but I think they'd maybe like to add a receiver. And so, I don't think they want to give up a lot, but I think the Giants are interested in possibly adding a receiver. So to me, with the trade deadline coming up, the two positions that I'm hearing the most about of teams that are interested in players are edge rushers and pass catchers. And so I think the running man market's a little bit there, but I don't know if we see as much movement there as maybe some people are expecting. I mean, we had like 18 moves, I think, in October last year before the deadline. So there's always movement. I don't know if we're going to see like a Devontae Adams type move like last year. Everybody's keeping an eye on Trey Hendrickson and in his availability out of Cincinnati, as I mentioned, the edge rushers. But you saw the move for Joe Flacco, and you saw what he did last night. They're trying to hang on as much as they can until Joe Burrow comes back. And if they have any chance of getting into the postseason, they're trying to make themselves available to do it. And so they don't really deal players in the middle of the season very often. The Joe Flacco one was one of the very few they do. So I don't know if Trey will be available, but everybody's kind of curious about that one. And that would be the biggest name if he does end up moving, probably.
What are your thoughts on the demise of Kansas City? Obviously, it was overblown. I thought they looked great against Detroit. I'm still not sure where I stand on that entire division. That division with the Chargers, I think the Chargers would be one of the favorites if they had their offensive line, but they don't. I mean, they're just beat up. The Broncos, when you look at their losses, they had some tough losses that could have been wins. And then Kansas City is really starting to – they get Rashee Rice back. So – How do you see that particular division playing out?
Yeah, I'm fascinated by it. I would say, and I've said this on record, I think this is the toughest season in terms of his path, maybe, that Patrick Mahomes has had, because he's had a very Tom Brady-esque run here in terms of his division over the vast majority of his time in the NFL. And now, you do have the Chargers who come out of the gate red hot with 3 divisional wins. Herbert's playing like an MVP, but they're down to like their 5th, 6th string tackle. Their entire backfield's gone. They are getting a little healthier. Joe Alt's back on the field. Lil Mack's back on the field. We'll see if they can play this weekend, but they're starting to get a little healthier. But the Chargers with Harbaugh are a completely different organization than what Patrick's gone against in the AFC West before. And obviously Sean Payton brings a different machismo to the way the Broncos play. That defense is just so elite in Denver. I mean, they're 30 sacks for the season. And if you go back to the start of 2024, they have 30 more sacks than anybody else in football. Like, that's an obscene number. I mean, they're on pace for 80 sacks this year, which is just astounding. And so I do think Mahomes has a tougher path than he's ever had before because the division is more difficult. But Denver needs to get it together offensively if they want to be a playoff threat. Just Bo Nix and Sean Payton in year 2, it just hasn't worked the way that they've wanted to in terms of taking a step. And with KC, this offense was designed entirely for Xavier Worthy until the suspension was up. And then you saw Worthy go down on the 3rd play in Brazil, and they couldn't really do anything offensively. Then Worthy comes back, and they score 37, 28, and 30. And you're like, I'm getting messages from people in Kansas City going like, this is what we meant to do offensively. Like, this was the plan, to run it through Xavier Worthy, make defenses cover you horizontally. And Patrick has, in my opinion now, over the last couple of weeks, time to throw the football. And the offensive line has started to come together a little bit. Now, the Josh Simmons situation is very interesting. I mean, there's like, and Lance, when I say this, there's like no information about what's going on. I mean, he more or less left the team before the game last Sunday, and there's very little information since. He hasn't been back. He hasn't practiced. And he was playing outstanding as a rookie at that left tackle spot. And so we'll see what happens, but I do think they go to a whole nother level with Rashee. I'm nervous about the defensive line in Kansas City. I think Joe's a really good defensive line coach, but they don't have the beat they usually have in the middle of the defensive line. So I do think it's a tougher path for Patrick, and I think within the division. And to me, I'm curious if that impacts them at the, when we get into the postseason or on their way into the postseason. They're usually resting guys going into the postseason. It may not be the case. And where are you physically compared to years past if you're Kansas City?
Feels like a tougher path for them there specifically, like you mentioned in that division. But the AFC at this moment feels like it's completely wide open. Is there a clear favorite for you, or do you get that sentiment that this is truly anybody's ball game in the AFC?
Yeah, it's pretty open, and I think the loss for the Steelers last night actually changes things pretty dramatically. Like I think the Steelers are all right. I think the passing game that they're utilizing right now, I don't know if that's sustainable for the course of the season, and the defense has been really up and down actually since the back end of the middle of last year. And so if they would have won, the commanding lead in that division would have been, massive. I think 3.5 games on everybody else. Now with the loss, Lamar comes back after their bye. The Ravens have played very few games in the division. Like, they still have an opportunity to get themselves into the postseason. And with as much talent as they have offensively, I'll say that. Nobody saw this happening defensively, the injuries and some of the other things that have gone on there and behind the scenes. But I still think they're relevant within the race, even though everybody's writing them off just because of Lamar Jackson and the way their schedule falls on the back end. And Cincinnati is, kind of out of it now, but after last night, are they dangerous come the back end of December? You're right. It's wide open. You have the top team being the Colts, where I just love the way they're playing football right now, and I'm a big fan of Shane Steichen, in all honesty. But also, I think every one of these teams has a question mark, right? Everybody goes, well, is Daniel Jones going to turn back into Daniel Jones? Like, is Denver's offense going to get it together? Can they keep getting after people the way they are as a defense? Can the Chargers charger? Will they charger like they have in years past? Or will Harbaugh, get this thing going the way that they want? I think it is much more wide open. It's not as top-heavy as we've seen in years past.
It's James Palmer. Tell us about what's going on with Scoop City. How did you get involved with that? And tell people about how they can get involved with Scoop City and who you're working with over there.
Yeah, after 10 years at NFL Network and traveling this great country and spending all this time in these facilities, I'm like, I know all these guys. Like, I know all these writers. I know all these people. I think the Athletic's outstanding in what they do in terms of covering the league. And I'm like, these are my really good friends over there. Mike Silver and I were together forever, and he's one of my best friends. Now I still think he covers the league better than anybody else in football. Finds himself sitting down with Cam Ward. Oh, surprise, surprise, a day before Brian Callahan is fired. Like, Silver just has that ability. Rossini and I have been friends for forever, and I've known Chase Daniel forever. And so getting a chance to kind of do something on the video side as well at the Athletic that they're trying to grow and kind of headlining that a little bit has been a whole ton of fun. Getting guys and talking to them, talking to Lad McConkey this week on my show, and talking to Theo Johnson from the Giants about what's going on with Jackson Dart, like all these different things that I love doing and all these different voices I hope people get a chance to hear. We're trying to bring a lot of that stuff from inside facilities across the country and make sure everybody can kind of see it in one spot. So it's been a blast. It's been super fun. And then doing a show with Steve Smith, and him and I have a ball doing our 89 show that you can catch. And so it's been, and I mean, that dude breaks down film from the wide receiver spot better than anybody. And so it's been fun, wearing these couple different hats. But Scoop City's been awesome over at the Athletic, and hopefully you check it out. It's been a really good time with all those different voices we can get, and Chase bringing a quarterback mind to it as well. Has been a ton of fun for me. I'm always learning, man, guys. I'm always learning and digging, and it's been a blast to do it with some new people for a change.
Well, if you want an honest opinion, don't worry, because Steve Smith's got one for you. Whether you want it or not, you're going to get the truth from Steve Smith, or what he sees as the truth.
I get it from Steve on a daily basis. I get it. I mean, right now, you don't want to be Jerry Jeudy or Keon Coleman right now. That's not a list you want to be on.
Back on Jeudy?
He's never left, I don't think.
I don't think so either. And Keon Coleman is not playing. And Keon Coleman is who I thought he was, though, actually. I mean, that's who I thought he was coming out of the draft, a guy who doesn't separate and a number 2 wide receiver. And I think that's one of the things that's really hurting Buffalo is
It's everything right now, Lance. You're right.
Yeah.
Outside the boundary, right? That boundary receiver is it's been an issue for 2 years. And I think your draft stuff is so outstanding, and I think you're spot on. And a lot of times with physical receivers in the college level, you got to be really diligent about whether it's going to translate. And it's just not translating for Keon Coleman right now with the way he played the position in college to the NFL level.
Yeah, I had him like it was a third-round pick, but I still think Buffalo is going to be better than their demise is. I'm not sure I'm buying into that either, but we'll see.
No, they got
that's
playmakers.
James Palmer from The Athletic. Make sure you check out his work. Always great to catch up with you, James. Appreciate it, and enjoy your football weekend.
Will do. You guys too. Take it easy.
All right, thanks. That's James Palmer. I want to tell you now before when we come back, we've got I got a couple other football notes, and then do some fun stuff. I got some fun little stories here. Oh, there was a head coach in college football who got a massive contract, and he's not an Aggie. So a different team actually gave their coach a long-term, super expensive contract this time. Hey, if you want something that's going to give you long-term solution without having a huge contract, that's Allstate Windows and Siding. They've got no payments and no interest for a full 12 months. They've got discounts for ESPN 97.5 listeners. They've got discounts for senior citizens, discounts for military veterans, first responders, just whatever. Just ask what kind of discounts you can get. You call them or you set it up online at Allstate Windows and Siding. And what you're going to do is have them come out and measure your windows, and they want to make sure they have the proper fit on all the windows. And they are going to tell you exactly what it's going to cost you. But their windows are made in Texas for the weather that we face, which includes hurricane-strength windows. It includes, obviously, hailstorms, tremendous rain and wet temperature, tremendous heat. It's guaranteed against that stuff. And financing is available. But just know that you can lower your energy bill by up to 40%, and it's going to make your houses safer and look much more beautiful. They also do tremendous work on sidings. I've had them do windows and siding work for me, and it's awesome. There's really only one name from a window standpoint. When you want the quality, the prices, and then the service that they provide you, nobody else should even be in consideration other than Allstate Windows and Siding. 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936. Opened every day but Sunday. You can call 832-204-1936. That's Allstate Windows and Siding.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We're giving away some tickets. Let's go 9 o'clock. Caller 4 at 9 o'clock wins a pair of tickets for tomorrow's game between the Cougs and the Arizona Wildcats. It's homecoming. Don't miss the pageantry, the pride, and the roar of Cougar Nation. Kickoff is at 11, so it'll be a bit of an early start. This is Houston's team, and they need you out there to create a true home field advantage. Come early, be loud, wear red. So caller 4 at 9 o'clock wins those tickets. If you don't get them from us, you can go to uhcougars.com/tickets. That's uhcougars.com/tickets, or call 713-GO-COUGS. They got the Wildcats of Arizona. Trying to get the 3-1 in Big 12 player, the Cougs.
They're pretty good.
Cougs play. Their coach, Willie Fritz, did not get an 8-year, $93 million deal. That would be crazy.
Not yet, Lance. Not yet.
Not yet. I mean, it's coming, but 8 years, $93 million, $11.6 million a year for Kurt Signetti from Indiana. Another huge contract. So, do you have now? Don't use any Google. Don't use your typical Chat GPT you like to use.
I've never
on us,
used
Del.
that before.
Okay,
Missing out.
No Chat GPT, no Grok. Don't use Grok. Who's the highest paid coach in college football?
Well, I know Signetti's now making over 11 per year. Could it be Kirby or?
It's Curb.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have gone with Ryan Day.
$13.3 million. Ryan Day second.
Okay.
You guys are using Chat GPT.
No.
My hands are right here. They've been
There's evidence.
I'm in the ice box over here. I'm freaking trying to warm up.
Oh yeah, you don't know how to turn the AC up.
Yeah,
Kirby, have you met the Colombians yet, Michael?
Last time I was here, they brought me food.
Okay, yeah, just stay in that room.
Okay.
I just know that you just need to stay in the room. Kirby, $13.3 million. Ryan Day, $12.6. Signetti, $11.6. Lincoln Riley, $11.5 million. Now, in terms of NFL coaches, I had no idea what the salaries were for NFL coaches. No, you know why? Because we never hear about them. No one publicizes them. It's not even something you even talk about. With college coaches, we always hear about them because they're super long. And
it's public.
They don't matter because they can buy out of them anytime that they want and leave, and they're fully guaranteed. Who do you think is the look? Dell's using ChatGPT right now.
Hands weren't even on a computer.
I can see the reflection in the glass. That definitely looks like ChatGPT.
Yeah, it looks like ChatGPT is on right now. It looks like it, or Grok. Looks like he's on Grok. Who do you think is? So I had no idea what NFL coaches made. I really didn't.
They got to be all making north of 10, right?
Who do you think is the highest paid NFL coach? Both of you take a guess.
Andy Reid.
Andy Reid is correct. How much do you think he makes?
At least 18.
I don't
Del?
think so. I think NFL coaches make on average less than the top college coaches. I think Andy Reid's probably around 9.
See, I thought the same thing you did, Del. That's why I had to go search this. So I used ChatGPT to find this out. And so Andy Reid makes $20 million a year.
Yeah,
is that confirmed someplace?
Well, it's on ChatGPT, so it's probably true.
Well, Belichick was making like $20 million a year with the Patriots when he got let go, right?
I don't know because we never talk about how much does D'Amico Ryans make. Do you have any idea, either one of you?
Oh, he's got to be making at least 7.
You're guessing.
Yeah, but I have
no idea. Yeah, I would think. I have no idea. We never talk about college or pro coaches' contracts. We always have to talk about college. Andy Reid makes $20 million. Like Dell. My first thought was, do NFL coaches even make as much as college coaches? I had no idea. Reid makes $20 million. Sean Payton makes $18 million. Now, it would make sense that their salaries go up since this escalation of player salaries is unbelievable in the NFL. John Harbaugh, $17 million. Mike Tomlin, $16. Jim Harbaugh, $16. No idea what D'Amico makes. I'm sure I could look it up.
I have an article from, I don't know what this is, that says he's making, there's no way that's right, $4.6 million a year? There's no way that's right. That's too low.
Right? How much? That can't be true.
That can't be true.
I'm going to check.
It says he signed a deal that's worth $28 million over the length of it. But this also does say that Andy Reid's the highest paid coach at 18, then Jim Harbaugh, then Sean McVay.
Oh my God! Look what they're paying D'Amico Ryans, a 6-year deal, $4.6 million per year. Like he's not making. He may not be making. He's definitely not making more than most Power 5 college coaches are probably making more.
Yeah, I mean, look at Matt Rule at Nebraska. I was looking at Matt Rule because the whole thing about him going back to Penn State. Maybe
Penn State's
he's
about to
making
get him
like almost $10 million a year at Nebraska.
At Nebraska.
They haven't been good since I was a child. Probably pooped
They don't
my
even,
pants.
But see, this is one of the reasons private equity is having to come into college football, because with revenue share with college players now, college athletes, these colleges are running out of, and the people hate hearing this, but it's true.
Money.
This is not all of them, but like the smaller schools in the big conferences, the reason private equity is coming in is they're trying to capitalize them $100 million for all the schools. There's some schools who obviously are doing fine, but there's others like Northwestern, Illinois, Vanderbilt. There's a lot of them that they're not bringing that amount of money. They're not bringing that amount of money into the school, not enough to pay the money that has to go out for revenue share. So they've got to bring excess money in, and they're having to go to private equity now and do deals with private equity to come in. And so, but one of the reasons is because coaches' salaries. That's one of the expenses too that people don't talk about. College coaching salaries, and then you have the buyouts. James Franklin's going to get almost $50 million. Jimbo got over $70 million.
Why would you ever work again? Honestly, I know that these guys got egos and they want to coach again, but honestly, why would you coach? Why would you? Go
Jimbo's
through it again?
trying hard to get back into coaching. I'd be trying hard to get to the best places in the world.
Yeah.
Dana Holgerson, when they got rid of him at Houston, he immediately got back into the game because he didn't want to be out of it, because he didn't want to be done with coaching. If you stay out too long, it's hard to get back in. Jimbo can't find a spot. Jimbo Fisher can't find a spot.
Oh, don't worry. He'll find somebody dumb enough to hire him.
Well, I mean, I think he's probably being a little bit picky about where he goes. But and now Mario Cristobal, Dell's guy, all he does is crank out Heisman winners.
Apparently.
I mean, he's probably going to go top of the food chain, about $15 million a year, Dell. That's what you can expect. So congratulations on all your success. You don't actually think you could lose. I was looking at that game, Dell. You play tonight. Miami plays Louisville. Miller Moss. But I thought that game was in Louisville. Miami's not going to lose at Miami, are they?
I don't know if you've met Mario Cristobal before. You probably haven't. But, yeah, they're fully capable. They shouldn't. I mean, the spread is, 13.5. Their defense is good enough where the variable of just putting out a stinker defensive performance isn't there anymore like it was last year. So that makes me feel a little bit more confident. Miller Moss, who is the Louisville quarterback, doesn't handle pressure well, but he's capable. I think it should be a Miami win. Both teams are coming off a bye, but I can't put anything past the guy in charge.
No, I guess you're right. Let me break it here. When we come back, I want C.J. Stroud to tell me things about the offense. I'm going to ask C.J. direct questions, and I want direct answers from C.J. Stroud when we come back. Right now, I get direct answers from Craig DeSurf every single time we buy a cart. Now, that's like it depends. On leases, I see them like every, 2.5, 3 years. So sometimes more than 3. My son is in, what is this? He's at the halfway point of his lease, and he loves his Buick Envision. I love my Buick as well. You've got the Encore, the Enclave. I drive the Enclave, which is a 7-seater, which frankly I don't need it anymore, but I love the way it handles. I love everything about it. The Buick Envision. My wife is driving the Chevy Equinox. All those we got from Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC. Different types of Alex deal is the best one of all because he happened to catch a really good rate on leases at that particular time. Every month there are new programs, and so these new programs offer different finance rates, different lengths of terms, different dealer cash incentives. There's all kinds of different offers on a monthly basis. So if you go there right now, you're going to find out that they have an amazing deal right now for trucks, and they've got great electric vehicle deals, but they also have really good deals once again for that Buick Envision, which is a really cool mid-size SUV that you're going to absolutely love. You get very fair pricing. All they want to do is make you happy, so you come back and buy your second and third cars. You tell other people about it. They're out in Angleton. Craig DeSurf calls it Camelot in the cornfields because he said, man, this is unbelievable working out here. You go out to the country, but then we're able to save thousands because our overhead's so low. Great selection. Just experience the difference for yourself. Start the experience online at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com, or just drive out to Angleton and find out how many thousands you'll save and the unbelievable trade-in value you get from Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Final hour here at the show. Lance Zerline, Michael Connor with me today. Dell's in studio, of course. His show, Pack of Lies, coming up here in about 53 minutes. And
So,
CJ, yeah, what?
Before we move on, since you've decided to slander me once again,
What are you going to lie about today?
I would like to ask what he thinks I lie about in general. Because if it's Pack of Lies, he's got to have examples of multiple lies that I've told.
I'm guessing you probably say something about the Miami Heat being the greatest organization
I
ever.
don't actually bring up Miami teams unless I'm prompted to.
He does get prompted frequently.
Yeah.
Tua Hall of Famer.
John will slander Tua for being excessive concussions.
Yeah, I mean,
usually Dell. Now Dell, what he will do is lie about Justin Herbert. He'll lie about how good Tua is. Those are the
No, I don't do
primary
that
lies.
either. I
Those
don't
are
have
the
to lie
primary
about
lies.
Justin Herbert. He'll just show you who he is, like he always does.
I'm with Dell on that one, actually. I think Justin Herbert is vastly overrated.
He is. I do too. It looked like after the first game this year that he was, Justin Herbert, this is the year. Justin's always been him. Then all the Chargers fans came out, Justin's always been him. He's always been him. Not so much anymore. We're not hearing that much. Who do you hate?
Who do I hate?
In sports? Yeah. Like, do you hate, like you've got hate balled up inside of you. Dell's, we call him the little ball of hate. Is there somebody that you really hate, Michael, in terms of sports? And I know there is, just because I know how you're wired.
Oh God, who do I hate right now in sports?
It could maybe be.
I hate Travis Kelce. I cannot stand that douche.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't help that he's got the most untalented girlfriend or fiance in the history of time that the world is obsessed with. I don't understand that at all, so I hate her too.
You were really tempting fate against the Swifties.
I don't care. Bring them
Now
on.
say something
She
about Beyonce.
sucks. She's unattractive. She's the worst thing in the history of time.
It's the worst thing.
Yeah. She's. You know what? I hate the Beatles. She's worse than the Beatles.
There it is. Cut it loose, Michael. Let it flow.
The absolute
You hate
worst.
Travis Kelce. You say his fiance is untalented,
Yep.
the worst thing that's happened
And
in the history of the world.
Unattractive.
Unattractive.
No.
You hit her with Dell just talks about her flat butt.
I don't
So
see that's that. You're the pack of lies guy.
Here's the pack of lies coming in.
When
He
do
called
I
her
talk?
pancake
When do
booty
I
to
talk
her-
about her? When do I do that?
Well, you called her pancake booty, so that's been
When?
out there. Why would we come up with that term? You coined that phrase.
First of all, I did not coin the phrase pancake booty. It's been something that's been used for a while. When do I talk about Taylor Swift at all?
Well, I mean, you
From 10 to
did.
12?
That's why-
Never.
Yeah, from 10 to 12 on pack of
Never.
lies.
Once again, you're the liar here.
Um,
Have I acknowledged at
I'm
points?
not a Beatles fan. I don't hate the Beatles, but I'm not a Rolling Stones fan. I said it. I don't care.
They got some songs that I like. But,
Yeah, they do.
yeah.
They do, but I'm just not. I don't love Rolling Stones. Taylor Swift, I don't care about. As long as my daughter's happy listening to her, that's fine. She's not talking about putting her choo-choo all over the things, so that's fine.
Well, I guess in the most recent album, the one that came out a couple weeks ago.
You heard me, Michael.
Yeah, she didn't say the word you said, but she does talk about.
Yeah,
Some of that
Travis. She was
stuff.
basically talking about Travis Kelce. She was called it a
That's
magic
why.
wand.
Yeah, she's over here talking all like. My wife's breaking this down for me the other day about how she's throwing shade at Travis Kelce's ex and all this stuff, and I'm like, she is. You know what she is? She is the neighborhood Karen. Is Taylor Swift? She's sitting over there talking about everybody on these albums. Like,
That
get a
she
life,
does.
get a
She
freaking
does.
life, woman.
If she breaks up with you, get ready because you're going to be on.
I can't wait for the Travis Kelce breakup. We all know that's not going to last. He's
Yes,
just
it
with her
is.
for the fame.
Well, they're engaged now, so
They get married
they've
for a little
taken the-
while.
She's
That one's
taking
gonna
a step
last.
with him she's never taken before, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's true.
That one's going to last.
I hope it doesn't last. I hope that she walks in on him with somebody else, or he walks in on her with somebody. It's a whole scene.
They're
You've
too
got a
rich.
whole
They're
man.
too rich to get walked in on at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
You're too.
And
I
you
don't-
do not want to get walked in.
You
If-
have to
if
be
Taylor Swift will
real-
put a whole album out on you.
You have to really not care to get walked in on at their level of wealth. Like Dennis Rodman got walked in on by Carmen Electra, and when she asked him what the hell was going on, he said, "This girl just fell out of the roof." Fell out of the ceiling,
Well, it
landed
usually
in my
happens.
bed. Landed in my bed. That's what he said. So I don't think Travis Kelce's gonna have that happen. If it happens, I mean, I'm sure he'll be in Chicago, Ohio, and Cincinnati and get caught by the public, but not by her. He's not gonna get caught by her. Someone's gonna have to tell.
I'm just not looking forward to the world where we have to watch him in movies once he's done. That's gonna suck.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Kelseys as a whole. Like being.
No, I don't like a
honest
brother
as
either.
much. Yeah, just too many commercials. It seems fine, but it's just too much.
You still
much
liking the
Kelce.
Sunday Ticket commercial where he's just sitting there screaming
No.
the whole time?
No, or the ones where he does commercials like, yeah, I get to spend more time with fans now. You don't want to spend time with fans.
No, you don't.
That's not what you want to do at all. Don't stop lying. These guys don't want to be with any of you. They hate fans. I'll just tell you right now, here's a dirty little secret. Most athletes, not big fan of fans until they haven't been in that game. Now, when they've been out of the game for a while, it actually kind of changes. I've seen it with athletes. It changes. Once they're not as famous, it changes. They just become kind of one of us. Dwayne Wade, how about this? Here's the headline. Dwayne Wade admits he misses being better than people. The former NBA star 43 is reflecting on his time in the league, which spanned 3 different teams over a 16-year career, and pinpoints what he misses most since hanging up his jersey in 2019. What I do miss is being better than people. I miss being good at something, really good at it. When you had a career I had, you don't envy someone else's journey. I got everything out of the game of basketball that I possibly wanted. What else are you going to do? I retire at 37. There's no way I'm just going to sit around. I wouldn't be fulfilled. He was talking about what he wants to do.
He could just go play pickup ball at the Y.
Yeah, you could, but I mean,
He'd be better than people there.
he misses being better than people.
He'd be better. Play in the Big
He's not
Three. Is
better.
the Big Three still around? He'd probably be better than people there.
Oh, and he has to fight people off about his kid all the time. People are nasty about Magic's kid and Dwayne Wade's kid. I don't really hate, I've always hated the Cranberries as a group. That's
No, what are you talking about? Zombies, your anthem.
You hated the Cranberries?
Oh, I hated the Cranberries so much. Hated the Cranberries so much. I don't really hate, I hated the Jazz. I hated
Still
Matt
do.
Harpering. There were very specific things I hated, and I don't have as much hate in my heart. I'm now full of love, so I don't have as much hate
That's not
in
true
my
at
heart.
all.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
true, though.
apathy, but it ain't love.
Oh, maybe that is apathy.
I think
that
that's
I'm
what it
mistaken
is. Your
for
hate
love.
has dwindled into apathy, but it ain't love. You don't love a lot of things.
That's not love that I feel. It's apathy.
No,
I think you only love one thing. I think he loves disc golf. That's it.
I love that. I'd hit that.
He hit it all day.
Jeez, what a terrible shirt.
That's a great shirt. What do you hate, Del?
You. But besides that,
But besides me,
I don't even hate you. I don't care that much about you, to be honest. So
you're
that'd
the
be a
human
lie to say I
apathy
hate
bomb
you.
also.
I
There's got to be somebody you really dislike besides Josh Pate.
I don't dislike Josh Pate. I dislike you.
You don't watch the Josh Pate show?
He loves. These two love Josh Pate. By these two, I mean John and Lance. They salivate anytime he's about to come on. They're
He
like
gets
dogs
really
when you put a
jealous.
steak in front of them. It's like they can't believe they get to
He gets
talk to
really
him.
jealous.
It's embarrassing.
He hates Josh Pate. You can already
It's
tell.
not. I don't hate him. It's just the fact that you guys ignore. You always ignore radio rules, but it turns into a 25-minute experience where you won't let the man off the phone. The man, he's busy. He wants other stuff to do, and you guys won't let him off the phone. I'm trying to think. Sports hate I have plenty of, but as far as actual people,
Well, like who? Well, who's your sports hate?
I hate teams. Like I hate the Patriots for obvious reasons.
Because you're a Dolphin fan.
Oh, yeah, they're in the AFC East.
Well, I think a lot of people hated the Patriots.
Yeah, well, winning a lot in the way they
right.
did it and the smugness that came with.
I
Actually,
respected the Warriors, but I hated them.
Actually,
I kind of hate
the
respected
Patriots
them.
Still got Draymond hate. Still got Steph Curry hate.
Oh, yeah, I hate Draymond. That's a good one.
My Patriot is fueled by what came out of it when Boston sports media got to start thriving because the Red Sox were good and the Patriots were good and all the products it produced. Everywhere across the country, there's someone who has Boston ties doing radio, specifically because they leached off the Patriots and Red Sox success. So I guess we have to hear from Boston people. That's why I hate that area of the country and sports, because what did it give us? Everywhere you turn, there's someone from Boston talking about sports. Why? Because their teams were good. And now if the Patriots are going to be good again, we're going to deal with this again. And, of course, the Celtics got a title in the last couple years, too.
Yeah, the Boston thing was terrible. It happened in the 2000s around when they made the comeback against the Yankees. That's when it all started going downhill, and the Celtics became good, and then and they kept complaining that their little woe is me. It's like when the Cubs won, they couldn't do their what, but Boston was, we've got the curse, curse.
they were the
and then
lovable
they won
losers.
everything across the board.
Yeah.
They won everything, and they're aggressive and mean. But I don't know. I like the accent, so I let them pass.
I hate the accent. I think it's the worst accent ever.
Boston accent.
Oh.
I like Southies. I like those accents. I don't want to be around them. They seem like rough people, but
They're not as
do
rough
like
as the
the
New
accents.
Yorkers. New Yorkers are way worse.
yeah. But you've been to Astros games too,
In both.
on the road,
Both places.
in New York. I didn't think the Yankees fans were
I thought
bad.
New York was a million times worse.
You did?
Every time. Yes, absolutely.
Even when we were there in 19. 'cause
Yeah.
we were there in 19. I didn't think they were that bad. And I was a medium. I wasn't.
They weren't
an
as bad
Astros
as
fan.
17, but they were bad again. I thought they were bad in 2022, even though the Astros were beating that ass in 2022.
You went on the road to all those, didn't you?
Yeah, I went to every single one of them. I only missed 2 road games before from 2017 to 2022.
What was your favorite win of all traveling with the Astros?
The
what
obvious
was your favorite
choice
win on the road?
The obvious choice is the winning the World Series in Dodger Stadium. But I will say,
were you there? You were there?
Yeah, I was there. If you watch the video playback, you see my goofy little ass running around on the field back there after the game's over behind a bunch of players. Now, the 2022, the 18-inning game in Seattle, that was a lot of fun because it was just like this marathon of just, oh my God, will somebody do something? And then it finally ended. We were literally there from like 9 a.m. to like 10 p.m. It was a hell of a day.
Mm. And so, because that game started early. I remember I was watching Tennessee, Alabama. I was in.
Yeah, we were too.
Alabama
We watched an entire football. We watched a couple of football games while we watched a baseball game.
Yeah, and it just kept going on and on and on and on. Then we went up to our hotel room and we ordered room service so I could watch it. And I was sitting there pacing nervously while every reliever got every hitter out in Seattle. It was insane. Yeah, that was a great win. The two postseason, I guess we're reminiscing about potentially a dead period of time. Oh, ask you this, Michael, when we get to a break. Will we look back on this run of Astros? It feels very dominant, right? The run from 17 to 20, 22, I guess, but really longer than that. The Astros made the playoffs in 24, so you could really say 15 to 24, but whatever. Are we going to look back in the future as a disappointment? Kind of like people look at the Braves' dominant run?
You won 2 championships. You can't be disappointed when you win 2 championships.
I don't think you can.
I think I'm disappointed that they didn't win a third. The 2019 one will always bother me. That was the best team that this franchise will ever have.
What if the Dodgers win another championship and they've won 3 championships since 20? Well, are people going to talk about the Dodgers run more than the Astros run?
I mean, they're always going to talk about them more, right? So
yeah, but it feels like you shouldn't because we didn't just buy guys across the board.
The Astros definitely don't get the love that they should for what they did for the period of time that they did it. They were honestly just as good, if not better, than the Dodgers for a very long time.
Oh yeah, we all know that. But I just wondered how history is going to view the Astros.
Oh, they'll be forgotten. The only thing you still see it. I was reading an article the other day on The Athletic from somebody, and it's talking about baseball, whatever with these teams. And what's the first thing they bring? Oh, I was talking about guys that are in the Hall of Fame right now and aren't in the Hall of Fame. And it gets to Jose Altuve, and they don't have him in the Hall of Fame. And all they say in there is the sign-stealing scandal. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. It's been 10 years now. Move on.
Do your homework on Jose Altuve.
Yeah, they don't care.
It doesn't take much to know that he wasn't a part of that.
So will you take Michael's word for it? We had this talk, and John was pushing back on when I said the same thing. You know who else will be remembered more than the Astros?
Who?
Those 2010 Giant teams. They won 3 in over.
And I still think they get forgotten about, too.
I did, too.
You know why? Because they were like an 80-win team in the regular season.
Madison Bumgarner was a monster.
He was a monster.
Yeah, they don't get talked about.
Unless you're the Yankees or the Red Sox or the Dodgers, you're going to get forgotten about.
And it doesn't help the Astros that the Dodgers were doing the same thing they were doing for the most part in the National League. And if they get
concurrently,
and if they get another one this year, which it looks like they're going to, the Dodgers will be mentioned, and then people who are real baseball people, I guess, oh yeah, remember that Astros team? But as far as what all the docs are going to be made about, how this Dodgers run is going, it'll be the Dodgers that.
I know who will remember
the Dodgers, by the way. The fact that they're the Dodgers helps too. Forget about all the titles; they're a historic franchise.
I'll bet you the Yankees remember us forever. I'll bet you the Yankees.
Well, the Yankee
they'll
fans
never forget because we were their daddies. Especially
Still
me, I was their daddy. Sometimes they'd call me and say, "Daddy,"
Aye,
like
Poppy.
that. And I'd say, "Hey, yeah, aye, Poppy." Whenever they see me in New York, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm married. Sorry."
They say "I Poppy."
Hi, Poppy.
Hey, give me some of that salchicha.
Come on, Poppy, give it to me.
I'm going to definitely. I asked Sam if she knew how to get in there so I could
She
delete
doesn't
it. She
know.
goes, "I don't know how to get in there," but Abigail does.
She's
Hey,
not
let's
gonna
talk
help you
about.
either.
She'll help me. Let's talk about John Daspit, the Daspit Law Firm. Go to DaspitLaw.com. John Daspit has been doing this for years. He's got more lawyers than anyone else in the city of Houston for personal injury lawyers. He's, I don't know, maybe the most at total. I got to ask him specifically, but I know it's the most and second most in the entire state. And the reason he does that is because he wants his lawyers to have small caseloads so they can really focus and bear down on what you've got going on. Let's say there's loss of limb, loss of life in your household because of an accident on the roadway or at the workplace, or maybe you or your wife or whoever works at a dangerous job and there's negligence and there's loss of life, who are you going to turn to? I mean, that's a major, major situation you're dealing with, and something you don't want to have to deal with but needs to be handled is the financial end of it and recouping the money lost, and that's what John Daspit will do for you. The pain and suffering, the time missed from work, if you miss work, and let's say you can't work for short term or you can never work again physically, he accounts for that. That money's taken care of. Of course, all your bills are going to be paid. That's not a problem. The Daspit Law Firm will get you the settlement that you deserve. And the worse the problem, the bigger the settlement and the more consideration. Well, they give the same consideration for every single case. But you need someone on your side who is going to fight and win at a high level when you have these disasters strike your family. And that's what Daspit's going to do. 713-CALL NOW. That's 713-CALL NOW. Or just go to the website and start the process at daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I just saw a video. I hadn't seen this. Nally sent this in to me. It's from David Bakhtiari. And who's number 77? Aaron Rodgers does that touchdown pass to Freiermuth, and he's jumped on by his offensive lineman, number 77.
Oh, he was not happy.
Oh, he was pissed. I didn't see this during the game yesterday. I watched it, and I guess I just checked out after the touchdown. My gosh, he was pissed. Oh, boy, he was mad. I mean, he could be, can you imagine hurting your quarterback? You break his collarbone because you jumped on him after a touchdown.
Breaking news, Aaron Rodgers snapped his spine today as he was tackled by his lineman celebrating a touchdown.
So currently unemployed defensive tackle Christian Wilkins used to do that. Not with quarterbacks, but he would jump on offensive players when they scored touchdowns because he was a special teams guy. One of the protectors. So when they score, he would roll out there and go celebrate with the players before he had to take his position. He once jumped on Preston Williams, the former Colorado State receiver, and he tore his ACL.
Oh, my God. Are you serious?
I don't remember if it exactly was his ACL, but he was out for the year.
713-780. No, I'm sorry. 713, call now. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm can help you if you've been injured on the job. Can you imagine?
And, he's 300-plus pounds, and the receiver, even a big one like Preston Williams, is probably at most 210 or something. He would just full-on jump on him like he was a backpack, and the guy's leg gave out. And that kid's career was never the same. Like, it was during the 2020 year where he was having a breakout year, and he never played like that again.
You got cut players doing things like that.
Except Christian Wilkins was a first-round pick, so they weren't going to do that. But, yeah, he eventually learned his lesson. It took taking out a player for him to stop jumping on people at 315 pounds.
Didn't he keep touching people inappropriately or something like that?
Well, that's what he did in college.
People?
He did that to opposing players, touching them in piles and stuff like that.
Yeah, but didn't he, kiss his own teammates?
That was with the
Raiders,
allegedly. He did something.
And what'd they do with him? They cut him?
They cut him, yeah.
And who's he playing for now?
He's unemployed. He was coming back from an injury, and I don't know if it was partly because they didn't like the way he was rehabbing, but once that incident happened.
Oh, that's right.
His rehabbing was probably going around touching people.
They got rid of him, and he's still out there.
It's a bad rehab.
I don't know if he's healthy enough to even play, but at some point, I guess he'll be on a roster.
An LSU fan stuck his finger in my booty. That's what happened there. Although he was a Clemson guy. So, C.J. Stroud, I mentioned this previously. Let's pull up the offense, growth of the offense. So C.J. has talked about – so the offense has gotten better piece by piece. Now, not against not very good teams, frankly. The offense is really pretty terrible.
I don't care if
first
they
three
play bad
games.
teams, by the way. Everybody's getting all bothered by who. You got to play who's in front of you. I mean, I know that you
do.
They need to do it against somebody good, but
your offense was ass. It was straight flat ass for three and a half games, and then it turned around the second half against Tennessee, and then last week we know that. I mean, turn and a half. Who did it turn around against in the second half?
Tennessee.
The fourth
quarter. It was Tennessee, and then who'd they beat in the last game?
Baltimore.
Oh, the Ravens. Yeah, and they had a great game against the
belt.
Ravens. Belt to ass. So now we're going to see him against Seattle. But C.J. Stroud talked about the growth of the offense.
There were some things where I think we can build upon, and there are some things that I think we shouldn't do anymore. We should just move on, try some other things. But I thought, what we did coming to practice last Wednesday was really helpful to, work on some of the things that we need to work on from just a big picture standpoint as an offense instead of just against Seattle or against San Fran or whoever we're going to play. It was good for us as a whole to just fit what we need. So I thought it was good.
CJ's always going to tell you what he thinks. I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. Sometime you might ask, is he hard to coach or whatever? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know how hard it is or whatever. But I do think that if he doesn't like something, he's going to tell Nick Caley. And I think sometimes that could cause some a little bit of bumping heads between the head coach and the GM. But, I mean, the head coach and the starting quarterback. But, I'm sorry, the OC and the starting quarterback. But what he said in there was, I think there's some things we don't need to do anymore. Like, that's classic C.J. Stroud.
If throw the ball 4 yards sideways all the time.
The 4 yard side. Well, sometimes I like sideways passes if they're playing way off you and if your offensive line can't protect. But that typically, if your offensive line can't protect, they usually don't give you that throw. They're usually all up in your grill. So that's something you won't see. Speaking of all up in your face, the Texans' defense is
pretty rough to deal with. And C.J. Stroud also talked about what it's like playing against the Texans defense.
It could be suffocating where, like they're pushing the pocket, playing sticky coverage, the run game, they're being stout, setting edges and running to the ball, talking crazy and slapping their helmets, all that type of crazy stuff. So that stuff could be demoralizing. So I've been on the other side of that, but I think it prepares you, to even because that stuff is bound to happen, like the other team gets paid too, but it keeps you, at least for me, to keep myself motivated for the next play because it takes time. These defenses are really good, but it takes time to unlock a defense. Sometimes the first play, sometimes it's the last. But I think playing against our defense has taught me, to stay down for the come up, play my game, take what's there, and and try to just move forward and don't fall for the hype. But they do a great job of running around, playing together, and just playing free.
And that's kind of how I live my life, is staying down for the come up. And CJ said that, and I'm getting it put on a shirt. If you stay down for the come up, I think you're going to be okay.
Do you even know what that means?
Yeah, it means, you just got to keep your head down so that when your glow up comes, you can glow and shine, Dale.
When are you going to glow up?
Look at this shirt. It's a disc golf shirt. This is a glow up. What are you talking about?
When you're going to glow up is when your house doesn't have any kids in it anymore.
That's going to be a glow up. Plus,
Yeah.
I've lost weight. I've got a little white beard. I got my head cut real close.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Got to shave down.
I'm getting close to joining you, buddy. Don't worry.
Now, I've just said, why? What's the difference? I might as well just roll.
Yeah.
It's a rebrand right now. Soon, my rebrand's not finished, but I'm staying down to get up or whatever. Stand down.
You're going to come in one day, he's going to have a toupee on. He's going to be rolling.
No, well, I'm going the other way.
He's going to
I'm
be
gonna
Mike
go Stanley
Lombardi?
Tucci. I'm going Stanley Tucci. I'm going to have glasses. Did you say Mike Lombardi?
He said toupee.
He wears a
Mike
toupee.
Lombardi has a toupee?
Look at his hair right now. Google Mike Lombardi 2025.
You know who does for real and who has forever is Bill Self.
Oh, yeah. That's a rug all day.
Yeah, I saw him. I saw him in 2000 at the Final Four in Indianapolis, and that was a young Bill Self. And the guy that I was with, who was in the NBA, said we were just having a drink, and he made a comment about Bill Self having a rug. I said, he does? He goes, oh, yeah. He goes, oh, yeah, no, you can tell. I'm like, I couldn't tell. Bill was rocking it pretty good, I thought. But, no, you just got to, in this day of our Lord, 2025, either go the Doc Linville route or just come off the top, come home.
Yeah.
Those are your choices.
My wife's trying to convince me to get to go the Doc route.
I mean, it's your choice. I just know this. I like to say Jason Statham. I think my wife's more going to say Stanley Tucci. So, my wife's not a big fan, but it's too bad.
Yeah.
Unless certain things are jumping off on a regular basis, you don't have say-so anymore. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. That's just how it works.
Hey, if you show up with a rug, she'll.
Rug. So yeah, so me and CJ are the same. We stay down to come up, and playing against the Texans. So what I heard was during camp, and I didn't get to see a lot of it. They said the Texans' offense got obliterated pretty much on a daily basis by the defense. Not really a surprise.
Yeah, the people I do we do a twice a week show for the Texans on the Locked On Texans channel. They went to camp and they constantly came in and they were like, "Man, I don't like the vibe of this offense. Like, there's just nothing there. Like, there's no command from CJ out there. They're getting just beat up left and right." And I was like, "Oh God, this is gonna be a long year. I probably should have listened to him."
Yeah, it has been it's 2 and 3.
Better,
it's gonna be. Yeah, but if they lose 2 and 4, we're gonna have us.
And they're almost dead they lose again, they might be dead in the AFC South, right?
I know. We're going to have a very serious conversation on Tuesday if they lose. But for now, we celebrate with Greenlight offer. You need a house that you need sold? My man Sean, the guy who goes, "Whoa, I got a house and I want to get him." And he's just like, "And if you're tenants in your house, I'll get them out of your house." He buys your homes. You get a divorce, you need money, bang. You don't want to have to put more money into how bad would that feel? You're getting a divorce. You got to split up property, and then you got to pay money to fix up your house just to sell it, and you hope you get that money back? No. Greenlight offer says we'll give you a cash offer. We'll give you a fair offer more than anything. And And you don't have to do anything to your home. They'll fix it all up and take care of it on their end. No showings, no getting improvements in the house. Maybe you got tenants in your home and you need to get them out of there because your lease is expiring and you got squatters. I don't care. Squatters are the worst people in the world. Let Sean and Greenlight Offer run them out of town. I know Greenlight does that for retired landlords, for divorces, for relocations, or for just homes that are in disrepair and you're just like, we just want to sell it. We don't want to have to go through the hassle. Greenlightoffer.com. They will give you great offers, and it is no hassle, and they close on average between 7 and 10 days. So you get your money pretty quickly. Greenlightoffer.com. Start the selling experience there. Get the questions answered that you need answered. Greenlightoffer.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, we got. I guess we could do what did we learn today. Well, we're not going to do what did we learn this week in one sentence. Too late. I didn't promote that. What did we miss? I'm looking at some stuff that CeeDee Lamb is going to play against the Commanders. That's a tough dude, man. High ankle sprain, and he's coming back after 3 games. That is, I don't know if I love that for him, but we'll see what happens.
I'm just happy he's back so my nephews can stop complaining about their fantasy lineup being terrible.
I know. I lost Malik Neighbors for the year. I don't want to hear about any of this. And yet I'm still holding it down. I'm still holding it down, staying down to come up. So that's what's happening with my team. My team's name is Granado's Nipples. So
how do you know what his nipples look like?
Well, he just always used to sing a song where he'd go, nipples so hard. Those were lyrics in the song that he sang about Nick's place. So I just said, well, in my team photo, my photo for my fantasy team is him and Sean Salisbury together from when they did the show.
Oh, that's an unfortunate photo for you.
Rockets over/under wins 52.5 before the season starts. What do you like there?
Over.
I did too. I liked them over last year, and they got
I think
over
55,
easy.
56.
That's what I think. I think this is going to be closer to a 55-win team. I like over 52.5. Let's see. We've got. I talked about. Oh, it looks like Boone is back with the Yankees, or he's not going anywhere. The
Bless
GM.
it.
Yeah, stay.
All
stay
of you.
for all I care.
You and Cashman stay forever literally till they die.
I don't want them to ever leave.
No.
I don't want them to ever leave. Other news and notes. Let's see. What did we miss? Texas Tech stole the number 1 edge rusher in a 2027 class.
God bless the oil money,
away
man.
from Georgia.
What a year
How
they're
about you?
having.
What do you think? You went to Texas Tech.
Yeah.
You got to be happy that you got new money in there.
Hell yeah, I am. We're playing by the rules, baby. We're fine. You know what? We stayed down forever. Now we're on the come up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's right. We stayed down intentionally for all those years, so you can be on the come up in 2025.
A guy ran into some money. He sold his business, ran into money.
He's got more than some money. Have you read up on how much money that guy has?
I haven't.
He sold like 4 or 5 different oil companies. My brother was
so it
telling me
wasn't
this the
just
other day.
one?
He builds them up, sells them. My brother works in the oil world. And he was telling me that the crazy thing about how he sells these things is like he gets like non-compete. There's no non-competes when he sells them off. So he just goes and starts another company, does the same thing, and then sells it and makes billions. He's brilliant. He's making a ton of money.
I wish I could build up companies and sell them and make billions.
Yeah, me too.
I should have done that instead of radio.
Yeah. Yeah,
I am a Hall of Famer, so that's pretty cool.
That
but,
is true. That is true.
It would have been pretty cool to build up businesses and sell them. That's probably pretty easy.
Yeah, definitely easy for sure. But no, it's nice to have the billionaire in your pocket, man. College football playoff, here we come. I don't know. They're probably going to get exposed there, but you know what? Whatever. As long as they make it.
We got I do have some news of the weird, so I'll save some of the news of the weird. Other stories, Kurt Signetti, we talked about the Indiana coach getting a ton of cheese. He's getting paid big time. Kevin Durant called Charles he was called a bus rider by Charles Barkley, so he fired back at Charles Barkley, said, I done rode the bus, I done filled the gas tank up, I was the gas. I was the wheels, the axle, the brakes, all given different parts. I was in the back of the bus. I played every role for that team. He said, yeah, we could talk in these metaphors all we want. I got a lot of them. He never knew what it's like to remove your ego. He's talking about Charles Barkley. So you can go out there and help a city, a town win a championship. It was all about him, his whole life, his whole career. His whole life is all about how he feel, how he want to talk, how he can say anything to anybody because I'm Charles Barkley. I can say whatever. I got a feeling that one's going to sting Charles.
Do you think the Rockets could have like an alumni event and get those two together and put a camera?
Can you imagine the Rockets? You do realize the Rockets would have one of the coolest alumni events if they wanted to.
Oh yeah,
they would of the living. They would have Olajuwon, Pippen, Barkley, Drexler. A lot of those guys hate each other, by the way.
Yeah.
Tracy McGrady, Yao Ming,
the franchise,
James Harden. Stevie franchise. That would
Russell
it could
Westbrook.
get weird.
Ralph Sampson still kicking it.
Chris Paul.
Carmelo
Anthony.
Legend.
Holy crap. Yeah, Chris Paul, Carmelo Anthony, Walt Williams, the Wizard. You have, golly, I feel like we're just scratching the surface.
Kelvin Cato. Can't bring back Eddie Griffin, unfortunately.
Nah, he's not coming back.
No.
But just the ones we mentioned.
Katino
man,
Mobley.
Yeah. Yeah. That whole era of Rockets basketball.
Omer Ashik.
I forgot about Ashik.
Johnny Flynn.
So then the other and Johnny Flynn.
Scott Padgett.
All of the players Daryl brought in who
Bobby
had been lottery
Sura.
picks.
Hasheem Thabit.
Hasheem
Thabit.
Yeah.
God.
You got that too. So yeah. Oh, Ricky Hatton. Oh man, for boxing fans, Ricky Hatton. I just saw this morning. Ricky Hatton died by suicide. Long suffered from mental health battles. Was open about his battles with depression. One of the great boxers. Really good boxer. I don't know about one of the greats, but he was a really, really good boxer. He was discovered unresponsive on September 14th. I had never heard that Ricky Hatton had passed away, but it was ruled a suicide. So he said, I tried to kill myself several times, so that kind of sucked. I just saw that. I guess it's not new news, but I just saw it was ruled a suicide. So Sorry to hear that about a really fun guy to watch from a boxing standpoint. Let me break it right now because we got some pretty interesting news of the weird. So I'll fulfill my duty, do news of the weird coming up next. Keep it right here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. I want to tell you about Greenlight off. Rather Underdog. Underdog has all of your. So yesterday was a great day for me. Higher than 1.5 touchdowns for Joe Flacco. That's a dub. Higher on receiving yards for T. Higgins and Jamar Chase wins. The one thing that was not great was higher than 4.5 catches for DK Metcalf. 3. That was a pretty sad day. But if you play that with the flex option, which means you just have to win, for example, 3 out of 4, you still end up winning. And that's what's great about Underdog is you can play them straight with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different players where you go higher or lower than the stats. The more you pick, the more you can win. But you can also invoke the flex option, which means that it's basically insurance. If you lose one of those games, you still are going to win. You don't win as much, but you still are going to win. So it's a great strategy for you to choose from. They've got games called ladders, which the better the more you win by, the more your payout is. They've got streaks where you start off with 2 picks, higher or lower. If you win 2, then you get to pick another one, then another one, then another one. And at any point you can cash out or you can try to win 11 in a row and get a huge payday. You can play that for as little as $5, for example. You can play any of them for as little as $5. Guess what? Download the app today. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit, and you are going to get $100 in bonus funds and entries when you make your first $5 play with Underdog Fantasy. You got to use promo code Lance, though, so make sure you do that. You're going to be watching these games, college football, college pro football, and, of course, basketball's right around the corner. We're here at Playoff Baseball. Incorporate them all in any given day with Underdog Fantasy. All right, news of the weird. Let's get it started with in Great Britain. Officers from Lincolnshire Police responded swiftly after an alarm was triggered at a business discovering a smashed window and signs of a break-in. Armed units, along with the police dog Shadow, launched a search of the surrounding area. And a gentleman by the name of Dwayne Pillen, 40 years of age, who was the culprit, he took off running, but he didn't get far. Shadow sniffed him out in a nearby ditch where the suspect was found laying low. Body-worn camera footage captured his comments, and he congratulated the team. Well done, guys. Well done. You did a good effort there, didn't you guys? I'm proud of you, to be fair, and I don't like saying that to a police officer. I knew I should have gone a bit further straight away. I enjoyed the chase as well, though, to be fair. You know, it's kept you busy. It's kept me busy. And he goes, but it's especially memorable when the thanks come. No, the police officer said it's especially memorable when the thanks come from the offenders themselves, particularly just after being caught. Would you ever congratulate a police officer if he caught you after a chase, Michael?
Absolutely not. I'm not British, and I'm not that formal.
I'm not either. Can I interest you in a Thanksgiving pizza?
No. I prefer my turkey, and I prefer not dry.
Nope. I would never want a Thanksgiving turkey. Apparently, DiGiorno has a Thanksgiving pizza.
Well, not from DiGiorno.
No.
Well,
ass of frozen pizzas?
Wait a minute.
I don't want a DiGiorno at any time. DiGiorno.
Oh, really? Because they're selling out in minutes.
Well, I'm sure. Is it a Thanksgiving-themed pizza with turkey?
Yes,
and
it's a
cranberry
Thanksgiving-themed pizza. It's a Thanksgiving-themed pizza. It's got components like cranberries, green beans. It's all on
disgusting.
A pizza. Diced sweet potatoes,
and it's frozen.
Turkey, and it's frozen. And it's perfect to bring to a Friendsgiving party. A Thanksgiving Day turkey. You guys
Can you
would never
imagine?
ever
Hold
have
on,
that,
hold on.
right?
Can we go through this? So, of course, when it's Friendsgiving, you may offer, or it's part of the deal, I'm going to bring something to help out with the meal. Do you bring over a frozen pizza or something you've already put in the oven and cooked?
I put this together.
And then bring it over. How do you bring
You
over
cook it.
the DiGiorno? It's already cooked. You don't bring it over frozen
Right,
and then
you
cook
cook it.
Okay.
And this is what you're bringing. It features a thick Detroit-style crust with mozzarella cheddar cheese, gravy drizzle, and it's topped with green beans, crispy onions, dried cranberries, and roasted turkey.
I'd like to know the sodium content of this pizza.
If you brought that to somebody's Friendsgiving party and you open up a box and it's got green beans and gravy on it, man, get the F out of my party.
I'm just going to assume you're high if you walk in with that pizza. There's no other way that you're walking around in a state of being in a cloud of smoke 24/7.
I know you didn't just either that or you hate me. Hey, really bad news for John. A new study challenges decades-old belief about alcohol's brain benefits, finding that even light drinking can increase dementia risks. Researchers examined over 550,000 people aged 56 to 72 and analyzed genetic data from 2.4 million individuals, discovering no safe drinking level for dementia prevention.
He brought a story to News of the Weird telling us that drinking helped with dementia.
He always says
Do you remember that thing?
You know why it helps? Because it makes you think that you think.
Guess what? The real scientist, though, he was using those fake scientists, those Twitter scientists.
You're in real trouble because you don't drink. You're going to get dementia before anyone.
Well, guess what? John's got a 15% higher chance, according to real scientists.
I'm might have conflicting reports.
John, just save that one for John next time. Oh, really? I don't know if I can believe you anymore, John, since you're more than a light drinker and your risk is over 15% higher than mine.
So we know he's got like a superhuman liver. Do you think?
Yeah, he does have that.
Do you think he has the ability to fight off alcohol-induced dementia as well? You think he's immune to that, like Wolverine's kind of? Does he have that type of power as well?
I mean, he's pretty good so far, but something's going to get him eventually. He just can't keep doing this.
It'll
he
be
can't
his
keep
liver.
getting
Don't
away
worry.
with this.
There's no way that he has a bionic liver. Nobody
He can't
does.
keep getting away with this. I'm just telling you. This is just – it's a run. He's like Flacco versus the Steelers. I won't say that it's as clean as Flacco's performance, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. John frequently will have 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions with the way he behaves. I've been there when he's been schnockered. It's not great.
Especially now when he has to be up at 5 a.m.
How about the rivalry between you and Joe Flacco's name?
He's
What
been
do you
this
mean?
way forever. It's always been Flacco to him.
Flacco? Who calls him Flacco besides
Is
you?
it flat? Well, how do you say it?
Joe Flacco.
Did I say Flacco?
You've been
Flacco?
saying Flacco for years.
Like Flacco.
Yeah, I have been saying Flacco for years.
Who
Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco?
Yeah.
Flacco.
That is a rivalry. Well, same thing I say with Chris Collingsworth.
No, you just did that yesterday.
Yeah, you were also on team Owen Daniel and Kevin Walters.
J.J. Watts.
So you would take away S's and add S's?
Well, it depends on how you're playing.
Usually older people do the thing with the S where
He's
they
got
add
the
an S.
dimension.
So you're doing both?
I'm not a heavy drinker. Maybe it is me. You guys see those on-cloud shoes? I know you've seen them. They're all
have a
over
pair.
the place. Well, you might need to be involved in this
Class action
lawsuit.
go.
Yeah, because
$4.
apparently they produce a noisy and embarrassing squeak with each and every step. Two plaintiffs. Oh yeah,
They're
do. Targeting them.
After you wear them for a while, they absolutely squeak the entire time you walk with them.
Customers have been reported being left in the lurches as defendant has categorized the squeaking as normal wear and tear. One customer complained that my nickname at work is Squeaky.
These shoes have ruined my life.
They squeak too much. Well, that's what you
This
get
is
for
like
being
a
a hipster.
Seinfeld episode when George's pants made a noise when he was trying to close a deal.
Wait, you hear that?
Yeah. Wait a minute. What's that?
All right, my pants are making a noise right now. It means it's time to go.
Surprised you have them on.
That's going to do it.
His mom's house. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'm at my mom's house. I have to. If I were in a hotel, forget about it. We just wouldn't have video on today. That's going to do it for the show. Michael Connor, thank you for coming in.
Thanks,
Appreciate
guys.
it. If you've got a jet and you need somebody to fly your
holler at
jet,
me.
Michael, give him a holler.
Be
Michael
available
Connor's
for
gonna do
hire in
that.
about 50 hours of flying time.
After about 50 hours of flying time, make sure you reach out to Michael. That's going to do it. We got tons of college football, great college football, pro football, playoff baseball. Rockets start on Tuesday. Texans in Seattle on Monday. Make sure you keep it right here, even for the next show, Pack of Lives with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes. That's going to do it for me. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Welcome to Pack of Lies. At least if you're listening to Lance Zierlein, that's what he thinks this show should be called. I prefer to think we speak truth to power, but one man's opinion is one man's opinion.
Yeah, you make enemies when you
yeah, and one of the enemies is Lance Zierlein. He is trying to turn this show into something it's not. We simply analyze sports maybe differently than others and see the truths where everyone else, well, we see the lies where everyone else sees truth. And we're going to get to something here a little different because, you know, we could start with preseason Rockets basketball, but we're not. We will get to that at some point, including a quote from Kevin Durant that might suggest his mindset's a little bit different from his head coach. It's not a controversy or anything, but there is another clip from Starting Five where Kevin Durant has his thoughts on what it takes to win a championship. So we'll get to that. But let's start with this mystery audio. And all mystery audio is something that Sean has not heard. And maybe you guys have heard it. Maybe you were online and saw it. But at least for now, Sean doesn't know what I'm asking him to play. He may have heard it because he's on the internet, on social media, but it doesn't have a label, so he is going to be surprised by what we hear. So this came down yesterday, and it struck me as odd that it even got released. And then some of the tone struck me as odd as well. So let's get to Mystery Audio 3, Sean.
People doing stuff in between the play and refs don't catch it. Like, they be trying to bully me out there, and I should have never did it.
It was a long game for Lions safety Brian Branch, number 32. He got burned by Kelsey's basketball move. Got showed up by Mahomes.
Mahomes with his 4th rushing touchdown of the season.
Got juked by Xavier Worthy.
Worthy, with the feet like a featherweight boxer, gets to the outside.
And took a shot from Juju Smith-Schuster.
I got blocked in the back illegally. It was in front of the ref. The ref didn't do anything. I could have got hurt off of that, but I still shouldn't have done that. So
the turning point led to Branch's boiling point and a 1-game suspension.
So that is Louis Riddick breaking down all the things that led to Brian Branch's suspension. That clip has been deleted. It's from Turning Point, an NFL Films production. They have deleted that clip because I didn't know they were into doing diss tracks on players. And because the video accompanies it, and it's all the clips that you heard of Brian Branch having a bad day. And, of course, you heard at the end where Turning Point turned to Boiling Point. But the music is what catches me.
I didn't even know. That's so funny. That's Louis Riddick.
Yeah, that's Louis Riddick.
I just assumed it was like a Chiefs fan.
No, exactly. It's an NFL Films production, and that's Louis Riddick. And they've since deleted it because they said, and the world was like, what are we doing? Why is Brian Branch the subject of this diss track? So they've deleted it. But the music is what caught me because Louis Riddick, while he's narrating what's going on, sounds like a guy from Dateline talking about a criminal.
Yeah,
so
that's the exact tone.
So let's listen to Mystery Audio 4, and maybe you hear some similarities, at least in the music. So this is some audio that gets played under narration on Dateline when they're talking about what a criminal has done, and they'll intersperse like quotes from the criminal. There it is. That particular.
Yeah.
That's what they play sometimes. And I was listening to the Brian Branch audio and going, is Brian Branch a serial killer? Why are they talking about him in that tone, and why are they using that music?
Or it's like the victim of the
either one.
Yeah,
because the Chiefs were the ones causing him harm apparently, and then he responded finally with the shot that got him suspended.
It was the last time he would ever visit those woods again.
It's the last time we would ever see Juju Smith-Schuster without a bloody nose. I don't know why they did it, but they got enough heat that they had to delete the clip from their social medias. I imagine it's part of their full production, the show that they do, but they had to delete it because we're like, what are we doing?
Nah, I would have kept it.
You would have kept it.
That was funny.
There it is. That's my mystery audio. I said, huh? Brian Branch he didn't have a good day, yeah, and he's not going to be able to play in the Lions' next game. But I've never heard them do. I've never seen an NFL production target a player in that way.
I will say the fact that it's called Turning Point, and it's like the turning point. I assume most of the time it's like the turning point of a game. And
the game was over when
happened literally after the final whistle.
After the final kneel down, the turning point, which led to Brian Branch's suspension.
Yeah.
So
he got juked out by Xavier
Yeah.
Worthy. That was the one where I was
he
like,
fell for the Travis Kelce move.
yeah, that's the one where he got emasculated or whatever it was by Patrick Mahomes.
He feels like he doesn't feel like a man anymore. Yeah, I don't know, but
with his pants down by Raheem Shaheed.
like I don't know if they did this with Azeez Al-Shaair when he hit Trevor Lawrence. I don't know if they did a whole thing leading to his suspension, but
I mean that one, it would actually be like in an episode of A&E or Dateline because
it wasn't assault.
And you go, he has a past of doing that. Like it has the like.
They could point to him
raised.
punching Roshan Johnson on the sideline earlier in the season.
Like a high school teacher be like, yeah, Azeez was always kind of a troublemaker.
No, you have to go.
Kept to himself.
He was a quiet boy. Couldn't say a bad word about him.
Just wore a trench coat to high school every day and just kept to himself.
And this is part of why Azeez Al-Shaair was so upset last year, because he was being painted, at least he thought, as someone who was unfit to play in the NFL because of his actions.
Which arguably he's the most fit to play in the NFL.
Yeah, it's a violent sport.
Yeah.
He seems to fit right in. So I don't believe they had a hit piece on Azeez Al-Shaair last year, but they did. We would have found it. Yes, if they had that music and Louis Riddick during the narration, we would have heard it.
Yeah. Doing the show with Paul, we joked that this was Azeez Al-Shaair 97.5, not ESPN 97.5, for how much we were talking about him basically every single day.
So the NFL Films realized their mistake.
I don't even think
and pulled that clip.
Again, I think if it wasn't Louis Riddick, I feel like they could have skated.
Because he is someone we don't associate with like nonsense. Really, he's just a straight football guy. He talks about teams. He has some well thought out opinions. He's never really associated with, oh, he's on one.
Like if Jason Kelce made that, like another ESPN guy, like, oh, okay. If Ryan Clark made it.
Yeah, if he
this
did
is
it.
Tame for Ryan Clark.
He would have to apologize. It fits that they pulled it because Ryan Clark always has to apologize.
But also Ryan Clark, it wouldn't be packaged in a like funny A&E documentary style. It'd just be him talking for 3.5 minutes while Channing Crowder nods.
Sure.
But yeah.
So there it is. Just caught me. You can find it. It's because people, of course, grabbed it. I think I grabbed this from T.J. Lang, the former O-lineman. He had it on his account. That's where I first saw it as it came across my timeline. I don't follow T.J. Lang. I don't follow any offensive lineman. It just came across the timeline. I just need to clear some things up. By the way,
is that a blanket no offensive lineman?
it's not that I have a rule.
No?
It's not that I have a rule. I just don't follow any offensive linemen. I don't follow many people. But there it is. And Dream Shake says, Turning Point sounded like a Chiefs fan doing a diss track, like you said. I said diss track. You did say it sounded like a Chiefs fan did it.
It does sound like a Chiefs fan.
Yeah, it's like a big-time recap of the game, and a Chiefs fans decided to go after Brian Branch.
Can we play it one more time and just like focus on the way like things are phrased? It seems like he's like trying to dunk on Brian Branch. Like beyond just like, hey, he whatever, it was a boiling point or whatever. It was like, this guy sucked.
He had an awful game, and it led to what we saw at the very end. Yeah, let's play it again.
People doing stuff in between the play, and refs don't catch it. Like, them trying to bully me out there. I should have never did it.
It was a long game for Lions safety Brian Branch, number 32.
If you weren't
he got
aware,
burned
here's
by
his
Kelsey's
number.
basketball move.
Burned.
Got showed up by Mahomes.
Showed up.
Mahomes,
not even just beat,
with
showed
his
up.
Fourth rushing touchdown of the season.
Got juked by Xavier Worthy.
Worthy, with the feet like a featherweight boxer, gets to the outside
and took a shot from Juju Smith-Schuster.
I I got blocked in the back illegally.
As a safety, Louis Riddick is a former safety. He should have stood on that ground and said, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this to one of my guys.
Also took a shot from Juju Smith-Schuster, which was an illegal shot.
Yeah, it wasn't. You just don't call it a shot. Call it an illegal play that wasn't called. If you're doing that, if you're doing all of this, you can point out that that was a cheap shot.
You don't have to tip the scales. lead the witness.
Brian Branch, you're not going to hear this, but we stand with you. At least I stand with him.
Yeah.
At least I stand with
I
him.
don't.
You haven't made a declaration.
I mean, the first part where he's going like, I was getting bullied out there. I was like,
They tried to bully me.
They tried to bully.
That's why I had to fight back.
Just saying through tears they tried to bully me.
It wasn't tears. Give him a little.
He sounded choked
grace.
up. He sounded choked up.
He did acknowledge he shouldn't have done it. It's funny he acknowledges he shouldn't have done it. Then when he gets suspended, he fights the suspension. Wait a minute.
Well, you got.
I know. No one wants to lose a game check. Understood. But he will lose that, and maybe he should have a conversation with NFL Films about how he was portrayed, because I don't think they've ever done that to another player before. Not that I've seen. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will get into what happened locally, a little bit of what happened last night with the Rockets, because it was the Reed Shepherd show. We were wondering who would play. Would they roll out the Reed Shepherd starting lineup or the one with the double bigs? It was neither. They sat down anyone of consequence for the most part, which might speak to Reed Shepherd's status on the team. I don't know. I'm reading into it. But everyone who matters sits, except for him. He got his opportunity, and he played really well. We'll get to that. We'll get to the KD audio as well in the next segment. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776 is the number. We still have a pair of tickets to Cougs versus Wildcats to give away. We've given away tickets on every show, every day so far. That will continue today on this show. So if you want to go to that game tomorrow at 11 a.m., stay with us. Of course, Michael Carroll joins us. He's back. He had things to do last week. He's back with us at 11:30. He'll give a review of a movie that Sean said he was embargoed about talking about yesterday. But Michael will give a review of that movie. He also will tell you about things you should watch at home or not watch. So he'll join us at 11:30 for that. We are just getting started here. There's a big college football weekend to discuss, so we'll get into that as well. We will be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
So the Rockets sat almost anyone that would be in their rotation. They played a couple guys like Reed Sheppard played, Aaron Holiday played. Depending on the night and health, Josh Okogie may find himself in the rotation. And, of course, Jeff Green was out there as well. Jeff Green played 37 minutes last night. The Rockets only played 8 guys in a preseason game, which tells you that, yeah, as unimportant as these games are, you only play 8 guys and you sit the bulk of your rotation. This one was one where we don't care about this one. Now, they did win, thanks to Reed Sheppard. He scores 29 points. He plays nearly 30 minutes. And Dream Shake sent us a tweet this morning. It was a comment from Kevin O'Connor, formerly of The Ringer, now works with Yahoo. He quote tweeted Reed Sheppard's highlights and talked about he did this against Hawks starters, 3 of the 5. I mean, Dyson Daniels, Jalen Johnson didn't play, but sure, it was a stronger Hawks team than what the Rockets put out there. And this isn't a fluke. This is a sign of things to come. I don't know that to be the case because Reed Sheppard won't get that type of usage. Now, if he can do things like he did last night in the context of what the Rockets are going to be when they're whole, great. But we've seen Reed Sheppard do this for a game last year. He would get injected into the starting lineup with, for the most part, their full rotation to have a game or two. So we know he has these type of nights in him, even in the regular season. But as far as what it was last night, glad the turnovers are lower than they have been. Well, he had a full game, 29, 6 and 6 with 4 steals, which we know the quick hands thing is part of his bag. So what we take from it, glad that he shot the ball well. And for me, that's about it. We'll see where he lands as far as Tuesday night. Is he starting or are they going with the big lineup? We had some discussions about that yesterday, but better that he played well than if he didn't. And I'll leave it at that. Let's get to Kevin Durant here. Kevin Durant is going to be featured on the Starting 5 Netflix show, and we've played some sound from him regarding how he got here as a Rocket, mostly due to the Suns' ineptness in trying to trade him during last season. Well, Kevin Durant has been brought in here for a couple of things, but specifically to go knock down shots when the Rockets' offense is bogged down and they just need a guy to go get a bucket. He's there for that. And he certainly thinks specifically about winning championships in that way. He says you need offense. Here's Kevin Durant on how you win championships today.
You have to score baskets if you want to win a championship. Playing defense, we can get any one of y'all in here to bend your legs, not touch the basketball, slide left and right, and contest the shot. That's easy. But when we're talking about winning at a high level against the best of the best, you cannot just do that and win a basketball game. You have to make shots. And that's why I work on my game so much. So if you want to win,
put KD in.
You got to make shots.
There it is. So I don't know if that is in line with what his head coach would say. It's certainly not in line with that age-old adage that defense wins championship. I would agree. When it gets late, you do need a bucket getter. You do need a guy who can create his own, get to the line, or just knock down a shot. Will we see that level? Will we see that particular attitude filter into his level of interest on defense during the regular season? I could see it. I could see him as a guy who is not going to go all out defensively in the regular season. It does just go against what we believe to be the Rockets' philosophy, but he knows what he's here for. And if he is subpar defensively at moments because he's got to save the energy for the other end, I think it's a trade-off that they're willing to accept. They made the trade. You don't trade for a guy of his age thinking he's going to be a lockdown defender through 70 games in the regular season.
Yeah.
The hope is you've got enough around him.
30-something years old.
Yeah, he's what, 36 now? He's at an age where you don't expect great efforts on the defensive end night after night. He's fully capable of being a guy who plays good defense. I just don't think I'm going to see it on a Wednesday night in Sacramento. I don't think I'm going to see that from him. You just hope that whatever he's conserving will show itself in the playoffs as the Rockets go deeper and deeper into the playoffs.
He is right though that anyone can play defense. That is like that is the thing about NBA basketball where it's like you could, if you're on an NBA court, if chances are if you're an athlete good enough to be on an NBA court, you can play defense in the NBA. It's just a level of like how much are you actually going to try to get in a stance and move, what he says, move your feet and actually play defense. Like it didn't there was no reason that it had to take until year 2 of Ime Udoka coaching him that Jalen Green became a good defender.
Now, there's some guys who have physical limitations, and they're just simply not quick enough to stay in front of the best players in the world. So I don't necessarily agree fully with what he's saying. If you're talking about
Joe Ingles got to guard like Paul George in playoff series that they won. Like you don't have to be the greatest athlete in the world to play defense.
I do think to be a good defender, well, I don't know. I guess it depends on what you mean by play defense. To be a good defender, not a liability, there are certain attributes that some guys don't have. Like Reed Shepherd's not big enough to handle bigger guards. Now he's quick,
but he has quick hands.
But when it comes down to it, if a bigger guard wants to take him down the post, there's nothing he's going to be able to do about it.
I think that for most guys in the NBA, you can play defense. There's no reason that a lot of the defense, there's no reason that Michael Porter Jr. is like a defensive sieve.
I don't think sure effort plays a big part in doing it, but the elite defenders, they have certain attributes that other guys have. Like Lou Dort.
Dell, I just mean being not bad.
I would disagree. I think some guys, if you're not quick enough, you don't have long arms, and if you're a perimeter player, you're gonna get targeted. I watched it in the playoffs when it came to the Cavs versus the Heat. Tyler Hero was criticized immensely because of his inability to stay in front of guys. Do I think that guy doesn't try? No. I think he ain't capable of staying in front of Donovan Mitchell.
I think a lot of guys, it is just like, nah, no thanks.
I don't think – I would agree. Some guys don't try. But even I do believe that guys who do try, in some cases, their physical limitations compared to some of the best athletes that play offense hurts them. I'll go back to the Heat Cavs. Like Tyler Hero, good offensive player, tries hard, tries to improve his game every year. And sure, can he become a better defender? I would imagine he can. But when it comes down to it, Donovan Mitchell's going to go by him. That's my thought. That's my thought process.
But just to be like not bad, I think you can do it. You can do it.
I guess it depends on your level and what you mean by not bad. Like not be atrocious and try. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
that can happen.
Guys like Donovan Mitchell and Shea, who will they're scoring good defenders. Like I just mean like not unplayably bad. Not to where it's like this guy can't play defense. Like, come on, you can play defense.
I don't know that I agree, but oh well. We can keep it moving there as far as that's concerned. Effort means a lot, but talent and athletic ability certainly play a part as well. All right, we will go to break with that. We will come back with the quarterback of the Houston Texans and his thoughts as he spoke to the media yesterday. They've got a game against the Seahawks. The Seahawks are a team, at least offensively, we talked about it, loves play action. Sam Darnold's going to take deep shots. That's part of what they do. When Jackson Smith and Jigba is out there, Torrey Horton's out there, you're going to have guys looking to get explosives down the field. The Texans haven't had issues with that really this year. I mean, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was out of position on a slant that Brian Thomas took, and that was why the Texans lost against the Jags. But there haven't been really a lot of deep balls against the Texans so far. I think they'll be tested quite a bit, and we will have to see how they hold up. And we'll hear from CJ on that Texans defense and what they do and the growth of the offense when we come back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and it is the weekend that we have a full weekend of football ahead of us, whether it's pro, whether it's college. We also got some baseball games ahead of us as well. So, hey, you can mix and match in your lineup. You can get a little bit of baseball, get a little bit of pro football, get a little bit of college football in your lineup, and maybe put a little bit of money in your pocket tonight. Jaron Kiwe, Sagapoatelli, and the Cal Bears face off against UNC, who still have looked terrible every time they've played a para conference opponent. Give me Sagapoatelli more than 261.5 passing yards tonight against the Tar Heels in Berkeley. Moving to Saturday, a rivalry matchup, actually two rivalry matchups involving the state of Texas. First one, TCU versus Baylor. Give me Josh Hoover, TCU's quarterback, to throw for more than 312 passing yards. I think that this is going to be a shootout that we remember when TCU and Baylor would get together. And that would decide the Big 12. This one won't decide the Big 12, but we will get a shootout in, I think that's in Waco. And then next, we got Arkansas versus Texas A&M. Arkansas's defense, also terrible. A&M, big play receivers, basically every week. Give me Mario Craver more than 32.5 for his longest reception. That's right. His longest reception will be more than 32.5 yards. He actually goes over those pretty consistently and against better defenses than Arkansas. So that's what I'm going with. I'm going with Sagapoatelli tonight, Josh Hoover tomorrow at 11 a.m., and then Mario Craver for making a big play at 2:30 on Saturday. If you like those picks, you can follow them. If not, you can make your own picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
You're listening to the Del Olaleya Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleya.
We'll hear from CJ Stroud here shortly, but because this show is this show, something we have not discussed at all has entered the chat via Pena. Pena, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Dale? Hey, man. So the job I work for, they are doing a Halloween party, and the winner's gonna get I think like a rack or like $1,200 for the winner for the best costume. I need some help, man. So I have two. I'm stuck between two, but if y'all can come up with something funnier, I'll take that. So my two recommendations or my two choices right now are Nacho Libre. Or I don't know if I can say this guy's full name, so I'm going to just shorten it. Fat B from Austin Powers. And thank you. Have a great day and weekend.
Thank you. He was going to ask about a movie, but he was too concerned about his costume. I, as someone who's only dressed up twice since I was a child for Halloween, have always been partial to Quail Man. If you don't know who Quail Man is, it's Doug Funny's alter ego from the cartoon Doug. He's looking for funny. Do you think it's funny to wear cargo shorts and then wear tighty-whitey underwear pulled up over them? And then you have to get yourself a cape and you have to wear a belt on your head and make the belt look like feathers on the top of your head. That's what I have done. I have not dressed up in probably a decade or so. I ain't about that life anymore. Maybe a little shorter than that. A little bit less time ago than that. But yeah, as far as your options, Nacho Libre, and I think you can say fat bastard. I just did. I'm a fan of Nacho Libre. The other costume feels like a lot of work. Are you going to wear a fat suit? Are you just going to go shirtless? Actually, he doesn't. Yeah, he's not shirtless, but he is a big dude. I don't know how big you are, Pena, but maybe Nacho Libre is a choice.
Yeah, because I pulled up fat bastard. I mean, you have to be really fat to pull off fat bastard.
Hence the name.
Like, you have to be, like, Mike Myers wasn't that fat.
Yeah, he put on a giant fat suit.
You have to use prosthetics.
Yeah,
to be as fat as this guy.
and what are you going to do? You're going to be as the fake UPS delivery man, or are you going to be in
I think you got to do the
shirtless sumo look, kind of with the towel wrapped around? What's he going to do?
You can't. It's a work thing. You can't do shirtless with a towel.
But you can do.
I think you could do the one with the shorts.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. You're going to have to explain your costume, I think, to people.
Yeah, because, again, unless you are going to get prosthetics to look more like fat bastard.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
People are just going to be like, why are you wearing shorts
I think you can,
and a cardigan to this party?
Yeah, I think the Nacho Libre thing is an easier thing to pull off.
Yeah.
So I would go with that if you're trying to be distinctive and not pay the money for prosthetics or a fat suit. But it's up to you.
Yeah, or you can get a bathrobe and some wraparound sunglasses and look like Leo from One Battle After Another.
Yeah, I don't know how.
I feel like other people might do that.
You think that's a costume people are going to go with this quickly after the movie?
It's just
this soon after the movie.
It's also a very easy costume.
Yeah, like
I just described it. Do you have a red bathrobe?
Yeah.
Do you have a gray shirt and some shorts? And the hardest part is the wraparound sunglasses.
Yeah, the Quail Man thing took some work because I had to wear a sweater vest and create a cue out of like I forgot which type of tape I used to represent Quail Man. So there's more work involved, more crafts. I think I went to Hobby Lobby a couple times. So as far as the Leo thing, it's probably easier. And you got time. You got 2 weeks to figure it out. Or maybe you told me what day your Halloween party was. I forgot. But I would go with Nacho Libre.
At the earliest, it'll be next weekend.
And I would go with Nacho Libre. Seems easier.
Yeah,
you don't have to explain the costume.
Give me one more look at Nacho Libre.
Since he's already thinking about it, he knows what it'll take. And that one requires him going shirtless.
Yeah. Yeah, Nacho Libre will be good.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
The cape.
Yeah.
I don't think enough people wear capes in everyday American life.
Would you hang out with someone who wore a cape?
Nacho Libre? Yeah, sure.
No, just B-Mac.
If
he
B-Mac
walked
wore a
around with the cape. Would he be in the group chat if he walked around with the cape? would we have invited him to play once cross-platform was a thing for 26? Like last year, he couldn't play because it was all we had was PS5s, and you couldn't cross-platform or Dynasty. But if he walked around consistently with the cape, do you think he gets invited into the group chat to play?
So I think it adds character. I think it
I
adds
don't know,
a little
man.
bit of like, whoa, what's this guy all about?
He's a tall guy. He's wearing a cape.
I think tall helps.
I'm not sure people are looking for that. I mean, it wouldn't have been my decision. But does Joe invite cape-wearing BMAC into the group chat for our CFB Dynasty?
I think so.
I'd have to ask Joe, I guess.
Also, BMAC's funny because I think I've only ever seen BMAC wear a T-shirt and shorts. And wearing a T-shirt and shorts with a cape is a very funny look.
Yeah, it feels like you got to wear pants with the cape.
I guess I was just thinking with a suit on or something. Or
in corporate America, you're saying wear a cape?
Yeah. Like if a businessman wore a cape.
Like our sales staff is rarely here, but there were times when they're always in the office, and we had I think we have like a couple guys here, but at a time
Dimitri wore a cape. I feel like that would help.
I've never seen him in a suit before. He's business casual for the most
business.
part.
I mean, business casual also kind of works. It works more than T-shirt and shorts.
Sure.
Which is, and not a knock on BMAC. It's what we all wear for the most part. But I think it has to be business casual at least.
Got it.
Shout out to that dude from Task, overdressed at the FBI.
Sometimes.
What does summer casual mean to you?
I don't think
What a wild throwaway joke in like a very serious show.
I don't think he knew anything about summer casual, considering what he was wearing. That full 3-piece suit, from what I
It
remember.
looked like he was going to a funeral.
Well, a lot of people died. All right, in that
Spoiler.
show, we got one more episode of Task on Sunday
Shout out
night.
to the Dark Hearts.
Might be a rough ending for some of those guys, from what I can tell. I don't know. It feels like it could be. And Maeve may be in some trouble as well. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll do the CJ Stroud sound when we come back. We got distracted by Halloween costume recommendations.
Hey, it's the season, you know.
It's true.
If not now, then when would we get distracted by Halloween costume conversations?
I would ask people to not call about that in June. It's just a request, not a demand. If you plan ahead that far ahead,
yeah,
all right.
But I mean, if you plan that far ahead, like it better be more involved than Nacho Libre.
Yeah, you better be sewing that thing yourself. It better be like a Batman costume you make yourself, not that you buy.
You better
from
be
somewhere.
getting in shape to look like Christian Bale in Batman.
Exactly.
It has to be that. It's what 3 months, 4 months ahead.
Put in the work.
Do those crunches, crawl out of that pit,
get the push-ups in, and go to work. All right, we'll go to break. We'll hear from CJ Stroud when we come back. We'll give away those tickets here shortly, probably right at the top of the hour. So if you're looking to go to the Cougs versus Arizona Wildcat game, which is tomorrow at 11 a.m., looks like we're going to give them away 24 hours before the game begins. We'll do that in about 15 minutes. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olalea.
No debate about having one of the best defenses in the NFL in the city. They're going to get a chance to show who they are against a good opponent on Monday night when they head up to Seattle. Well, let's hear from the quarterback who faces them in practice, has watched them work throughout training camp and earlier in the offseason, and has seen how they've shut down not only his offense, but other offenses through the first five games for them of this regular season. Here's C.J. Stroud on his defense and how it gets him prepared.
It could be suffocating where, like they're pushing the pocket, playing sticky coverage, the run game, they're being stout, setting edges and running to the ball, talking crazy and slapping their helmets, all that type of crazy stuff. So that stuff could be demoralizing. So I've been on the other side of that, but I think it prepares you, to even because that stuff is bound to happen. Like the other team gets paid too, but it keeps you, at least for me, to keep myself motivated for the next play, because it takes time. These defenses are really good, but it takes time to unlock a defense. Sometimes the first play, sometimes it's the last. But I think playing against our defense has taught me, to stay down for the come up, play my game, take what's there, and and try to just move forward and don't fall for the hype. But they do a great job of running around, playing together, and just playing free.
And they love being bullies. If they know they have a physical advantage, not only will they take advantage of it, they'll let you know about it too. So it's one of the more aggressive units, and that's built through the philosophy that D'Amico has said, that this is how we're going to play. And even if you are wrong, get there fast. And that seems to permeate through the entire defense. And they'll get a big test, I think. Seattle has dudes across that offense. Big features going on Jackson Smith and Jigbo right now. Of course, CJ played with him at Ohio State, so they asked him questions about his time with him. And I think he mentioned that big Rose Bowl game where they both had big days against Utah. They said it felt like a day in practice, how good they felt throwing the football. We're going to need a little bit more pushback from the Texans than the Utes gave in Jigba that day.
I actually doubt that they had days in practice
That were that good.
It
feels unlikely because they're playing the Ohio State defense.
Yes.
Unless they're going against scout team, it feels unlikely they had a better day.
And Utah had like a converted
they had guys out all
they
across
had like
the
a
defense.
running back playing cornerback.
Yeah, that's the thing that isn't get mentioned because it was setting records in the Rose Bowl, that Utah was severely undermanned because of all their injuries.
Corners.
Yeah.
But yeah, just 300 receiving yards. I don't know. I feel like going up against whoever was the cornerback at that time was probably drafted in the first round.
Sure. And you think about that. The big thing about that was, I think that was Marvin Harrison Jr. No, it wasn't him. There was another receiver. It was Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson. Didn't they both sit out that game?
Yeah.
They both sat out that game, so they were wondering, what's Ohio State going to do? Oh, just throw it to that guy.
I think that's when the Ohio State just always has the next guy at receiver really became they really do just at all times have 5 NFL receivers on their roster.
And it's the reason that Brian Hartline, who was their wide receiver coach, pretty much held them over a barrel and said, you got to make me the OC because of all my recruiting chops.
And they're like, sure. Are you going to call plays?
I just need the title. I just want the title.
I mean, when we play Ohio, you'll call plays. Yeah,
but,
sure. Whatever. Knock yourself out.
But against other teams, Ryan Day's going to have a big influence on how things go.
Yeah. Third and 5 against Michigan. Well, although against Michigan, maybe don't pass the sticks to Ryan Day, but
find someone else.
I was trying to think of the big game on their schedule.
This year.
Oh, Texas.
Duh. Didn't do a lot offensively that day.
Yeah. Take that, Ryan Day.
Well, you guys do a good job of shutting down one Jeremiah Smith. That is something Texas can say they do better than anyone else. They shut down Jeremiah Smith.
Hell yeah.
Didn't lead to any wins, but hey, at least you did that.
Well, I'm leaving here with something, and that's That's lesses on Jeremiah Smith's receiving
unders
yards.
on Smith receiving yards. If you're a Texas fan, bet on that when they play each other, and let's see if that happens.
God, they really. I looked at Ohio State's schedule. There's not even like Penn State. They play Penn State,
which is supposed to be
a big game.
Like even when Penn State is good, I always expect Ohio State to win. This time, it's going to be a bludgeoning.
Like they play Wisconsin this week. Penn State, Purdue, UCLA, Rutgers, Michigan. End of season. When they play Indiana in the Big Ten
or Oregon, if Indiana slips up, which
Yeah.
feels unlikely. But yeah, to your point, there's not a lot there. It's just the mystique of can they actually get over the hump and beat Michigan, or is it going to be 5 years in a row that they lose to them? It'd be funny. Sometimes you go, you know, it'd be funny.
It would just now it's. I mean, last year was the ultimate. There's no reason that they had
Michigan
any business losing.
could
to
barely
that team.
function offensively, and they still lost that game at home, right?
Yeah,
At
because
home.
that was the flag planting.
Yeah, at
Remember
home
the
they
flag
lost.
planting?
and it set them off to go win a national title. So they go to Ann Arbor. Michigan's better offensively, but worse defensively.
They should. I mean, Ohio
They
State
should.
win.
They should.
They should win.
They should win that game by 3 scores.
They should have won at least one of the last 5.
They have not.
They're probably the favorites in most of them.
I think they were the favorites in
4 of the 5, maybe. Maybe there's one when Michigan was really
at,
good.
and at home.
Yeah.
You would think it'd be the 2023 game. That was Michigan at home,
And they won the title.
and they went on to win the title. I don't even know if that was the case in
Yeah.
2023. So it should be this year. It should be a win for Iowa State. They shouldn't lose it in the regular season, but should and shouldn't.
Yeah. Same thing was true last year.
Yeah, we'll just see. Let's hear from CJ one more time before we go to break. This is about his offense as they grow together. It was tough early. They've gotten much better results-wise. It'll be their best test since I think the best defense since they played the Rams in week 1. But here is CJ Stroud on how the offense is evolving as he works with Nick Caley.
There were some things where I think we can build upon, and there are some things that I think we shouldn't do anymore. We should just move on, try some other things. But I thought, what we did coming to practice last Wednesday was really helpful to, work on some of the things that we need to work on from just a big picture standpoint as an offense instead of just against Seattle or against San Fran or whoever we're going to play. It was good for us as a whole to just fit what we need. So I thought that was good.
He is honest, and he talked about before what Nick Caley wants versus what he thinks the guys on the roster feel is best for them to perform well offensively as far as scheme and plays. There has been a back and forth that they try to figure out what's best for the team. I'm sure he believes there's some things in Nick Caley's system that he believes should just be trashed, that we should not be doing this anymore.
Again, I'm sure a lot of quarterbacks do this, but I don't remember them actually saying it to the media, which is not a huge deal. It's just very funny that the idea that CJ Stroud just seems like he's the assistant offensive coordinator, or maybe that Nick Caley is the assistant offensive coordinator.
Who's leading who?
And he's just okay, they're sitting there watching film. He's all right, so this, throw it in trash. No, this, we can't be doing this anymore, Nick. Nope, wrong.
Shred that part of the playbook.
He's just watching the Rams and Bucks games, being nope, don't do that.
like a professor with a red pen. Just
yeah, exactly. Just
out, not this, not that.
And then all the ones against the Ravens and Titans being yeah, that worked. Let's keep doing that. Nick Caley's that's the same one against the Bucks.
It just so happens there's a third-string cornerback out there, and that's why it worked. All right.
Jalen Noel could just juke this guy out of his sneakers. That's why.
Hey, CJ, Xavier Hutchinson had not caught a touchdown his entire career. He caught 2 in that game against the Ravens. Perhaps
you're calling the good plays, Nick.
perhaps
ones.
It's less about me switching things and more about the opponent. And
you should listen to me more often, Nick Caley.
We'll see if Nick Caley does listen to CJ on Monday night. I said we'd do this now, so let's do it now. But I want to give people a little lead in. So at 11:05, caller 4 wins a pair of tickets to Cougs versus Wildcats. The number is 713-780-3776. If you want to see the Cougs try to get to 3-1 against the Arizona Wildcats, now's your time. Well, 5 minutes from now is your time. And we'll give those tickets away to caller 4. Caller 4-713-780-3776 wins those tickets. It is homecoming. They want a big crowd out there. They want you to support the club coming back home after their win in Stillwater. Support the Cougs. Feel the roar, not fear the roar. Feel the roar of the crowd. Be part of that crowd. Be loud. Wear red. Get there early and put on for the Cougs. If you don't win the tickets from us, you can go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get those tickets because, sure, we're giving them away, but that doesn't stop you if you don't win them from us. You got other avenues to do it. So we'll give those away at 11:05. Caller 4. All right, we'll go to break. We'll do some college football stuff when we come back. Big weekend beyond the Cougs on Saturday. Kind of starts tonight. You got the number 2 team in the country at home, but against an opponent who they've had issues with, at least stopping them. So it should be interesting. We'll talk about that game and the rest of the weekend when we come back. Still got a couple seconds before we give away those tickets. So if you missed us going into the break, 11:05, we're giving away 2 tickets.
Basically, call right now.
Yeah,
if you
2
can hear
tickets
us.
to Cougs versus Wildcats out at TDECU tomorrow. We got a couple games tonight featuring ranked teams. There's Miami and Louisville. You got to say Louisville. That's how they like it to be said. But I was looking at Nebraska, and they're ranked again. And I was trying to figure out the last time Nebraska was ranked this late in the season. The last time Nebraska was ranked, they're 25 right now, at the week 8 point in the season was 2016. 2016, the last time Nebraska was ranked at this point in a season. The last time they were ranked was early last season. They were ranked 23.
I bet they've been
22 in week 3.
I bet they've been ranked early in a lot of the season.
I'm actually looking at it right now. I went to because Sports
I
Reference.
guess they do go 5-7 every year.
Yeah, because Sports Reference has their ranked history,
Yeah.
at least according to the AP poll. They were ranked in 24 early, ranked in 25 early, 2019 early, and then not ranked again until 2016.
Wow.
So,
They don't even get the
not even the preseason
like,
your Nebraska bump.
They wear a helmet that we respect, so
Not even.
Texas will be ranked 22 coming every season until they are actually good.
Yeah, Nebraska, they were ranked preseason in 2019, and not in 17 or 18.
Man.
So
it
yeah,
really is over for Nebraska.
I've said it.
They don't even get the brand bump.
No.
They don't even get the sure, whatever.
Miami's gotten that bump for years.
I know. Every team, Texas got it for a decade.
And they go to Minnesota, so they could very well lose that ranking pretty quickly. 5-1 Nebraska versus 4-2 Minnesota, and because they're Nebraska, I assume it'll just be a close ball game because they're playing in the Big Ten, and that's what they do. And it'll come down to whether Rayola makes a mistake or not, I imagine. So that is one of the games on the schedule. Depending on how you feel, if you care about how highly ranked the team is, you would say the Miami-Louisville game is the featured game of the night, unless you're a big Big Ten fan. And that's one where the spread is 13.5, and there's nothing that you can look at comparing the two teams and say anything's leaning Louisville's way other than Miami's history of blowing things and Cristobal's history of losing the teams he shouldn't lose to. I think Miami actually, it's a stat that somehow exists. Since they've been in the ACC, they're 10-3 on Friday nights. So it's not like
for Miami.
Miami. They played 13 Friday night ACC games.
At first, I thought it was Cristobal. I was like,
no,
3 years he's done that? 4
No,
years?
no, they have not put them on Friday night 13 times since he's been there. They haven't been good enough to be featured that much anyway. But, yeah, so history for Miami is you feel good about them, they get off to a good start, and they blow it.
Yeah. I feel like if this is at Louisville,
there's a real shot.
Yeah.
They've actually played Louisville pretty well. I think they won, 2 out of the last 3 since Jeff Brom has been there. There was the game last year where it was 52-45, and I talked about it this morning with Lance and Michael Connor, who filled in for John, that if this was last year's Miami defense, you would be well within your rights to go 13.5. Get the F out of here. This team doesn't stop anyone. But this team this year stops people. So I'm a little less concerned by it because when you got a bad defense, you just never know how many points it's going to take to win. They don't have a bad defense. They have a good defense. You look at what they've done through the first 4 or 5 games of the season. I try to exclude the Bethune game because actually who cares what happens in that one. The defense has shown up and played well. And sure, there have been moments later in games, particularly FSU, where they couldn't get off the field on 4th down. But for the most part, this has been a defense that pressures the quarterback, does it very simply, doesn't have to blitz a lot, which helps. And their secondary has been able to hold up. And Louisville, with Miller Moss, the former USC quarterback, he's okay. He's been Miller Moss, the same Miller Moss we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years. He's fine unless you pressure him, and much like other quarterbacks, he kind of falls apart. And that Louisville offensive line isn't the greatest. So if Miami can get there a 4, and Louisville with their zone running scheme doesn't hit explosives, they have a good player in Brown, who is a Miami native, but people have seen him be a little hobbled this year. If they're not going to hit explosive in the run game and they don't force Miami to crowd the line or have to blitz to get to the quarterback, I don't think it's going to go well for Louisville.
No.
But that's why we're going to watch tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at pretty much every game off the top of my head, every game on a lot of the top 5 teams. I mean, we talked about Ohio State's schedule. I'm sure Miami, unless there's like a huge matchup coming up, that like you look at every game, you're like, yeah, they should win it pretty easly.
Yeah.
We all know what happens in October, November.
They have to go to SMU, so that might be a scary one.
Yeah.
Their not Mario's former OC, but Brett Lashley was an OC there under Manny Diaz. So we know SMU can score, and I'm sure they'll be very excited to – I don't know what their record will be at the time, but that's a game that could change the trajectory of a season if you beat what could be a top 5 team when they come to your city. So, but to the schedule, Miami doesn't have a lot left on it. This is one of the tests that reasonably isn't really one, but it can be one just because of the nature of college football. When you're a 2-touchdown favorite at home, it should not be close, but that doesn't mean anything. Other than when we move away from Friday and other than those 2 games, you go to Saturday. It starts off early. You got LSU going to Vandy. Vandy's had the week off.
If Vanderbilt can take care of business against LSU.
That's where we're at right now. Vandy is a home favorite against LSU. It's a small number, 2.5, but this is an LSU team whose defense has been carrying this team, which is not something we could have said over the last couple of years. They've been really good while the offense has been mediocre. LSU really can't run the football. Other than their game against Southeast Louisiana, the LSU offense hasn't scored more than 25 points in any game. And, of course, we think about LSU, and now you're stretching back a while now. But Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, the receiver play, even last year when Nuss was healthy, they could put up some numbers. But this is an LSU team who can't score. So can Vandy put together drives against this LSU defense? Because Vandy, when they weren't turning the ball over against Alabama in the red zone, particularly in the first half, they were moving the football. They had an explosive run to give them the lead early, and they were on the verge of going up 14-0 before the Pavia fumble. He threw another pick in the red zones as well. So they were able to move the ball early against Bama. Then once Bama got the turnovers, they figured out what Vandy likes to do. But when I think about this game, it almost feels like LSU's defense is going to have to win this one for them.
I was going to say, LSU against power conference competition this season, just their point totals, 17, 20, 19, 20.
Yeah, the 23 points they scored against Louisiana Tech.
Yeah, I'm throwing that out.
Is the best they've done against an FBS opponent.
I'm throwing that one out.
Like Southeast.
To be fair to them, I'm throwing out the 23.
Yeah, Southeast is the directional FCS team.
Yeah.
Louisiana Tech at least is an FBS opponent, but they only scored 23 that night too.
Yeah, so Diego Pavia, can you score 3 touchdowns against LSU?
That feels like what it's going to take. Vanderbilt's not terrible defensively, so LSU's not going to overwhelm them physically.
Yeah.
They don't overwhelm anyone physically. So can you get to – it's a road game for LSU.
Are they coming? Nope, not even off a bye.
No, they played South Carolina last week and scored 20. Can they hold Vanderbilt under 21 points? Because if they can't, the rules of the season say they're not winning this football game.
No.
And by the way, they scored 20 against Florida with the help of 5 interceptions and a pick 6.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No.
They only scored 13 offensive points in that game.
Even like the 17 against Clemson at the time, we're like, oh, Clemson. It's Clemson. Look at the paw print. They drove around the stadium and then ran down the hill.
And then we saw Steve Angeli do what he did to them.
It's just their resume has just completely eroded.
Yeah. So
which is how they find themselves underdogs, a top 10 team that's an underdog to Vanderbilt.
At Vanderbilt, which LSU of all people, underdogs at Vanderbilt. Who could have thought it? And even our resident Vandy honk, Keith, called in. He doesn't like that Vandy's favorite. He would prefer that LSU didn't have that extra motivation, I guess, as he tries to will Vanderbilt to 10-2. So that one's early at 11 o'clock. Other ones, of course, you've got OU trying to bounce back against South Carolina. John Mateer. In that one, we'll see if he can prove to be the 20th best player in football, like in college football, like Blake Brockmeyer thinks he is. We talked about it yesterday. He has not played to that level. A&M goes to Arkansas. That has always been a weird game. Is it on campus again, or is it back in? Or is it no? It's in Fayetteville.
This is in Fayetteville.
So it's not in Jerry World, where a lot of the weirdness has occurred. This one's on campus. Yeah. Arkansas put up a fight against Tennessee last week. Played well offensively. Taylor Green did the Taylor Green thing where he's great on one play and then atrocious on the next. It's just the vibes you get from him. Yeah. A&M coming off the win against Florida. They're 7.5-point favorites. Arkansas is being led by Bobby Petrino. Yeah. That man wants that job as the interim coach.
Dial something up, Bobby.
Gotta try to get this one at home. You're not going to have a lot of opportunities, Arkansas, to win games just because you're Arkansas right now. But
I mean, they play Auburn and Mississippi State at home as well, so they got a chance.
I'll give you that.
But this is their chance to win a big game.
And
at home, especially at home.
Yeah, if you're going to do we're going to bring back Bobby Petrino. This is the one he's got to win. He does have Missouri later in the year, but his fate might be decided by that point.
Yeah.
If he wants to really give himself a chance to keep this job, he's got to get this one.
The people who can hire him are going to be at this game.
Yes. That is
Bobby
correct.
Petrino, Are you a man or are you a mouse?
Look at you. Not a pregame speech for the team.
No, for Bobby
For
Petrino.
Bobby Petrino.
You got it. I mean, the Michael Irvin. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
I mean, they're ringing the bell like Michael Irvin.
And all it would do is just muck up the SEC race even further. Not that Arkansas will get themselves involved, but if A&M drops a game, it just makes it a more crowded and more compressed. So 7.5-point favorite, A&M going to Arkansas. It's a big one, not just for A&M, but for the interim head coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks. We'll see.
I'm rooting for Bobby Petrino.
Are you rooting for him or against A&M?
No, I think just for the rest of the season. I'm just like,
Okay.
I think the funniest possible thing is that he just becomes the head coach of Arkansas again.
What would help would be a win at Texas.
Also, good Halloween costume out there, people.
If you
just get a neck brace and an Arkansas hoodie, you can be Bobby
use
Petrino.
use a little blush to make your face look red.
Yeah, get a little, what's it called, road rash on your nose.
Exactly. You won't be rooting for him the day he plays Texas, but he does have LSU and Missouri, and you laid out
He can lose
Auburn
that
and
game
Mississippi
and
State.
still get the job.
As long as he's won a
Just
couple
win
more.
out, except for that game.
Sure.
It was 7-5.
Yeah, sure. You're rooting for him has its limits, and the limit is when he faces the Longhorns. You got Ole Miss and Georgia last year. That was a game where Ole Miss won at home. They beat Georgia 28-10. I don't expect it to go that way this time, but the question is the Georgia offense the one we saw against Auburn? Now, Auburn's a good defensive football team. It's the only reason any of their games have been competitive, the ones they've lost, because Jackson Arnold and that offense isn't any good. Are we going to get Georgia's offense against Tennessee where Gunnar Stockton was able to make some plays, or are we going to get the one versus Auburn? Because if we get the one that we saw versus Auburn, Ole Miss is winning that game. They're going to be able to put up enough points because Georgia doesn't do enough, at least pressuring the quarterback, that Ole Miss, who likes to play up tempo, is going to be in disadvantage, not advantageous passing situation. So I got to see Gunnar Stockton play better against an Ole Miss team who thinks they got a real shot to win the SEC and rightfully so. They're a top 5 team in the country.
Yeah, and on the other side, I mean, it is. I think it does kind of come down to Gunnar Stockton against the Ole Miss defense and Trinidad Chambliss at Athens.
That his first real road game this year?
They played at Kentucky. No, although that might have been Austin Simmons joint.
It was an Austin Simmons game. Yeah. He has not gone on the road yet as a starting quarterback.
That it'll be a test. D2 transfer coming from Ferris State. Now go play the Georgia Bulldogs in Athens. Good luck, buddy.
That might be what it comes down to.
Yeah, just like
Chambliss on the road.
What's the stadium pulse looking like for Trinidad Chambliss?
Well, he's a senior, so at least in our game, it wouldn't be as bad as it would be for a freshman, even if he is a first-time road starter. But yeah, it's Stockton versus Chambliss. Can Chambliss run that Ole Miss offense? They're going to go quick, get the ball out of his hands, and he has been able to avoid mistakes. It was funny. Lane Kiffin was asked about their slow start, and he told him to cut that D2 stuff out. Hey, when they were playing Washington State. Hey, he's got to cut that D2 stuff out. I told him, and they did enough, barely, to beat Washington State. Look ahead game, you can call it that with Georgia coming up, so you might understand. But that was a little too close with the guys from Pullman in town.
Georgia also needs to stop getting off the slow starts against good teams.
Are they bringing the officials from Jordan Hare to this game? Because that might help Georgia as well.
I don't know. It's not like the NBA where they tell you who the referee matchup will be.
Or
the referee assignment will be.
Because college football fans are much crazier.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't make it to the stadium half the time.
If they remember something you did last year,
would not make it to the stadium.
Yeah, if they remember something you did last year and then you're coming back, you're probably right about that. So those are you got Texas Tech versus ASU. Looks like Sam Levis is going to be back. Thankfully for Arizona State fans, the Jeff Sims experience at least is over temporarily. There is something, not that is a big thing because of who the opponent is, but Memphis is 6-0. They're trying to get that group of 5 playoff spot, and they have a game the following week against USF. So it could be a look-ahead spot there, but UAB is bad. They just fired Trent Dilfer. which might help. Who
Yeah,
knows?
I was gonna say maybe it's the best UAB's looked all season.
We saw what happened. We saw what happened with UCLA when they got rid of their guy. So who knows? But that's just a game to look to. Does Memphis avoid the look ahead spot? Because we might have the Group of 5 game of the year the next week when it's South Florida versus Memphis for a chance to put themselves in the spot to get to the playoff. Of course, Navy's rolling around at undefeated as well. So that is something to pay attention to as well. The midshipmen might be involved in a potential playoff.
The United States
battle.
Army will have something to say about this.
Army has a spoiler to that level. Army wins and they keep Navy out of the playoff.
Rolling into Memphis to take that spot. I don't know if they play.
Navy does play Memphis. It's the last game of the.
Navy.
Navy plays Memphis. Last game of the regular season.
I think you can get there by boat.
I don't know. I imagine they'll get there by plane. We will go to break with that. And we have probably a short segment before we get to Michael Carroll. Michael Carroll is the host of Comicast. He will tell you about a movie he saw in theaters. Either he'll recommend it or tell you to stay away. And, of course, he'll give you some things to stay home and watch as well. So we'll get to Michael Carroll in a couple minutes. If you want to join us, I'm sure maybe Eric is saving his call for Michael. But if you want to call us about something else beyond movies and television, it's 713-780-3776. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleya.
So we got the Texans on Monday night, which means we've got games on Sunday coming to our area, which isn't our favorite team. So who do we got? We in this fair city are going to be able to watch the Las Vegas Raiders versus the Kansas City Chiefs. So if you are looking for an AFC West battle to turn your attention to, that's what's coming to us on CBS. We'll get the number one crew, though. Jim Nantz and Tony Romo.
That's the number one crew game?
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the rest of the AFC. I guess you could have sent them to Colts Chargers, but Ian Eagle and JJ Watt get that one.
It's a better game.
It is a better game, but I guess you put Nance and Romo with Pat Mahomes. So that's the one we are going to watch in this city. And for Fox, we will get Philadelphia versus the Vikings. No real contest otherwise. It was either going to be New Orleans and Chicago or Carolina and the Jets. It's a Fox doubleheader, so
Okay.
we'll get Washington and Dallas as opposed to Green Bay and Arizona.
Yeah.
So we'll get Romo and Brady because Brady's on the call for Washington and Dallas. You can compare and contrast the two styles from the two prominent former quarterbacks calling games in the NFL.
Are we getting the Colts LA game? Colts Chargers?
No, we're getting Chiefs Raiders.
No, but Chiefs Raiders is a noon kick.
Yeah, but also we only get one game.
Oh.
We're getting the early game. We're not getting the late game.
How in 2025 is it?
If you don't have obviously Sunday ticket or
even on a way to not spend $500 on Sunday ticket, why does CBS have one window and then professional bull riding on Sunday?
I'm not sure why you can't.
Why
can't it just be each network has both two windows? I'm not sure why that is.
I'm not even saying you have to give me the best game of the window.
But why can't I have a chance to watch 4 games every weekend, particularly when the local team's not playing? I know there's maybe some thing about conflict and the local team owns the market, so you can't put a game up against them. I think it's particularly when you're at home. You can't do that. I'm not sure exactly what the rule is when the local team's at home.
That makes sense.
But what the hell? When they're playing on Monday, why don't you just give us 4 games?
Why is James Brown gonna have to kick it to some celebrity golf tournament after this?
For this part of the country, but for other parts, they get to watch Chargers
the
and
1 and 2 seeds in the AFC.
Yeah, Chargers and Colts aren't getting a lot of coverage. Most of the country is going to be watching Geno Smith go to Kansas City. When you have two of the best teams in the league playing against each other late.
If the NFL wasn't the richest and most successful and most watched sport in America, you could really have some problems with how they show these games. But
and
I
what
guess,
they force you to
I
pay
guess they
to
make
watch them all.
$20 billion every year, so whatever.
Whatever they're doing is working.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, guys. What are we doing?
It's
I'm
tough.
not even saying I get to pick the games. I'm just saying
give me
a game.
It's
You can give me
ridiculous.
the worst, whatever the worst game CBS had. You can be Giants Broncos. That's better than professional bull riding. No offense to professional bull riders.
It's true.
Just on a Sunday.
It feels like they have professional bull riding for this very thing because they're not going to run doubleheaders.
Spend any money on it?
Yeah. All it is inventory for them. Those are our complaints.
But
those are your games.
Okay, so it's a Fox day. It sounds like.
As far as compelling stuff, Philadelphia, Minnesota to start, and
I mean,
Dallas, Washington.
Chiefs Raiders is only interesting if the Chiefs are much worse than we thought.
Yeah, if the Raiders go in there and give them a game,
That's
great, I guess, for us. But otherwise, I will be watching the Fox stuff along with Red Zone. All right, we'll go to break with that. Michael Carroll will join us next. You can call in to the host of Comicast, 713-780-3776. He does that podcast with John Lee. He'll join us. He's got a movie review. He had a screening that he took part in, and he saw a movie, and we'll see what he thinks of it. And then he'll give you some other recommendations as well. We are with Michael Carroll when we come back. Michael Carroll is here. He is one of the hosts of Comicast, which you can hear on Wednesdays on ESPN 97.5. This week it's at 7. From 7 to 8, it is your lead-in to the Mike Elko Show. So
Yeah.
if you want to hear about pop culture, comics, and then listen to the voice, maybe not the voice of the Aggies, but at least the face of the Aggies program. Maybe they're undefeated, maybe they're not. We'll see.
What a pre-entry into the Texas A&M Coaches Show.
Do you think you should slip in like the final 2 minutes of your show, a little Aggie stuff, since you know who's coming up next? Hey,
yeah,
you ready for
Yeah.
some great Aggie talk?
Some Aggie talk.
Mike Elko is coming up next right here on ESPN 97.5.
We got to talk about the Arkansas game coming up this weekend and, recap. Yeah, I could probably slip that in.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
It's unnecessary. But
Maybe you should do it just to see like how John reacts to you just throwing in the Aggie update at the end of every show.
just to see what he does as you go rogue.
He would do the thing where he'd just be like, he would be silent as soon as I finish. Okay. And then he would instantly leave the call. He wouldn't even stay for the rest
So
of
I
it.
guess we're done. All right.
Yeah.
Well, sans you disrupting the entire flow of your own show for my benefit, tell people what's going on with Comicast right now in your latest episode. Or issue, excuse me.
Yes, get it right. No. Issue
Apologies.
issue 616, available now wherever you get your podcasts. It's all about Peacemaker season 2, the episode 8 finale. Of course, one of us, I should say, let me back up. One of us really enjoyed the season finale. The other one felt like it should have been episode 7 should have been the season finale.
Got it.
I'll let you listen to figure out which one of us decided that, but we reviewed that, as well as we talked a little bit about New York Comic Con. We have hopefully some more discussion about that next week to react to more of the news that came out from this past weekend. And we talked a little bit about box office because there's been some recent woes, if you will, with some recent releases. And John kind of related it to superhero fatigue, that it's not really about superhero fatigue, as you can tell by box office performance for a lot of films.
For other movies, yes. Marvel was catching it for lack of results when it came to Fantastic Four and other things. And it turns out maybe it's just the movie apparatus as a whole that people are a little tired of. I will probably see something this weekend. I am not thrilled about the fact that I can show up 20 minutes after the alleged start time of a movie and still be there on time. Look, I love a trailer, but I'm not the guy for it because I just watch trailers on YouTube. I'm not surprised. Other people don't do that. So for me, anything that's being run is just a repeat of something I saw probably a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it's the game of trailers has changed so completely because it premieres on a Monday.
Yeah.
And by the time I'm actually in the theater, I've seen the trailer like 8 times because it also plays as a YouTube ad before whatever video I go watch or whatever the case may be. So the aspects of trailers has completely changed. And on top of that, intermixed with all the trailers are the 18th time I've seen this Eminem commercial or Nicole Kidman doing her, whatever ad or just the same ads over and over again in a theater. And so that experience has not been great.
Yeah, the process feels like when a show has a series or season finale and there's always another ending.
Yes.
There's always a wrap up of another storyline. When you think the show is over, then there's more. Sometimes that can be good. When it comes to movies, just can you not pump fake me when I think, oh, you've done like 5 trailers now, we're going to the movie, you got a commercial to run, and then you're going to run more? I don't know if that's the reason, but I know that's my main issue with going to the theater.
I do like that, and I don't know if this was like a Christopher Nolan stipulation or something like that, but like the Odyssey trailer, I've only seen it once, and it was because of, I forget what movie it was ahead of. It might have been Fantastic Four.
I think I saw it there too.
Yeah, I haven't seen it ever since, and it's still not available online, which it's a year out, so it makes sense, but I am surprised that one hasn't hit YouTube yet. So to have stuff like that, I wish more studios would do things like that where you can only see it in the theater for maybe the first month, and then it eventually releases online. Something like that.
Eric, I see you, and your topic falls in line maybe with what Mike was going to talk about here, but we got this tweet from Dream Shake. He was talking about being behind on shows. So he hadn't watched season 2 of House of the Dragon. He just started rewatching season 1. Now, we're not going to review that, but it leads me into a discussion of, well, something we've been talking about already, trailers. Did you see the Night of the Seven Kingdom trailer?
I haven't watched it yet. I started to watch it and then something happened and I got sidetracked. But I know the tone and the style of this one is going to be very different compared to what we've expected with Game of Thrones content to this point.
Yes, from what I can tell, what I've read, the series, each episode will be about 30 minutes long.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you don't know the background, this is a George R.R. Martin novella. Not surprisingly, he has not finished the series of these books because he never finishes anything, it feels like. But
he'll take on a project.
Yes, but the tone, as you said, it'll be a little bit more, even if by watching the trailer, you see there's a bit more comedy involved, a little lighter than some other things, but there will be the dark moments that Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon have as well. Also, it's from the small folk perspective. Mm-hmm. You're not going to be in this whole show is set around attorney. Mm-hmm. The 6 episodes are going to be set around attorney. You're not going to walk into a tent with the Targaryens unless one of the main characters in there as well. So it's going to be about his perspective because he was born in Flea Bottom. You're going to find is that the town in King's Landing? I forgot.
I forget.
I forgot what it's called. But
yeah, it's Flea Bottom.
Yeah, he was born in Flea Bottom, so it's going to be from his perspective as he tries to make his way as a hedge knight. All right, let's get to the movie you saw.
I did
this week, and then we can take a call from Eric. Michael, your thoughts on Black Phone 2?
Black Phone 2 is an interesting one. It's obviously a continuation of Finn and Gwen's story from the first film, which came out in 2022. I didn't realize it'd been 3 years now from that. I liked it. I enjoyed it overall. I thought it was not particularly scary, just kind of creepy and dark, a little bit bloodier than the first one. Again, it's set 4 years after the first one, and it is a full-on continuation of Finn's story and Gwen's story. The actor and actress return for this one. And, of course, Ethan Hawke's back to be the creepy grabber yet again. And terrifying as always, creepy as always, Ethan Hawke delivers another great performance here. But I think the standout for me is Madeline McGraw, who plays Gwen. You know, Mason Thames plays Finn, and he was the main part of it in the first film. He's a main part here too, but I would say this is more of a Madeline McGraw focused feature this time around. Her storyline was the plot B of that last one. Hers is plot A for this one, and I think it works because she's a strong actress. The way she's able to display raw emotion throughout the course of it. Now, I think the thing that's the biggest difference from the first one to this one is that the supernatural aspect was a part of it, but it wasn't the focus, right? This one, it amps up the supernatural a lot more, and it's more of the focus to the point where it reminds you of maybe a little bit of Nightmare on Elm Street kind of vibes with this one. And that, for some people, may not work because they like the more tangible, grounded, to a certain extent grounded aspects of the first one. This one, I don't want to say completely abandons it, but it's less about that and more just about the supernatural aspects of both characters, of both Finn and Gwen. And I think it worked. I that's why I liked it a little bit more than the first one. Still the same level of pacing. Does interesting things with the film effects to tell when different things are happening in different timelines. Maybe not different timelines, but different aspects of the story. Scott Derrickson, who's the director for this one and co-wrote it, I think does a great job here. It's not perfect, specifically the setting where they're set in Alpine Lake, North Denver or whatever, and it's supposed to be like a blizzard, it's supposed to be cold. That is just an aesthetic choice.
No one is feeling the cold?
No, literally, I felt like everyone should have died from hypothermia by the end of this movie. There's no chance.
They're all wearing light jackets.
Yeah, if you're going through a blizzard, I mean, I'm not a snow expert, But I feel like you're going to wear more than one like windbreaker or something.
Yeah.
You know, what I mean? Like just little things like that. But I mean, that's a minor thing. If you just don't worry about the coldness of everything. Some of the dialogue's a little weird, but overall I enjoyed it. I gave it a 3.5 on Letterboxd and thought it was good. It was an enjoyable time at the theater. Not one of the top tier horror movies of the year, but it's definitely a good one for folks to watch, especially if you're fans of the first one. Again, you may not like the supernatural aspect, but if you're down for it, I think you'll enjoy Black Phone 2.
So Madeline McGraw is the older sister of the main, I guess you want to say, child
sister.
actor.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, my bad. You're right.
No, I was going to tell people.
You're talking about real life.
Yeah, she has a younger sister who's an actress as well. She is the main child in the Megan series.
Yeah.
So both of them are doing their thing, and Madeline, like you said, she was a player in the first one, as I saw from the trailer. It's no surprise that she is the lead. Her storyline is the lead one, but yeah, her younger sister is in the Megan. I assume it's a series. I'm sure they'll get a third one out at some point. It feels like it.
Probably.
Let's get to Eric here, who wants to talk about Black Phone 2. Then we'll go to break, and we'll get more from Michael. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I heard the Black Phone 2, I guess, like, the setting's supposed to be like The Shining, like the blizzard and all that. Also, his brother, I guess, he killed him in the first one with the
Hey. For people who haven't seen Black Phone, what are you doing?
Well, it came out like 10 years ago.
He just told you it was 3, not 10. But go ahead.
But I heard his brother's going to be in it too somehow. And also, I heard Clayface coming out next year is going to be really scary. Scarier than the Black Phone 2 and the Black Phone. And also, is there any to Mr. Freeze going to be the villain in the Batman? The new Batman 2? I'll hang up to listen.
So we're going to ignore his reaching for spoilers in Black Phone 2. Clayface is going to be a body horror film, and Mike Flanagan, who does a lot of the stuff on Netflix, is it called the Flaniverse or the Flanaganverse, whatever they call it? He's got House on Haunted Hill. He's got plenty of those series on
Usher.
Yeah, he's going to do horror. It fits for Clayface. I don't know that Mr. Freeze is going to be the villain in. Yeah, we talked about how that doesn't seem to fit the world.
Yeah, I mean, unless you change Mr. Freeze a lot, I don't know that he'll be the villain for that. It's still kind of up in the air, I think.
Nice to meet you. That's probably not happening.
Yeah, that's probably not happening.
Probably not in Matt Reeves' world, no.
No, not Matt Reeves' world. But Clayface is definitely going to be a scary film. It's with Mike Flanagan involved, it's going to go for a strong horror vibe, I would imagine, and be creepy and all those aspects. So I wouldn't be shocked if it's a little bit scarier than Black Phone 2. Obviously, we have to wait to see if that'll be the case. But, I would not be shocked if Clayface is a lot scarier because of Mike Flanagan and what they're seemingly planning.
And I said House on Haunted Hills, the Haunting of Hill House, the Haunting of Bly Manor.
We were close.
Yeah, Midnight Mass. He's got a lot of the stuff. You can watch it all on Netflix. He's got a Carrie movie series he's going to do as well.
He's got a lot, man.
He's doing a lot of stuff. We'll go to break with that. We'll come back with more from Michael. He'll give you more recommendations or maybe some no's as far as things that are going to be out and you can watch. But before we get to that, I want to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. It's always a yes when you go there. No matter what car you want, no matter what truck you want, go to Monument Chevrolet and find the car or truck for you. And it's about options. They've got Truck Month extended through October. So if you're looking for a Silverado 1500, they got them for you. And you find the price and the model you want. And then head on out there to Pasadena. First, the website, monumentchevrolet.com is how you view their lineup of cars. And then you head on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. Find the vehicle you want, then meet a salesperson who will walk you through the car buying process. And they understand. Sometimes it can be a little bit tricky, particularly if you're a first-time buyer. But they've been in business for over 50 years. So that means they've been helping people get in great cars for a very long time. And you should be next. So find the car you want. Maybe it's an EV, like a Blazer. They have those. And then get to Pasadena. So great cars, great people, great service is all there for you at Monument Chevrolet. That's monumentchevrolet.com. And they're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The Del Olalea Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olalea.
So Michael gave his review of Black Phone 2. What else is out there, Michael? What do we got?
If you want to know from me, After the Hunt, which is the new film starring Julia Roberts, Andrew Garfield, and Io Edebri. Yeah, hard pass on that one. 38% with critics, 43% with audiences. A couple of the people that I know from some of these screenings described it as very pretentious and very slow moving, slow going. There's a sequence that's just her getting water, Julia Roberts' character getting water, that goes on for like 5 minutes, and it's just like, what are we doing? Like, has there ever been editing or anything like that?
Buying water, or
no, just like getting water to take medicine.
Oh, like
what are we doing
in her kitchen? Like
yeah, just
going into a cabinet, getting a glass.
I forget if it's in the at her work or at her home, but like apparently Luca, I forget how you say his last name, but the director behind Challengers decided, yeah, let's keep this whole sequence in this movie. Very weird, but it's just a boring mess of a movie. Don't pass on that one. Good Fortune, the new comedy with Aziz Ansari, Seth Rogen, and Keanu Reeves. That's probably the other big release this weekend. It's getting solid reviews, 79% with critics so far. If you're looking for more family fare, there's Grow, a family film, and Pets on a Train, an animated family film. So if you're looking for something to take the kids to, you may check those out. In terms of streaming, there's actually quite a bit. The Diplomat season 3. Are you a Diplomat watcher?
I am.
How is it? Because it's one of the shows
enjoyed
that I've
it.
seen, but I haven't actually tried to watch it.
I'll watch anything with Kerry Russell to just give it a shot, just because I've enjoyed what she's been in the past. It's good. The first 2 seasons were entertaining and fun. I mean, you have to maybe suspend disbelief a little bit for some of the things that are happening, because I don't know if a regular old political drama is enough, considering how they ended season 2.
Right.
So the basis of it is Kerry Russell's kind of a hard-boiled. I don't know if you would call her, she was in the CIA or whatever she was in beforehand, but they want to clean her up a little bit and turn her into a diplomat. And her husband was a former diplomat, but he's a little troublesome, and they don't want to elevate him. They wanted to rather have it be her. And it's the push and pull of he did the job, now she's doing the job. And then you have all the conflicts that go on between countries involved. And then we have this inciting incident at the end of season 2 that jumps off season 3. So I enjoyed it. It's fun. I mean, it's an easy watch. And it's just a Netflix show, pretty much. But it's a well done one.
And reviews seem to speak to that. 94% with critics right now. Season 3 premiered. So if you want to check out season 3 of The Diplomat on Netflix, you can check that out. A couple of inspired by true event shows are out right now. Limited series on Peacock. Devil in Disguise, John Wayne Gacy, of course, the John Wayne Gacy serial killer story. But this one's done where it's done in a way to where, I think I talked about it the last time I was on here. The what was it, Monster Ed Gein, where Ryan Murphy kind of like glamorizes these serial killers to a certain aspect, and it can be a little like, what are we doing? But this one, it feels more like how it should be if you're depicting some of these horrible, horrible people. So it's getting solid reviews. It's available on Peacock right now. All 8 episodes are available right now. And Murdoch's Death in the Family, a limited series on Hulu, 71% right now with with critics. The first 3 episodes are available now. It's again inspired by real life events.
I've seen the doc on this one. It's a family who they're very powerful, controlled a portion of South Carolina, and from the outwardly they look like big money, rich,
big money.
Perfect stuff, and then of course you find out as you dive deeper into who they are that they got real problems, and it led to murder, as you can tell by Death in the Family.
Yeah.
It was, at least the docs that I've seen are interesting. We'll see if this show lives up to it.
Patricia Arquette's one of the stars, and Jason Clarke is in he looks completely different in what they've done with him.
He's currently in a show on Apple TV as well. Who they've rebranded. I've always called them Apple TV, but they're officially like Apple TV Plus. Now they've rebranded to Apple TV. But it's just the HBO Max thing all over again, pretty much.
Yeah.
But he's in one where he's a local marshal in Alaska and
Last Frontier.
Yeah, and a plane with a lot of awful criminals are on, and then there's one super criminal who might be associated with the CIA, and that's the CIA's real goal to get him back. But you also have all these other criminals and how they're going to affect the town.
Yeah.
Of course, the town with people carry a lot of guns, and it's cold outside, so a lot of stuff. That one is fun. I mean, I don't know how good it'll be, but the first couple episodes are fun. And yeah, he looks like Jason Clarke in that show.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen what he looks like in this show.
And he doesn't. Yeah, no. And one last one, because I know we got to run out here in a second, but Splinter Cell Death Watch. Now, I am a video game head, and one of the first games that early on that I played on my Xbox was Splinter Cell, and so this is somewhat of a continuation, somewhat of a reboot, but it focuses on Sam Fisher, the character from the books and games. It's an animated show. All 8 episodes are available now, but of course, shadowy world of espionage, and he's been retired for a little bit, but he's pulled back into things in this animated show that's very good so far.
On Netflix, if you want to watch that. All right, that wraps it up for us. Not just the show, but for the week. Michael Carroll is the host of Comicast. He does that with John Lee. You can hear that wherever you listen to podcasts, and also hear it here on ESPN 97.5 on Wednesdays from 7 to 8. Sean, since we're done for the day and the week, what does that mean?
Flip me over, Mike.
I will, John.
You might have to do that next week, isn't he? I think he's going back to
he's back. He's
California.
going back, yeah.
So, yeah, Mike may be flipping John over several times next week.
However much he needs me.
He's a giver, everybody. Michael Carroll.
I help.
We'll talk to him next week at 11:30. We're done. Talk to you on Monday.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
I'm living my best life.
Yeah.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Flacco floats one high into the air, left side. Chase!
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studios in London, England.
I think it's great for all the old guys, you know.
Today's guests: Super Bowl champion Torrey Holt, ESPN NFL analyst Ryan Clark, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. And that everybody is Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We say hello to you from London, England. Second day of our two-day residency of the Rich Eisen Show here at the ABC News Studios in central London. We're excited to be here for the Rams and the Jaguars coming up on Sunday on NFL Network. I'll be doing that game with yesterday's guests, Kurt Warner and Sarah Walsh, will be there first up for all of you in the glorious Four Windows of Football that will end up with a Sunday night game between the Atlanta Falcons and the San Francisco 49ers before there's a doubleheader on Monday Night Football on the ABC, ESPN, Disney families of networks. We've got a top 5 list of other games that I'm looking forward to seeing now that we've already gotten one game under our belt from week number 7. And then, of course, there's a What's More Likely. My two compadres are sitting here right next to me. Chris Brockman, good to see you,
Rich
sir.
Eisen, what's up, my friend?
T.J. Jefferson, how are you, sir?
I was going to do it, but you guys are going to shame me.
No,
so
you're
I'm
an
not-
international superstar, so you can do whatever you wish. You can do
Hello, hello, Mike.
Oh, my God.
Oh, see? Oh, gosh. No? Okay.
Even Guy Ritchie is cursing you out right now.
I don't think so.
We should all actually be doing Joe Flacco accents today.
Well, I mean, that kind of sounds like it. It kind of sounds like it. Ryan Clark of ESPN is kind enough to be zooming into this show from Bristol, Connecticut, or New York. I don't know where he is. Probably New York. But Ryan's going to be joining us at the top of the second hour. Tom Pelissero in hour number 3. Torrey Big Game Holt is here, and when I say here, he's in the studio with his lovely family, waiting to show up here on our set, as he will, as our first guest right in the middle of this hour. But we start this show with the Thursday Night Football contest in Week 7 in Cincinnati, Ohio. But before we start in Cincinnati, Ohio, we've got to start in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. What with the Steelers going to Cincinnati to play the Bengals last night. And Mike Tomlin was first up this week with one of the sound bites of the year, showing up and showing out, and then firing a verbal grenade in the direction of Berea, Ohio, where the Cleveland Browns have their front offices, where once upon a time, I do believe Andrew Berry, the general manager, got a phone call from the Cincinnati Bengals saying, hey, you just benched Joe Flacco. You just had him standing there with earbuds. If we had clipboards anymore in the NFL, he'd be holding one. He's standing there in London and watching Dylan Gabriel play football. And so, long story short is, you want to trade Joe Flacco over here? Because, our backup quarterback in Jake Browning is doing something to the bed here.
Despite the best efforts of Rich Eisen.
Despite the best efforts of Rich Eisen trying to talk Jake Browning's game up. And we could use Joe Flacco here. I know he's your week 1 starter, but he's no longer your starter. I know we're in division, but maybe you could check this box and we could, hang out some. And Andrew Berry goes, sure. We'll trade him to you. And Mike Tomlin was, what's the way to describe how he felt about this trade? Pissed.
Yeah, not happy.
This is what he had to say earlier this week.
To be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
From Cincinnati's perspective, did it make sense for them?
It certainly made sense from Cincinnati's perspective.
So it's almost as if Mike Tomlin saw Joe Flacco becoming the 4th quarterback in NFL history to have 300 or more passing yards, 3 or more passing touchdowns, and no interceptions in a game after turning 40 years old, joining Tom Brady, Brett Favre, and Drew Brees in that regard. It's almost as if He saw Joe Flacco becoming the first Bengals quarterback to have 3 or more passing touchdowns or 0 interceptions the same game against the Pittsburgh Steelers since Carson Palmer in 2005. It's almost as if he saw Joe Flacco tying a franchise record for Cincinnati with 5 passing touchdowns in his first 2 games as a Bengal. It's almost as if he saw Joe Flacco improve upon his first start for the Bengals in Green Bay just 5 days later to come up with a 100 passer rating in the 2 games combined after having a passer rating of 60.3 in weeks 1 through 4 for Cleveland, worst in the NFL. It's almost as if Mike Tomlin saw Flacco have 2 passing touchdowns and 6 interceptions in his first 4 games as a Brown and having 3 just last night against his Steelers. It's almost as if Tomlin saw it all. Nostratomlin.
Nostratomlin.
It's almost as if Mike saw it coming. And sure enough, it wasn't Jake Browning against the Steelers last night. It was Joe Flacco doing Joe Flacco comeback player of the year with the Cleveland Browns things and Joe Flacco MVP of the Super Bowl for the Ravens things for the Bengals. Every team but the Steelers in the AFC North. He's touching them all. And last night, he also had the idea of just winging it whenever he needed to. This is the crazy thing. For Flacco to do what he did on Thursday Night Football against the Steelers, and again, it is quite a night for him. And Joe Flacco, the numbers, 342 passing yards on 31 of 47 attempts. Jeez. He almost had as many attempts as he's had years on earth.
Come on.
He had more so.
It's too old.
Passer rating of 108.6. He was hot. He had a fever.
And that fever.
It was
it cowbell?
Well, it was the Pittsburgh Steelers secondary.
Yeah.
As he was baptizing them all night long. It's amazing because this soundbite says it all. He was kind of winging it because he doesn't know the playbook fully yet. Joe Flacco talking about last night. Sometimes he was having trouble hearing the play calls. Hit it.
Some of these words are so new to me, and when you don't get a chance, like I honestly felt like this week was probably a little bit harder than last week just because it's such a short week. You're still putting in a full game plan. You don't get to hear the play as much. So there were certain things with and I can picture everything, but there's certain things with formations and things like that you're hearing for the first couple times. And even though you've read the play a million times, like when you hear it, it just wasn't hitting my brain right. So there was a few of those, and we were joking on the sideline. Like anytime that happened, and we broke the play, and we broke the huddle, and it was like, I don't know if we're right here. I mean, that play hit. So we got lucky tonight in that sense.
Wow.
Tomlin's not laughing.
No.
It's like he saw it coming. You know who's laughing?
Nostradamus.
Zach Taylor's laughing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He loses one Joe and another one shows up. Because the Browns are like, take our Joe. You lost your Joe.
He's laughing because he's off the hot seat.
Take ours. What a night. Roll it.
Outstanding. Yeah, Joe, I mean, it was outstanding, really. I mean, we how many drives? We scored on, 6 of the last 7 drives, maybe? 7 of the last 8? What 7 of 8? Okay, so, and really early on, we had some drops and some quirky stuff happen that prevented a score there. So just thought his performance was outstanding, very, very calm, collected. He's got 18 years of experience playing these games. I mean, we're in a short week playing the Pittsburgh Steelers in a game that we needed to have. And he's just it's easy for him, and it's not because he's putting in the work. It's just he's so experienced in this situation. You gain a lot of confidence from that because he goes out there. It's not too big. I have to enunciate my formations better because some of them we're hearing them for the first time, and so I got to do a better job enunciating. I think it's my Oklahoma accent got him a couple times, but I thought he did a great job managing the game.
Diction. He needs to work on his diction now. Which, by the way, of all the things that Zach Taylor said that he needed to work on with his team over the last month, Where do you think diction ranked now? This is what happens.
100.
This is what happens
Gets
when
to
you
enunciate.
acquire Joe Flacco and you stick him in. And
Well, Flacco's playing like it's 2023.
well, I'll just tell you this, and again, I'm not an all 22 guy. I'm not grinding tape like, say, Kurt Warner.
Right.
I don't have a YouTube channel. I have a YouTube channel with 1 million subscribers.
Hey, now.
But I don't have one dedicated to all 22, so you'll have to excuse me if I'm a little out of my lane here.
Sure.
But the offense is easy to pick up when you can throw it to Jamar Chase.
Simple.
There's one,
and there's five. Right.
Just find
There's
them.
2 number 1 receivers.
There's 30 in the
Which
back
is why
behind
it
you.
was just like, hey, Jake Browning, like,
Bro.
what's up? Like,
There or there.
how does Chase and Higgins sound to you? And then Chase Brown having over 100 yards rushing on top of it, that helps. But Flacco was getting the ball out quickly.
Yep.
He was not like the iron deer on the front lawn. But Jamar Chase, I wrote it down here. He had a record 1 million targets last night. That's really
incredible.
He had as many targets as we have YouTube subscribers.
Oh, man.
That's
Wow.
really
I see what you did there.
amazing.
I like your stuff.
13th career game with 125 or more yards and at least a receiving touchdown. Tied for 4th most in his first 5 seasons. The only ones who have more are his college teammate, Justin Jefferson.
He's
Again,
really good.
how stupid was that roster at LSU? We got Ryan Clark in hour 2. I'm sure he'll remind
they had Keyshawn Booty, too, doing it for New England.
with the first Joe that started for the Bengals this year. Randy Moss had 14 and Lance Allworth, Bambi, 16. So the Bengals 100% kept their season afloat.
Yep.
At the end of the year, we'll wonder if this is when they saved their season. And that's a fact. Trey Hendrickson wasn't in this game. Aaron Rodgers looked superb.
He did.
Yeah. He looked like old school Rodgers, where he's moving around, he's sliding around, he's sashaying around. He's got eyes in the back of his head, dropping dimes. The first dime he dropped to DK Metcalf on the night, in the bucket, right on the sideline. He's finding every tight end that he's got for a touchdown. I've got a did you know on that to end the first hour, by the way. And he's showing up and showing out to the point where it set a record for most combined passing touchdowns by 40-year-old quarterbacks in a head-to-head meeting of all time. 7 of them. They had 7 touchdowns last night as Rodgers had 4. Flacco had 3. And the 3 previous matchups were all Brady versus Breeze. And so on a night where Rodgers is showing up, scoring a touchdown against that Bengals defense to Pat Freiermuth on a wide-open shot at the end of the game to shock the world and give the ball back to Flacco to say, try and win it, Joe, and yada, yada, yada. He did. But for him to do that, and by the way, Rodgers was set up, and you want to talk about how terrific he looks. He threw another perfect Hail Mary shot.
70 yards in the air.
For a chance to win it. And that's how the Bengals survived the night, because Joe Flacco was doing what he had to do to find his wide receivers over and over and over again to the tune of 300-plus yards and 3 touchdowns. And Jamar Chase having an incredible season to continue right now on a night where he had 23 targets. 23 targets. Higgins had 10. So that's what you need to have happen when you've got 2 stud receivers that you pay to stay put for Joe Burrow, who goes down. In other words, the person who he's got to thank, all of them, there in Cincinnati, is Andrew Berry, the general manager of the Cleveland Browns.
Rich, the way you described that earlier about the call was almost like when you were in school and you got this note. Do you want Joe?
Yes, no, maybe. Check the box.
Maybe. Check the box.
You know,
it's like a sixth grade notepad.
Check the box. Well done on all fronts, everybody. From Cincinnati to Joe Flacco's household. I'm sure he's living out. He's living out of a suitcase.
Sure.
He's living an itinerant lifestyle. Again, lifestyle. He does indeed. Okay, you go from being benched in Britain,
Oasis,
to hailed in Cincinnati because you've beaten the Steelers on a short week is unbelievable. The latest, you can't make this stuff up. And Mike Tomlin saw it coming. He knew it was going to be tougher. He just didn't know that, Jalen Ramsey would be toasted as much as he appeared to be last night every now and then.
Mike Tomlin now 2-10 on Thursday Night Football on the road.
0-7 on Thursday night at a division opponent. So, but the Steelers are still, we'll talk more about them later on in this program. But I want to get to our in-studio guest to kick off hour number 1 of this show, our final day here in London. On the Rich Eisen Show, Torrey Big Game Holt, who is calling the game on Westwood One Radio and is obviously Rams royalty in the house. He is next in person. This is the Rich Eisen Show on a busy Friday.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. Have a watch that needs a battery change or just plain doesn't work anymore? Maintaining a luxury timepiece requires exacting attention, and we service over 30 of the world's favorite brands, in addition to being the largest authorized dealer in the region. If something's just not right, allow our 7 on-site watchmakers to handle your watch with the care and attention it deserves. Bring your watch in for an estimate today. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
Hey, Houston, this is Paul Miller with Great Plate Hospitality. Now is the time to book your holiday event. We have several great concepts with private rooms to fit any need. The Union Kitchen is classic American with a twist, easy to create custom menus. Jack's Grill is a casual vibe with live music. If you're looking for something a little bit more upscale, check out Passarella, classic Italian with great wine and cocktails. Irvine Memorial, a cool wine bar with the surprise of a full liquor license and a great patio. Don't wait till it's too late. Book before the end of October and the host gets a $100 gift card. Call your favorite restaurant today.
Friday Night Lights means one thing, high school football. And with football comes the homecoming game and the homecoming dance. Make sure you look sharp with Giorgio Dante suit separates at Suit Mart. Jackets start at just $89.99, vests from $29.99, and pants from $39.99. Choose from black, midnight navy, or charcoal gray. Then finish the look with a marquee slim fit dress shirt starting at only $22.99. Be ready for the big night with homecoming style from Suit Mart.
Join us at Houston Small Business Expo on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center, America's biggest business growth event. It's free to attend. Network with thousands of business owners and entrepreneurs. Over 20 free business workshops, speed networking, exhibitors, and keynotes by leading industry experts. Houston Small Business Expo is free to attend on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center. Register online at smallbusinessexpo.com. That's smallbusinessexpo.com.
Your child is sick. With those 4 words, the innocence and joy of childhood disappears. But Starlight has taught us 4 other words that make all the difference. The power of play. Happy kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation delivers happiness through gaming, toy deliveries, and more to hospitals across the country. Learn more at starlight.org.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
Speaking of radio, we're back here on the Rich Eisen Show radio network. I'm sitting here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. One of the best to ever do it. I've written it down here. Okay, I've got the stats. I've got the stats. 13,382 receiving yards. That's 17th all time. 920 reception. That's 26th all time, and his 77.4 yards per game is top 10, 10th all time. Torrey Big Game Holt right here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Did I get
absolutely?
This right?
That sounds about right, man. 11-year career. So in that span, man, I was hitting it. From the time I got drafted to the time I left.
Well, you at 99 was your first year.
99 was my first year.
Okay, and then then the aughts hit. You're looking, by the way, at the all-time record holder for most receiving yards by an individual in a single decade. In the aughts, 12,594 receiving yards. Nobody had more than you. Dang. And there's a lot of people in the Hall of Fame that don't have that record. Right. And I'm going to keep making references like that, Torrey. Don't worry. You don't have to say anything. I will do all the talking here.
We came for you here.
We're here. We are exactly that. What was it like to be on that team as a rookie, and then the whole business with Kurt coming in and Sean going down, and all of that happening?
Unbelievable, Rich. Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. To this day, that
Trent going down. Pardon me.
Yeah, that to this day, that football team, our football team, we're still close to this day, and that's how it was when we played. We had built a brotherhood, a bond that Coach Vermeil was, he orchestrated. He was really adamant about us getting to know one another on a personal level.
But you're fresh out of college, right?
Fresh out of college.
Okay, Vermeil's as old school as they come.
Old school is hardcore old school.
Right.
And whereas to the point where we're practicing in training camp, and at the end of practice, we have 2-minute drills live. Mm-hmm. We have time gassers live, full padded.
Yes.
Ooh. So it was hardcore, but he got us ready for the big game.
Right.
And all of that blood, sweat, and tears, and those grinded out days. In that Super Bowl, when we had to grind out a drive, had to grind out stopping them, those days that he put us through got us to the point where we was champions.
And again, your first taste of the NFL, and there's a massive quarterback change that upends everything.
Yep.
And now you're having to learn with Kurt Warner, learn who he is and learn all of that stuff. What was that like for you in the very beginning of your career?
Well, as a rookie, you're just doing what you're told to do.
Sure.
I didn't know what I didn't know. And
right.
Kurt was, once he got his opportunity, he was ready. And his style of play coming from the Arena League, and then his story of getting to the point where he was at in St. Louis, he was ready, man. And then he was also with guys, myself, Isaac, Marshall, Orlando. He was with so many Hall of Fame caliber players. We didn't realize we was Hall of Fame caliber players at the time, but we was really good football players that all wanted the same thing, and that was to be good and really hone in on our individual skills at our individual position. And Kurt carried it on from the quarterback position. You know how critical and important that position is. Mm-hmm. He hit the ground running, and he was ready. He was prepared. I would say, watching Kurt in practice, watching Kurt in the film room, getting ready and prepared for the situation was phenomenal. And then when he went out on the football field and we practiced, there were days, and he can tell you this, and I've been saying this a few times since I've been here in London. There were days where the ball didn't touch the ground. It was phenomenal. Our practices would beat teams' games on Sunday. That's how good we were.
Yeah.
And a lot of it stemmed from Kurt's preparation, our preparation, and then Coach Martz was just so good at drawing up and scheming us and putting us in positions that highlighted our skill sets. And he did that with Kurt. Kurt would hit that back foot, and if we were running digs, which was 22, 25 yards down the field, that ball had to be 2 yards inside the numbers. Kurt hit that back foot. He can close his eyes and he'd throw it 2 yards inside the numbers. He was awesome.
And before we move on to the present day, one of my favorite people, and easily the smartest football guy I've ever been around.
Marshall.
Yes. Yes, you could finish the sentence. Right?
Yeah.
And
Marshall Falk.
And in terms of Marshall Falk, the guy to your right, Chris Brockman, was his segment producer on NFL Game Day Morning a couple of years as well. He would be able to call an interception watching football games with him, saying, "Oh, this is going to be an interception," based on the way everyone was lining up. What was he like for you as a rookie? Or somebody starting out in this offense?
I was super excited because I grew up watching Marshall on Thursday nights at San Diego State. So
middle of the night,
at the middle of the night, my parents, my pops, we lived in an apartment, small apartment, and we were downstairs, and we would have the game on. We have it up because we wanted to hear the commentating and them talking about Marshall. And I just remember watching this kid. I was like, who was this black kid? And it's all black. Killing everybody. No one was talking, like on the East Coast, no one was talking about him.
Yeah.
But we as football fans, we knew who he was and we loved him. So when I finally got a chance to play with him, he got into camp, I found myself just at times just watching him do his thing. And Coach El Saunders would tell me, "Hey, you got to get into play. You got a job to do." I'm like, I am. I'm watching one of the guys. I'm watching 2-8. One of the guys that I grew up watching and admired and loved the way that he played the game. And then when I actually got in the meeting rooms with him and got in the huddle with him and understood his smarts and his intellect, I knew right then that we could be really, really special if we stayed healthy, if we stayed together. We had a incredible back. Not only was Marshall good running the football, as we all know,
catching it.
He can catch it.
He knew every position on the field, right?
Knew every position on the field. Knew every position on the field and that position assignment. But he was a really good route runner too. I mean, he could run the whole entire route tree. I mean, this dude was phenomenal. Phenomenal athlete. Doesn't look like much. He's not, meaning he's not cut up and jacked up like a Derrick Henry or someone.
Right.
But when he put, as Isaac used to say, when he put that cape on, he was the best. He was one of the best to ever do it. Certainly.
Torrey Holt is here on the Rich Eisen Show. So news breaking that looks like Puka's not playing.
Yeah, I saw that
on Sunday.
Yeah,
and so he's. Who's the best receiver in the NFL today? Is he in that conversation? Do you have to?
Sure. Yeah, you got to put him in that conversation.
Okay, who else is?
But my guy's Chase.
Okay.
Look, Jamar Chase is prolific. Size, strength, speed, routes, hands, understanding the game, understanding the position, awareness. Jamar Chase is the guy.
And
we saw that last night.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a guy. He can catch 10-plus balls a game. One, because he has the physical makeup. And then he has the ability to run routes, and he's savvy and he's smooth. I mean, he's my tier 1. But Puka Nacua, you certainly got to put him in the mix. And not only is Puka good catching in terms of catching the football, and particularly on third downs, he is really good and active in the run game. And I know people say, "Oh, he's a receiver. What does that have to?" No, by his ability to be so effective in the run game helps set up things for him in the passing game as well as the entire team. But Puka does a little bit of everything for this football club. He's certainly one of the top receivers in the league.
Yeah, I mean, Sean McVay in our pre-broadcast meeting on Thursday said that Puka is obviously a top wide receiver, and in the run game, it's like having the top tight end on the field as well. For the run game, he's the top tight end, and for the passing game, he's the top wide receiver. And this is somebody with on the same field as Devontae Adams now. And Adams said that he is way ahead in terms of the nuances of the game, knowing body positioning, knowing the playbook, knowing everything than when in year 3 than when Adams was in his third year.
And
what Adams said about him.
And I love that about Devontae, that he is so forthcoming with the guys about where he was in the earlier parts of his career.
Yes.
Devontae worked to get to the point to where he's at. So I really feel like that is very good for that receiver room, that he's so forthcoming like that to his guys. But Puka, man, I would say this: Puka learned from Cooper Kupp, and Cooper Kupp is the ultimate pro. I mean, he did everything for the Rams, and so for Puka to be able to learn from Cooper Kupp in that way,
yes.
Now he's going out and he's getting an opportunity to show his worth. But I like Puka. He's a great kid, great energy, great spirit about him, and he loves football.
Justin Jefferson in this conversation as well, obviously.
Yes.
Who's the one that reminds you of you the most?
I would say right now, in terms of how they move and the way they approach the game, I like Tay Adams. I like Devontae Adams. Devontae is so deceptively smooth. Mm-hmm. He's not the fastest of guys, but he understands coverage. He understands leverage. He's slippery. He can catch the football in traffic. He can catch the ball, and he can run routes. He can run pretty much every route on the route tree, and he's exceptional at getting off the line of scrimmage. So Tay Adams, Chase, and some of the things that he does with his route running, he's one. Jefferson, as you mentioned. So I mean, I can go on, but those two guys, I would say Chase and Tay Adams, by the way that they move and how they play, kind of reminds me of some things that I did when I was on the field.
Adams seems to have enjoyed being in the role of not being the guy every snap.
Mm-hmm.
That said, this Sunday,
he'll be the guy.
He's going to be the guy every snap. He's going to be in the role that essentially has gotten him to the Hall of Fame. By the way, he's only 32. He's now not. He and Mike Evans, as they catch touchdown passes, are going to pass each other in the top 10 of the all-time touchdown receiving touchdown category. But he's going to be in that role, and Jacksonville is going to 100% take all their coverage and throw it in the direction of Devontae Adams.
Absolutely.
And then it's just going to be on the run game and the tight end groups, and see what the Rams can affect against the Jaguar team that just coming off their first game all season without a takeaway. They've been awesome.
They've been great.
Defense.
They've been great. I mean, these are two of the top defenses in the National Football League, Jacksonville and the Rams. And to your point, Tay Adams will have to step up even more in this game. They'll roll coverage to him, but he can beat double coverage. That's not a problem for him. It's not a problem for him being the number one guy, the focal point. That's not a problem. Whittington, Tutu Atwell, Ferguson, Higbee, Williams, Corum. Those guys will have to raise up a level, being that Puka is now out of the lineup, because Puka draws so much attention and he brings so much production to that offense. Where do you get it from now outside of Tay Adams? And I think those guys are who I'll be focusing on this weekend in this matchup. And then, to me, Jacksonville is vulnerable on the back end. I think Newsome just came over from Cleveland, and Seattle hit him on a 61-yard bomb. So I'm sure the Rams, they should test that secondary of the Jacksonville Jaguars to see how, to see if they have made any adjustments from last week's game. But two of the best two defenses in the league. Really good coaching minds, and Coach Sean McVay and Lynn Cohen, who's the head coach for Jacksonville. What Lynn he was once in Los Angeles with Sean McVay, so he understands the preparation and how the Rams will be ready for this game. What I like with Jacksonville, they're getting an opportunity now because Lynn had spent some time in Los Angeles. They're now getting an opportunity to understand what it takes to prepare from a detailed standpoint to be really good. I listened to Liam Cohen last week in the loss that they had, and he talked about details, not beating themselves, staying focused, handling their jobs and their responsibilities. A lot of what Sean McVay says to his ball club.
I just had a broadcast meeting with Liam Cohen about 3 hours ago before coming here, and he talked about how he used an acronym for FAST. FAST stands for something. Each letter stands for something. And he read it off, and he said, I stole that from Sean McVay. Yeah. It's what he said. Yeah. And in terms of the details that you're referring to, Josh Hines-Allen said that this is the most professional practices he's ever been a part of it since he came off the campus at Kentucky 7 years ago. So that kind of all tracks with what you're saying.
Absolutely.
To bring the McVay world to Jacksonville. And in terms of not beating yourselves, I'll tell this quick story also. Liam Cohen says that each week on a Wednesday, they have a film session or a slide session about game wreckers. And each week he puts up the game wreckers of the opponent to watch out for, to make sure you don't let these guys wreck the game. Sure. He said this week, coming off of 10 penalties last week and losing that game, the game wrecker he put up was the Jacksonville Jaguars logo. To basically say, we're beating ourselves. Yeah. And I'm like, how did they take you basically say the wreckers of our game is us? Yep. How did they take that? He goes, well, I didn't exactly put it that way. I'm like, well, you kind of did by throwing the logo up there. And he said they took it really well. Yeah. He thinks that and Trevor Lawrence came on right after that part of the Zoom and mentioned the same thing. We're beating ourselves. So he's absolutely selling stuff that's being bought there.
No doubt. And as players, you sitting in that seat and coach pulls up something like that, it eats you up because you're letting the team down. You're hurting the team.
Correct.
So you do whatever you can as players as quickly as possible to correct that. And I got to believe in this game against the Rams, that'll be corrected. And the Rams have some of the similar issues as well. Against the Ravens, they had some offsides penalties. They had some penalties on special teams. So there's been some times where they've hurt themselves. So there's some conversation with them about them not hurting and killing themselves in games. So two teams on the collision course. Both coaches echoing the same thing. Yeah. They're getting the same kind of tutelage, the same type of preparation. I expect for this to be a pretty decent game.
Do you have to the end of the hour? Do I have you? Can I have you for 10
sure.
more minutes? Okay, let's.
You okay with it, Ben?
I just want to make. I'm looking at the whole
I had to check with the boss. You okay with it, Ben?
Oh, because yesterday Kurt was like, I got to go. I'm going to. He was going to a live.
Did we find out what?
I found out what it is.
Okay, good. Just checking.
I found out what it is. It was
because his wife Brenda's in town.
Brenda's in town. It's like Brenda got tickets for something. I'm like, what are you going to go see? He goes, I don't know.
Good man. He's got to get there and show up.
So some things change, but some things don't.
Right.
The more they change, the more they stay the same. I've got Torrey Big Game Holt right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Don't go anywhere. We're back with more talking with one of our favorites in a sec. Ryan Clark's going to join us out.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education with grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. A Houston original, proudly serving our great city for over 30 years. We have recently updated our restaurant with a modern sensibility and sophisticated finishes. We can't wait for you to come and see it. The look is totally new, but the sensation, hospitality, and quality remain unmistakably Trulux. Visit us today and experience the newest flavor of a true Houston original. Trulux, your table is waiting.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
Are you size conscious? We can make you bigger. At the Erection and Enhancement Center in the Woodlands, get more girth with HA fillers starting at $2,500 or PMMA filler for $59.99. Gain 1 to 2 inches in girth. Financing available. Go to erectioncenter.com. That's erectioncenter.com. Or call or text 972-355-3771. That's 972-355-3771. Get started today and get results immediately.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
John Granato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, if I want to do my patio furniture, get it Houston Powder Coated, I need to do it now.
Yes, because it is a standard 4 to 5 week turnaround time, so don't delay. Call me today.
281-676-3888. All right, here's the deal, Houston. Nico Nico's just dropped their OPA app, and it's a game changer. Download it, get 100 free points just for joining. Then every bite you take at Nico Nico's earns you more points for free food, drinks, and desserts, even free meals. What's better than that? Nothing. So don't wait. Download the Nico Nico's OPA, OPA app today and get rewarded and get your Greek on. It's OPA amazing.
the difference. That sets the tone for a football club. A young rookie receiver says, hey, Trevor, let's stay after practice so we can get it right. If I'm on that team, I'm like, yo, as a veteran, I'm checking myself. Like, he's helping to bring the level of play and concentration and details and he's bringing that level up for that club.
Talking with Travis Hunter, with Tori Big Game Holt, who's here in studio. Our radio audience is back on ESPN Radio. And I want to talk to you just a brief bit about Hyundai Hope on Wheels before we get back to our conversation with Tori here. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they have raised more than $275 million supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional, it comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
Awesome.
The best team in the National Football League is... Tori Holt, finish the sentence.
Woo, best team in the National Football League.
Entering the rest of Week 7.
Entering the rest of Week 7. Oh, man, that's a good question, Rich.
I only asked those, Tori.
You do. And there's so much, to me right now, there's so much parity right now in this league.
Yes.
I don't think there's no one right now that's saying I'm the number one team right now.
I mean, it's certainly with the Eagles and Bills having dropped 2 in a row.
They dropped 2 in a row.
The Colts and the Bucks are 5-1.
Colts and the Bucks, you can say. If I had to pick between those two, I would say the Bucks. And here's why. I think Baker Mayfield and the level that he's playing at,
yes, sir,
is pretty outstanding. He's raising the Mike Thomas. I mean, not Mike, but Mike Evans, who's one of my favorites. You mentioned wide receivers. He's one of my favorites. He's out. Obviously, Godwin is out, but the guys that he's playing with Emeka Egbuka, and other guys, their level of play is rising. And I think a large part of that's because of Baker Mayfield and his leadership.
He's been unbelievable.
Yeah, and then Tar Bulls in their defense, you know they're going to compete and get after you. But Baker Mayfield is right now is top notch.
The Bucks are atop my power rankings at 1. I don't know if that word's gotten around London about my power rankings. But I still can't quit the Lions, man.
Yeah, and I love the Lions.
I know that they just lost. I get it, to the Chiefs, who are turning a corner, you know, and the Chiefs becoming more of the Chiefs, and Mahomes is having an MVP-type season for himself. Just can't quit the Lions right now.
Yeah, the Lions, man, you know, watching the Lions is, you know, I like watching them guys. It's because offensively they're so good.
What do you think of Amon-Ra? We didn't mention him either.
And he's one of the top wide receivers in the National Football League. Every week I do on my social media, on Instagram, I do a Big Game Ballers. And he's appeared on that Big Game Ballers list quite a bit.
Yes.
Because of his tenacious attitude, run after the catch. His speed in which he plays is most glaring to me.
Yes.
Amon-Ra St. Brown plays football really fast. And for corners and secondaries that have to deal with that, it's tough because it's the same look every single time. You don't know when he's getting it or when he's not getting it because he plays at such a speed that's most, like I said, that's most glaring. But his run after the catch, his toughness, he helps to set the tone with that run game. He helps to set the tone for that Lions offense.
Well, I mean,
and team.
You know what you're talking about. 2 more NFL records that I did not mention before that you still hold to this day. Consecutive seasons of 1,300 or more yards, 6.
Woo.
Consecutive seasons of 90 or more receptions, also 6. Those are not records in this passing league that is still standing today. So I'm just going to say this point blank. You should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The fact that you are not is outrageous. I know you don't want to say anything, and you shouldn't, because it's one of those. It's like Fight Club. You don't want to talk about it,
right?
But you deserve to be in, and you should be in. Who's pounding the table for you? Is there somebody who's pounding the table for you in that room?
Yeah. So my presenter, Howard Balzer, goes to bat every year for me. He
goes back to the St. Louis days, correct?
Yeah, he goes back to the St. Louis days.
Okay,
Howard Balzer. And I've been a finalist now 6 straight years. So it's been 6 straight years that he's had to go in and argue my case.
Correct.
And from what I'm told, and then talking with him, he does a heck of a job of going in and making a case for me every single year. So I'm back in the runnings again this year. It's a tremendous honor to be mentioned amongst the league's greats. And look, I enjoy playing the game, Rich. I mean, you know that. I mean, you've been around me. I enjoy playing. I took pride in playing the game at a very high level. My goal from when I was drafted to St. Louis is I wanted to play for one team and one team only. And I was close to doing it. I played with the Rams for 10 years, and then I played 1 year in Jacksonville. So, and then being a part of a Super Bowl team, bringing a Super Bowl to a city, bringing conference championships, breaking numbers of records. My work's done, man, and I enjoyed it. And again, I did it at a high level, and I did it amongst other great wide receivers that we often talk about. I was right in the mix from a production standpoint. I was right in the mix with those guys. So I couldn't be any more pleased with how my career has ended out. Now, the Hall would be obviously icing on the cake and great validation for my pro football career.
Yes.
But the respect that I get from the guys that I played against and played with, that means all the world to me.
Well, and you get him. You get it. And this year's going to be tough again. Yep. Larry Fitzgerald on yesterday, who's second on the all-time receiving yards list. It's his first time up. But I also spoke to him about Anquan Bolden, who's also waiting just like you, deserving to get in. And all I will just say is this, is just, you are such a delightful human, and you just don't get down about it. You know what I mean?
Thank you. No, sir.
Please,
no, I appreciate that.
I will tell you this off the air also. I remember Harry Carson. He once told the Hall, take my name out of consideration. I'm sick and tired of waiting, and I'm sick and tired of being on pins and needles and not hearing my name. And the year he got in, he said, screw it. On the day of the announcement, he went to Hawaii. And he got off the plane. He turns his phone back on, and he's like, you have 50 messages. And he got in, and to this day, I see him there in Canton, Ohio, and a guy who was so pissed at the circumstances and was famous for that.
Yeah.
Goes back every year, happy-go-lucky, hunky-dory. All that weight only just makes it that much sweeter. Because you will get in. Your numbers support it.
Thank you.
Your personage and your personality.
No doubt.
All of it.
Appreciate that. No,
You're welcome.
I haven't gotten to the point yet where I called the Hall and said, hey, take my name.
I'm just
I'm with you.
The extreme example of somebody who walks around with a jacket and a bust.
Totally with you. And I've ridden every emotional wave that you can ride on this journey.
Right.
I've ridden every emotional wave. And but I still have hope. Every single year when it comes back up, I still feel like I'm going to get voted in that year.
Yeah.
Every single year. So to your point, at some point, hopefully the voters will see it that way, and I'll be getting a call and saying, hey, you're next in terms of being in the Hall of Fame.
Right. And then everyone that you played with, will be there.
Marshall, Nias, Kurt, Orlando.
They're all
Isaac
from your team.
Yeah. And
Dick Vermeil.
Coach Vermeil, all the guys that I went to war with, all the guys that I battled with in practice and worked, and we all loved and had a passion for what we did. Again, I think being inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, as we all know, really validates what you were as a football player.
Yeah.
And I'm just waiting my turn.
You're in the NC State Hall of Fame.
I'm in the NC State Hall of Fame. I'm in the College Football Hall of Fame. I'm in the North Carolina Sports Hall of Fame. I'm in the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame. I'm in the Rich Eisen Sports. I'm in the Rich Eisen Sports Hall of Fame.
That's the most important one of all. I mean, I know we're talking about Canton.
So Canton, whatever, Canton.
Let's just check ourselves right here.
Tori,
exactly.
You said you thought about it. Do you ever sit and think, like, this is the reason I'm not in? Do you ever just kind of question and kind of just think about it?
Initially, I would say the first 3 years I did that. Mm-hmm. It even had me to the point, my wife can attest to this as well, it even had me to the point questioning myself, like,
I know.
Like, no, I'm really like,
I understand.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, was I...
No,
was
you
I
were
good? Like, or was I not? So now I'm to the point now, it's like, hey, you look at all the statistics and you look at everything and how it all stacks up. I'm like, yeah, I belong. I belong. So, this is part of the process. This is part of the process, and I'm learning to embrace it and try to find joy in it and accept it. But it's never easy. It's always exciting getting to the point and when the Hall comes back around, and then when they call out the names, it's like it's like a gut punch.
Right.
And then you deal with those emotions. And then after a month or two, and then they go away, and then you get back to to your normal life. But it can be nerve-wracking, having to deal with it. And for me, it's more when I watch my wife and my kids, and my grandmother who's still alive, and my pops who's still around. They want it so bad because they want to be there when it actually happens. So I feel bad for them a lot of times. But I quickly just try to get rid of it, get away from it, and then and get back to life.
Well, you are the man, and thank you for coming on here.
Thanks for having me, man. Thank you. Absolutely.
That's Torrey Holt here. Ryan Clark of ESPN joining us next on the Rich Eisen Show in Hour 2. Got a couple more minutes left.
It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Join us at Houston Small Business Expo on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center, America's biggest business growth event. It's free to attend. Network with thousands of business owners and entrepreneurs. Over 20 free business workshops, speed networking, exhibitors, and keynotes by leading industry experts. Houston Small Business Expo is free to attend on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center. Register online at smallbusinessexpo.com. That's smallbusinessexpo.com.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
If your business is growing and looking for working capital, funds to acquire a business or purchase equipment, Veritex Community Bank's lending team is standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Hey, Houston, this is Paul Miller with Great Plate Hospitality. Now that the kids are back in school and vacations are over, our team would like to invite you back to check out what's going on at the Union Kitchen. $10.95 to $14.95 lunch menu includes 3 items: super salad, entree, and a beverage. October 1st, new and updated brunch and all-day menus. We've also got a great happy hour Monday through Friday, 3 to 6:30. Half price on select appetizers, $5 glasses of wine, $15 bottles of wine, and great cocktail and beer specials. Check out one of our 5 locations today.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. If you filed for a tax extension for the 2024 tax year, your extended deadline to file your federal income tax return is October 15th, 2025. This deadline is quickly approaching. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now. We'll help you file, put a stop to penalties, interest, and avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my debt lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. If you miss the October 15th deadline, you could face penalties of 5% of the unpaid taxes for each month that the return is late. The call and consult are absolutely free.
Call 800-743-8419. 800-743-8419. That's 800-743-8419.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
This is ESPN 97.5. Brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal Media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
I'm living my best life. Yeah.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Flacco floats one high into the air, left side, chase!
Live from The Rich Eisen Show studios in London, England.
I think it's great for all the old guys, you know.
Earlier on the show, Super Bowl champion Torrey Holt. Coming up, ESPN NFL analyst Ryan Clark. NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Tom Pelissero and hour number 3 to give us the scoop on everything going down. It's a What's More Likely Friday. We just had Torrey Holt here, and I love that guy, man.
He's awesome.
We went down memory lane quite a bit with him, right?
Yeah.
Where he was in the first NFL Network commercial I did back in the day. Now, the show that we're doing in year 11 is on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. But, of course, I dragged him down to my level at the end, and I had no idea he was already there at that level as an NC State Wolfpack Hall of Famer and a guy who lost the Super Bowl to Bill Belichick. Me asking him how he felt about Belichick's struggles at North Carolina was an instant classic response.
It wasn't just him; it was a whole family affair.
Yeah, I know his wife was here. She was just like going like this, in the background.
You dragged him into our petty scale.
I did,
and he is Richard the King. But that's top level.
No matter how high class you can be, sometimes you're just a fan at heart.
Yep.
And I think. The same can be said for the Emmy Award-winning Ryan Clark, whose Instagram account caught our eye.
I saw that this morning.
The longtime Pittsburgh Steeler had this to say while watching Thursday Night Football's Flacco-sance.
Over. Can't be serious. Joe Flacco, dog. Bro, Cleveland ruins everything. Joe Flacco, Jamar Chase going off. He didn't throw him 37 dang balls. T. Higgins, Yoshi Vaz, Chase Brown looking like Corey Dillon. And when did the offensive line learn how to block? They ain't blocked for nobody all year. We watched Joe Burrow get tore out the frame. Jake Browning get tore out the frame. T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward ain't get to the quarterback till late in the game. And then Joe Flacco was running the ball. This man is ancient. Bruh, I ain't like him since he came in the league and he was down Baltimore Raven. He'd have been a Cleveland Brown. He'd have been a Cincinnati Bengal. The man spent his whole adult life trying to terrorize the Pittsburgh Steelers. And right when we could take hold of the AFC North, be at the top of the dang AFC, he come and do this. The Browns ruined everything. They should have kept that man on the bench, backing up Dylan Gabriel.
Yes. Ryan Clark here on the Rich Eisen Show. Bravo, sir. 10 of 10, no notes.
Spoken from the heart.
No notes, Ryan. No notes at all.
Yeah, that wasn't my finest analyst moment, Rich. That was like I was sitting in the same room I'm sitting in right now, and I'm watching Joe Flacco be the Joe Flacco that took the Baltimore Ravens to the Super Bowl. And it made me think about like what Coach Tomlin said about GM Andrew Berry from the Cleveland Browns. He's like, well, he must be smarter than me. He understood that Joe Flacco still had something. And if you go back to week 1, he threw for 290 yards against the Cincinnati Bengals. And now you see him with Jamar Chase, obviously T. Higgins, and what he's able to do with that team since about the second half of that first game against Green Bay. Nobody's going to want to play this offense, but I'm just more upset that the Pittsburgh Steelers didn't take that next step. Coming into the season with Aaron Rodgers, I thought to myself, okay, this is a playoff team. And then now you see them with the down AFC North. The AFC as a conference is not as strong as we thought it would be. And to lay an egg like they did last night defensively is unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean, when Flacco pulled the ball and ran it for 12 yards, I audibly screamed. I audibly screamed out loud. And I was surrounded by other people, Ryan. I love this reaction. I'm bringing you back.
Rich,
here. I know.
Rich,
I get it.
I wanted to jump out of a first-story window because I didn't really want to harm myself that bad.
Yeah,
I just wanted the bruises. So I didn't want the full effect of what happened. But when that happens, even Kurt Herbstreit is like, wait, Joe Flacco pulled the ball? You see the whole team went to tackle the running back because ain't no way that that's going to happen. The energy that offense played with because they now have hope is all because of a young, looking at least, Joe Flacco.
So what does this tell you about the Steelers defensively? Because, again, this is a team that gave up over 30 points to the Jets, who I was wondering – where that Jet team was while I was sitting in a booth in Tottenham 5 days ago. I'm like, I was just begging for. By the way, you were thinking of a first story window. I was looking out of the booth thinking, how deep is this drop? You know what I mean? Like, so what does this say about the Steelers defense right now? Moving forward.
First off, I'm sure it's a deep enough drop to where you won't run the 40 very fast. So we can't have that. Correct. That's an important moment for a lot of people. So we need that to happen.
Thank you.
Here's what it says. It makes you look at that game against the Jets, Rich. It makes you go back to the game against the New England Patriots, where if you remember, there were 5 offensive turnovers that helped and allowed the Pittsburgh Steelers to win that game. But Drake May and the New England Patriots were able to move the ball. I felt like Terrell Austin, the defensive coordinator, found something in the pressure defensive packages we've seen on third downs or in passing situations, adding Patrick Queen to the rush, playing some man-to-man on the back end, using some disguise that's allowed them to get some one-on-ones. But last night, that was so difficult to do because of the matchups outside, which were supposed to be mitigated by adding a Darius Slay, by adding a Jalen Ramsey, and to a lesser effect, an Echoes that they acquired from the Jets. It was, from the X and O strategy standpoint, it was a whipping from Zach Taylor on Terrell Austin. But also when we're just speaking about players making plays, the Jamar Chases, the T. Higgins, the Yoshi Vosses, the Chase Browns, Noah Fants, they made more plays offensively than what we're used to seeing from the stars, like the TJ Watt, one of the highest play players in the world, make. They didn't come up and show up in the most important times.
And lastly, on this subject matter, Ryan, before I pick your brain on the rest of the NFL, I hear it all the time from fans in Western PA whenever I cape for Mike Tomlin and saying that he's one of the best, and if he ever did somehow, some way part ways with the Steelers or vice versa, he'd be hired in 2 seconds flat. If he wanted to do that, he'd be great on TV as well. What do you say to those who are questioning Mike Tomlin's stewardship at this point in time, certainly off of a game like last night, Ryan?
Obviously, he's one of my closest friends in the business, a mentor to me, a big brother. Last night was disappointing for Mike Tomlin. This team is, I think, 0-7 on Thursday night in the AFC North, right? And so I know he's so smart. He's on every single detail. I know that's part of his preparation, right? What can I do differently to have my team prepared to play? And then it was the thought process in what are the adjustments defensively? How will we be prepared if we see something different or if something isn't working in the manner that it was supposed to be? And I didn't feel like this team was. And I think that's the most disappointing part about Thursday night, that there are many times where I look at Mike Tomlin and I understand his process and I don't put certain losses or certain statistics onto him. Last night's loss was. You got everything you needed and wanted out of Aaron Rodgers to put you up and give you an opportunity 31-30 late in that game. And he and Terrell Austin didn't make the adjustments late to get one stop, because that was all they needed, Rich, was one stop. And this is a very disappointing loss for a team that could have taken an incredibly strong hold on the AFC North and put themselves in play to host more than one playoff game when it came playoff time.
The Emmy Award-winning ESPN analyst Ryan Clark here on the Rich Eisen Show, Monday Night Countdown, every single show. It appears to be under the sun. Of course, the Pivot Pod as well, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's talk 4-2 teams, Ryan, because the Niners, Eagles, Seahawks, Lions, Rams are all 4-2 in the NFC. If you had to put your marker on only one of them, now obviously the Bucs are there at 5-1 and the Packers at 3-1-1, but those 4-2 teams, Niners, Eagles, Seahawks, Lions, Rams, you could put your marker on only one of them to make the Super Bowl. Which one would it be?
You want to say the easy, low-hanging fruit is the Philadelphia Eagles, because we've seen it, right? We've seen them change things, and we've seen them make the adjustments they need offensively going forward. But I'm going to say the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions have a big problem at corner right now. There's no DJ Reed. There's no Terrion Arnold. I do think Amik Robertson is a good starting corner and obviously nickel. I believe that team is the scariest when you're talking about the 4-2 teams. We understand what they can do from an offensive standpoint. They're getting healthier with the Lean McNeil returning into the lineup. Aiden Hutchinson is starting to come along and make some of those plays we watched him make early last season. I think getting those two corners back and Kelvin Shepard, the new defense coordinator, first year at DC, having an opportunity to call all of this stuff, do everything he needs to do from a defensive side of the football, and watching an offense that's still explosive. And if not for a penalty called early on in that game with Jared Goff not being set, I think that game could be differently as well if that touchdown pass from David Montgomery counts. And so I think the Detroit Lions have a very strong case to make a Super Bowl run.
All right, then let's go to the AFC, where there are no fewer than now 6 4-2 teams. The Steelers, Chargers, Patriots, Bills, Jaguars, Broncos. Let's do the same thing. You can only put your marker on one of those teams. The Steelers, Chargers, Patriots, Bills, Jaguars, Broncos. Which one would it be out of the AFC? To make this
I think the first thing that I'm probably not supposed to do, because I don't know what the line of questioning is going to be. Can I add the Kansas City Chiefs into that so I can make this answer?
They're 3-3. Sure, but go for it. Sure. You
so I can make this answer really easy. I think that's the team to beat. I think that's the team to beat again, Rich. And I know that feels like an easy out, but I was saying this after their 0-2 start without Xavier Worthy. I'd never seen Patrick Mahomes play with so much passion, with so much intention. You can tell that he's set to prove something, and he understands how well he needs to play. Also thought Steve Spagnuolo on the back end, without Justin Reed, who is now in New Orleans, was just trying to figure some things out with a rookie corner that's played a ton of time. Jaden Hicks, a second-year player at the safety position, just figuring out things from a chemistry standpoint, communication, and I believe that they're doing that. Add to that, in this week, you are adding Rashee Rice, who was one of the best receivers going into last season before the ACL. We saw him ascend as they went to win a Super Bowl in his rookie year. I think this offense is going to be extremely explosive, especially with the quarterback under center, run game getting going. That would be the team I'd pick. But if you give me a 4-2 team, I still think it's the Buffalo Bills. 8 people injured against the Atlanta Falcons, one of the best players in the world in Josh Allen, and in my opinion, a stellar head coach. I think they right the ship and figure some things out.
Well, and again, you know how it works in our business. If you're on a bye week, it's as if you don't exist, and there's no reason to have a conversation about them. But let's do it here since I have you. The 1-5 Ravens, are you off them completely? Are they fork stuck? What do you think?
You know,
Ryan?
like that's the difficult thing is, right, Lamar Jackson can come back and this team can go on a run, win 8 of their last few games, or 9, and find a way to get into the playoffs. I just don't believe the way this roster is constructed, the way that they're executing, that they can win big playoff games. I do believe that at the end of the season, we're going to be looking at them and saying to ourselves, okay, where do they fit into this picture? What sort of wild card team could they be? Or with the Pittsburgh Steelers losing this week, how do they have the ability to close that gap? Because they do have 2 games in week 14 and week 18 to play down the stretch. So I believe that the Baltimore Ravens do factor in. I just don't believe they're as big of a threat to win the Super Bowl as we expected them to be coming into this season. I think Lamar Jackson has to take too much on his shoulders. And now with him being injured, Zach Orr's defense not playing at a high level, I just can't see them beating the best of the best in playoffs.
I kind of think that they're going to be that team, Ryan, that we're going to be on our collective shows, our respective shows in December saying, don't let them in the tournament. Do not let them in. You know what I mean? Like they're going to be on the cusp. They'll be right there in the mix for the 7 seed maybe. Or, you know, they do have both games with Cincinnati and Pittsburgh still remaining. And their one win is in division. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not ready to bury them yet. I'm just not ready to bury the Ravens yet.
I think it's about perspective too, Rich. You've been doing this for so long, and you understand it. I'm not looking at them from the perspective of, like, how do they get back in the fight? I'm looking at them from a perspective of where I thought they'd be in the fight at this point. Right, I believe that we were talking about the best roster in football at the beginning of the season. I don't believe that personally anymore. But you are absolutely correct. I think then history will come into play, you know, Rich. And I'll ask you this question: even if the Baltimore Ravens are hot headed into the end of the season, how will you look at past and previous playoff failures as to how dangerous you believe they could be if they do, or if and when they do get into the dance?
Certainly if they got to go to Arrowhead, as you point out. I mean, the 3-3 Chiefs do not look like a 500 team. And then, of course, you mentioned the Lions. The Bucs are playing them on Monday Night Football. A massive game that you're going to be all over in a couple of days. A massive game. I look forward to that one. Big time.
Yeah, I think that's huge, Rich, because Baker Mayfield playing like an MVP. I think Todd Bowles should be getting Coach of the Year sort of conversations, not necessarily recognition right now because it's early. Just the way that they execute in the stretch, the way they execute in 2-minute drills, all sorts of critical football moments. I think that is extremely important, and it tells a ton about the way that they prepare each and every week. I'm excited to see this game on the road against a very good Detroit team that will be coming off of a loss against the Kansas City Chiefs. So they'll be, you know, locked in and ready to try to win this football game. I think this is going to be big because it has playoff implications into where a playoff game could be played if these two teams see one another again.
1,000,000%. Man, you never know what's going to happen. And I'm the perfect example of that. Never thought I'd be name-checked on the pivot for playing Cupid for Joe and Michelle Buck, as I was this past week. Never thought that'd be. I've known Michelle Beisner forever and a day, and Joe forever and a day. Had no idea I'd be name-checked on your top-notch podcast like I was.
Hey, it was definitely fun. Obviously, you know, when you study it and you realize that you had that connection, you know, my job, as you know, because you host this show, is to not say the obvious thing that you want them to say, which that you know, were part of the love connection. So I thought that was cool. And before I go, I do want to say this. I was incredibly moved by your return to SportsCenter. Stuart Scott was a huge inspiration to me. He made me feel like I could do this job in my way. I think you're a legend as well in this. I think you're so gracious in the way that you treat new people in the game, whether they have accomplished anything or nothing, the way that you receive us all. And for you to show that emotion that vulnerability, that openness, and also just give the immense credit that Stuart Scott deserves for what he meant to this business and all the lives that he's touched, and obviously touching your life. I just want to say thank you for allowing people who may have never seen Stuart Scott live to feel a little bit of how he affected us all. And, I didn't get a chance to say that to you. And since I had an opportunity right now, I wanted to take it.
I appreciate that. Did you ever, how often did you cross paths with Stuart? How often did you do that?
Not very often. Not very often. I did get an opportunity to meet him. I never really got an opportunity, to say that. But he is much like how I feel about the people I idolized growing up watching sports. In this business, I felt like there was no better person to do his job, but also nobody that showed someone like me that it was okay to be yourself as long as you put the work in, you prepared, and you respected the occupation in the way you were supposed to.
Heck yeah, he would love watching you, Ryan. He really would.
Yeah, so
he would love working with you. Just ask, SVP. He'll tell you the same thing. I know you're sitting on the set with him quite a bit. He'd tell you the same stories I would too. And
talks about him often.
Because as well we should. He's been gone over 10 years now. It's unbelievable. So the fact that I get emotional talking about it because the politics of my departure prevented me from being asked back to host SportsCenter. And then so that robbed me of an opportunity to do it with Stuart again. And then cancer robbed all of us of him. And so when I sat on that set that night, and circumstances are now so much better with me and obviously our world, our Disney world together. It was absolutely something I had to do. I had to talk about him. I would think he would have done the same for me if our situations were reversed. And I definitely think about him all the time. He would love you doing what you do and celebrate your.
That means a lot to me.
It's
that means a lot to me.
I'm not just saying that because you brought it up. Well, I look forward to seeing you in person. We'll cross paths real soon. Keep doing what you're doing. And I appreciate you saying yes. I'd love to have you back here anytime. Thank you.
Man, thank you so much, man. Safe travels. Enjoy the game.
You got it. And I look forward to the next Flacco Steelers game. I will be peeled. My eyes will be peeled on your Instagram. Right.
I think I'm gonna erase my accounts that day. I'm gonna delete them.
No. We just talked about you being you. We just talked about that. We just talked about being genuine. That was genuine. Thanks for the time, Ryan. You got it.
Yeah, you have a great one.
That's Ryan Clark, everybody, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. It's genuine. I forgot. I didn't even talk about that in the first segment, that Flacco pulled it and ran for 12 yards.
Yeah, he can do it all, man.
He can do it all.
He does it all.
All right, when we come back, a What's More Likely Friday, everybody, right here from London. Great conversations and fun, good times right here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hi, I'm Sean with Energy Texas, and I'm a customer too. I'm proud to say our rates are 17% below the national average. Every day, our team is focused on keeping costs lower for you. We take affordability personally because this is our home too. So we work harder and smarter to fight rising costs. while also improving reliability for years to come. This isn't just my job, it's a commitment to my community. Together, we power life. Entergy.
Get in on exciting gaming action at LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 Penn Play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to LaBerge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a heritage film. Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. yourheritagefilm.com, no rush. People are immortal.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Greeks have been tailgating since the first Olympics, so you know Nico Nico's is the best for game day eats. Their new game day packs bring authentic Mediterranean flavors to your watch parties and tailgates. Designed for easy online ordering and delivered right to your door. And with the holidays coming fast, from Halloween to Thanksgiving and Christmas, their full catering menu makes every celebration stress-free. Check out the catering menu online at niconicos.com/catering or call 713-528-0966 today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance, people. Keep your career moving forward. Visit careers.progressive.com. Great chat with Ryan Clark. Great chat with Torrey Holt. Tom Pelissero with all the 411 joining us later on in hour number 3. I've got my top 5 other games of week number 7 that I'm looking forward to seeing. It's a What's More Likely Friday. Before we get to that, let's go to the phone lines. They are all lit. We greatly appreciate it. Our friend Jeff in Detroit, let's take his call from London. What's up, Jeff?
What's up, cuz?
What's going on, my international player cousins across the pond, man? I have been enjoying all your interviews. You get every drop out of those interviews, man. I tell you.
Thanks,
you
Jeff.
guys have been. It was a surprise to me because I didn't know. I looked up. I said, "Wait a minute, all 3 of them together over in England." My goodness, they ain't ready for y'all over there, baby. Hey, so we are week number 7. What is the biggest surprise for all 3 of you thus far in the NFL? Is it Baker? Is it Daniel? Is it the way that Baltimore is playing? I mean, my goodness, nobody saw that.
I was, Jeff, this question that gets asked right around this time of year, between weeks 7 and 10, right? That's always an interesting question. The biggest surprise so far, and there's always one that's positive and there's one that's negative. So I'll give you the negative one is Baltimore being 1-5. That one is a surprise to me. I knew they had a tough stretch to start this season. I didn't see them just winning one game, and that being against the Cleveland Browns, and then losing every other one. Obviously, injuries play a part in the last couple of weeks. So that is a surprise. And then the positive one is Daniel Jones crushing it, man. Mm-hmm. The Colts being 5-1. I knew, again, when I was at the Combine, hearing how they were 100% going to get competition for Anthony Richardson, and all I was hearing is that's code for they don't want to start Anthony Richardson. Mm-hmm. And so when they hired Daniel Jones, and they got Daniel Jones to basically say, no, I'm not going to stay in Minnesota with the quarterback whisperer and the career resuscitator and Kevin O'Connell. Not going to stay there because that's J.J. McCarthy's gig at some point. And he decided to go to Indianapolis. I thought to myself, he's going to get the start. Like, he's going to, even if it is just a competition, he's going to beat out Anthony Richardson just based on his body of work that, again, didn't light any fires and actually got him cut in New York. But him playing the way that he's been playing in Indianapolis it far exceeds any hopes that I think that Colts brass thought could be possible with Shane Steichen, and this Colts team. They are playing terrific football and are, A.D. Mitchell brain fart away of being perfect. So those are my surprises, Jeff. That's my answer to you, sir.
Wow. Yes,
and
that is truly miraculous.
And I appreciate the time. Good to chat with you. Jeff in Detroit chiming in as we're sitting here in London.
Tell the fellas in the shop we said what up, though.
And he's surprised that you guys are here, but, we spare no expense. Yeah. You know what I mean? Right. Although, our exchange rate, isn't kind of great. And now I'm rethinking the decision to bring the show here, to be honest. But no, it's good to have you guys. We had a great Italian dinner here last night.
Nice little reunion
in
last night.
A great spot called Mediterraneo. That is, interestingly enough, the restaurant that's used by Ted Lasso is the Taste of Athens. So it's an actual Italian restaurant where they serve Greek food in Ted Lasso. That was fun.
We did not.
And you guys want to go to a pub today,
yeah,
right?
yeah. We got a pub tonight. We got to fish and chips it. We got to try to split the G. TJ, we got to do that right.
I'm gonna leave the G split into you.
Yeah, you're not. He's not a beer drinker. He's not a Guinness
I'll have
drinker.
a beer.
I mean, it's literally like 2 sips.
Yeah, but then you're just going to throw the rest out?
You give it to Philly.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
That's disrespectful.
What, did he get leftover beer? Yeah. What's more disgusting than leftover beer? I can't imagine.
I mean, there is some stuff, but I mean, that's high.
Cold fish and chips?
Oh, yeah, we can't have that either.
I can't believe you didn't drop your English accent on me about splitting the G.
Why? Because then you guys sit here and act like it's so bad. So
no, we don't. Yeah, go ahead. Just do it. Just go ahead and do it.
You want to do it. You want to do it. You want to do it.
Do it.
Do it. I'm going to do it when you don't want me to do it.
Just go ahead and see. Now, this is absurd. Just go ahead and do it. I won't say anything.
No, because Trilly, our makeup artist, has been helping me work on my accent.
No, I don't want you to do it.
But here's the deal.
No, forget it.
The things we were working on, I don't think I should say into the Disney mic.
Oh,
we were using some words.
I don't want you to do it.
Okay, well, that's a shame because it's going to happen at some point.
Don't do it.
All right.
Hello, Governor. See, that's
terrible.
It wasn't meant to be good.
I got him to do it. And then,
That's a shame.
It's Friday. It's time for What's More Likely from London. Hit it.
What's more likely?
Never say never, but never.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Mike Tomlin. Uh-oh. Hey, what's up, guys? You guys good?
We're great.
Never.
Great to see you. What's more likely,
we're
guys?
Jolly.
We're jolly.
By the way, I tried to tell you, Bengals winning last night was good for content. Kurt Warner didn't believe me.
Okay.
What's more likely, the Bengals make the playoffs or the Steelers miss them?
What is that? So if I say the Bengals make the playoffs, that means the Steelers miss them?
No, but is it more likely that the
Either way
Bengals
I
make
answer
it,
that, I'm trying.
or the Steelers miss the playoffs?
So you're thinking too deep about it.
I think it's more likely that the Bengals make it. The Steelers are 4-2. The Steelers are not only 4-2; they're 3-1 in conference. So they've got good tiebreakers. They just lost a division game on the road in a short week.
Okay,
to a rival.
You're not worried about
I understand
them at
that.
all?
I'm saying the rival game is you got to
You could be worried about any team in the NFL right now.
Oh, gosh. Answer the question.
I answered the question. I said the Cincinnati Bengals at 3-4. All three of their wins are conference. They're 3-1 in conference.
Okay.
3-4 overall. They held serve. Their next few games after this game against Pittsburgh, they've got a home date with the Jets, Joe Flacco revenge game, and then they're taking on a Chicago Bears team that's on fire right now. A bye. They're at Pittsburgh, home for New England, at Baltimore, on a Thanksgiving night. So these are games that they can get some traction and make the playoffs. And so can the Steelers too, Chris. So how about that? You're not going to box me in to say something negative about the Steelers.
Way to lead me into the next question.
Okay.
More likely AFC division to get multiple playoff teams. The North or the South?
Oh, I'll go the South.
But then you just said it's more likely the Bengals make the playoffs. So the Bengals are the one AFC North team?
I don't need to. I don't need to string them together. I don't need to string them together.
Okay.
I don't know. I turn pages here.
I understood.
I turned the page from the first topic bar. Now on to this one. You asked me in this box.
So what's more likely, multiverse?
I will say the South, dude. Yeah, man. Jaguars are going to score first downs. And I actually just said those. I just said they're going to score first downs. I'm combining the two things I need in the worst way. Good Lord.
Also, one of the more interesting.
By the way,
they're going to score first down.
This is also me saying I turned the page. I haven't turned the page. I have not turned the page.
No, I would, and you're not going to.
The Jaguars and the Colts can absolutely make the playoffs, and so can the Texans. You can get 3 teams.
Texans still alive.
Yeah.
All right, Rich.
Yeah, the Bengals can win the AFC North. I just said that.
Thank you. See, that's what I was going for.
Yeah, you said it, but do you believe it?
You're not going to turn the page
next?
again because more likely to be the higher total. Rams, Jaguars combined score. Okay, last week was a combined 24 points.
I'm aware of it, Chris.
Just reminding you.
No, I don't need it.
Rams, Jaguars combined score,
my eyes are twitching.
Or Patriots total themselves against the Titans. The Patriots once beat the Titans.
Oh, I'm going to go
59-0.
Dude, get out of here. The Titans defensively is not why Brian Callahan lost his job, Chris. That's still a grown-ass man. Jeffrey Simmons still sitting in the middle of that defense.
And as much as he cannot talk about it and dismiss it, it's a Mike Vrabel revenge game.
Okay. I think the higher total is going to be the Jaguars and the Rams combined score because I deserve it as a broadcaster.
That's true. It's about you. Is what you deserve.
100%.
No Puka.
Do you see the names on the mic flags in the wall? I'm just saying.
No Puka.
I understand there's no Puka. There's also no Devin Lloyd, the best defensive player arguably for the Jaguars.
Yeah.
And the best offensive player for the Rams, arguably.
Jordan Whittingham. Pick him up.
Okay.
Okay. My league might be listening.
Guys, is it more like a huge game in Kansas City? Raiders Chiefs. Big spread in that game, interestingly enough. Is it more likely Ashton Genty, more likely to be the higher number? Ashton Genty rush yards or Rashee Rice receiving yards?
Oh, I'll go Genty rush yards.
He's back.
I know he's back, but he also is part of an offense that's sharing the football around. And Genty's the guy.
Yeah, Pete Carroll said he wants to get 25 carries a game now.
That would be great to see for, my 1-5 fantasy league team.
My 2-4 team.
So I would. That said, though, you got a featured back and you've got a guy working his way back. Which one would you go with?
I mean, probably the guy that's been sitting. He's well rested, right?
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of competition.
He's going to be awesome.
Targets.
He's a top 20 receiver. Guys, more likely to be the championship game preview this weekend. Colts, Chargers, Bucks, Lions.
Bucks, Lions. I didn't stutter.
You did not.
You jumped the gun, too.
Colts, Chargers is sneaky good, however.
No, and they are currently now 1-2 in the AFC now that the Steelers have fallen to 3. There's just so much movement in the AFC. And the NFC, again, there's a ton of 4-2 teams in both conferences. I am going to take the Lions and the Bucks as the teams to play one another. And this Monday nighter, as Ryan Clark just said, that's on ABC and ESPN, the family of networks. Could be for the right to host that game.
It's going to be a good one.
I can't wait for it. It's going to be awesome. And the Lions can go from 6th in the conference to 1, depending on the other results. So
let's talk a little NFC East. Is it more likely, guys, the Eagles lose their 3rd game in a row, or the Giants win their 3rd and 4th games?
Oh, I'll say it's more likely the Giants win their 3rd and 4th games. Again, the Broncos team that I saw last week against the Jets defense that really wasn't stopping many people. Offensively, they looked stalled in a way that in a way that looked like the team that was in Philadelphia quarters 1 through 3.
Right.
That 4th quarter was a burst. Correct. Minnesota's coming off of a bye. So the Eagles could easily lose their 3rd in a row. But I just think the Giants winning their 3rd time in 4 games against a team coming back from London, playing again after they were gone for, 10 days. I mean, they went to Philadelphia and then went from Philly to London. Now they're back, obviously getting acclimated again. I'm just saying that one team is, I think they're both potentially can win. I think both the Vikings and the Giants can win this weekend. But if I asked about what's more likely, I'll go with the Giants. I'll go with the Giants winning.
TJ, huge game in Dallas. Commanders, Cowboys. Terry McLaurin already ruled out. Debo is going to be game time decision again.
By the way, is this the 4th straight game that McLaurin's missed?
Yeah.
Because if that's the case, they could have IR'd him, and then they didn't IR him. Because
Trevon Diggs is out after apparently getting a concussion in a home accident. Kind of a weird situation there. NFC East star to go for 100 yards and a touchdown. George Pickens or Bill Krosky-Merritt.
I'll do Bill Krosky-Merritt just to piss off the governor over there. Mary Poppins over there, man.
Okay, mate.
Okay.
Okay, man.
Spoonful of sugar helps that medicine go down, pal.
In the most delightful
There's a little sweet shot near the edge of town.
Honestly,
that wasn't bad.
The Cowboys are
high register.
They need to acquire some more people to play run defense.
Yeah, correct.
So I'll do that. Although I think Pickens is going to go off again.
I think both things can happen.
You
don't want that as your answer.
Yeah, Pickens has 6 touchdowns.
But I'll do Bill Krosky-Merritt.
Yeah, Bill Krosky. Hey. Guys, more likely star duo to go for more yards and touchdowns. Duo Bijan, Drake London, CMC or George Kittle, who's back.
Oh, good one.
Sneaky good Sunday night game. Falcons, Niners.
Oh, the star duo to have more yards, is what you're saying?
Yeah, combined yards and touchdowns.
Man, Bijan is just
Bijan and Drake had, 3 something?
They
man. I'll go with
Come on,
Bijan.
this is easy.
Bijan in London?
Yeah.
Kittle's coming back. I have no idea how effective he's going to be. I hope he's going to be.
I hope he's well rested.
I love George Kittle. I love seeing him star.
My fantasy team misses
But Bijan and Drake just did it. Yeah, I'll go with that right now. Plus, Fred Warner being out, I don't know what the hell's going to look like.
Yeah. It looks like Mac Jones going to get another start.
Okay.
Del Tufo hit it.
Need one more? All right, we'll get one more.
Oh, I'm so surprised.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, one more. I did not know this.
Yeah, there's my boy. Can't wait to see him.
Little baseball as we finish up what's more likely. Is it more likely the Dodgers sweep?
Yes.
Up 3-0. Or Blue Jays Mariners goes to 7 games?
Oh. Why can't both be?
Stop it. The game is not, is it more likely both happen?
It's more likely the Dodgers sweep. Dude, this thing's
the Brewers were the hottest team in baseball.
I'm aware of that.
For the last 3 months.
The Dodgers have awakened.
They're just going to get swept?
The Dodgers are wide awake.
Did Ohtani do anything last night?
They're doing...
I'm asking. I didn't see any of the game.
They may go 2 postseasons without Ohtani having a monster game because they're that good.
Ohtani overrated?
They're definitely going to go 2 postseasons and not.
That's an overreaction Monday. Yeah, Dodgers sweeping. I'll do Dodgers sweeping.
All right, Dodgers sweeping. Come on.
Great moment with Max Scherzer last night.
Just like, no.
Oh, man.
No, not coming.
I'm okay.
We're back here on the Rich Eisen Show from London on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We've got Tom Pelissero, top of hour number 3, with all the information you need going into the rest of week number 7. We're back from London in a moment.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus the front 7. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees, and it should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and 0 for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's a limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
Cougar fans, it's time to pack TDECU Stadium. Saturday, October 18th, Houston football takes on the Arizona Wildcats for homecoming. Don't miss the pageantry, the pride, and the roar of Cougar Nation. Kickoff is at 11 a.m. This is Houston's team, and we need you to create a true home field advantage. Get your tickets now at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, wear red.
When you want real flavor and real value, head to Saltgrass Steakhouse. Kick back in the No Bull Lounge for the best happy hour specials weekdays from 3 to 7. Order up juicy steaks, fall off the bone ribs, or fresh seafood. From the bread to the butter, salad dressings to desserts, everything's made from scratch. Lunch and early dining available weekdays from 11 to 6. Call today to order our viral chicken tender family meal, the one taking TikTok by storm. Saltgrass Steakhouse. Legendary flavor, no bull.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Join us at Houston Small Business Expo on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center, America's biggest business growth event. It's free to attend. Network with thousands of business owners and entrepreneurs. Over 20 free business workshops, speed networking, exhibitors, and keynotes by leading industry experts. Houston Small Business Expo is free to attend on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center. Register online at smallbusinessexpo.com. That's smallbusinessexpo.com.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month. After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated
eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe. With increasing penalties and interest, you now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Monument Chevrolet has extended Truck Month. Get 2.9% APR for 72 months. Visit Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225 or monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
All right, here's the deal, Houston. Nico Nico's just dropped their OPA app, and it's a game changer. Download it, get 100 free points just for joining. Then every bite you take at Nico Nico's earns you more points for free food, drinks, and desserts, even free meals. What's better than that? Nothing. So don't wait. Download the Nico Nico's OPA, OPA app today and get rewarded and get your Greek on. It's OPA amazing.
Let me talk to you about Sonos, folks, the speakers that bring every game to life at my own house. And it's not just games, it's music. Trust me, as much as I love the music that my kids listen to.
Really? You do?
I just listened to the entire new Taylor Swift album, Walking in Hyde Park, today.
Good, yeah.
They're great.
You're right. There's some bangers.
Okay, so if Zan wants the Taylor Swift on in one room, Cooper does not want it on in another room.
No, that's true.
Okay.
That is true.
And so it's important for you to zone out your house by making sure that the Sonos systems are playing different music in different rooms for different kids. It's awesome. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. You plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. I love it. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos, they look as good as they sound. Also is using their headsets on the flight over, 10 days ago.
Yeah,
you've been here a long time.
I've been here a while.
Yeah, you've been here a while.
I almost starting adopting an English accent.
Oh, nice.
Even though being here for 10 days, I still have not stopped looking at the way the roads are set up and being freaked out.
I could not drive here. I'm
when you cross a lane of traffic to make a right turn. It's jarring.
It's jarring, yeah.
It's jarring to me.
Yeah, every time we've been in the car, I'm like freaking out.
And thank goodness, I don't know who's the first person to come up with this idea to write it
on
the ground,
on the
look
pavement.
right, look left, because my head is on a swivel.
I mean, it's got to be for the tourists, I'm sure. But
of course it is. What do you think? It's for the locals?
I don't know.
It's not for the locals.
It's also like that in the hotel. The elevators weren't working, so I had to take the stairs, and there are literally arrows up and down. But the going down.
What do you mean?
There's arrows painted on the stairs.
Normally, you stay to the right.
Yeah,
but over here, you stay to the left.
So the going down.
Walking steps?
Yeah, going down.
It's the same rules apply?
Yes. And going up, you're on the right.
The stairs are like the roads.
Yeah.
They want you on the left.
They put the arrow down and then the arrow up.
I was walking the other day in the tube, and it was right, left. It was.
Was it?
Yeah.
It was like the stairwell in our hotel.
I was used to that.
Left.
Yep.
Down left, up left.
Oh my God! So there's arrow because how do you need an arrow about understanding whether to go down or up a step?
They don't want you to be on the right side.
Now I get it.
And
I'm like, wait a minute, you need an arrow to determine how to go down steps.
I get it. I was stuck
up them.
I was stuck behind a family. There was a mom, dad, and probably like a 3-year-old child. And the mom, the whole way down, just kept going, "Stay left, stay left." And she was teaching them. And she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And I'm like, "No." I said, "I need this advice too."
Right.
So that's
okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You should have used your English accent there and acted that you were English to those people. You should have done that.
You should have done that. Yeah.
You should have done that. You should have done your British accent.
Yeah, you'll get another chance.
Yeah.
I mean,
not on this show anymore, because I don't want you to do it anymore.
We've got an hour, so...
No. You're terrible at it. I don't want to hear it anymore.
I don't know if I'm terrible at it. You guys crack me up, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell everybody at home why, and our friends at Disney.
I don't think you're going to say that we really crack you up.
You do your Lou Holtz impression, and I'm the biggest champion of you. I applaud you. I commend you. I hype you up.
Champion.
You do your Jim Rome and your Chris Collinsworth.
I don't do that on the air, though.
You do your Chris Collinsworth, and I sit there and I champion. I'm like, that's funny. Anytime I do something, you guys act like it's a personal offense to you, then I'm trying to be.
Well, it's because you're not good at it.
Oh, my goodness. I tell you, don't make me do walking.
Okay.
You'll know.
All right. That's not
great.
bad. That's good. Can you do walking with a British accent?
I was thinking about it last night, and I don't think I can.
You were literally thinking about it.
Yeah, I was. I was like, what else can I do?
What if British Lou Holtz and British Christopher Walken had a conversation with each other?
I don't want to do that.
Del Tufo.
What about British Collinsworth talking about Mahomes is the only quarterback to be able to bounce off of somebody?
Hey, mate, I'll tell you, mate.
You got it? Can you do it? See, your brain is like having it right. Your brain is like watching the traffic here.
Yeah, it's just like
you can't compute it.
Turn right.
No lie, I was in the mirror last night trying to do the British walk.
You can't do it. You can't do a British Collinsworth. You got it. Hold on, wait.
I had
wait.
I had it.
Just be like, hold on a minute. Here we go. We got about 30 seconds left, an hour or two.
Okay.
You can do this, Chris. You got it.
Oh, mate, let me tell you about Patrick Mahomes. I mean, he's just a bangers and mash over here. Hey, he's avoiding the pass rush, mate.
You can't do Collinsworth just saying mate.
I mean, you sort of can.
You just did Collinsworth. Said mate.
They love saying mate.
Does he slide in from the other side of the booth over here?
Now you're getting somewhere.
Yeah, he comes from this.
He comes from the other way?
Comes the other way.
Tirico has to look down and says, look left. That's what it is. The holiday season is right around the corner, and if you're anything like me, you're already thinking about how to make it extra special. Whether it's traveling to see family, spoiling the kids, or finally getting that big-ticket item for your partner, it all adds up. That's where Navy Federal Credit Union comes in. All veterans, active duty, and their families can become members and enjoy some special benefits. With the Cash Rewards and Cash Rewards Plus cards, you could earn a $250 cash bonus when you spend $2,500 in the first 90 days. Offer ends January 1st, 2026, and you can earn up to 2% unlimited cash back. Plus, members have access to financial advice, award-winning 24/7 service, and smart tools to manage your money. So don't wait. Join now at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Cashback terms and conditions apply. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash rewards for more information.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, we have seen Houston Powder Coaters work all over the city. The Ferris Wheel, Westside Tennis Club, the Waterway in the Woodlands. Now we're going to see it at NRG?
Yes, they have removable stadium seating that we are coating right now. So when you go there for your football games, for your concerts, for your monster jams, look for those seats and you see our work.
It's going to be beautiful, right?
It's going to be amazing.
So if I'm on the floor, I'm probably going to sit in a Houston Powder Coaters seat.
Yeah, so you will see our work up close and personal.
This will tell you something. If businesses all over this city are using Houston Powder Coaters, why shouldn't you? So if you want your patio furniture Houston Powder Coated, you need to do it now.
Yes, because it is a standard 4 to 5 week turnaround time, but if you need it expedited, we can do that for you as well.
We got parties coming up, holidays coming up. You want your patio furniture out there when the weather gets really hot.
Yes, don't delay. Call me today.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar. Ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. If you filed for a tax extension for the 2024 tax year, your extended deadline to file your federal income tax return is October 15th, 2025. This deadline is quickly approaching. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now. We'll help you file, put a stop to penalties, interest, and avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my debt lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. If you miss the October 15th deadline, you could face penalties of 5% of the unpaid taxes for each month that the return is late. The call and consult are absolutely free.
Call 800-743-8419. 800-743-8419. That's 800-743-8419.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers. KFNC and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
I'm living my best life. Yeah.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Flacco floats one high into the air, left side, chase!
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studios in London, England.
I think it's great for all the old guys, you know.
Earlier on the show, Super Bowl champion Torrey Holt, ESPN NFL analyst Ryan Clark. Coming up, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show of our 2-day residency in London, England. We are live here on Disney Plus. We're live on the ESPN app everywhere, and also this Rich Eisen Show terrestrial radio affiliate, smart enough to have the program on ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. We say hello to those listening on Sirius XM Channel 80 as well. If you're listening on a podcast later on, all 3 hours, we greatly appreciate your listenership there. There's our YouTube channel, over 1 million subscribers and growing. We appreciate every last one of you. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. Great chats in hour number 1 with Torrey Holt and in hour number 2 with Ryan Clark. We did What's More Likely on a Friday. Coming up on this program, my top 5 other games for the rest of week number 7 that we're looking forward to seeing. TJ Jefferson and Chris Brockman are here with me in London as they have been for the last 2 days. If you're watching right now, you see that Chris has on a sequined sport coat that is way too small
way
for
too
him.
small.
It's because his shirt was blending into our Rich Eisen Show set background here at ABC News in London, and we asked the good folks here at ABC News, maybe there was a jacket for you. Mm-hmm. This is the only one they found.
Yeah, this is it.
We found out from Trilly, our makeup artist, who's here giving you elocution lessons.
My best friend Trilly.
Okay. She says this jacket belongs to an English journalist, the chief international correspondent for ABC News,
nice.
James Longman, a Brit who wears this jacket. It's interesting that a man named Longman has short arms, it looks like, for you, Chris. It's,
I'm guessing
it's not looking great.
Yeah.
But he's known for reporting on global conflicts, which is why he's maybe not here today, and human rights issues. And I'll say you wearing this jacket is a new human rights issue.
It's a violation.
I think the United Nations is calling up the Rich Eisen show right now saying, take that off.
They should step in.
She also mentioned something about him calling bingo numbers.
Okay.
I feel like I should be giving away cash and prizes, which I know is your
and so I've been here for almost a fortnight.
3 months?
Yeah, it feels like I've been here a while. And kind enough to sit in the host chair for as long as he did while I've been here in London. Ladies and gentlemen, back on the Rich Eisen Show, because we can't quit him, Tom Pelissero, back here in hour number 3, our final hour here in London. Good to see you, Tom. How are you, sir?
Hey, Tommy P.
Good to see you, Rich, and the boys over in the studio there. I am curious, does Longman know that Brockman raided his closet? Is he on board with this?
Now he does. Now he does. Yeah,
somewhere he's tuning in and saying, I stole that jacket from Liberace. How dare you wear it, filthy American?
That's what he's probably saying. Right now, his phone lines are burning up at whatever serious issue he's covering, saying what the heck's going on. All right, so Tom, what is the? I mean, what is the backlash from, if you will, or is everybody else talking about the Flacco acquisition by Cincinnati in the same way that Mike Tomlin was from the podium, league-wide? Tom, is that the reaction you're getting league-wide?
We talked about it a lot on this show on Wednesday, setting up this game, because I don't ever remember a head coach in my time, 20-plus years covering the league, coming out and directly calling out a GM over something that did not directly involve him. And it sounds like that was a very honest moment from Mike Tomlin, who, on some level was proven correct when Joe Flacco went out last night and looked like Joe Flacco we haven't seen in a decade. This was Super Bowl run, 2012 type Joe Flacco, absolutely throwing darts all over the field, targeting Jamar Chase like 57 times, and finding ways to move a football on a Bengals team that was in a spot where, listen, if they lose that game last night, it's 5 straight losses. They're 2-5. They're buried in the division. And we're spending time on this show today saying, all right, when are they going to trade Trey Hendrickson or, anybody else that might be available on the roster? Instead, he goes out and performs at a very high level that certainly, I got a few calls and texts and people asking about what the reaction's going to be in Cleveland. I think that there are founded reasons why Andrew Berry decided to make that trade. It's a guy who, listen, they wanted to see the rookie quarterbacks. Once they benched Joe Flacco sooner than they had planned to bench Joe Flacco, it was obvious that he was not going back in the lineup. And if at some point Dylan Gabriel they'd seen enough of him, they were going to go to Shedeur Sanders next. So you offload close to $2 million in salary. You upgrade from a 6th to a 5th round pick next year at a time that you are gathering all kinds of ammunition to go up to get the quarterback that potentially you might want in round 1. Though at the current rate, the Browns are in a position where they might not need to trade up. They might have that number 1 pick or top 5 pick that they need to go and get a QB. The optics of it are certainly not friendly in this case, especially because Mike Tomlin drew as much attention to it. The fact that there were full-screen graphics on the Prime Video broadcast as Al Michaels was doing a dramatic reading of the Tomlin quote about Andrew Berry last night. Now you got a 1-5 Dolphins team coming in and taking on the 1-5 Browns, who have not been home for a while. They're going to be in some type of a thunderstorm, it sounds like, on Sunday morning. And it definitely adds a little bit of extra edge around what has, by all appearances, appeared to be a rebuilding project in Cleveland, one that now includes the quarterback who was their Week 1 starter, going and winning games and maybe keeping a Bengals team afloat within the division.
So let's talk injuries, Tom. Terry McLaurin's out, huh? And if you look at it, this is this fourth straight missed game. I guess they missed the opportunity to throw him on IR. Why is this lingering? How serious is this for him?
It's a quad, a hip flexor. It's something in that area that can cause complications along the way. Terry McLaurin practiced on Wednesday, granted on a limited basis, but they really believed, and I said this on game day kickoff on Sunday, they thought there's an opportunity here. And from my understanding, Terry McLaurin thought he had an opportunity to play in a really big game on Sunday against the Cowboys, but he clearly did not feel right in practice on Wednesday. That's why they ended up holding him out, or he held himself out of practice on Thursday, now officially ruled out for this game. There's not been, to my understanding, any type of a setback. It's more a matter of him trying to get comfortable on the field. He's not there yet, and so the Commanders now are once again in this position like they have been for a month. It might be the most acute that it has been. Noah Brown just went on injured reserve after he had sat how many games, 3 or 4, before they put him down for another 4 games. And Deebo Samuel dealing with that heel injury, he has not done a whole heck of a lot. He told reporters today, we'll see if he's able to go. It sounds like there's real concern about Deebo potentially not being on the field either. If he's not able to go, then, again, in a really big game against Dallas, you might be down your top 3 wide receivers, which is, as good as Jaden Daniels is, that creates quite the tall task. Okay, and the 49ers injury scenarios that are playing out right now for that Sunday night game against Atlanta. Kittle's back. We're going to see him. Is he starting on Sunday night? That is what it sounds like, is that Kittle, it sounds like he maybe had a chance to come back last week, but much like CeeDee Lamb with the Cowboys, it's, do you want to come back and be on a snap count, or do you want to get completely healthy and be full go? It sounds like Kittle is going to be closer to the latter and is going to be playing a lot for the 49ers on Sunday. In terms of their quarterback situation, it seems like this is probably going to be another week of Mac Jones. Kyle Shanahan said that, Mac's been less limited than Brock Purdy through the course of this week. Obviously, Mac won his first 3 starts. They had a tough game last week, weren't able to pull it off, but Mac's played good football. He's dealing with a knee. He's dealing with an oblique. He's wearing the knee brace and all that stuff. But with Brock Purdy, remember, last time he missed 2 games, came back and immediately aggravated the toe. Now he's missed 2 games. Maybe giving him a little bit more of a breather is going to make sense for the long haul here. It's not a quarterback controversy. Brock Purdy will be the starter when he's healthy, but the fact that Mac Jones has played well has certainly bought them a little bit more time to be cautious about it this time around and make sure, okay, let's not run the risk of another setback that takes Brock Purdy out another 2, 3, 4 weeks. Let's make sure he's 100% himself before he's back on the field. And what about Juwan Jennings? He was mentioning how banged up he is, and I don't know how. There seems to be some smoke in that situation right there. Well, remember, Juwan Jennings, he was going through a situation, and there was, his agent put out something saying he's requested a trade. Then the 49ers said that didn't happen. They ended up giving him like a small uptick in incentives, but it was all a product of the deal that he signed last year and signed away another season of his career. It's been pretty apparent that he's not been happy with the contract situation, just with the general state of things. And now the 49ers have proceeded. Again, they're well within their rights to enforce the contract that he was on. They gave him a little something to get him into camp. But now, Juwan Jennings is on the injury report with like 3 different things. He said last week he's got, I think, a low ankle sprain and a mid ankle sprain or a high ankle sprain. He's got 5 fractured ribs. He's dealing with a lot. Remember Ricky Pearsall, who every time Ricky Pearsall gets banged up, it seems like it takes him a little bit longer than they're initially anticipating. He still hasn't practiced since he injured the knee a couple of weeks ago. Of course, Brandon Ayuk, it's getting closer, but he's still probably a month or so away, from having a chance to get back onto the field. There's just so many moving parts with this 49ers team. Even though, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, one of the other guys who's been filling in, he popped up on the injury report and didn't practice yesterday. That's a lot for them to overcome. Kyle Shanahan's as good at scheming people open as anybody, but it helps when your good players are available. Jennings has been a limited participant. It seems like he's going to try to go, but he's probably going to be listed as questionable again, and they'll see exactly how he's feeling by Saturday night, Sunday morning. Some quick hitters here. CeeDee Lamb's coming back, correct? CeeDee's back. I said that last Sunday. It sounded like it was 50-50. They just had to see how he looked once he got onto the field. He's looked great. by all accounts, since he got back on the practice field this week. So seems like no restrictions for CD. This will be the first glimpse we've gotten of the CD-George Pickens combo since Pickens really broke out, Rich, and kind of became the focal point of the offense. I'll be interested to see just how Brian Schottenheimer and that crew kind of keep all the mouths fed here coming back. But it's a great problem to have, especially because the defense has not played well. Now Trayvon Diggs is out for the game because he apparently suffered a concussion at home in some type of an accident on Thursday. One more challenge. I don't know how great, honestly, of a scheme fit Trayvon Diggs is. He hasn't seemed like he's been running the same way that he was before his injury situation. So I won't say addition by subtraction, but certainly might be an opportunity for them to get a look at some other players in that position, and they hope try to get things back on track defensively this week.
The Chargers, Joe Alt got back in some form of a practice. Khalil Mack, I got to tell you, man, when I saw his injury in week 2, I would not have thought it was humanly possible to have a practice window opened up prior to week 7. I mean, that is unbelievable. Quentin Johnston appears to be on the mend. Like, what can you tell me about the Chargers' health?
Quentin Johnston got back to full participation yesterday, so no guarantees. They got to see how his body responds, but that's usually a sign that a guy's trending toward playing this week. As far as Joe Alt, I mean, that was another one that looked bad. It's a high ankle sprain. Yeah. It happened in week 4, so we're not even 3 weeks out from the injury. Now, I don't know if you saw the photos of Joe Alt, but it looks like he's wearing like 1980s moon boots on one of his feet. I mean, That thing had a couple of whole rolls of tape on it yesterday. But, Justin Herbert taped up his high ankle sprain a couple of times last season and rolled out there looking much the same. We'll see. Usually when a guy doesn't practice on Wednesday and he's been out a while, that's a sign he's not going to be able to go on Sunday. But the fact that Joe Alt's out there, whether he plays this week or not, great sign that he's trending back in the right direction. And then you're right. I mean, the Khalil Mack injury looked bad when it happened, but the word that next day was, he dodged a bullet in the bigger picture here. So they're optimistic that he could be out there as soon as this week. It's just a matter of, whether or not they want him to go out there, kind of ease back in terms of the snap count, or give him another week. But for a Chargers team that's been gutted by injuries the entire season, Rich, this is probably the first time, honestly, since the opener that we've talked about things at least on the upswing from a health perspective.
A few minutes left here with Tom Pelissero, my colleague from NFL Network and Yeoman's Work, sitting in my chair over the past week plus while I've been over here in London, moonlighting as a play-by-play man. So I'm looking at 1-5 Tennessee with an interim head coach, interestingly enough, just in time for Vrabel to pull back into town as the AFC East division leader. Browns 1-5, Dolphins 1-5, Saints 1-5, a handful of 2-4 teams. I only mention this along with the 1-5 Ravens. Anybody who's playing this week, playing their way into being sellers as opposed to anything else in the trade deadline that looms. I know you and the guys talked about this a little bit early on this week, but what about now that we're on the cusp of losses that could actually affect something? Tom.
Well, let's start with the Titans. They have been open for business. They traded Jarvis Brownlee a couple weeks ago, but that was a pretty specific type of situation. They're willing to listen on just about everyone on the roster. Yes, we talked about it with the guys. Like, I don't think that they deal Jeffrey Simmons, but in a position like the Titans are, when you're in the midst of a large-scale rebuild, the early stages of a large-scale rebuild, you kind of are willing to listen to anything. Calvin Ridley would be another logical target. He's out this week because of his hamstring injury, which makes the situation that much harder to try to get Cam Ward going. But the Titans will be there. We've got 18 days till the trade deadline. Doesn't mean that they're going to, go full fire sale and make 8 different trades. But in terms of listening to calls, they're absolutely already in that mode. I do not get the sense the Saints are open to listening at this point. Mickey Loomis has never been a big sell at the trade deadline guy. He feels like, I've got the players. There's a lot of long-time types of guys on that team. We heard Alvin Kamara say it yesterday, and Ian reported this last weekend, that they'd come to him like, hey, we got interest in you. Would you want to be traded? Kamara said no. He said yesterday if he finds out that they traded him anyway, he'll just go drink a pina colada on a beach somewhere rather than playing for a different team. So I certainly anticipate
that might change if the Kansas City Chiefs hand him a uniform, Tom. That might change if the Chiefs hand him a uniform. You know what I mean? Like, come on now.
He's a unique guy, though. He loves the city, and, you just have to get there. I mean, I haven't fully crossed him off the list, but it sounds like that's not something they're looking to do. The more logical targets would be, Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed. But again, the sense I've gotten is that they are not in any way in sell mode at this time. You heard Mike McDaniel earlier today saying that any suggestion that Dolphins players are on the trade block is false. That makes sense for the moment because, listen, they got to win some games. They got a big one this week against Cleveland to quiet down all the noise that was largely created by their quarterback this week. They got a bunch of veteran pass rushers between Bradley Chubb, Matthew Judon, Jalen Phillips. They've obviously got Jalen Waddle. I don't get the sense at this point they're eagerly looking to trade any of those guys, but if 1-5 becomes 1-6, 7, 8, certainly there's going to be a lot of calls that are made to Miami. With Cleveland, they clearly are already willing to make trades, not just trading Joe Flacco to Cincinnati, but they traded Greg Newsome in a deal for Tyson Campbell that was an unusual trade, but makes sense when their vision is on 2026 right now. Greg Newsome, who was in a contract here, probably wasn't going to be a part of that, so you get a cost-controlled Tyson Campbell in return. There potentially could be other players the teams target. We know we've heard David Njoku on 20 different occasions over the past few years. It's one of Andrew Barry's favorite players. I don't know that he'd be traded, plus he's out this week because of an injury, but players like that, I would anticipate that there are calls. And then, you got other teams like the Raiders. At some point, do they go into sell mode? They won last week. They're not completely out of it in a wide-open AFC West where nobody's better than 4-2. But if you get a couple of weeks further down the road here, do they end up trading to Jacoby Myers, who it sounds like his status is up in the air for this week because he's got a knee injury that he's dealing with here. They're not going to trade the big ticket items. Max Crosby just did a new deal. He's not going anywhere. I don't think that there's a market for Geno Smith, even if they wanted to trade him. And I've not gotten any indication that their plans for Geno or anything out of play through it and keep him as QB1. The Jets is the other team, 0-6 at this point. Again, you'd like to think you're building some type of momentum here and just get something going in the right direction. But, the only significant trade that they've made thus far was acquiring Jarvis Brownlee, who's actually played pretty well for them far this season. But they got a bunch of tradable assets on that roster. Breece Hall is the one that a lot of the focus will be on leading up to the deadline. Would they be willing to listen on Quinn and Williams? Again, there's not a lot of players, Rich, and this is not me reporting like, hey, they'll trade Quinn and Williams. I just know this.
Sure.
There's maybe a few dozen players in the entire NFL that are off the market. Everybody else, there's a price at which any team is going to go, that's pretty good value for that guy. But I think one of the things to point out here, and I've had this discussion with a bunch of GMs this week, is how quiet it's been this week, just 18 days now until the deadline. Usually you'd start to see it. We saw a few trades last week, but that's driven in large part from the fact that there's not that many teams that are completely out of it. Even the likes of the Raiders are sitting there going, we got a chance to get back into this thing. Let's see what we can do. A lot of these trades, if they happen, might come right after Halloween, right after, and as we lead up to that deadline that's on the Tuesday, I think it's November 4th, you might be really up against that before you see some of these deals. But again, whoever loses in the Miami-Cleveland game this weekend, if Tennessee, if the Jets, if the Saints, those teams sink over these next week or two here, things could always ramp up quickly. But it is pretty quiet right now.
You're the man, Tom. Before I let you go, the usual question I ask you, it's been a while. I've been out of the chair. The team or situation that everyone around the league is blowing your phone up about for tea to be spilled. Which team is of interest league-wide right now?
Well, now that we are beyond the Mike Tomlin, Browns, Bengals love triangle that we had going there, I would say that was the thing early in the week. I would now say the number one thing is how do the Dolphins respond to a week of really weird and unusual adversity? Because the moment that Tua came out and gave that long rambling quote, wasn't even asked about anything in particular, and then starts mentioning players-only meetings and guys being late to players-only meetings, so we make it mandatory. The leadership has to get better. Number one, people I talked to in Miami that night and on Monday morning all said, we don't really know what he's talking about. There's not the traditional types of players-only meetings where it's like, hey, guys, we all got to get on the same page, rah, let's push through. No, he apparently was referring to, defensive players getting together to watch tape on their own, which, by the way, happens in 32 buildings across the league. Every group, different position groups will get together. It's not always a formal type of thing. It's just guys get together and they watch extra tape, or they have various discussions, or the quarterback gets the receivers together. That's completely normal. But when you call out the locker room that way, and then when Mike McDaniel has to go to the podium and basically say, I don't know what he's referring to, but I'm sure he had a reason. They're doing the right things for me, but whatever he's referring to, hopefully we get it cleaned up. People sit back and go, Mike McDaniel sounds clueless about what's happening in his own locker room. Well, anyone would be clueless about something that's not happening in their locker room. So for the next 4 days, Tua was going directly to players on Sunday night and apologizing and explaining himself. Monday he has to go. Mike McDaniel has to go to the podium and basically say Tua shouldn't have said that. Wednesday, Tua's back at the podium. These guys need to win a game, Rich. You need to focus everything you've got on trying to beat the Browns, not going on a 4-day apology and explanation tour. From what I've heard, the offense has had a good week so far. They do have some positive things going for them. Devon Achan's been really good. Jalen Waddle has played excellent. Obviously, Darren Waller is a comeback player of the year candidate based on what he's done over his first few games. And Tua, granted, again, 3 turnovers last week, but throws a touchdown pass in the final minute that, but for a long kick return and a play where they couldn't get Justin Herbert or Ladd McConkey on the ground, they win that game. We're talking about it being different here. There's reasons to believe the offense will come out, again, if the weather holds up, which is a complete unknown at this point. It sounds like, they're bracing for 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, rain, thunder. It could be a weird day in Cleveland, but they've got some momentum offensively. The defense just has to play better. We'll see if they step up to the table. But the last thing you want is the proverbial distraction. And this was a distraction unlike, Rich, frankly, very many I've ever seen in the NFL.
So an actual perfect storm for a team that's proverbially been through their own. Tom, I appreciate the 2 cents. And next time on your appearance on the Rich Eisen Show, a special announcement, a new member of the NFL Insiders team commenting on all trades. Mike Tomlin will be part of the new...
I thought you said next time I'm on, I'd be wearing that sequined jacket.
No, we got to leave it here.
And as the extra member of the Insiders.
We have to leave it here.
Rich, before Tom goes, we found out something weird and unusual about him.
Oh.
And his quest to be, the top information man story breaker.
Okay.
He sleeps with his earbuds in. So when a text comes in or a voicemail, it'll just play right in his subconscious brain.
That's next level. That's next
Not
level.
Not always. If I'm expecting something, I've gotten burned a few times. Just try to be cautious as much as I can. And by the way, Brockman, real quick before I go, I will bid $1.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Pelissero, ears in, antennas up. Ears in, antennas up. Tom Pelissero,
See
right
you, buddy.
here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, we're up against it. That was a nice long segment. Let's take a break. Phone calls and top 5 other games I'm looking forward to seeing as we wrap things up from London, England.
Your fantasy roster is set, the Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sportsbook for sports fans. Download the app and link your ESPN Bet and ESPN accounts to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey, girl. I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager. Hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Sunday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. It's a rivalry renewed as the Dallas Cowboys host the Washington Commanders. Hi, this is Ted Emmerich. Join Steve Berline and me for all the action as these NFC East foes battle it out. Can the Cowboys bounce back, or will the Commanders earn a tough victory on the road? Cowboys, Commanders. If it's the NFL, it's right here.
Coverage begins Sunday at 2:45 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Cougar fans,
fans, it's time to pack TDECU Stadium. Saturday, October 18th, Houston football takes on the Arizona Wildcats for homecoming. Don't miss the pageantry, the pride, and the roar of Cougar Nation. Kickoff is at 11 a.m. This is Houston's team, and we need you to create a true home field advantage. Get your tickets now at uhcougars.com/ticket or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, wear red.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Ride fast, give back. That's what it's all about at the fastest cycling race in Texas. The 5th annual DA Bike Ride for Survivors is happening Saturday, October 18th at Brazos River Park in Sugar Land. 20, 40, or 55 miles of all-out, law enforcement escorted racing, plus the family-friendly 1K color run. Your registration fuels the Expose Excellence Youth Foundation and gives hope to survivors of violent crime. Sign up now at FBCDABikeRide.com. Texas's fastest bike ride for a purpose.
Hello, Houston. This is Paul Miller with Great Plate Hospitality. Believe it or not, the holidays are closer than you think. Got someone who's a little difficult to buy for? Well, who doesn't love great food? All of our locations of the Union Kitchen, Jack's Grill, Pastorella, and Vine Memorial offer gift cards and will give you an extra $25 for every $100 you purchase. Don't forget, book your holiday party early. Our rooms and reservations are filling fast. Book before the end of October and the host gets a $100 gift card. Call your favorite restaurant today. Tell them Paul sent you.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Whooping the Irish in the Cotton Bowl required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Small businesses look for banking partners who make fast and efficient decisions. Veritex Community Bank has a lending team standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. They're experts, fight back fast, and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Greeks have been tailgating since the first Olympics, so you know Nico Nico's is the best for game day eats. Their new game day packs bring authentic Mediterranean flavors to your watch parties and tailgates, designed for easy online ordering and delivered right to your door. And with the holidays coming fast, from Halloween to Thanksgiving and Christmas, their full catering menu makes every celebration stress-free. Check out the catering menu online at niconicos.com/catering or call 713-528-0966 today.
back here on the Rich Eisen Show. Everybody, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. They make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com. Is Christian in Toronto still on the phone line? Is he still on the phone line? Is he still hanging on? Let's take his phone call. What's up, Christian? How are you, sir?
Christian.
Hey, guys. How's the UK? Everyone doing good?
We're good. You must be
great,
pumped up, man. You must be pumped up that down being 0-2, and now we got a 3-game series.
We're live.
Yeah, we got a 3-game series.
It was a good game to watch. It was funny. Me and my buddies were watching Scherzer inning by inning, going, "Give us one more," like the guy in the Rookie of the Year, the pitcher. It was it was a good game. The bats are going. Jimenez is the 9-hitter, like hitting home run after home run. It's pretty unbelievable, and it's a positive after the Bears lost last week. To be honest with you, it's been a good week since that.
Well, your Chicago Bears you're referring to, or because they keep winning?
The Commanders. I'm a Commanders fan. They lost.
I'm sorry. The Bears. I'm sorry. I got you. Hey, man, Scherzer was not coming out of that game last night.
It was vintage Mad Max.
I loved it. Thanks for the call, Christian. Keep rooting for your Blue Jays right there. One of our new regulars, I would call Christian, right? Scherzer,
old school,
reminded me of. Do you remember when Messina barked at Joe Torre to not even leave the dugout?
Yeah.
Torre got up. Torre didn't even get to the mound.
Got to top step.
He got top step, and he just said, "All right, I got you."
I do remember that.
And he basically pointed up and said, "No, you stay there." Is what he said to Joe Torre.
Scherzer just screamed at him and be like, "Let's go!"
I got language.
What did he say?
Do
we know?
He said, I'm okay at one point. There was something to that effect.
He said, "Let's go."
Is that what he said?
I can't tell what he said before
he
that.
Definitely did not say "let's go."
No, right before it, he says something else, probably a 4-letter bomb, but then says, "Let's go."
Yeah, he did at the end.
Yeah, I mean, John Schneider's head is blocking.
Yeah, he's kind of blocking
what. Oh, he said, I'm good, let's go. That's what Hoskins said. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
That's one of those moments where...
What a lunatic.
Well, I mean...
In the best way.
But,
in the best way.
And so, of course, Snyder's like, okay, you got it. And then he got out of the inning.
But if you give up a bomb there...
it's still... So it's 5-3 at that point in time, right?
Still, I mean, yeah, it's 5-1.
Hey, man. If he gave up the bomb is what I said.
Yeah.
So, that was great. That was very well done by the Blue Jays to even the series. And are you ready for a parade in Los Angeles?
For
the Dodgers.
You would just assume they're winning the World Series.
I mean, that's a good assumption.
Their best player isn't doing anything.
And there's, yeah.
At some point, he's going to have to.
Yeah, and when he does, and it's truly a record.
Does he? Really? Because last year he didn't. Although, wait a minute. He tripled to start Game 3. And dude, the same way that, TJ, you said it's crazy watching a guy with 55 home runs start a game by striking out someone with 56 in a game that he started against the Phillies. Have we ever seen the Game 4 pitcher lead off Game 3 with a triple?
I'd say probably.
And then he plates the first run. That happened.
He's doing stuff that
the Game 4 starter of the NLCS led off Game 3 with a triple. That happened. So, yeah.
He's hitting 158 in the playoffs.
I get it. I understand.
He had a 1-for-20 stretch.
I get it.
You still got to...
Last year doesn't count. He's playing the Yankees. Anybody could have beat them.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, Jay Philly.
All right. Now we've got to move on to the top 5 list. And I wanted to talk more baseball, but now because again, I saw the Yankee press conference yesterday about...
Run it back.
They are. They're going to run it back. But although Garrett Cole won't be ready for the 2026 season, and now Rodon's getting some cleanup work on his arm, he won't be ready for the 2026 season. He was awesome
this year.
He was?
He was.
All right.
Okay.
As always, now that the Thursday night football game is complete, I look forward to the rest of the week. It is my top 5 matchups for week number 7 presented by Hyundai.
High five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's top 5.
I have removed for, fairness purposes.
Okay.
I've removed Jaguars-Rams from this list.
Okay, that's fair.
It's 4-2 versus 4-2.
You're a professional.
I'm calling the game.
That game's
going to
be awesome.
NFL Network.
Yeah.
Clearly, I want you to watch it. Clearly, I'm not going to say it's a game that I'm looking forward to seeing when I'm calling it. You know, it'd be really weird. Hey, you know what I'm looking forward to seeing?
What's that?
The game that I'm required to see as a play-by-play individual. I just want to see first downs. Strung together.
A couple tutties.
You know what I mean? All right. Number 5.
Positive passing yards.
Positive passing yards.
You want that.
Net.
I do. Yeah, well, I mean, again, Fields had positive passing
Just
yards.
not net team total.
Yeah. Okay. Number 5 on the list is the final game of Week 7. The Texans coming off of a bye week at 2-3. They've got a tough assignment up there in Seattle. Now, Seattle's 1-2 at home. That's one of the weirder stats of the season.
Right. Sam
Darnold has just been cooking with gas. But notice I used the phrase cooking for a Seattle quarterback. And then C.J. Stroud went into the bye on a bit of a heater.
Yep.
But the Texans kind of lead. I just went high register a little bit. The Texans lead the league in the who have they really played yet? Okay. Because Baltimore was completely banged up, and they took on the Tennessee Titans when, to keep it a buck, they were ass. Like they were in the deep throes of assness.
Asked them?
Of assdom.
Careful there. You were
okay. All right. So that's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
Sam Darnold leads the NFL in yards per attempt.
There we go. Number 4 on the list, the Philadelphia Eagles, having lost 2 in a row, visiting the Minnesota Vikings, who are coming off a bye and starting former second overall pick for the Philadelphia Eagles, Carson Wentz, who has played against Philadelphia once before. 211 yards, 25 of 43, took 9 sacks when he was a Commanders quarterback, holding onto the ball too long. That was in Week 3 of 2022. The Philadelphia Eagles defense would love to replicate that. They've lost 2 in a row, though, man.
Yep.
Only 3 of the 16 previous Super Bowl champs to lose 3 or more games in their title defense in a row to make the playoffs, period. Only 3 of the 16 made the playoffs. The last 3 are, in order of doing it most recently, the 2000 Rams. We had Torrey Holt here in studio earlier. He was part of that team that lost in the wild card after losing 3 in a row in their title defense season. The 1984 Raiders had a losing streak of 3 or more games, lost in the wild card. And then the 1976 Pittsburgh Steelers were the first defending Super Bowl champion to actually lose these many games in a row during the regular season and make the playoffs. They wound up making the AFC Championship game and losing to the Raiders. Looking forward to Eagles and Vikings, especially since their 2-game losing streak brings about the Commanders and the Cowboys on this list. I'll tell you what, man.
I'll tell you what, man.
The Eagles slipping up have opened a door here.
Yep.
For who?
For everybody.
I would say the winner of this game would be in a better position.
I'm not falling for that, Rich.
Why not? There's cheese out there, man, and CeeDee Lamb's coming back. The one thing I will just say, listen, I don't usually tell coaches what to do, but I'll just address the camera to Brian Schottenheimer. Coach, the play in the playbook that has CeeDee Lamb running the football, let's just take that out and rip it to shreds, never to be seen again. Okay?
That message is for me, too.
How about that? And Jaden Daniels has never played against Dak Prescott. Dak was hurt for both of those Commanders-Cowboys games last year. So right now, the Commanders are 12th in conference. The Cowboys 13th in conference. The winner of this game, though, takes a big step potentially towards winning the division if the Eagles slip up again. Number 2 on the list is currently 1-2 in the AFC. Now that the Steelers have lost, the Chargers are back as the number 2 team in the AFC right now, and the Colts at 5-1 are number 1. They're also number 1 not only in the AFC standings, but number 1 in point differential. They're plus 78 in point differential. They're the only team above plus 50, and they're plus 78. Since 2000, only one non-rookie quarterback has led his team to the number 1 seed in conference in the first year with the team. And it's a guy who's got a statue in front of the building that Daniel Jones is attempting to become the second such. That's Peyton Manning in Denver in 2012.
Wow.
The Chargers, if they win, they will be 5-2, 4-1 in conference. They would overtake the 1 spot in the AFC. That's what's at stake there. And then number 1, it's real simple. It's the
Patriots Titans.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's the Buccaneers and the Lions on ABC, ESPN. family of networks. Monday Night Football, Tampa Bay 3-0 on the road. The Lions 2-0 at home. Something's got to give. Top 6 in offense, both of these teams. Sonic and Knuckles going against the top 5 run defense. Let's go. That's my top 5 list.
You have one more. I did not know this.
It's my boy. What's up, Coop? I was toying with going with Saints Bears just because it's Caleb versus Spencer Rattler, and Spencer Rattler might be cultivating this revenge caper for years.
Yeah, for sure.
For years. Just seeing how that plays out, right? And the Bears needing to win, the game that they should win, to win their 4th in a row for the first time in a season in quite some time. But I'm going to go with the Sunday Nighter, Falcons and Niners.
Good one.
I kind of dig this one. The Falcons at 3-2. They've won 2 in a row. Around a bye. Penix appears to be a lot better and a lot more consistent at the quarterback spot. And then Bijan and Christian McCaffrey, the 2 yards from scrimmage kings of the NFL right now, with all due respect to anyone else that is very good in that regard. On the same field, going against the other team's defenses, kind of dig it. I dig that Sunday night matchup, certainly with the Niners banged up at 4-2. This could be another one of those that, we don't expect you to win it. Boom, they're 5-2. Right. Kittle's back to the world is always a better place when George Kittle is active and playing football. Those are my top 5 matchups for the rest of week number 7. Let's take a break. We come back here. We'll wrap up our 2-day residency here at ABC News in London. Don't go anywhere. Back with more in a moment.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night, too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male. Saturday on Compass Media Network's coverage of NCAA football. It's a primetime showdown in the SEC as the 6th-ranked Alabama Crimson Tide host the 11th-ranked Tennessee Volunteers. Hi, it's Greg Daniels. Join Chad Brown and myself for all the action as the Crimson Tide look to stay undefeated in SEC play, but Tennessee's looking for a marquee road win. It's number 6 Alabama hosting number 11 Tennessee. If it's NCAA football, it's right here.
Coverage begins Saturday at 6:30 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing 2 things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Join us at Houston Small Business Expo on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center, America's biggest business growth event. It's free to attend. Network with thousands of business owners and entrepreneurs. Over 20 free business workshops, speed networking, exhibitors, and keynotes by leading industry experts. Houston Small Business Expo is free to attend on Wednesday, November 5th at the NRG Convention Center. Register online at smallbusinessexpo.com. That's smallbusinessexpo.com.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
John Renato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe, with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
The Hyundai Hope on Wheels campaign, I've been talking quite a bit about it because, as you know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness, and Hyundai Hope on Wheels is all about that. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more, because at Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Jimmy in San Antonio, let's finish up with one of our favorites. What's up, Jimmy?
¿Qué pasó, mates?
Nice.
English
Muchacho.
I said mates. No?
You did. They don't like that, Jimmy. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
No, I just don't like it from you.
He's crushing
different.
it. Good job,
I don't
Jimmy.
mind it if there's an actual Londoner who says
Well,
it.
he ain't from London.
Okay.
He's from San Antonio.
What's up, Jimmy?
Oh, gosh.
Congratulations, Brockman. Obviously, you're the new fill-in host for the Graham Norton Show.
Yeah, by the way, Graham Norton is outstanding.
Yeah, I'll take that.
He is. Well, I was thinking more of like this is from
unlike Brockman.
this is from the Liza Minnelli connection.
Exactly.
Del Tufo can drive me around.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay, speaking of fill-in hosts, TJ, I think you know where I'm going with this.
Oh, come on, Jimmy.
There's a certain
Let's not do this here.
fill-in host on Monday that you and I know.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Colleen Wolfe.
So, hey, bud, are you going to drop your dopey English accent on Colleen Wolfe?
Nope. He will not.
I definitely not, Jimmy. No.
He will not. He will not.
I got some new cologne I might wear on Monday, though.
Oh,
so,
It's called the cologne. It's called the cologne of the Commanders' two touchdown victory. That's what it's. That's going to be the cologne.
What it's called is bangers and mash. Don't wear it, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay, Rich, I have an update. I have an update on the Spurs and their new arena in the Marvel vote.
Okay.
Right now, the new arena is losing in the polls, and early voting happened this week. And the Spurs still have a 7-year lease on their current arena, But things are looking shaky in San Antonio, and fans are getting nervous. But
well, I think the last thing that the commissioner is going to want is to move a franchise. I don't think so.
Wemby to Vegas.
Wemby to
the only way it
Vegas.
could be moved by the commissioners if you have a majority vote from the other owners. So I think that's our saving
Well,
grace.
let's just see how it all goes down there, and Jimmy. Let's see how it all goes down there. But thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Always great.
Tally-ho, Jimmy.
Safe travels,
All right.
everybody.
Tally-ho,
Y'all be safe,
James.
all right?
Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. We'll be back on the
Jimmy.
air
Be good, man.
Monday. I'll be flying home.
Nice.
Yeah, finally.
Because again, the games here, the games here kick off at 2:30, and so again, I get back to the hotel like around 7:00 at night in the middle of the first games of the second window. So I'm not going to be able to fly home till Monday. So I'll be flying the entire show, having no idea what's going on, hoping that the studio is still standing. That Chris Brockman doesn't need to step in as the human resources chief of the Rich Eisen show.
Why would he need to do
Colleen
that?
Wolf's going to do a great job. I'm excited for her to be hosting. And then as soon as I land, I'm making my way to the studio, and you and I, Chris, will be recording Overreaction Monday.
Yes, sir.
Which we will then post. And then comes 2 Monday Night Football games. And we'll be done with 7 weeks of the NFL season.
Speaking of
Flying,
NFL
man.
and wrestling, we right now it's looking like we may have George Kittle on No Contest Wrestling on Monday night. That's what we're working on right
Really?
now. He spoke with O'Shea. He said he could do it, but only after 6. So we'll probably be pulling late night at the studio Monday night. Hopefully to have George. We're going to talk a little football and wrestling.
Okay, so that will be great. He'll be fresh off of, hopefully for him, a
Hopefully,
Sunday night win.
hopefully it goes through, yeah.
Sunday night win. Please take that jacket off.
I don't think I can.
What do you mean you can't?
It's very tight.
It's like stuck to you now?
I'm going to need help.
Skin tight?
Really?
Yeah.
You need some sort of jaws of life to get you out of that
I'm not
thing?
that flexible to
He
just
needs like
do
a
it myself.
wrestling valet to help you take your jacket off.
I want to thank everybody here at ABC News. They could not have
doubt.
been more welcoming and inviting. They gave us everything that we need, including
this jacket.
That jacket.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, do we need it? It was required, a jacket required because of your garb blending in with the background.
Because of the shirt,
but they've been awesome. Everybody here has been so welcoming and so inviting. And all we've done is just disturb them.
I mean, we did kind of come in and kind of.
So
they had a routine. We disturbed it a little.
Can you let us in? Can we go to the bathroom?
Trilly tuck so I
How
can
does the
make fun
printer
of your
work?
voice,
Like literally, they're covering world affairs here. Yeah. And they're like, well, let's find a sequin jacket for the for the jackal from New England. You know what I mean? Like we're trying to be good hosts.
We don't want to be the ugly
They're trying to be good
Americans.
hosts, and we're trying to. You know what I mean?
Good guess.
We're trying to be up and up. So
enjoy
thank you,
the game.
ABC.
Enjoy the
Thank you.
game on Sunday.
And check out the Jaguars and the Rams and all the points on Sunday.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No. Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
Hey, Houston, this is Paul Miller with Great Plate Hospitality. Now is the time to book your holiday event. We have several great concepts with private rooms to fit any need. The Union Kitchen is classic American with a twist, easy to create custom menus. Jack's Grill is a casual vibe with live music. If you're looking for something a little bit more upscale, check out Passarella, classic Italian with great wine and cocktails. Irvine Memorial, a cool wine bar with the surprise of a full liquor license and a great patio. Don't wait till it's too late. Book before the end of October and the host gets a $100 gift card. Call your favorite restaurant today.
Chastang Ford is the place to go if you're in the market for a Ford. Their professional staff will provide you you with an outstanding truck buying experience. They offer competitive pricing and an extensive selection of new and used Ford vehicles. From the sales staff to the finance team, their knowledgeable and friendly staff are devoted to helping you find the perfect Ford for your needs. Chastang Ford also offers exclusive incentives and deals to get the most out of your purchase. Whether looking for a truck or SUV, Chastang Ford is the perfect place to find your dream Ford.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. If you filed for a tax extension for the 2024 tax year, your extended deadline to file your federal income tax return is October 15th, 2025. This deadline is quickly approaching. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now. We'll help you file, put a stop to penalties, interest, and avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my debt lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. If you miss the October 15th deadline, you could face penalties of 5% of the unpaid taxes for each month that the return is late. The call and consult are absolutely free.
Call 800-743-8419. 800-743-8419. That's 800-743-8419.
What's up, guys? Sean Mapes here. Prize Picks is the best way to cash in on your Texans and Rockets this season. Make your picks in 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app and copy their lineups in just one click. Whether it's a friend, a celebrity, or just someone whose picks you like, hit the follow button and check out every lineup they create in the all-new Feed tab on Prize Picks. Join the millions of users and sign up for America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Download the Prize Picks app today and use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
All right, here's the deal, Houston. Nico Nico's just dropped their OPA app, and it's a game changer. Download it, get 100 free points just for joining. Then every bite you take at Nico Nico's earns you more points for free food, drinks, and desserts, even free meals. What's better than that? Nothing. So don't wait. Download the Nico Nico's OPA, OPA app today and get rewarded and get your Greek on. It's OPA amazing.
The 12th man lives here.
Feels nice. Winning in this conference feels nice. Though you got to earn them.
This is who we are.
Go, baby!
Touchdown, Aggies!
Battling that they're getting better, and they got another big game next week.
Join us Saturday. Texas A&M visit the Arkansas Razorbacks. Our coverage begins at 1:30 on your home for Aggie football.
Texas A&M versus Arkansas. Saturday at 1:30 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
Hey.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from Old Humble Distilling Company in Humble. Brian's here too. He's on. Brian wouldn't miss this.
No, I think I don't know if I'm technically contractually obligated to be here, but I would not miss this.
You probably are.
Yeah, even if Joe said, "Hey, I need you back in the studio," we would not have a show going on right now. I'd be here anyway.
Joe would go to the studio.
Yeah. What?
He'd be out of here. Yeah.
We're getting dumped at the studio?
Yeah.
You're getting, yeah. Well, I mean, we're all here now.
For this remote. Yeah. For this remote.
All is well. But thank you to Joe for having us out.
The other Joe.
No thanks to this Joe.
The most valuable Joe.
Yeah.
Easily.
It's a race of two, and you're second.
Yeah, Joe gave us a little sampling. Fantastic. They got fantastic drinks here. Very, very good. And something every day of the week, too, to do out here at Old Humble Distilling Company. Can't make it out today. We understand. But, hey, why not? Swing on by. They have steak nights on Tuesday. They got a happy hour on Wednesday, trivia night Thursday, date night Friday. I've been known to dabble in most of those.
And like in date night?
Steak night, yes. Happy hour, yes. Trivia night, absolutely.
Yeah, not date night. not very often.
Probably should have a few more of those.
Yeah,
probably good for the marriage to have a few more of those.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think she would be happy to have a date night here, though. I'm going to swing that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to surprise her.
Not too far away for you.
Bring her. It's not. No, it's right. It's my old neck of the woods too.
You're up on the water tower.
I went to Humble High School. I grew up in Atascocita before Atascocita High School was there because I'm an old and it wasn't there yet. But I drove around because I haven't been to Atascocita in a long time. I've been to Humble, not Atascocita in a long time. I don't recognize it. I don't recognize it at all.
It looks different where they did the Passover there by Westlake Houston. And it looks way different.
That's the first time I've seen that Passover.
Yeah.
Ever. That was the first time I've experienced it in my life.
Really?
Yeah. You've seen the Passover at Westlake Houston in 1960?
It was completed like 6 months ago, Joe. I think after you moved to League City.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess
you were in Kingwood for a while.
Yeah.
But it wasn't completed before you moved.
Oh, I guess they
were doing construction on it, but
so I guess I've seen the construction.
It's probably been it might have been like 7 years since I've been in Atascocita. Like I had no reason to go over there.
Forgot your roots.
It's awesome to come here. We're very happy to be here. Swing on by, hang out with us Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They got something every single day. Lots to get to today. Astros offseason started today. The Astros made a splash. They signed Nate Pearson to a big league contract, though. Like that's kind of that's interesting. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Take a look at some Texans perspectives. They still don't play until late Monday night. We'll start to dive in a little bit on that. But Thursday night football yesterday. How about that? You had those old men going toe to toe, senior circuit, and it was a very entertaining football game on Thursday night football.
It was a great football game.
Great football game.
It was normally we get garbage on Thursday nights. Because a lot of times I feel like we get like the Jags, you get rookie quarterbacks. We have two veterans just going out there, throwing it back. Joe Flacco, Aaron Rodgers. That game was awesome. Basically from the beginning, there was something the whole game. So, to start the NFL week, as we've been waiting for the Texans to come back, it was a good start for last night. But I really enjoyed that game.
Did you anticipate that at all?
No.
I thought we were going to see like a boring, like mid-20 football, like 24-20 ugly football
and it started
game.
out that way. Like it started it was 10-0 Steelers before you could blink. Like okay. It felt like that was going to be kind of the way the game went. And out of nowhere, the Bengals found a running game. Chase Brown exploded. And from the point forward, from when they found that running game to the rest, I mean, they were moving the ball basically at will.
Yeah, and then Joe Flacco also realized he had Jamar Chase on his team. And he threw
so many. Was it 20 targets?
23.
23.
23 targets last night for Jamar Chase. It should be that every single week.
If you were facing him in fantasy, condolences. Your week's over.
That's what I like about Joe Flacco is that he's just going to go out and find his best player and be like, here you go. He's just going to force feed him the football over and over again. And why wouldn't you if you have Jamar Chase?
Yep.
I mean, 23 targets is insane. Did you know that this is the first time since like 1997 where Jamar Chase has had 3 100-yard games with 3 different quarterbacks by week 7? Which is a stupid stat, right? But he's had 3 100-yard games with 3 different quarterbacks. I don't think you could guess who the previous guy who held the record was. It's the first time since 1997.
Oh, I was initially going to think of Texan because D-Hop and Andre had some of those years. That's what it felt like.
It was Jimmy Smith in Jacksonville in 1997.
So Mark Brunell, who
I don't even know the other two. Oh, I got it right here. Mark Brunell was one of the two.
Yeah.
I don't think you know who one of them is.
Okay.
I don't know who one of them is. Steve Matthews.
I have no idea.
Never
is
heard
he related to Bruce?
Never heard of him.
Doubt it. He's a quarterback. And then Rob Johnson.
I've heard of Rob Johnson.
Yeah,
the former Bill.
I don't remember Steve Matthews at all.
He played for the Oilers.
Steve Matthews did?
Well, he's in an Oilers photo.
That's funny.
That feels like pretty good proof.
That's hilarious. He played with the Oilers. Yeah, I wonder if he's ever played in Tennessee Oilers.
Oh, Tennessee Oilers.
Yeah. Fake Oilers, Joe.
That's fake news, Joe.
That's not
You're
my
not
fault.
moving up the Joe rankings.
I just said there's a photo. There's a photo. He's in it. He's in Oilers uniform.
Who are you pulling for in this game from a Texans perspective?
I think Cincinnati, because I think there's only going to be one team that comes out of this. But if you were to think about the highest of highs of where the Texans season could go, if the Colts are frauds, if the Jags are frauds, one team from the North is going to make it. So if you're talking about playoff positioning in any capacity down the season, you want that division to kind of beat itself up.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it really impacts the wild card.
Should you wanted the opposite then?
I was on the other side of it. I wanted more separation, I guess, from the AFC North top team versus other contenders. Because, I mean, Cincinnati's 3-4 now.
That win puts them in it.
Yeah, they're currently they have more wins than the Texans do currently. And, Joe Burrow is going to come back at some point this season. They're saying that they're aiming for a mid-December, if they're in the race. There's no point for him to come back if they're eliminated out of playoff contention. You might as well just let Flacco put up passing yards and climb the career leaderboards. But I thought it would be better if the Bengals lost. That way that there's fewer teams above you win total-wise that you have to jump. Because if you get a Cincinnati 3-4, Baltimore, or Cincinnati, let's say they're 7-win team late in the year. Baltimore goes on a stretch, they're 7 wins. Pittsburgh's at 7 wins or whatever. Now it's more teams for you to have to jump.
That's true. Yeah, and if Joe Burrow's back, that means if he's playing this year, because he's only playing if they're in it, right? You think?
I think so. There's no sense for at least from my perspective to bring him back if they're out of contention.
Yeah. Now Joe Burrow would disagree. Knowing, I think looking at his personality,
see,
it feels like he would want to play no matter what.
See, I hear you on that, and I'm with you on that halfway. Because, hey, I'm a competitor. I want to play. He is a competitor. He does have that mentality. But I also think he's, smart and understands the big picture. What's the purpose of coming back if you're already eliminated and trying to, potentially risk another injury whenever, hey, let me rehab it better. Let's get it, rock, strong, all that stuff. Careful phrasing. But then to be ready to go week 1 of the 2026 season.
Yeah, that's true. And I think they're going to be in it enough. Honestly, like last night's game was huge. Their schedule, they play the Jets next after a bye week. Oh no, just next week they play the Jets, then they play the Bears, and then they play the Steelers again. So they could really close this gap on the Steelers in a 4-week period, or in a 5-week period because of their bye week, where it's not an issue for them, and that's puts you at November 23rd. You're right around the corner from Joe Burrow returning.
Yeah.
At that point, when your schedule gets tough, because if you're them. If there's any way to get Joe Burrow back for December 1st, that's what you want.
Yeah.
You play the Bills, you play the Ravens in December, and then you play Dolphins, Cardinals, Browns.
See, I was hoping they would get buried to where they're not in the race. And if there's an extra team in the race, it makes it just, one iota a little bit harder to make the playoffs.
I think you flipped me on this
so
one.
I was hoping they got buried from a Texans perspective. But a good game. How about that play by T. Higgins at the end? Makes the catch, doesn't go into the end zone, slides, basically mostly ices the game. Although Rodgers had a throw into the end zone.
I thought DK had a chance at that too.
That was a little nerve-wracking if you're a Bengal fan. He's got to heave into the end zone to win it whenever you had T. Higgins play it perfectly and you had there was a little bit too much time to totally kill the clock.
Yeah.
But for him to get a heave into the end zone was a victory for Pittsburgh in some ways.
I've seen Aaron Rodgers make that throw and convert those Hail Marys before in my lifetime.
As a Bears fan,
I've seen him do that.
Cowboys fans, Seahawks fans know it. It's I think any other quarterback in the league are it's fine. But Aaron Rodgers is he's got a chance here.
I don't know, as we're watching these two old men duel it out, I was like, does he still have the arm for this?
He does.
Yes,
he does.
He absolutely still has
I
the
didn't
arm
think
for
he
that.
was going to get it to the end zone when he let it go, but he made it with ease.
Yeah.
I am enjoying watching Aaron Rodgers play football.
I am too.
It is
for the first time in my life.
Yeah. I hear you from a Bears fan. You know what's kind of funny, though, is that helmet's way too big for him. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
He looks like a toddler with that helmet. He almost looks like a NASCAR driver with that helmet. It's like an auto sport helmet almost.
Yeah.
And he hates the new helmet.
Well, I think he also hates one of his new teammates.
The lineman?
That landed on top of him.
He was ticked off.
He was ticked off a lot in that game.
Even
when things were going well.
Off of me. Well, he's always kind of angry, right? That's his kind of demeanor at all times. He doesn't smile a lot unless he's up big.
There was a lot of grumpy Rodgers faces they went to during that game.
His teammates love him, though. Every teammate. Have you ever heard a teammate say anything bad about Rodgers?
Not really.
No, they all said good things about him.
No, all the offensive linemen like Bakhtiari and those guys always loved him. His wide receivers always liked him. It's always been a front office and head coaching issue. More front office, honestly, even than head coaching. Even Mike McCarthy still speaks nicely of Aaron Rodgers, and he got him fired.
It's weird, the teammate perception of Rodgers versus the media narrative on Rodgers are drastically different.
For sure.
They're polar opposites, which is pretty interesting. But cool seeing Rodgers do it. It's cool to see Flacco do it. Interesting finish to that game. Brian mentioned the fantasy point of view earlier. Not a good week to be facing Jamar Chase.
No, your week's done.
I saw people complaining that Jamar Chase hasn't done anything to this point of the season, which isn't entirely true. Now, maybe to the life of a number 1 overall pick, maybe it's been disappointing. But,
he cured a lot of evil yesterday.
Yeah, he did. Honestly, so did T. Higgins. I mean, really, the whole Bengals offense last night. Like,
Chase Brown was great.
You mentioned Chase Brown.
But the problem is, who played Chase Brown last night? Oh, you did? Well, congratulations. I think a lot of people by this point.
Well, I have James Cook is on a bye.
I mean, there's buys and injuries.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, buys and injuries aside, I think if you had Chase Brown, you probably had the idea, because he was averaging under 3 yards per carry coming into that game. He's been dreadful.
Yeah, he looked explosive.
I could see a lot of people looking at that point total on their bench.
Well, I think honestly,
unless they had a bye week like Joe did.
Yeah, I think honestly it says more about Pittsburgh and their defense.
Bashed.
I mean, Joe Flacco is a statue out there, and T.J. Watt was largely quiet for most of this game. Like the Patriots, I mean the Steelers' defensive line just was not getting after him.
I think it was one sack
at all. Yeah,
I think it was just one sack.
And we know the Bengals' offensive line is trash. So like it's not it does not speak highly of the Steelers last night that they could not get after Joe Flacco at all. And I know they were throwing the stats up there during the game of he was getting the ball out in like 2.6 seconds and he was doing what he needed to do.
A lot of short to chase.
But at the same time, like you got to get after Joe Flacco behind that offensive line.
I've had this thought though on the Steelers for the last few weeks is that I think we think their defense is good based on reputation, where they haven't really been that good defensively this year.
Yeah,
like they're middle of the pack in points allowed. You know, you mentioned letting Flacco go off on you yesterday. They scored 33 points against you. Like they've got a little bit. I mean, the Jets scored 32 points against them. Seattle, who the Texans will see on Monday, scored 31 against them. Mm-hmm. The only game where they held an opponent, which I mean, holding an opponent to single digits is a big deal, but the only time that happened was against Cleveland. Like they've been suspect defensively, I think, for a while. I think yesterday's performance kind of cements that thought that Pittsburgh Steelers defense might not be as good as maybe we thought at the beginning of the season, and that a lot of it's just reputation of being the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, even like in that game last week against the Browns, you got Jalen Ramsey bragging after the game about having more sacks than T.J. Watt and Myles Garrett in a football game. Because like Jalen Ramsey was getting after it in that one. But he was also getting burned last night. I mean, that play on Higgins was not good for Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah, I mean, I expect Higgins to win that battle, though.
Yeah, he's just been so quiet this year that like it's almost like you forget about who T. Higgins really can be as a football player. And we saw him show up last night for the first time this year, basically.
Yeah. Junkie on the text line. Check out the clip online. Before the 70-yard bomb, Rodgers took a huff of smelling salts.
Yeah, he did.
You see, Florio is tweeting this too, which fear-mongering Florio is, Rodgers is taking a hit of smelling. Who cares? You can still take smelling salts. It's not illegal. He's acting like it's a performance-enhancing drug. Let's get some smelling salts up here right now. I'll take some smelling salts. Let's see what it's all about.
I mean, it's only against the rules now for the team to supply it.
Yeah.
That's the rule change.
I mean, what are we doing here, Florio? He's taking smelling salts and you're losing your mind about it?
Yeah.
Florio is a fearmonger and he's an anti-Aaron Rodgerist.
He's just a narc.
Yeah, I can't. I'm out on Florio.
Yeah, I'm with you yesterday.
Carl Ravitch, Mike Florio are on my Mount Rushmore of sports figures that I cannot stand.
Can we fill out the rest of the
Mount
Rushmore?
I'm gonna need time.
Okay.
I'm gonna need time to fulfill my Mount Rushmore.
Okay.
Maybe that'll be I don't know. That'll be more of a slow time of the calendar. But I'm halfway there. I'm halfway to. I mean, you act up, you can make yourself right there next to him. Florio, Ravitch, George.
Yeah, thanks.
McDonald's.
There, Mount Rushmore settled.
I'm done. Rodgers was ticked when his young offensive tackle tackled him. Eric, I mean, Brown was okay. 108 yards, no touchdowns. Is an amazing fantasy day. You would be regretting. It's more about what Chase Brown did in relation to the rest of his game logs.
Yeah, he was under
season.
Again, he was under 3 yards per carry coming in. He was like 13 carries for over 100 yards. It's crazy efficiency.
You can survive going up against Chase Brown.
Yeah.
You can't survive going up against Jamar Chase, at least if it's like a PPR, half-point PPR. Space City Bitcoin on the Twitter, he sent us the lineup yesterday. He's going up against a guy who played Chase Brown. Oof. Yeah, but the guy that he's playing also has Geno Smith and Sterling Shepard and Hollywood Brown. I think you're safe there.
I think that team doesn't have a win.
I think you're safe, Space
and if
City.
you click on it, the moron he played this week didn't play Jamar Chase.
Oh, that's what he's sending. So why would you play Chase Brown and not Jamar Chase? Maybe he forgot to set a lineup.
He must have because he's
Is
playing.
he afraid of Flacco?
Can I be in this league?
Maybe he's tanking.
Space City, can I join this league if it's a money league? Because I'd like to be in a league where someone chooses.
Why would you not play Jamar
Chase?
He started Hollywood Brown and Sterling Shepard.
And he's got a flex.
And Ramondre Stevenson over Jamar Chase.
Can
I be in that league, please?
That's
the only explanation is tanking, right?
You know, this guy just made the list. Yeah, we don't even know if it's a dynasty, though, or if it's a replay. We have no idea.
You just made the list!
There you go. Appreciate it. I don't even know who's producing today.
Ryan.
Oh, appreciate it, Ryan. There you go. Great job, Ryan. All right, 713-780-3776. Just getting started. That's our HRP listener line, 713-780-ESPN. Astros kicking off the offseason today with a splash signing, a Pearson in free agency. We'll get some of the Texans talk as well. Nico Collins or Jackson Smith and Jigba? Because C.J. Stroud had a lot of very nice things to say about JSN yesterday, like the best I've ever seen, one of the best I've ever seen. I wonder if Stroud would take JSN over Nico. We can't ask him, but we'll ask you. Bad Take Boulevard and, of course, the fix. Got to get you to the fix. All of our winners from the for the weekend as well. 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Was Mike Tomlin right to be annoyed by the Joe Flacco in-division trade? So a lot of Browns people upset about this as well. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe live from the Old Humble Distilling Company on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You're looking to escape the rat race for the weekend, the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, whatever's causing you stress. I got the best weekend idea for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Go ahead and book that stay right now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. From the open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city. Beautiful, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing you're going to see in Texas. They got the two creeks right around the property. They got the big catch and release pond in the middle of their property. You're going to absolutely love it. The catch and release pond, great for the kiddos too. Teach them how to fish a little bit. It's only 90 minutes from Houston. You can get out there, escape the city without even having to travel too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Hike on their 92 acres of property. Do some kayaking. Play some pickleball. Just hang out by the pool to drink too. They got glamping. They got the cabins. They got the treehouse. We stayed in the treehouse. We loved it. Or just pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. And Two Creeks Crossing Resort always looking to take care of their visitors. Tonight, for instance, they got Frozen Friday. They got bonfire and s'mores tonight as well. If you were out there tomorrow, how about some college football at Swampers? Best way to watch your college football. Live music featuring the Mud Creek Revival and a bunch of stuff for the kiddos as well. And right now, you can get 20% off through October. So make sure you book that stay. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com.
This is Jeremy and Joe
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
That's right. Jeremy and Joe live from Old Humble Distilling Company. Come on out here on a Tuesday night and enjoy a fantastic steak with their fantastic spirit. It's going to be great. It always is. Let's give away some tickets to see Houston and Arizona tomorrow. Tomorrow, 11 a.m. homecoming. It's time to pack TD-ECU Stadium. Houston taking on Arizona. Don't miss the pageantry, the roar of Cougar Nation, the pride kickoff at 11 a.m. This is Houston's team. Needs you to create a true home field advantage. Come early. Be loud. Wear red. Head to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today. We're going to give a pair of tickets to whoever answers this question first correctly. Who is the Houston Cougar current leading rusher? Who leads Houston in rushing yards? 713-780-3776. Call in, get it correctly. You're going to see Houston and Arizona tomorrow. Cougs 5-1, looking for some bowl eligibility. Already surpassed last year's win total. Some great football. Great football.
Texas Bowl, here they come.
I've seen some bowl projections, and that is one that I have seen them in.
I mean, it makes sense.
Is that still SEC versus Big 12?
Yes.
It is. I think the latest one that I saw was Houston. I don't really love bowl projections and all that, but
Especially
in
October.
Yeah, Houston and Oklahoma.
Oh,
in the Texas Bowl.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially since that was a game that got played, like 6-7 years ago? In that very stadium?
It did. That was the kick six.
Yeah.
Brandon Wilson with the kick six. That was Ed Oliver beating up on Baker Mayfield.
Yep.
That was year 2 of Tom Herman. That was the Peach Bowl win in 15, and then first game of the season in 16 was NRG, Houston, Oklahoma. Houston won that game, and a lot of people were talking about Houston for the playoff. And then Ed Oliver got hurt. Navy happened. Season kind of Herman left. The season kind of unraveled a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, that was you're right. Yeah, good recall, Brian. Very well done.
Thank you.
Very well done. He
hate
watches Oklahoma.
Yeah,
what the deal is.
Exactly
I had a couple shots and it awakened my memory up.
It awakens you up.
I'm
I like
shots
it.
deep.
It gets you focused in. Josh from Seabrook. Jeremy, isn't Bill Simmons on your Mount Rushmore of sports people you can't stand? No, not really. I don't. Bill Simmons to me is more neutral. I don't like Simmons, but I don't really dislike him.
I listen to Simmons. Actually, I probably will never listen to Bill Simmons again. I would only listen to it like when Ryan Russillo was on his podcast.
Okay.
Ryan Russillo's so boring. I think I know who's on your list, though, Jeremy.
Okay.
Former Longhorn, Chris Sims. No?
I don't like Sims.
Because he's a hot take artist. Obviously he's partnered up with Florio. It feels like he just throws crap out there to get clicks, like as Granado once said.
I wouldn't say I like Sims. I don't know if he's bottom 4 though.
Okay.
I feel like I could conjure up 2 more that I dislike more than Chris Sims, but I'd have to think about it. He might be in the conversation though, because you're right. I'm not a huge Sims guy. Sims is very
like his quarterback lists that he puts out are comical.
Yeah. Plus his haircuts lately have been
not good.
His fade's like halfway up his skull.
Yep.
Have you seen these things?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris Sims, man, you got to let it go, I think. I think it's time.
You're either going to let it go or use all that money you're making to fix it.
Well, I'd rather do the former.
Really?
Absolutely. I would not never mind, I'm not going to say that. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Do you think Mike Tomlin, because Mike Tomlin was annoyed by Andrew Berry and the Cleveland Browns for trading Joe Flacco to an in-division rival that you're about to play. Was Mike Tomlin right to be annoyed about the Flacco trade?
I mean, I guess in a way the answer has to be yes because Joe Flacco beat him last night. But typically I'm with you. Like the in-division trades doesn't make sense. Now his logic is a little bit different to have a guy that you feel confident enough to be your starting quarterback and then trade him in division. That typically we don't see. We don't really see starting quarterbacks ever get traded in the NFL.
Yeah,
this is really
it wasn't a starting quarterback though. He lost his job already.
I think he's right to be offended.
I guess
he lost. It's kind of. I mean,
but isn't that to me? This to me is Flacco had sucked to start the year. The Bengals or the Browns realize they're going to go to Gabriel or Shador or whatever their plan was at the time. So I think it's respect for Joe. Like, we're not going to play you. We know you only have a year or 2 left in your career. Here's a chance to go play.
Yeah, I
think they did that out of respect for Joe.
Yeah, like if the Steelers would have started their season 0-5. And the Bengals would have called about Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers was willing. Would Mike Tomlin just say no, just because it was in division?
There's a difference, though, that being annoyed versus, like, what would you do? because, let me try to draw the best comparison to what Tomlin's feeling as to what you would feel. Your highest money fantasy football league, you're facing a team who has no quarterback, and then 2 days before you face them, they trade for the best quarterback. They trade for Josh Allen on a non-bye week, good opponent. Wouldn't that make you annoyed?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you do the same thing? Those are two different conversations. So I if I'm Mike Tomlin and I'm in his shoes and I'm about to face Browning and then they traded for Flacco, I would be annoyed. I would be annoyed by that. I'd be like, you sons of guns. At the same time, understanding that Cleveland's looking out in the best interest of themselves. I disagree with you, Brian, about looking out for Flacco. Maybe a little bit, but I don't think that was the primary focus. They got a fifth rounder.
Yeah.
They got a fifth rounder for Joe Flacco, who was on a rental contract. That's great for them.
90% of it was that, but I think there's 10% hey, Joe's 40. He's only got a year or two left. Let's let him go play instead of sit on our bench.
Yeah, but would they have released him for nothing? I don't think that they would have. Not at this point.
Maybe
Later. So, they got returned. Tony Rizzo, ESPN Cleveland, he was on one earlier today.
Yeah.
Obviously, looking at this from a Browns perspective, here's Tony Rizzo losing his mind that the Browns got a fifth rounder for Joe Flacco.
How could you do that, Andrew? How could you do it? Why on earth did you feel the need to trade this guy to a division opponent for a fifth-round draft pick? Fireable offense. That is a fireable offense. I want to know how much longer the owner's going to watch this crap, because the fans have had it. We deserve better. You're worried more about your stadium than you are your football team. That's the perception, Jimmy. And you allow these people to do this. You have the worst offense in the league. Your GM screwed this quarterback thing up like I've never seen in my life. I've never seen anything like it. Kids that play Madden could have done a better job. Truly. That's not hyperbole. It's a joke. It's a joke. This franchise has become a joke. And I'm sick of it.
Appreciate the take here, Rizzo.
This is what pushed him over the edge.
So here's my thing with this. I think he has valid points, the handling the quarterback position. You signed Flacco, you drafted Gabriel, you drafted Shador, you still have Deshaun Watson that you're paying money to. That's a totally fair take, totally fair reaction.
Sign Pickett and then let him go.
Yeah, totally fair to have that opinion. Totally fair to be upset where the Cleveland Browns are. Totally get it. But if we look at this move in a vacuum, what is in the best interest of the Cleveland Browns, who are not going to be a playoff team this year, playing Joe Flacco or having Joe Flacco on your team for the rest of the season and then let him ride off into the sunset, or getting a fifth rounder before he rides off in the sunset? So I understand Rizzo's frustration. I think a lot of his points are solid, a lot of good points. I would be upset if I'm looking at it from a Cleveland perspective. But in a vacuum, I would be thrilled that I got anything for Joe Flacco.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now, the one part of that clip that I think stands out to me, too, because I've heard other people in Cleveland discussing this, is they really firmly believe that the Browns do not care about anything that is happening right now between 2026 or 2025 until 2029 when they build their new stadium. Because he references that in there.
Yeah, but how does trading Flacco have anything to do with your stadium?
It doesn't.
Yeah, that's irrelevant.
They want to see a winning product now, but they know the Browns are focused on just being as cheap as possible.
I mean, the Browns were in the playoffs 2 years ago.
I know.
Not with a good team.
I think that's my pushback on this clip that we just played, though. The idea of, they're mailing it in because they trade Joe Flacco fifth. You were going to win 5 games anyway, homie.
Yeah.
If you kept Joe Flacco, okay, cool. You get 5 wins, you trade him away, you win 3 or 4.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? You might as well get a 5th-round pick.
It also feels like it's one of those takes that where if last night's game plays out and Jake Browning's playing for the Bengals and they lose by a touchdown, we might be playing the same clip from the same guy, and he's yelling about why wouldn't you trade Joe Flacco for a 5th-round pick to the Cleveland Browns just to get a draft asset.
I'm going to give Rizzo the benefit of the doubt that this is a frustrated man who is just frustrated again.
Yeah, he covers the Browns.
Yeah, I think what's happening here is that the straw has already broken Tony Rizzo's camel back, and that it's just a continuation of him already being a broken man.
Yeah.
And I totally understand. If I were in the same boat, I would get it. In a vacuum, I think I'd have the ability to compartmentalize that getting any return for Joe Flacco is a win for a 1-5 football team.
I think I might retire from radio if I had to work in Cleveland. I don't think I could do it.
Be pretty miserable. Well, at least the Cavs are good.
Yeah.
And the Guardians have been good.
But just having
does it matter if they're good? I mean, you're still talking about sports. And
I know.
And a lot of times, A lot of times people are better at talking about the bad than they are the good.
That's true.
But I think that line there's reaches a point though where you're bad for that long, and the Browns have been bad for that long, where it changes from being angry to being apathetic, or at least from the fan base, and then that would hurt your ability as a sports radio host if the fans are apathetic.
I think you guys are being incredibly soft right now. No offense. Oh no,
I just
sorry,
don't think I would do it.
sorry, Muffin. I can't talk about a poor sports team. What do you want to go? Go dig ditches then. Go work in construction. Go build the highway.
I'll just work somewhere
You're being
else.
disrespectful to the blue collar workers.
Why do I have to go dig ditches if I get out of sports radio? Is there somewhere in between?
This is the softest job you're ever going to have.
I would just leave Cleveland.
Softest job you're ever going to have.
Yeah,
get out of sports radio if I had to deal with a bad team. You wouldn't.
I worked at TV. It was softer than this.
No, you wouldn't. It's kind of the same mold, but fair. And then secondly, what are you going to do?
I don't know.
What are you going to do?
I don't know what I would do.
What was the last job that you had?
I worked at Lids.
Would you rather work at Lids or talk about bad sports teams?
Probably talk about bad sports teams.
Rest my case. 713-780-3776. Not going to stand for that. You hyperbolic Hollins here? Get out of here. 713-780-3776. Go have a cup of whiskey.
I will.
Go get you some. All right, 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe. Texans' next 4 games are against 4-2 teams. What do they need to do? What do you expect them to do? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live from Old Humble Distilling Company on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you haven't heard about Higgins Boat Rum, you need to. It's a rum anchored in time. Higgins Boat Rum is known as the Texas Bourbon Drinker's Rum. Bold, smooth, steeped in history, honors the greatest generation. Perfect to sip neat on the rocks, a big rock. Higgins Boat Rum is excellent for crafting your Texas-inspired cocktails. Try your old-fashioned with it. Try your pina colada with it. Higgins Boat Rum pays tribute to our military heritage as well. It's named, you might know this, after the iconic landing craft that turned the tide in World War II. Higgins Boat Rum donates 10% of profits from every bottle to Camp Hope to support our veterans, so you're honoring heroes with every pour. Higgins Boat Rum uses the Prosecco craft technology, which makes it smoother, enhances the natural flavors and aromas, while also removing the harsh elements. Follow Higgins Boat Rum on all socials to get tasty cocktail ideas, behind-the-scenes stories, live updates. Derek, the owner of Higgins Boat Rum, he's going to be at Red's Liquor Store on 16th and Orange today, so if you're on that side of town, stop by Red's Liquor Store from 4 to 7. He's giving out some free samples. We'll educate you on it, too, so come say hello to him. Try some of the rum as well. Premium top-shelf rum at a great price. Get your bottle now. HigginsBoatRum.com. Ships to 48 states across the U.S. at HigginsBoatRum.com. Bottling the spirit of excellence.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Old Humble Distilling Company. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
2787. Appreciate your listenership. 713-780-3776. 2422. Appreciate you listening to every quarterly hour. Enjoy that. Another texter says Joe is a front runner.
Me?
Cash or trash? Is Joe a front runner? 713-780-3776.
Trash?
I mean, he's a Bears fan.
I'm a Chicago sports fan.
Yeah, if he was a front runner, he would abandon the Bears a long time ago.
Yeah, I didn't abandon the Rockets.
So you just hate Cleveland?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
What's good about Cleveland?
I've never
that lake that caught on fire?
I don't think I've ever spent time in Cleveland.
We did
I think I've driven through it, but I've never ever stayed in Cleveland.
We did like the water parks and resorts in Sandusky, Ohio.
Whoa, easy there. What do they do there?
Oh, come on.
Why would you ever visit that place, Joe?
It's a bad name. It's an unfortunate town name.
You took your child there?
Nope.
Isn't there I think it might be the Ravens color guy that actually has that full name?
Jerry Sandusky.
Man, I would change my name.
But like we went to Cleveland for a little bit. Like we went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. All right, it's fine. Went once. Don't never need to go back.
You know, I did spend time in Akron. Does that count?
No, I don't think so.
That's the whole like LeBron thing. LeBron, is he from Cleveland? No, he's from Akron. So I don't know. Like I had the same conversation on a much smaller scale.
Yeah.
Is LeBron from Cleveland? No, he's from Akron. Did Branham visit Cleveland? No, he went to Akron. I don't know. What's good for LeBron is good for the gander.
I don't think that applies, but go for
it. Joe Buck is on your list of bottom four. I don't mind Joe Buck. It's my list, Brian. What do you mean, nah?
I'm just saying. I think the Joe Buck hate, I think, is overdone.
I agree. I think Buck's fine. Cleveland is a bad word. We went there for the Astros game this past summer because we don't go to Astros games at home. That's interesting. Why don't you go to Astros game at home? Just like you're trying to be adventurous, you're trying to explore. Which makes sense. I could understand that. I'm just curious the context behind that. All right, Texans next 4 games, Joe, are against 4-2 teams. What do they need to do, and what do you expect them to do?
I think at a bare minimum they need to go 2-2. I'd like them to do better than that. I think 3-1 really puts you back in the driver's seat of this season. To go out there, take on Seattle, the 49ers, the Broncos. I think that's the wrong order. And then Jacksonville. If you go 3-1 in that stretch, you really are cooking at that point. You're playing much better football if you do that. But bare minimum, you have to go 2-2. If you go 1-3, they're not going to go 0-4, I don't think. But if you go 1-3 in the next 4 games, you're just digging the hole more and more for yourself. You're making it nearly impossible at this point to make the playoffs. So you have to go 2-2.
Yeah, I would say, like, can you recover from a 3-6 start through your first 9 games? I don't think so.
I don't think so
either. No, I don't think so. I think you nailed it with at minimum 2-2. So 4-5 can still get you there. I mean, it's still a tall task.
Yeah, I mean, you need, if you go 2-2 over the next 4 games, you're going to need things to break around you. You're going to need the Colts to kind of prove that they're fraudulent. One of those 2 wins has to be the Jacksonville game.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have to at least make that one closer. But I mean, if you need the Colts to the Chargers, Titans, Steelers, Falcons are their next 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to go 1-3 in that? It's possible.
Yeah.
Like if you really believe in the Falcons or think the Steelers can bounce back from last night, because obviously they're going to crush the Titans when they play them in 2 weeks. So like you need help around you.
I'm not sure why you're worried about the division though.
Because I think that's what you're still chasing down ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be their goal and their motive. But, like, making the playoffs, obviously, you don't need to do that.
That's true.
I hope that they do because plus 600 Texans, winners of the AFC South, would be very, very nice. No, I think 4-5 is still attainable. Like, I think it's either one, obviously. It's easier to make the playoffs than it is to win your division, most cases. 4-5, I think they can still do it. I think they would still be in the mix. Now, what do you think they will do?
I think they're going to go 2-2.
Okay.
I think, and honestly,
what are the wins?
I think it's going to help them in the playoffs. I think they're going to beat the 2 AFC teams.
Oh, so they help some division win.
I think that they take down Jacksonville and they take down Denver. I'm not a Bo Nix guy. I don't think that he can make the throws. And I think against a Texans defense like this, I think you're going to be able to take advantage. So I think they beat Denver. I think they beat Jacksonville at home. But the NFC games that are here are the ones that concern me. Even though the 49ers are so beat up right now, it's Kyle Shanahan. Like, you have to have faith in him as a head coach that he's getting them going always, it feels like, at the right time. Mac Jones is playing well, but Brock Purdy's also on his way back. It feels like Brock Purdy's going to be the quarterback of that.
I think they go 3-1.
I do too. I think they beat the Niners. Like, I mean, not to oversell sometimes what I think is maybe a cliche talking point, but who knows more about the Kyle Shanahan offense than D'Amico?
That's true.
I mean, who's going to have more intel on how to stop that than him? I mean, I don't think there's anyone in the league other than maybe Robert Saleh, who obviously would not be on your staff. But yeah, I think they beat the Niners too.
I have them winning every game of the next 4 against Monday night.
Okay.
I think that they're going to lose to Seattle, close game, 3-4 point game, and then I think that they win the 3 home games. I think they beat San
Agreed.
Fran. That's going to be a dogfight. Like, it's not going to be an easy. None of these will be easy.
No.
But I think that they beat San Fran, beat Denver, beat Jacksonville at home. Lose the road game at Seattle, win the 3 home games. I think they're going to go 3-1 the next 4.
Yeah, I mean, because it's 3 home games like that, it does help a lot. You don't have to travel. You don't have to worry about any of that. Like, you've had this long bye week, and it's extended even with the game on Monday night. So if you lose in Seattle and then come out to win the next 3 games, I mean, you're well positioned to make the playoffs at that point. Like, you're taking down 2 teams that are in front of you right now if you do that. Plus you beat the 49ers. And you are really re-entering the playoff conversation at that point if you can go 3-3. Or 3-1, sorry.
Uh-huh. Who knows the Ryans defense like San Francisco? That's a valid point. Texans need to go a minimum of 3-1 in the next 4 games. Only way that I can win my over 9-win bet for the Texans. Good luck to you. We're all rooting for you. Did I just turn in and hear that Joe said he brought his kids to see Jerry Sandusky in Ohio?
Nope.
He did. It's
nope.
weird.
Did not.
Why wouldn't you just go to Pennsylvania to do
nope.
that?
I didn't. Nope. My son. It wasn't my son. I was the kid there. If my parents
let's move on.
Explains the mustache.
Jesus.
Weedstra is Jimmy Butler from Houston? No, he's from Tomball.
No, I got yelled at.
Tomball is in the greater Houston area.
He yelled at me. So
I don't care. He's wrong.
I agree he's wrong.
So you were the one he yelled at for that?
No, I was a different time.
Oh.
I was interviewing him in the tunnel after Team USA played some random country before the Olympics.
Disrespectful to that random country.
I don't remember which country it was.
Just take a stab at it.
Nope.
Yugoslavia?
I think it was a country in Africa. I'm not sure.
Go ahead. Take a stab at it,
So you
Joe.
know what country it was, you just don't want to say it.
No, I just don't know because there's a lot to choose from.
Okay.
And
I feel like we should really have Joe guess here.
No.
You know who
Geography with Joe George.
You know who really opened
That might
up?
be worse than math, dude.
Do you know who really opened up the NBA to, or Africa to the NBA?
No.
Hakeem.
Oh, that makes sense.
Hakeem was massive for the exporting of African players to America.
But I was just asking Jimmy because he was with the Bulls at the time, so I was really excited to talk to him. And I was just like, "What's it like being back here in Houston?" He just goes, "I'm from Tomball."
Yeah, that's not.
And
right.
I think I was 20. I was like 22, 23. So
that phrasing, I think, you were fine because you weren't implying he was from Houston.
And I
you
also
were just saying like, what's it like being in Houston?
Yeah, because all of his family was at the game.
Right.
And then he was like, "I'm from Tomball," and I just I froze. I was like, this is a first for me. I didn't know what to do. I was like, how was the game?
Go Bears.
Go Bulls.
Junkie on the text line says, I once partied with Jimmy Butler when he was in college at Marquette. Nice guy.
Brag.
Is that Chicago? Was he in Chicago at the time? That's not Marquette, right? Where's Marquette?
No, Marquette's in Wisconsin.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I was thinking DePaul for some reason.
Yeah, DePaul's in Chicago.
Joe and Brian are planning a trip to Sandusky.
Nope.
They are. They're going to have a great time together. All right, 713-780-3776.
Terrible person.
What do you mean? It's a plural place. I think there's an amusement park there.
There is. That's why we were there.
Who would you take, Nico Collins or Jackson Smith and Jigba? C.J. Stroud has thrown to both. He says very nice things about both. Who would you rather have as your wide receiver one, Nico Collins or Jackson Smith and Jigba? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe live from Old Humble Distilling Company on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Old Humble Distilling Company. It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We are at Old Humble Distilling Company. Fantastic spot. Brian's he has left the building. He has left the table. Twitch rejoices, but he's getting a nice cocktail up at the bar at Old Humble Distilling Company. Always a great time to swing on by. You're looking for something to do on your Friday night. You're getting off work. Old Humble Distilling Company. You're looking for a good old quality steak on a Tuesday night? Old Humble Distilling Company. You want your happy hour on Wednesday? Old Humble Distilling. Trivia night? I've dabbled a few times. I'm always the worst one on the team. Thursday, trivia night at Old Humble Distilling Company. And then date night, Joe.
Date night.
A date night here, Old Humble Distilling Company.
I think I'm going to do that.
Mrs. Joe wants a date night.
She works down the street.
She wants a date night. Come here for date night.
Come out here. We'll get some pasta and pizza,
Yeah.
and we'll drive on over.
And all you junkies out there, get on out here for date night. 713-780-3776, 9198. I'm not reading that text. You are the epitome of a junkie. 0794. I laughed at that.
Same.
I don't know how to describe it, though.
The guy who fell over yesterday.
The turtle guy?
I guess.
I don't know how people are going to get the reference. I think I'd rather stay away from the aisle here.
The guy who fell over yesterday. I've seen the video. He once froze at a podium, and that's what they're saying I did with Jimmy Butler.
Key from LA says stay away from Neverland Ranch,
Jeez.
Joe. I drove by Michael Jackson's house whenever I was out in Hollywood last year.
Really?
It was actually the house that he died in. Yeah, it was right there in
where he was killed?
In Beverly Hills. Yeah, some would say.
Some would say.
Some would say that. Some have said that. Nico Collins or Jackson Smith and Jigba. You have to pick one, Joe. I always like to do we're starting a football team tomorrow. Because different schemes, different systems, I think could, bring one up over the other and vice versa, depending on the opposite scheme, system, that sort of thing. But if you were starting a football team tomorrow, who would you have higher on your wide receiver big board? Jackson Smith and Jigba or Nico Collins?
Can I make you answer first?
No, I drive the show, Joe. You react.
All right, I'm taking JSN. I know it's going to be an unpopular opinion, but I'm taking JSN. I think he can do more, be a little more dynamic at times. I love Nico Collins. I take nothing away from Nico Collins. But what we've seen from JSN this year, his first true year as the number one guy in Seattle, with a quarterback who's better at throwing the ball down the field than Geno was, without DK Metcalf, to be as good as he's been, and to be as good as he's been when there's no other targets to go around. Like, you're throwing to A.J. Barner and Cooper Kupp, who combined 6 times in the last game.
That's a little disrespectful to Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, he's kind of a dinosaur at this point.
So is Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp is better than the Houston Texans' second receiver, no?
Totally agree. But
last year he played with DK Metcalf.
I think I would take JSN.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, so
I'll take a photo real quick.
C.J. Stroud said yesterday that JSN's awesome. He loves JSN. He's really good at football. He basically said that JSN is does things in a football field that he's never seen before. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like,
wow.
Okay, well, I see what
that was for the drink.
I see how much you like JSN. But if you just I don't love going numbers here, but JSN career high receptions last year with 100. Nico Collins career high receptions 2 years ago with 80. Jackson Smith and Jigba career high receiving yards, a little over 1,100. Nico got almost to 1,323. But the pace that Jackson Smith and Jigba's on this year is insane. Mm-hmm. He's 4 yards shy of 700 yards through 6 games. So I think they're certainly different profiles, right? Like Smith and Jigba, a little bit better lateral mover, probably a little faster. Nico's a bigger body. Like you rather have him in possession kind of.
Absolutely.
I think I prefer JSN as well.
Yeah, and part of it with JSN, the slow start to his career, you almost can't blame him for, with what's happened with anywhere Shane Waldron has gone. I mean, he was a disaster. He was a disaster with JSN, and then look what Roma Dunze is doing this year without him, and then look what Brian Thomas Jr. is doing in Jacksonville this year. And wherever Shane Waldron goes, his wide receivers are terrible.
Yeah.
And then they break out as soon as he leaves. So JSN, the slow start to his career, the quarterback play, I mean, in a way, it's very similar to the start of Nico's career, where Nico was with Davis Mills, and he wasn't really taken off. And as soon as he got CJ, he exploded. But the way that JSN is exploding this year, it gives me a small edge to JSN. And if you just even go back, the original profile of these players coming out of college, and Nico's a 3rd-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
JSN's a 1st-round pick. There was higher expectations from the beginning for JSN.
I don't think
always
it feels like a back of the baseball card argument.
I don't feel like it's fair to bang on Nico where he was drafted because he didn't play the COVID year. Like, he didn't play his final year of college, so it's like, would he have been a first-rounder if there was a normal year of college football? I mean, I hate the whole he would have been. Like, I don't know that for sure. But after watching what he's become in the NFL, I think he would have been. I can't say that definitively. Obviously, I cannot. But I still go. I mean, I'm saying that defending Nico here while also picking JSN better, slightly better, not a huge gap.
Yeah, I don't think it's not like JSN's not in the group with Chase and Jefferson.
No.
And those guys. He's in that group with Nico.
Yeah, I think they're in the same second tier.
Yeah.
And I think the first tier is like one guy.
You think it's just Chase?
Yeah, I mean, you might be able to put Jefferson there. Jefferson's getting dinged a little bit this year because he doesn't have great quarterback play. Puka would be up there in that tier. Puka wasn't at the start of the year, though. See, it's hard for me to put Puka – like, there might even be a third tier because it's hard for me to put anybody in the Chase tier. Like, Chase, to me, has separated himself further than anybody. Puka might be second. Puka might have jumped Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb.
The way he's playing this year,
yeah. So, like, I almost have Chase in a tier by himself. I have that second tier with probably those three guys, Puka, Jefferson,
Lamb.
CD.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm forgetting anybody else. I don't think that I am.
Amon-Ra?
And I don't think so.
I think Amon-Ra's in the Nico and JSN
and then you have
category.
your third tier with Nico, JSN, Amon-Ra. I would have said Neighbors if he didn't get hurt. Brian Thomas Jr. might have graduated out of Tier 3, and I'm in the other way. He might have been held back in Tier 4.
Relegated?
Because he hasn't had a great start to his season. I'm okay with that. I'm comfortable with those tiers.
Yeah,
I'm okay. Like,
I'm good with that.
Like, it's hard. Whenever you say that Nico and JSN are third tier, it sounds terrible. But whenever you define it, as Chase is in the tier by himself, you got three guys in Tier 2, and Tier 3 is probably receiver 5 through 11 or 12. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing against Nico. It's just JSN the way he's playing right now. It's hard to
I do feel like I'd rather have Nico in the red zone. And I think he's I think he's a better big play. Well, I say that, and Jackson Smith and Jigba's had a lot of big plays this year. But I feel like jump ball, one-on-one situation, I'd rather have Nico. And I also don't want to forget the pace that Nico was on to start the year last year before the hamstring injury. He was on pace it was 5 games. It's hard to be on pace guy after 5 games. But he was on pace for 2,000 yards. Like, the big thing holding Nico back has been obviously quarterback play early in his career and then injuries ever since.
Nico has 11 more games. Or JSN has 11 more games this year, right? JSN has 11 more games. If you just doubled his stats the rest of the season, just doubled it. Like, we're not going on pace guy here. We're taking over his next 11 games, he has similar stats to his first 6, which I feel is being super conservative, right? Obviously, it's being super conservative. If he produces the numbers in his final 11 games that he did in his first 6, you're looking at an 84-catch season with 1,400 yards.
Jeez.
That surpasses Nico's best year.
Yeah.
I just feel like Nico. Now, I mean, you can't separate the injuries out of this, but I feel like Nico was robbed of that last year because you're right. That would be the best that Nico's ever done. But had he not hurt the hamstring, I feel like he would have smashed his previous best.
That's a fair
at
point.
least in yards.
Yeah.
I have no pushback to that.
I'd also like to see Nico in potentially a new offense next year as well.
You're firing Kaylee, Joe?
I mean, I'm not backing down from it yet. But like,
I love it.
He hasn't done anything.
Kevin Stefanski's offense?
Yeah, like what does it look like? What does Mike McDaniel look like with Nico Collins? There's still room for Nico to bounce back and surpass him again.
I feel like it's okay.
But
bounce back?
Yeah,
I don't like the terminology there.
I didn't like the terminology either.
To resurpass.
That's okay.
Resurpass. I don't think that's a word. That's not a word.
What do they use in F1? Takeover?
I guess.
Overtake.
I got it backwards. Overtake.
We got there eventually.
Yeah, like JSN overtook Nico for like 4th or 5th in the wide receiver race, and then Nico Collins needs to overtake him again. What is it? I think they press a button whenever they can go faster. DSR maybe?
Press a button to go faster?
Yeah, you can
that feels like an oversimplification of racing.
Like NOS?
No, there's something like that. Like I don't think it is NOS, but same theory.
Okay.
That they have like a button that they can only press whenever they're in like a certain amount behind.
Does it literally say go fast?
Yeah, it goes faster. And the reason they do that is because they want more overtakes in F1 because it's more exciting.
All right.
That's true. I think it's DRS.
Okay.
Yeah. They even have it at the places that you go karting.
I'll take your word for
sometimes.
it. You're the F1 guy.
I am the F1 guy of the show. What about Pickens? Pickens would be Tier 4, Tier 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be in that third tier.
No. If this pace and what he's doing this season can continue, especially with CeeDee Lamb back, I'm open to moving him up the conversation, like up in that tier, because it was obviously the quarterback situation was not great in Pittsburgh for the most part, and now what he's already doing with Dak right now, I'm more open to the idea that Pickens could be a higher tier wide receiver. The thing that always brings it lower for me though is like kind of a head case.
I'm curious, and I also think he's on his best behavior because it's a contract year.
Yep.
Like, what does he look like next year? With money, with a guaranteed contract, do we see this same George Pickens? Secondly, where's he playing? Like, that's going to be fascinating, too. If I'm Dallas, I think I just go with the Twin Towers at receiver.
Absolutely.
Now, we've learned from Cincinnati that that's a terrible way of building a complete roster whenever you have that much money tied up to two receivers.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously they played Dak more money than any other quarterback in the NFL. So they're going to be in a fascinating spot. Like, do you want to pay two receivers big-time money and the top-paid quarterback in the NFL?
Especially when it's Jerry doing the contracts.
Yeah.
And you know what his history is.
Love Nico, but JSN is better. Not that Nico has dropped off, but Nico has leveled up. Or JSN has leveled up. I think it's fair. JSN, he's my number one, so there's that. I do think both are number one receivers, though.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this text disagrees. I don't think Nico is a true number one, but a top-end number two.
Ugh.
He picks JSN. See, I don't like that take. I'm okay going JSN.
Yeah.
But saying that Nico's not a true number one when he is easily a top 15 receiver, probably top 10, I don't think it's fair.
Yeah, I don't think that's fair.
There's not 32
definitely
better
number
wide receivers than Nico Collins.
No. Miss Joe is funny to me. Then I realized his last name is George anyway, so it's still Mrs. George. Says a junkie. Would you rather have Jamar Chase in his prime or Steve Smith in his prime?
Chase.
Like Chase.
Easy.
Chase might be. How high are you willing to go to Chase all time? Like if he keeps up this body of work. Like
this body?
Yeah, like
fourth.
Okay, that high. See, I was going to say top 10, but I felt like that was being a little soft boy of me.
Rice,
Moss,
T.O.,
Moss.
and Moss, yeah.
I mean, there's others too, though, right?
I know, but like if you're saying he keeps up this pace,
Calvin Johnson?
I think he could be 4. Well, Calvin retired early.
Yeah,
I think
know
that factors
I know he doesn't have the volume, but Chase is not Calvin Johnson.
Yeah, because I put Megatron.
Fair.
I put Megatron in front of T.O.
Yeah, like I'm not putting Emmitt Smith ahead of Barry Sanders, even
Or
though he has
Walter.
the volume.
Fair.
Yeah, so like I have a Chase maybe top 5.
I think
maybe.
I think
That's
he
high
could push.
praise.
He could push T.O.
Yeah, for sure.
As a better overall receiver.
Like who in their prime, T.O. or Chase?
God, T.O. is so sick.
See, I think I might go Chase.
It's a different game, though.
Like an old man.
Like what? Like
he's
what
sitting
is-
here drinking his whiskey. It's not like it used to be.
Not like it was in the 1990s.
It's kind of the way you said it too. Like it
Not like
came
it
off,
was in the
it came off like
1990s.
very old man.
Hey, I was right about the DRS too. It's drag reduction system.
Congratulations, Steve.
It'll lift up the spoiler flap to reduce drag and increase speed up to 15 miles per hour. I know wheel and tires. I know it.
We should do more F1 talk on the show.
I think everybody would love it. Don't forget about Fitzgerald. Good call. Good call. I wouldn't take Fitz at his prime over Chase at his prime.
I wouldn't.
No.
And I love Fitz, but
Chris Carter. Chris Carter was great.
No.
You taking Chris Carter at his prime over
No.
Chase? I'm not.
absolutely not.
I would take Calvin over him in his prime. I would take Randy, Jerry Rice. Who else
T.O.?
did you say?
T.O.?
I'm not sure about T.O. I don't know if I'm taking T.O. at his prime over Chase.
Man, T.O. was awesome.
So is Chase.
I know. We're nitpicking all-time greats, so I mean it's a part of the conversation.
But he can put himself in that.
T.O. was just a physical freak.
Yeah, he can put himself in that conversation. I don't think he's going to get to the point where you're talking about Jerry, or Randy Moss, but he can be in like that next tier.
Don't hate on Ernest Givens. Ernest Givens wasn't even the best Oiler wide receiver at that time.
Webster
it was
Slaughter,
No, it was
right?
Haywood Jeffries.
Nah.
What do you mean? Haywood Jeffries would catch 110 passes
No,
a
I
year.
know. I just like the name Webster Slaughter.
He was great on Tecmo Bowl, too. But Ernest Givens did give you the electric slide.
So,
Michael Irvin over Chase? No.
No.
Marvin Harrison?
No.
Chad Johnson in his prime? No.
Definitely not.
Andre Johnson? No.
No.
I did love Ocho Cinco, though.
Chase is a stud, man. Like, you're being disrespectful to Chase. DRS opens the flap in rear wing. It can only be used within 1 second of the car in front of you. Man, I impressed myself there. All right, 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live. Old Humble Distilling Company in Humble, right off at 1960. Great spot to be. Great spot to have a drink. Get off work. Come on over here. Have a fantastic time. Steak night Tuesdays, happy hour Wednesdays, trivia night Thursdays, date night Fridays. Brian, you already done with that thing?
It was delicious, man.
Gee, what's the
It was
opposite of
delicious.
babysitting?
I haven't even taken a sip of mine yet.
It's delicious, Joe. No joke, that might be my favorite cocktail I've ever had.
He inhaled that sucker.
Oh, boy.
That thing went down quick.
That's dangerous.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. I have one record that I want Jose Altuve to break. Like, he's chasing 3,000. He's got a lot of things in his foresight. Maybe he could break the Astros all-time hit record. But there is one record I want Jose Altuve to get more than any of the others. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Show starts at 3. Jeremy and Joe begins at 3 weekdays. Do you want to debate it?
Not really.
You're broadcasting
just
live.
Being a jerk.
You get one maple cinnamon sour and Brian, and he
get
really throws
lippy.
caution
Get
to
a
the
little
wind.
lippy.
You enjoyed that sucker, though. That thing looks
so good.
Joe,
You got to get one.
I heard Joe say it's very good, too. It's an award-winning drink, isn't it?
Yeah, it won the best drink at the Westlake Houston area. I'm going to mess up the name now, but the Westlake Houston the best drink of the night at their award ceremony. They had the best drink of the night the year before, too. Their lavender old-fashioned as well.
Pretty sure you said watermelon.
Did I?
Not you.
That's what they said.
I think Joe.
I thought it was a lavender, but try the watermelon too.
Yeah, they're both very good. I had the old fashioned, fantastic cocktails, fantastic drinks. Just drink it straight. That's good too. Old Humble Distilling Company, always a great. But tonight they have a little date night too. Bring the missus or the mister. I don't know. It's 2025. Maybe there's
bring both. It's a throuple situation.
Maybe we have a lot of females that listen to our show. Softball mom Allison. A lot of females listen to the show. Maybe they're bringing the mister.
Ryan?
Yeah, we're still unsure which way Ryan swings.
Yeah, well,
I'm still trying to get a date for Ryan?
Yeah, let's get him a date. Let's not worry about the other part of the conversation.
Once he gets a date, he can bring them here.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. Maybe we could blind date it.
Ooh, yeah, we got a remote, I think in November. Why don't we set up a blind date for that?
713-780-3776 if you're interested on a Friday date night at Old Humble Distilling Company with Ryan. Haven't asked Ryan's permission. Don't really care. 713-780-3776. Some people on the text line. Chase over Andre. Wow. I may be a homer, but Dre was a monster in his prime. On top of that, he didn't even have a good quarterback throwing the ball. I mean, Jamar Chase went nuts yesterday with Joe Flacco.
At 40.
Yeah, the Andre part is just – it's the touchdowns, right? That kind of holds him back ultimately.
Yeah. His high for a season was 9. Never had double digits in a season.
So I get the argument for Andre from a Texans fan perspective because he was so good with such bad quarterback play. But, I mean, Chase is just – I think he's just on another level. Like, I don't think – was Andre ever really when you guys were doing this when he was playing, like, were you guys having conversations about putting him with Rice?
No.
At the time?
No. But, I mean, we were having conversations about Andre being the top receiver in the NFL.
Yeah, versus
Megatron. Hall of Fame track.
Probably for a 3 to 5 year window. Like, okay, Andre's a number one receiver in the NFL. I don't know if in a Hall of Famer, I don't know if we ever graduated to the Andre Johnson as a top 5 wide receiver talent in the history of the game. I don't think we ever got there.
I never heard that conversation once.
No. I mean,
and he had some elite seasons. I believe he has multiple seasons over 1,500 yards. I think he has a season where he led the league in catches as well. So he was fantastic. But to Joe's point, like, it is a blemish. Now, you could explain the blemish of not having a double-digit touchdown season with, well, he played with a lot of mediocre to bad quarterbacks. Like, his best quarterback by far was Matt Schaub. But it's still a blemish nonetheless.
Yeah. He was, great. But I think you got to go Jamar Chase. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Do you want to guess the one record that I want Jose Altuve to break?
I feel like I saw the text line say it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the text line did say it. Brian, do you want to take a guess?
No, I don't even have a guess.
The record that I most want Jose Altuve to break over anything else is I want Jose Altuve to break the record for the most postseason home runs. I want him to surpass that. The reason that it spurred this thought, George Springer hit a home run the other day, which now puts him 4th place, tied for 4th with Bernie Williams, as the most home runs in postseason history. And look, more playoff games, I get it. It's a little bit easier to do it now than it was back in the day. But Jose Altuve's one behind Manny Ramirez. Mm-hmm. Give me 2 more home runs in the playoffs, Jose. Come on, Jose. Let's get 2 more postseason home runs so you can be at the top of the mountain.
Maybe he can do it with Manny Ramirez as his hitting coach.
Stop it.
What?
I don't want Manny being my hitting coach.
Yeah, Manny wants to be a hitting coach.
I know he does. He's going to go away he's going to take a month sabbatical too.
Batting practice is going to be inside the Green Monster, or it's inside the Crawford boxes. Yeah.
No, I think it's of all the things that Altuve is chasing, it's obviously the most obtainable at this point. And I mean, I would feel pretty confident in wagering he breaks it.
I really want it. Okay. I wonder if you can get action there. 713-780-3776. If you want Joe's action on that, I'll hold the money in escrow. What would be if you had to handicap this? If you're Vegas,
2 away.
Right, but the Astros are currently not in the playoffs, and he didn't hit a home run last postseason. And he's 35.
How many more playoff games, if you had to guess, would Jose Altuve play in the rest of his career?
Over under 5.5.
Over. I mean, I think they might play more than 5.5 next year.
Yeah, if they make a run. Okay, what would you set the number at?
Like 12?
Okay, so how many home runs is he getting over a 12-game span?
2, at least.
He didn't get any last year in the playoffs.
I know, but last year was a weird year.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if they get home field advantage. You got the Crawford boxes right
I don't
there.
think it's a slam dunk as you're making it out.
I'll take the wager.
I don't know if like he had a pretty good home run season this year, but even that, I don't think he was averaging 1 homer for every 12 games played.
Probably not, but it's Jose
I don't feel
Altuve.
like doing the math.
It's Jose Altuve in the playoffs. So
I don't want you doing the math. So the only one that can do the math right now is Jeremy, if he cares to.
Right,
but
no more alcohol for you. Spicy Brian over here.
What would you handicap it at? He had 26 home runs this year in 155 games.
Plus,
so like 1/5 ish.
Okay, so way better. Well, still, that's 2 and 12 would be 1 out of every 6. So I guess that's about right on his season pace or close to it.
Plus 200.
The Astros also have to get there.
I think they'll be back next year.
Okay, I hope you're right.
Plus 200.
It's okay. So you're saying you think he's going to do it, but then you're giving him plus money to do it.
So minus 200.
Are you just throwing numbers at the wall?
Yeah.
If I were,
he's the bookie. I'm trying to figure out what my odds.
I'm usually pretty decent at like predicting what
even
Vegas
money
is at the
minus
line
110.
I think he'd be plus
money. I don't think he'd be plus money. I think he would be minus money. I think it would be 125. I think he'd be minus 125 to set the all-time home run record, postseason record.
Yeah.
713-780-3776. What would you put the line at? I think minus 125 I'm good with. I think I'm good with him minus 1, but I really want him to do it.
Yeah.
I really want him to get that record. Wouldn't that be awesome that Jose Altuve's got the most postseason home runs of anybody in postseason history?
All 5'4" of them, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Why is he shrinking?
Because I don't think he's 5'6".
Nah, he's not that tall. He's not that tall.
I haven't stood actually like right in front of him ever, but I am 5'6".
I have, and I'm pretty short.
Is he taller than me?
You towered over him?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Is he taller than me?
How tall are you?
5'6".
He's about your height.
Okay, so
He's about your height.
maybe it's 5'6".
He's got you in width though.
Because of muscle.
Yeah. Last year, Altuve played 2 playoffs games, and 1 was versus Skubal. Yeah, but he still didn't hit him one. Like that's like that might happen again next year.
Yeah, and he makes the playoffs next year. Guess who he might go against? Skubal
yeah,
or
like
someone
or
equally.
Cole,
yeah, exactly.
Like we can't move
or Garrett
the
Crochet
goalpost.
or yeah.
We can't move the goalpost on like, oh, well, he faced really good pitching. That's going to happen if you're in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Usually you're facing very good pitching if you're in the playoffs.
And when he's been at his best, he's hit really good pitching in the playoffs. I mean, I think he had, 2 home runs off of Chris Sale in 17? And I can't remember who he hit in the Dodgers game, who he hit his home run off of. It might have been off of Kelly Jansen. Maybe that was Marwin. I don't remember.
To the texter's point, he did hit 4 home runs in 23. So, like, to your point, he could be in the playoffs next year. They have a run to the ALCS, and he does it next year.
Yeah.
I might be selling it short at minus 125.
But he also, I don't think he even brought this up yet, so if you did, I apologize. He hit no home runs and had no RBIs the year they won the World Series. Right?
Huh. He had no RBI in the 22 tournament?
RBIs.
Until the World Series?
2022, he didn't have a single ribby.
In the postseason, yeah.
Not a single ribby.
So, I guess that works against my argument a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
But, I think he gets 2. Like,
I think this really comes down to how many more times do you think the Astros are going to make the playoffs during Jose Altuve's tenure?
This texter says he puts it at minus 230, minus 260. See, I would take that bet. I would take minus the opposite of that, obviously. Like, I'm not going to give you minus 260, but I feel like that's value on the other way. Keith from L.A., he will not break the record. The Astros is not good. The Astros are not good, Keith from L.A., and he will retire before then. I mean, spoken like an Angel fan. Go enjoy Torrey Hunter as your manager, Keith from L.A.
Where's Mike Trout on the all-time list, Keith from L.A.?
This junkie, 3,000 hits, will get him in the Hall of Fame, not the record on postseason home runs. Yeah, but I don't really care. Like, I can't. I rather Jose Altuve have more postseason home runs of anybody in the history of the game and sacrifice the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
I would, and I know that that's not, like, real here, but in the hypothetical world, Jose Altuve in the Hall of Fame, Jose Altuve, the all-time record holder in home runs in Major League Baseball history. Which of the two would you rather have?
All-time record.
Me too.
I think I'd go Hall of Fame.
Well, I think it's getting the Hall of Fame regardless. But
your scenario of Hall of Fame, like in this hypothetical, the Astros could miss the playoffs for the remainder of his career and still make the Hall of Fame. I like playoff baseball, Brian. I want to see playoff baseball more in Jose Altuve's career.
But that's not guaranteeing you're going to have a ton of playoff trips. Because, like you,
to
Joe's point, you could break it next year and then it's over.
But it's guaranteeing more playoff appearances than your path.
Fair.
And I'd rather have the path with more playoff appearances.
I wasn't looking like that. I was just looking at what's more prestigious. I think the Hall of Fame is more prestigious.
Yeah, you're looking at it from a casual point of view. I understand.
I don't think
reckless.
I don't think he's getting to 3,000.
It's going to be tough.
He's at, 2,300 right now, roughly? 2,388.
This text says that Altuve. Oh yeah, he needs 2 to tie it.
Oh, does that say 9?
Yeah, I thought it was an 8.
I thought that was an 8 too.
Yeah, Manny has 29.
So now he needs
not
3?
28. He needs 3. Yeah, Manny, I thought that was 28. Altuve at 27, but that's bad graphics, and it's actually 29.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
I needed my cheaters. I don't have my cheaters.
So that makes it plus 125 then, instead of minus 125.
Maybe minus 115.
So I'll take.
Does that move it to plus money?
I think it moves it to plus
I
money.
don't think it moves it to plus money. No.
I'm going to say yes.
Minus 110, minus 115. I think there. I'll take Corey Seager all time before Altuve. Seager did 19. Oh, he's saying all-time homers. He thinks Seager's going to break it. You know who I low-key like to set this record and to be the leader in 20 years?
Who's that?
Shohei?
Kyle Schwarber.
Oh.
Kyle Schwarber's at 23.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to – it just depends on where he signs, I guess.
Yeah, what if
if he re-signs with the Phillies, I'll take Schwarber.
He's got 5 more playoff appearances?
Yeah, if he's with the Phillies, then yeah.
Like,
As long as he doesn't chase money and go to a bad team. Like, a lot of people have speculated the Reds for him.
Yeah.
If he signs with the Reds this offseason, I would say
what
no
if he goes to
Schwarber.
the Yankees and he's got the short porch?
Oh, my –
yeah. And they're in the
He might
playoffs
break the
every
record.
year. Yeah.
He might break the home run the regular season home run record.
But a lot of people think he wants to go back to the Midwest.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so like Tigers, Reds.
He's
those
from
teams.
Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He hit a lot of regular season home runs there, but,
713-780-ESPN. Do you want Alex Bregman back? John Heyman mentioned the Astros for Pete Alonso, and the Astros started a starting pitcher. They signed a starting pitcher today. Nate Pearson. Is he in your starting rotation on opening day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe live from Old Humble Distilling Company on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Old Humble Distilling Company.
That's indeed where we're at, Old Humble Distilling Company. Fantastic drinks. The Maple Cinnamon Sour, award-winning. The Watermelon Old-Fashioned, award-winning. Apple Blossom Old-Fashioned. Great spot. Great spot to have a cocktail. Great spot to have a good time. Steak night Tuesdays, happy hour Wednesdays, trivia night Thursday, date night tonight, Friday. It's been eerily quiet on the amount of people who want to have a day with Ryan.
Yeah, unfortunate.
It's been very quiet on that front.
Sorry, Ryan.
713-780-3776. Still efforting a blind date with Ryan. 713-780-3776. Junkie on the text line. I want Altuve to get it. It would be the ultimate FU to all baseball fans. Sorry, still bitter about baseball disrespecting Tuve. That's a bunch of casuals, starting with Carl Ravitch. Baseball, they've been stealing signs since the early 2010s. They've been stealing signs since the 1920s. You know what I indirectly heard recently from a source I will not name?
Okay.
Kansas City Royals in 2015 were cheating their tails off.
Wouldn't shock me.
Cheating their tails off.
Everyone was at that time.
Everybody was doing it.
I mean, we've had players go on the record about it. That's why, I don't understand how it's a conversation. At any
Feels
point
like I've heard pretty legit rumors about half the teams in the league.
I mean, you've got
the Rockies, the Brewers,
yeah.
the Dodgers, the Red Sox, the Yankees.
Yeah, I mean,
now we throw in the Royals.
Yeah, you've got the former Yankees catcher. Was it Eric Kratz or whatever? He's the one who went publicly about the Rockies using the Theragun on the bench. You've got, the Cubs calling out the Milwaukee Brewers. They were passing signs from their bullpen. You could see it from the field. They were passing it on. And you've got Joey Votto going on the Dan Patrick show, acknowledging what the Astros did was wrong, but then it's saying everyone's doing it, and a lot of teams are doing it to this level. It's a stupid conversation. And honestly, for the people who, don't like the Astros because of it, it shows your lack of sports intelligence.
Oh, yeah. You're ignorant to it.
Yeah.
Ignorant just means you're not informed. You're ignorant to it if you don't believe more teams in baseball were doing it prior to the Astros. When did the Astros start doing it?
As soon as Carlos Beltran arrived.
17.
What was the story behind that?
That he brought it from the Yankees because he said the Astros were behind the times.
Yes. That's the key phrase there. He said that the Astros were way behind the rest of the league.
It's pretty funny, though, because I've read Astro Ball, and it's funny how they talk about – because the Astro Ball was written before the sign stealing scandal broke out.
Yeah.
So the way that they're talking about Beltran bringing the system over here is in a very positive light.
Yes.
They're using computers and they're cutting edge and they're catching up to baseball on the technology front and what a great thing it was. And then it's oh no, never mind, you are cheating that way. But it's funny. It's the timing of it's what's hilarious about the way that it's talked about and written in Astro Ball.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just it all goes back to the reason why the Astros are in the position they are in terms of national perception is because the Major League Baseball Players Association let the team down. Plain and simple. Mike Fiers ratted out, and then the Astros went in there and they confessed to everything. And then when they started calling other teams in, they said, no. Do not talk about it publicly. Stop being Cody Bellinger and shaming the Astros because this is a problem across baseball. Stop talking about it. Don't admit to anything. It's it's so clearly
You also got to throw Rob Manfred in there because I think he was more than willing to let one team be the scapegoat and
100%.
try to pretend they were a rogue element and pretend that it wasn't, most of the league.
And he soft and cozy launched the Yankee letter that he spent his entire life trying to keep sealed.
Yep.
That was so weak. And the fact that people don't see through that, the letter says the Yankees were using Apple Watches to steal signs.
Yes.
And then he soft launched it and got a positive PR perception on it before it was actually unsealed to try to protect them. That was the weakest thing. And the people just fell for it. People just fell. Oh yeah, this is not a big deal. See, they were doing were using Apple Watches. Yes, that's electronically stealing signs.
Yeah.
Don't be foolish.
And that's why I think eventually, there'll be – the Astros will always be a villain. But I think there'll be a chance that, eventually the truth will come out at some point in some capacity. There will be more truth that comes out about what happened in that
when
era
some
of
of these people retire.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
So. And then a lot already has, you mentioned, Votto, it's whatever. Cabrera, it's whatever. Kratz, it's whatever. Bassett, Chris Bassett, it's whatever.
You think we ever get a tell-all though?
Probably
from the Astros.
I don't know. I don't know if they have the
couldn't,
personalities.
Like
you don't think like Bregman at some point, like they'll.
If anybody does, it'd be Correa.
Yeah.
My only theory behind that would be, is if for some reason the snobs that vote on the Hall of Fame are using it to keep Altuve out.
Oh yeah.
Could we see a tell-all documentary?
Try to clear his name.
That really unloads on everything that the Astros were doing, the players telling the truth, and throughout the documentary, like just vindicating Jose Altuve, even though that's what the numbers lay out.
There was I can't remember the guy's name, but there was a guy that remember he tracked every single trash can bang, and Altuve. I know he took a few, but he was at like the very bottom of the list. I think Marwin led the team in it, or he was near the top.
Yeah, it was Tony Adams.
Tony Adams, yeah.
We had him on the air like during peak back in a previous radio life. Astros did sign a starting pitcher today to a major league contract, which is kind of weird timing because like there's players available right now. Nate Pearson is an Astro. 1 year, $1.35 million contract. Don't look up his career numbers. You're not going to be excited. But they did guarantee him a big league contract. They also, according to Chandler Rome, are going to try him as a starting pitcher.
Okay.
He has not been a starting pitcher in his career. He has started 6 games of his entire big league career in 123 appearances. 5.17 career ERA. His FIP is north of 5. Now, he does have good strikeout numbers, over a strikeout per inning, but the walks are also kind of high, about a half a walk per inning. I'm a Baseball Savant guy. I pulled up his Baseball Savant, which you really shouldn't look at his last year's Baseball Savant because that was he only pitched 14 innings. But his year prior to that, in 66 innings, the only thing that really stands out is that he throws very, very hard. He's a big boy, 6'6", 255, and throws very, very hard. 96th percentile with his fastball. Everything else is like below average. He does get strikeout. He does get whiff, and that's about it. My stance on this one, Joe, is that, look, it's the Astros. The Astros turn, like, chop the liver into guys who actually get big leaguers out. I'm giving the Astros the benefit of the doubt when it comes to Nate Pearson. It was only $1.4 million for a year. If Nate Pearson's actually the number 5, number 6 starter next season and has like a 4.25 ERA, I actually think it's a win. Now, what's my confidence? He pitches to a 4.25 ERA and eats up 150 innings? Probably not high.
Yeah, I mean, the starter part is the one that I guess confuses me a little bit, just because he's only done it 6 times in his career. I think he's been pitching in some capacity in the big leagues since 2020. Now, he only pitched 18 innings in 20 and then 15 innings in 21, but like his bulk of his career since 2023, he started 2 games.
It's weird.
So it's like, so hearing him come in as a starter surprises me. I mean,
once upon a time, that was his
draft profile.
Yeah, like his draft profile as a former first-round pick, I believe, from the Woodlands or somewhere nearby, was as a big-time, obviously power pitcher that was destined to be a starter. Obviously, it did not turn out that way. He had a lot of injuries while he was in Toronto.
He's from Florida.
Oh, he's from Florida? Who am I thinking of?
Jameson Taillon?
No. I'm thinking of someone else. With
Kyle Drabeck?
No, you know what? I'm thinking of the guy Shane Boz from Tampa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Shane Boz.
He went to Concordia Lutheran.
Yeah.
Played with Cabrian. I don't know if he played with Cabrian Hayes, but Cabrian Hayes also went to Concordia Lutheran.
But I'll tell you, Jeremy, like.
I was like, he's from. I was like, what? I was like, the closest thing that I see to the Woodlands is that he's from Spring Hill, Florida.
Close enough.
The Woodlands.
Just stop at Spring.
Went to the College of Central Florida. Went to FIU. I'm not sure this guy left the state of Florida prior to being a professional baseball player, Brian.
Maybe he had to stop at the at Bush Intercontinental Airport on the way to
his conviction too. He's up in the Woodlands, growing up to 6'6", 255. Like, he knew what kind of kilt he was wearing as a Highlander. His conviction.
Man.
I mean, dude, it's a project. It's a project.
Yeah,
the Astros have been good with Project Arms, though. So.
I give them the benefit of the doubt, because I couldn't wait for him to get DFA'd this last year, watching him pitch for the Cubs.
Yeah, he pitched for the Cubs.
I was like, this guy stinks. He throws gas, but he had no control.
Yeah, he hadn't been good.
So it's like, but you said it was $1.3 million, $1.5 million?
Yeah.
It's a low risk, and so all it does is like he's an extra body in camp, and if you cut him, oh well. Like it's a good move for what the Astros typically do, which probably means he'll be like this year's Jason Alexander.
Except like the opposite.
But with gas, yeah.
Jason Alexander with gas.
I mean, you can never have enough arms. They've been good at grooming arms. They must see something that they like here. Well, why not? It's $1.3 million. If he turns into your if he turns into your sixth starter / long reliever, that's a victory at $1.3 million. So that is what that is. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll talk Bregman later. It's the offseason. That's not going anywhere. 713-780-3776. Did you watch the Rockets' final preseason game of the year?
No.
You know I'm so disappointed about? I watched the first half. My DVR screwed up.
Okay.
It DVR'd the ESPN broadcast and not the Shin. So I couldn't listen to any hyperbolic Hollins. I got no hyperbolic Hollins today. Maybe you do, 713-780-3776. But is Reed Shepherd in the final preseason game of the year, has he changed your expectations for him? What'd you call him?
Baby H.
Oh. What's better nickname, Baby H or Cocaine Curry?
Well,
for this show, Baby H.
Yeah.
It's more fun to call him Baby H.
You can call him Baby H. I'll call him Cocaine Curry.
Okay.
But has he changed your impression at all, Reed Shepherd, after last night's preseason game where he balled out? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe live, Old Humble Distilling Company on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You got to get out to TD Stadium tomorrow. Houston Cougars 5-1, doing some things. Willie Fritz in his second year doing what he does in his second year at places, already surpassing last year's win total, win away from bowl eligibility, and it's homecoming tomorrow at TD Stadium. You got to be there, uhcougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS to get those tickets now. Tailgating starts at 8. It's going to be awesome. Cougs on parade at 9:50 in Cougar Alley. Then you got your homecoming court presentation at halftime. Also, Cougs, if you're going to the game tomorrow, let's team up to tackle hunger on campus. You can drop off non-perishable food donations at any TD Stadium gates to support Cougar Cupboard. U of H's on-campus food pantry. Your generosity helps provide essential resources for students in need. So make sure you bring those non-perishable food donations to any gate. We'll appreciate it. We'll love it. Cougar Cupboard, you're supporting that. Please help in any way that you can. Time to pack TD Stadium, Houston, Arizona for homecoming. Don't miss the pageantry, the pride, the roar of Cougar Nation. Kickoff at 11 a.m. tomorrow. And bring those canned goods, those non-perishable food items. This is Houston's team. Needs you to create a true home field advantage. Come early. Be loud. Wear red. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Old Humble Distilling Company. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Date night, Old Humble Distilling Company. Brian and Joe are enjoying one right now. Trivia night on Thursdays, happy hour on Wednesdays, steak nights on Tuesdays. Phenomenal cocktails, phenomenal spot. Old Humble Distilling Company in Humble. Junkie on the text line, I think overhyping CJ was hyperbolic. Hypocrite much, Branham. I'm definitely a hypocrite.
Thanks, King.
There's no doubt that I'm a hypocrite. We all know that. But I don't think calling CJ Stroud a top 10 quarterback was more hyperbolic than calling Clint Capella the second best center in the NBA.
That's true. It's not even close.
I think there's a little bit of a gap there.
Yeah.
I'll wear my hypocrisy. I'll wear my own hyperbolism at times. But I don't think I've ever called a player of the caliber of Clint Capella the second best at his position.
Nope.
I think there's a bit of a gap here, Kinger.
Yeah, there's a big one.
But good to hear from you. 713-780-3776. Reed Shepherd, did he do enough yesterday to change your perception of Reed Shepherd, or what is your perception of Reed Shepherd entering his sophomore season in the NBA?
No, it didn't change my perception of him. He looked good last night. I watched the highlights in the shorter game this morning, so I thought he looked good. But the problem is, this is the same guy who's dropping 40 and 50 points in the G League last year, too.
And Hawks were playing their starters.
I know, but
they weren't playing hard.
They're not playing hard. It's like when there's already like an effort problem in the NBA at times for defense, it's even worse in the preseason. So it was good to see him score like with that efficiency and to be able to score again like last night. So it made me excited, but it doesn't change anything for me. I got to see it against real competition.
Yeah, I mean, I like that he did it versus
scoring
2 points on 2 of 16 shooting. But does it move my needle much that he did that against Atlanta in the final preseason game when nobody was trying? Mm-hmm. I was so mad that my DVR picked up the ESPN broadcast of this and not the Shin broadcast of this because it kind of ruins my bit of hyperbolic Hollins. Mm-hmm. But you ever notice Mark Jones says really big words?
No. Does he?
I like Mark Jones. I think he does a good job. But he was saying words I've never heard of. Like, next time you catch Mark Jones, because he does football and basketball for ESPN. Next time you catch a Mark Jones game, just write down the words that he says that you do not know.
Okay.
Look at, it's insane.
Okay.
So I got hyperbolic Hollins and I got big word Jonesy over here. But he even talked about it. Like, I think it was late second quarter where he's like, this has the tenacity of a pickup game at 24-hour fitness.
Yeah.
Like, they were not trying. Like, no one was trying. But, like, yeah, it was great that Reed had that performance and they can do it at the NBA level with the effort being turned down. Hopefully he can still do it. The one thing that I will nitpick here, though, a lot of the ball handling stuff that concerns me with Shepherd, at least as a point guard, why I don't think he's a point guard, they still show up. Like, he's still getting his pocket picked first possession of the game.
Mm.
Like, so it's still noticeable to me that he is not the starting point guard of the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, I don't think it is. It's going to be a men, and I really question just how Ime views him. Like, we saw what Ime did last year with benching Alpi and Jalen in critical situations. Like, you start a game off and he's getting picked by, SGA. He's not going to start opening night. But, like, how is Ime going to let that fly for long? No, he's not. Like, that's why I think there will be another point guard on this roster at the deadline, the latest. They have to wait until after December 15th, for these free agency contracts to be allowed to be traded.
Yeah.
But it's pretty quickly into January. I expect there to be another point guard on this roster, and I'm glad it wasn't Russell Westbrook. That was the right move.
I think it could still be.
Really?
December 15th.
That's gross.
He's eligible to be traded. That's actually the only way you're getting Russell Westbrook anyways. The only way the Rockets were getting Westbrook is until he was a tradable contract on December 15th.
Yeah.
You couldn't sign him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he could still be in play.
Yeah, I just think there'll be other guys to choose from that you can make it work, that you can elevate your ceiling.
I hope they choose someone else.
Yeah, like I don't think Russell doesn't elevate anything. He can't.
I don't want to add another non-shooter on the perimeter.
Yeah, and if you do, I want to add someone that can play defense. I think they're going to go a different route than that for making their playoff push. But yeah, I expect pretty much immediately they're going to make a trade as soon as they can because I don't think Reed's the guy. I don't know if Reed will get traded yet. Like I don't think they're going to.
No, I don't think they're anywhere near that.
Because you'd have to make a big trade to move Reed.
Look, I still like Reed. I want Reed to be a Houston Rocket. I just think he's a combo guard, 2 guard, not a point guard.
Yeah.
I don't think he's an on-ball guard. I just don't. I think he's a 2. Can he give you like 10 minutes a game at the 1? Maybe. Maybe if the other team's not pressuring you and forcing him to just to have any sort of ball handling, because he doesn't have great ball handling.
It feels like he's a bit positionless, though.
I think he's a 2. I think he's a combo guard, too.
Well,
I think he's Jeff. I think
offensively, but I struggle. And I mean, it depends on who else is on the floor, obviously. But if you had him at his height, his weight, his strength, try to guard a normal-sized NBA 2.
Yeah, but the Rockets have enough.
I mean, maybe you can hide them, but
that's the thing. The Rockets, we get caught up in he's guarding the other team's shooting guard because he's playing the 2 on offense. That's not the case. He's going to be guarding the other team's worst offensive player.
Yeah.
Now the opposition's going to do a bunch of pick and rolls and screen actions to try to get him in mismatches. But that's why I actually think Reed Shepherd's defense improving is more important than his ball handling improving. Because you don't need him to be the point guard. You need him to hold his own defensively. I'm actually confident that he can at least hold his own defensively.
Yeah, I mean, if he's open, he can hit shots. So we saw how much better the Rockets were last year when Jalen Green figured it out defensively in the pick and roll. And asking Reed to probably take that leap in year 2 is probably a big ask. But it just has to be better than so far, I think, with what we've seen.
Yeah.
Because coming out of college, there was concerns about his defense, but it
was
was always
more about foot speed.
Yeah, but he had quick hands, right? He can.
He does.
He can touch the ball. He can force turnovers and things like that.
He does that.
I feel like we haven't seen it enough yet in the NBA, and so that could change this year. I have very, very low expectations for Reed Shepherd at this point.
I mean, they kind of told you a little bit with him being the only piece playing yesterday.
Yeah.
Every single rotational piece that's healthy did not play yesterday. He did. I think that is telling. Junkie on the text line, knowing what you know now, would Walter Clayton be a better fit here over Reed Shepherd? I like Walter Clayton's game. National champion. Still not over that. I don't like him more than Reed, though.
No, Reed has the upside still over Walter, and Walter's a good player.
Shepherd needs to leave Houston to flourish. No respect here in Houston. That's not true. Plenty of people respect him. I don't want him to be a point guard. I want him to be a J.J. Redick. I think it's a better role for him. Not that he's ever going to be J.J. Redick, because J.J. Redick was very good, but I think that's a better role for him. I think he's more of a 2. I think he's more Jeff Hornacek than he is John Stockton.
Yeah,
he's more off the ball than on the ball.
That'd be fine.
Rather John Stockton now at his age than Russell Westbrook. I wonder if he still lives in Spokane.
I think he lives in the Woodlands.
Yeah, you do. I bet you do. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? Who belongs on the list this week? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe from Old Humble Distilling Company on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, listen up now. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. They're transparent. They're not going to hassle you with pricing. You're going to get your car shopping done fast. What other dealerships can you say that about? That's why Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. That's why they've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families just keep coming back because they trust the people in Monument Chevrolet. Family feel there, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to a fantastic culture. Monument Chevrolet's extended truck month, too. Get 2.9% APR for 72 months. You're going to love it. Visit monumentchevrolet.com. Check out their full inventory. The vehicle of the week, the EVs. Monument Chevrolet's offering amazing discounts on their Chevy EVs. You got the EV Blazer. It's speed, sporty, style. The EV Equinox. It's spacious interior, clean, modern design, and long-range capability. Both come with a loaded, tech-focused interior. You're going to love it. Get a fair deal, a transparent deal, a no-hassle deal without wasting your time in those aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, do it now at monumentchevrolet.com to check out their full inventory, or go visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8, massive lot. Their lot has road names. It's so big. Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet together. Let's drive. that. You're not an idiot for listening to me. Maybe Joe. Maybe Brian, not me, though. 713-780-3776. Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? So yesterday I was walking into an establishment. I was looking at my Twitter because I'm on my phone way too much. I do the death scroll way too much. Lance Zierlein. This is during the Brewers-Dodgers game. He tweeted out that he's not sure he wouldn't take The Miz over Paul Skeens.
I saw that, too.
He has since deleted this.
No. Oh, so soft.
He has since deleted this tweet.
That's soft.
I wonder if Michael Connor
Stand by it.
Connor might have got to it this morning.
No, he deleted it before the night was over. Because I responded to it like what I do with any sort of like hot text or whatever. Or tweet, I mean, is I'll just put like spicy, spicy. Because I like spicy takes. I like hot takes. They're fun. They might not be right, but they're a lot of fun. And I put spicy, and he liked it, so I could see like what I responded to. And I was like trying to look at other comments, and it said the user deleted the tweet.
That's disappointing.
It was last night. He tweeted it probably around 6:30, and it was deleted by 8.
Now, look, Mizorowski is nasty.
Okay.
But he's not Paul Skeens.
Skeens is like all-time nasty through the first, 2.5 seasons of his career?
Paul Skeens looks like a guy who's going to be one of those generational players we've seen.
Yes.
And Mizorowski could be one of the best pitchers in baseball, but I don't know if he's going to be generational.
There are levels to this.
Are we even sure he's going to be like an ace yet?
I mean, he's looked so good in the postseason so far. He just throws so fast.
Look, I understand he's a rookie. We're looking at an ERA north of 4.
Yeah, he's got some control issues.
And look, still plenty of time for him to figure that out and still be a good pitcher. But north of a 4 ERA, do you want to know what Paul Skeens did in his rookie year?
Sub-2.
Paul Skeens was a 1.96 ERA, third in the Cy Young.
I believe his career ERA is, if it's over 2, it's barely.
It's under.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
He was 1.96 last year. He's 1.97 this year, led the National League.
My goodness.
I'm sorry. The Miz could be a future ace. But he's not in the same PNC ballpark as Paul Skeens.
You could double Paul Skeens' ERA, and he'd still be lower than Miz.
Yeah. I mean, there's not – I mean, even just, like, general pitchers in baseball. Like, how many guys is there anyone above Paul Skeens right now?
No.
I mean, like, Skubel's probably the closest guy.
Skubel and Skeens are probably the top tier.
Yeah.
I think those are very clearly the top tier. And then you have a bit of a drop-off. And then you have, like, your Crochets.
Yeah.
Your Hunter Browns, I think, would be in that mold. You might have Crochet ahead of Hunter Brown, but I think Hunter Brown would be in that second tier.
Skeens a tier all by himself?
Yes.
I would
agree.
No,
I would put Skeens and Skubel, I think.
I don't know. I think I would go Skeens tier 1, Skubel tier 2 by himself, and then the conversation happens
I'm
after
fine
that.
with that.
I think I'd go in Skeens, Skubel, top tier.
Yeah, I would put them together, but I understand your argument, Brian.
Skubel's a freak too, man.
No, for sure. Just Skeens' numbers are unheard of. I mean, it's like
unheard of.
It's like Pedro in his prime.
And they
that's
pay
how,
for
that's how nasty.
And they pay for the 2 cheapest organizations.
He's the Miz, and he's awesome. I couldn't believe that Lance said that. But you know what's worse? The worst, though, is the delete.
Yeah, the worst.
You got to own that ish.
I think that's the bad take.
I think that's
more than
both
anything.
Bad. I think that one's badder.
Yeah, it's way worse.
Better. Well done.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Channel 2, KPRC. What are we doing here?
Oh, no.
They had the news the other day on Wednesday. This was ahead of the UTEP-Sam Houston game.
Okay.
UTEP-Sam Houston played Wednesday night at the soccer stadium. They had a grand total of 428 people inside of the soccer stadium to watch that game. But KPRC, you know how they do the news and they do the weather, and then they'll be like, hey, it's going to be 84 degrees on Wednesday night to watch your UTEP Miners and your Sam Houston Bearcats. Don't say the state. They dropped the state. Instead of using Sam Houston's logo, they used U of H's logo.
Oh.
They had UTEP versus Houston, 6 p.m. tonight. They
Yikes.
had this on a Wednesday telecast. Channel 2, KPRC. You made the list.
Yeah, that's deserved.
You made the list.
You can't get the wrong team.
You can't get the wrong team. They put a Houston logo instead of a Sam Houston logo.
Did they
You
apologize?
made the list. I don't know. A lot of apologizing to Houston lately.
There is a lot.
What who do you think made the mistake? Like the graphic importer or like
an intern?
Someone who made the graphic?
An intern?
Would you trust an intern to make the graphic?
I don't think the intern's making the graphic.
I mean, TV interns are paid, I think.
There's certainly this TV intern knew nothing about ball.
Yeah.
They're like, like a true journalist that like reads like Shakespeare and stuff.
I like the TV people, the sports TV people, but there's a lot less these days in this market.
Oh yeah, this was weather. To be
so
fair.
It's very logical that there's not many people at that station that cover sports in any capacity.
Yeah.
So that's probably why this slipped through.
They have like the crime reporter making the graphic of the sports match.
Yeah, I mean, we know what happened at Fox. So.
Do we? I don't know what happened to Fox.
Well, they got rid of their sports department.
Oh yeah. Well, sort of.
Yeah, sort of.
They've challenged you to make the list. Adam Schefter. This was before Callahan got fired. Like 5 minutes before Callahan got fired, Adam Schefter was on Pat McAfee and said this.
I don't see, it doesn't mean I'm right, but I don't see a coaching move being made anytime soon. Of course, there are going to be coaches who lose their jobs. It happens every year. And it's become sport within the sport of the National Football League to see it happen. But I don't think, and for all I know, we're going to hang up here and someone's going to get fired. But I don't see a head coach losing his job. I don't see, Brian Callahan obviously has come under intense criticism. I don't see that happening soon.
There you go. I don't like that Adam Schefter's taking the soft stance here.
Yeah, it's a soft stance.
I don't think it's going to happen, but I never know.
Well, and then to be that wrong that quickly is brutal.
Yeah.
It feels like half that clip was him trying to backpedal out of eventually being proven wrong.
Yeah.
And it was within an hour.
So soft.
It's a soft take. And then it was so wrong.
Softer that or Lance deleting his tweet?
Oh, Lance deleting his tweet.
Lance
They're kind of similar, though.
I think, now, look, there's worse in this market for people that delete tweets that work in radio.
You want to name names?
Yeah, P. Crate, he deletes all of his tweets.
That's a philosophy, though.
Yeah, okay.
It is.
Yeah. So they can never find your bad takes?
I think it's to be marked safe from being canceled.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Which also bad takes, kind of the same thing.
I mean, different strokes for different folks.
I guess so. Yeah. I guess so.
Yeah. I feel like you have more to say.
No, it's okay.
After you make the list, though, I know what I was going to say. What's worse, softer takes or bad takes?
Softer takes?
I agree.
I would, yeah.
I think softer takes are worse than bad takes.
I'd rather be getting the text that we get about me that I have bad takes all the time than never having a take.
Have a take. Say what you believe.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're going to be right. Sometimes you're going to be wrong. It's fine. Don't be soft about it.
Have a take, don't suck.
Yeah.
A great man once said.
I don't even care if you suck. Just be macho.
Just have a take.
Patrick Beverly, he had this take the other day. He said, I don't know if it's the wine, but I really believe this Aces team could beat an NBA team.
Yeah, I guess, and then I have to include myself.
Yeah, because you also think the Aces
2 and 79.
I said 2, yeah. And then I was looking at the over-unders for this year.
Yeah.
And the Jazz are at 19.5.
Oof.
And I'm like, man, the Jazz are at 19.5, and I said a WNBA team could have 2 wins. Wrong.
If the Jazz and the Aces played an 82-game series.
Yeah, Laurie Markkinen scores 100 points.
How many games do the Aces win?
0.
Yeah.
0.
Lauren Markkinen might average a quadruple-double.
Yeah, have a take, even if it's bad. Also be okay with walking it back.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, things change. Anyways, you made the list, Patrick Beverly. Joe wanted to fine Kirby Smart on Monday because Kirby Smart lied to the officials whenever he called the timeout and then said he was clapping. Joe wanted to fine him for lying.
Oh, you said George Kirby. Okay.
Did I say that?
Yeah, I think you said George Kirby. I was confused. You meant Kirby Smart. Okay.
I combined Joe George and Kirby Smart.
Yeah.
Joe George wanted to fine Kirby Smart for lying to the officials. That he said he was calling a timeout, or he was calling a timeout, but he said he was clapping, and then Joe wanted to fine him. I started to think about this a little bit more, and it's a little it bothers me that I thought about it a little bit more because I don't like to take my work home with me. And I was like, what does Joe think about playing poker? What do you think of somebody who bluffs you?
That's
with
different.
7 high?
That's a different conversation.
How is it different? He bluffed the officials into thinking that he didn't call a timeout for strategic purposes. It's the same thing.
I don't agree. I'm not going to back down.
He bluffed the officials for strategic reasons that gave him a better chance to win the game. It's the same thing as bluffing with a busted straight. Same thing as bluffing with a 7 high.
Our coaches should have high morality.
Oh, come on.
What about Phil Ivey?
You don't believe that.
What about Kid Poker?
Well, he's a scumbag.
What about Phil Hellmuth?
He's fine.
Who's a scumbag?
Ivy.
I disagree.
He's gotten kicked out of casinos for cheating.
Yeah, but the casino was
You're taking
willing,
big casino side?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, on that. The casinos gave him everything that he wanted in order to play whatever game he was playing.
I think it was Baccarat.
Yeah, you know how he broke the casino on that? He wasn't bending the cards like people reported or marking the cards.
Yeah.
He picked up a tell on the cards.
Yeah, he was memorizing them.
There's a pattern on the back of cards, and he memorized the patterns on specific cards.
Yeah.
And whenever he went, I forget what game he was playing. It was a weird game. But he told the casino, I want to play one deck, high roller, let's play for big money. And they said yes.
Yep.
And one of the casinos he did it paid him out, and then I think he did it overseas, and they said, hey, we're going to wire it to an American casino. And then they're like, no, we're not going to do it. Here's why you cheated us. Yep. And it blew up. Like,
yeah, I think they just didn't know.
Why
that there
didn't he
was
go
those
to
patterns.
jail? Like, you do that stuff, you're in prison.
Well, like, you don't go to prison for counting cards. You just get, like, blackballed from casinos.
It's kind of similar to counting cards.
Yeah, like, it's not.
I think there's.
I don't know, is it illegal?
I think so, yeah.
Or is it just, like, immoral?
It depends on what you're doing. Like,
Yeah.
you can do things that you're, like, breaking the house that would be considered illegal.
Man, but, like honestly, like, who's at fault there?
I think it's the casino.
Isn't it the card company?
Well, I think the casino should have probably not played with one deck.
Like, how does the card company know that someone's not going to catch
Also,
on
like,
at some point?
if you're like the main casino person who's making these rules, did you ever watch Las Vegas on TV?
Yeah.
Who was that guy,
No.
James Caan or whatever? Like, if you're making those decisions and you have like one of the most notorious poker player of all time that's making these weird requests, would you say yes?
Yeah, you're probably like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
If he
Like,
asked
use
to
your
play for
brain a little
That
bit.
throws up a red flag. I
If
wouldn't
he
let him
asked
do
for to
that.
play for a single deck, aren't you going, why?
Yeah.
Aren't you asking yourself, why does he only want to play with a single deck?
50,000 a hand? Nah,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah, and it's like, and I'm sure his argument was just like a superstition kind
Yeah.
of a thing.
Yeah, he's quirky.
But it's like, come on.
Yeah, but Joe makes the list for wanting to fine Kirby Smart for
fine.
bluffing the officials.
Soft.
Chase Daniel, he tweeted out on September 7th, 2025, I tried telling you guys, this is after week one, a week one loss, by the way. I tried telling you guys Justin Fields is that guy, poised for a breakout season.
Okay.
Chase Daniel.
Why
made
does
the
anyone
list.
want to have takes on Justin Fields anymore? All it does is put you on this list.
He's a hot take artist, Chase Daniel.
Yeah, but
I mean, he never started at quarterback. He wants to make his hay in the media.
Yeah,
world.
but like for Justin,
I don't know, man. It's weird.
I mean,
weird.
he's great in the fourth quarter when his team's down big and he's got to cover. That's about it. That's about it.
All right. Chase Daniel doesn't know NFL ball, but we do. Top NFL stuff. All of these injuries are wild, man. These things are crazy, all of these injuries. We'll take a look at who's in, who's out. Top NFL stories around the league. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live, Old Humble Distilling Company on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, but before we go to the break, I got to tell you about Burger Chan, my favorite spot to get a tasty burger in the entire city. And if you've never been, first off, shame on you. Second off, when you walk in, when you notice right away is they have a paper menu for you to look at and customize your burger exactly how you want. Or you can get one of their chef-inspired burgers, which top of their menu, very tasty. Let me tell you about some of those. See if this piques your interest a little bit. First, their Burger Chan burger, the burger named after the restaurant. It's a 2-ounce, 2-patty burger on brioche with cheddar, sautéed onions, Thousand Island dressing, and tomato. Or you can get the barbecue burger, cheddar, bacon, onion strings, pickles, barbecue sauce, or how about a patty melt served on rye bread, of course, cheddar and Swiss, sautéed onions, and Thousand Island as well. And the options aren't limited there because, again, you can fill out that little menu your own. You're creating your own burger, a unique burger every time you go in. You want avocado on it. You want sautéed mushrooms, fried onion strings, avocado, kimchi relish. You can do any of those things at Burger Chan. Get the burger any way you like it, regardless of how you like it. Rejoice that Burger Chan has extended their hours, more time to try their menu. Burger Chan now open on Monday for lunch and open for dinner service Wednesday through Saturday until 9 o'clock. That is such a treat because as someone who gets off work at 6 o'clock, Burger Chan used to be closed. Now they're open till 9 o'clock Wednesday through Saturday. But you'll want to stop by on Mondays in particular because they're partnering with us to celebrate big wins this football season on Victory Monday. Any Monday after the Texans win, or Tuesday in this case, stop by Burger Chan to claim your free side with the purchase of an entree. I mostly go with the burgers, but they also make delicious chicken sandwiches, fried fish sandwiches, hot dogs, falafel, and breakfast sandwiches as well, which are served all day, by the way. Just stop by on the Monday after Texans win or Tuesday this week. Mention my name, Brian. Mention ESPN 97.5 or just say Go Texans, and you'll get a free side with your entree. Burger Chan, best burgers in the city. Find them at 5353 West Alabama and see their full menu at BurgerChanHTX.com.
This is a great spot. Old Humble Distilling Company. Thank you to Joe, not Joe George, owner Joe, for having us out. They're going to extend date night until tomorrow, too, while supplies last. So, wow, what a thing. You can't make it out to a Friday date night? How about a little bit of a Saturday afternoon date night? How about a little Saturday evening date night? While supplies last, though, so you're rolling the dice whenever you do that. But fantastic drinks, fantastic time. Date night Fridays. You get a little trivia night? You guys ever do a little trivia?
I've done trivia before, but I've only gone out for, like, specific
I'm guessing
trivia.
in the office?
I like trivia.
Yeah. I do, too. I feel like unless it's themed, though, for something I really like Joe going to the office, I feel like I suck at it.
Yeah, see, I like the all-encompassing trivia.
I'd rather go to a theme night.
Not me.
You just got to have a good team, though, if you're going to go for all-encompassing.
I go with ringers. I'm always not very good. Trivia night,
You're the sports
Thursdays.
guy.
You're the one letting them down?
For like the one sport. No, they know what they're getting.
Okay.
No, I'm not letting them down. Like, I'm very honest with who I am and what my capabilities are.
One-trick pony?
I'll help you with a little bit of sports. I'll help you with, like, some random nonsense. And then a little bit of TV. Because some of, like, the geeks who drink, they'll do, like, like, which TV show is this from?
Yeah.
Like, I'll help out a little bit there. I'm not helpful at all with any sort of, like, music stuff. Never helpful there. Not my forte, as you guys know. But Happy Hour Wednesday, Steak Night Tuesdays. This is a great spot. Old Humble Distilling Company. Fantastic cocktails. You're going to love it. You're going to love it out here. Right off at 1960 in Humble. 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. The HR&P guest line. 2422. He likes themes, too, on the text line. 2422 is a big fan of the themes. Texter, the whole Kansas Jayhawks coaching staff has to make the list. I mean, pathetic. That's a good call. That's a good call.
It's very well deserved for putting them on Bad Take Boulevard.
Yeah, that's bad. My bad take, Tim Duncan isn't a top 10 player at all time.
Maybe he's pretty close, though, so I don't know if it's a bad take. Well, I guess it depends on how low you have him.
Yeah.
Are you saying like in the 20s? Because that's probably too far.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't put him in the top 10.
It's close, though.
I think he's in the teens.
Yeah, he's just outside the top
I think
10.
he's closer to 10 than 20, though.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Well, see, I don't like the top 10 list because I think Dream's always ranked too low.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Like in this current group, I mean, it feels like Joker's going to get moved up pretty high, especially if they win another championship at some point into the top 10 for a lot of people.
Yeah, people like him, man.
I mean, his numbers are incredible. He has 3 MVPs, multiple All-Pros, a championship. If he gets another one, like he's going to be put in that conversation.
Yeah. All right, top NFL stuff. You see the amount of injuries, especially at the wide receiver position that are
so
out there?
many.
Puka's out.
Yep.
Which who gets the bump there?
Jordan Whittington?
I think Devontae gets the bump.
Oh, I think okay. Well, besides Devontae, because I think you're playing Devontae already.
Why would you say besides Devontae?
Because you're playing Devontae Adams already.
Yeah, I'm talking about like a DFS purpose.
Okay.
Yeah, Devontae gets it. Yeah.
Like I'm not sure that I would play Whittington. Like I'm not rostering Whittington. I don't think anywhere. Now maybe like a value DFS play, maybe, but probably not. Like I don't know if I trust Whittington or Atwell or their tight ends enough to actually roster. Devontae, I think, gets a boost there. Mm-hmm. Although, like maybe he's just unplayable in a DFS though, because like you're expecting low-scoring game, overseas, good defense, that sort of thing. So maybe he could be a fade because he might be chalk in a DFS. I don't know. Garrett Wilson, is there anybody playable?
No.
Mason Taylor.
I think he could be playable.
I think because Mason Taylor, now obviously the Broncos game, you throw it out. It was awful, that game in London last week. But the 2 weeks prior, he was over 60 yards in each of those games. Like he's starting to become the go-to target for Justin Fields outside of Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, I think deep looking for like maybe I don't know if he was going to be that low owned though, because like I think a lot of people are thinking along your lines. I'm curious what his ownership will be like in a DFS. Commanders, Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel are probably both going to be out.
Terry's out.
Yeah, he's been ruled out. Deebo said we'll have to wait and see, but doesn't look great. Luke McCaffrey season?
I'm kind of intrigued. I mean, he looked good last week. Like
Ertz is also questionable.
Yeah, I mean McCaffrey looked good last week, specifically in kick return, but like, and then he had the big breakaway play.
I don't hate Jalen Lane.
No, so like I'm
kind of deep dark horse.
Yeah, it's not great there.
Ridley's out. Any interest in Ellick?
I
guess.
Epic AU Manor.
Nope.
I think it's a no play across the board.
Yeah, I mean not until Cam Ward improves.
Downs is out.
So I guess Pierce.
Pierce could
Pierce
be a
is
boost.
Pierce is a downfield guy, though. I don't think he gets high volume.
Yeah, downfield could help you, though, in DFS because you're
Sure.
kind of looking for the boom bust.
Yeah.
So it kind of depends on the format, I guess, there. And then Njoku's out, and everybody's going to play Harold Fannin.
Oh, Harold
Fannin's
Fannin, yeah.
going to be chalk.
Although
honestly,
the weather there, though, we'll see.
Yeah, if
good
it's that
point.
50-mile-an-hour wind. I mean, honestly, Harold Fannin's probably the play anyways at this point. And Njoku's not getting the same target share. Fannin's clearly the favorite, at least for Gabriel.
Yeah, he gets more of the targets for
So
sure.
I'd lean Fannin for sure.
Did you see Trayvon Diggs is going to be out because he got concussed at home?
What'd he do?
See, this is the million-dollar question. Have you ever taken a spill at home?
Yes,
I
sure.
have to. I've fallen big time. I took it one time out of a shower. I just busted. My
We had
tail.
someone that worked on the station that got concussed.
So maybe that's what happened. They had socks on carpet.
It went down the stairs.
Socks
Shout out
on
to Josh
carpet's
Beard.
what happened to Trayvon Diggs. It's why he got concussed at home.
Are you serious? Because that's the exact same thing that happened to
No,
Beard.
we don't know why.
Okay.
What happened?
Okay.
But we do know that Trayvon Diggs is not going to play this weekend because he got a concussion while at home last night. Could it be the Dustin Johnson thing? Remember Dustin Johnson was a late scratch at the Masters that one year, and everybody thought it was like Smiley Kaufman was hanging out with Mrs. Gretzky.
Uh-huh.
Who knows?
But, concussion protocol is also tough to get out of, though. So it's probably not what you would lie about.
No, I don't think he's. Oh yeah, no, I think.
Yeah, because it could
But
take
if it
you,
happened at home, they wouldn't know unless you told them,
That's
unless you
true.
reported.
Dustin Johnson was I hurt my back.
Yeah.
They also his story was it was socks on carpet going down the stairs.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
there were some thoughts that it was the Mrs. Great One
Was
and
stepping
Smiley
out.
Kaufman.
Yeah.
But who knows? CeeDee Lamb and George Kittle trending towards coming back and
Good.
playing this week. That'll be fun. Seeing that, I like the Cowboy offense. I like watching them. I don't think they're a good football team, but I like watching the Cowboy offense. And then Chuba.
He's back.
Is back. Is it Chuba or Chuba? I always get him confused.
I think it's Chuba.
713-780.
I think it's Chuba.
Chuba or Chuba?
Probably Chuba.
That was priceless.
Probably Chuba.
What do you think that the work share is going to be?
Honestly,
here?
I think it's almost like at this point to me they're both no plays at least for this week.
I
Yeah,
think it's still Paul Rico.
I'm too concerned that it's Saturday.
I think I would say it's 60-40 Rico.
The beat reporters were saying that Hubbard was breaking the huddle first at
Interesting.
practices.
Well, they did pay him.
Yeah, but Rico's been hot. So to me, it's
super hot.
It's if you're gonna. It's just I'm
He's so
worried
hot
that
right now. That Rico.
I'm worried that they're gonna look like Seattle, where it's gonna be a split. So like in terms of daily fantasy, I don't think you can really play either, and it's whoever you think would be more likely to get the ball at the 1 yard line.
DFS, it might be worth just playing the same exact lineup and flipping the two. Like you
Yeah.
play one in one lineup, and you play the other in the other lineup, and you keep the rest the same. Just in case one of them goes nuts.
That makes
Now
sense.
the fear there is they're just both kind of mediocre and they're hijacking
Like
each
Seattle.
other like
Yeah.
Seattle. But it might be worth the risk versus like a no play whatsoever. Alvin Kamara says he doesn't want to trade.
I mean, it kind of sucks for the market. Like I was hoping to see Alvin Kamara elsewhere, but
Yeah, you're thinking of the market at this time when Alvin Kamara just wants to stay in New Orleans?
he wants to stay there and be there for the rebuild.
Maybe he's doing his team a solid and helping out his trade value. If he's publicly saying I'm not going anywhere,
I don't think that helps his trade value.
Yeah.
Well, I think Alvin Kamara being available was like widely seen. Like that might drive down the price just because they know the Saints have to move on. But now if you're putting it out there, I'm not going anywhere, then maybe that gets teams to. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the rationale here.
While the player says I'd rather be sipping pina coladas than to get traded,
Yeah, I
it
think
doesn't help his value.
I think he just wants to stay near Bourbon Street. Like he wants to stay in New Orleans.
He's drinking the Hurricanes?
Like for whatever it is.
Fighting
like,
people?
Yeah, this is what
Well,
he wants to
he
do.
actually fought someone in Vegas.
Have you ever done the hand grenades in bourbon?
Yeah.
Where they give you the hand grenade and you throw it in the basket?
Yep.
Yeah. That
I have not. No.
That's a trip.
That's
Real
on one of the.
Bourbon
It's on one of the Bar Rescue episodes, right?
Yeah.
Is it? I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Yeah,
I
they
think-
did. I was the one that had like the chair at the beginning. I remember
Yeah.
they have some sort of drink that they lean you back in like this huge
in like
chair.
a barber chair.
Yeah.
Did you see that these trades of the Patriots were offered to move up to the spot where Drake May got drafted?
I did.
I love things like this because it's like, oh, what was the value then? What were some of the dialogue like? This was from Albert Breer. So this is whenever Drake May got drafted by the Patriots. New England fielded a few offers, and Minnesota offered the 11th pick, the 23rd pick, and a 2025 first, and then later pick swaps to move up. New England said no. We love Drake May. The Giants offered their first, which was the 6th pick, and the 2025 first-round pick, and then I believe a third, which is kind of funny. So 6 future first, a third to move up to get Drake May. Patriots said no. They knew who their guy was.
Yeah, I mean, if you like a quarterback, you're not moving off of. Like
No.
you only
Patriots
ever
got it right.
Yeah, you only ever typically would see that trade happen if the Vikings had a quarterback they would have. I mean, the Patriots had a quarterback they would have liked, and they were going to go elsewhere outside of the quarterback position. So they made the right decision to not move on that one, even though that's a.
No, I think
the
they made the right
Vikings
call.
one would have been tempting.
Yeah, I mean,
a
moving down to 11 hurts, but getting another first that year plus the next year.
But at the same time, like Joe said, like you have your quarterback and he's there and he's attainable. Like you take
playing. I agree. Like I think the Patriots got it right, but playing it out, Bo Nix would have been available at 11, right? Because did he go 12 to the Broncos?
He did.
Yeah.
So I mean,
but I think
Bo Nix and 2 first or Drake May.
Drake May. Take Drake.
Yeah,
May.
I'd rather. Ooh. See, one's a late first.
So is the other one.
You wouldn't have known at the time.
No, but like they played, but Sam Darnold would probably have been the starting quarterback anyways, right?
Yeah, I don't think I would have done that.
So like, I don't think their season plays out differently last year.
If you love the quarterback that's there, I think you got to stay in.
Always take the quarterback. Yeah, you always take the guy you want. Draft capital is great, but like it doesn't matter. You could have 1 million draft picks.
The
have a quarterback,
see,
you
the
got nothing.
Giants one would have been interesting because you're looking at Malik Neighbors and a top pick in the future.
Yeah. But so like you're doing. I guess you're keeping Mac Jones at that point.
You're
going with Neighbors.
You could have had what the Giants had. You could have Malik Neighbors and you could have Jackson Dart.
Yeah. So they got it right.
Yeah, I think that they got it right. That worked out okay for them. 713-780-ESPN. Any chance for the Louisville Cardinals tonight? We'll get college football a little bit later. Lance gets hurt all the time. Yeah, he does. Duncan is top 10. What are you smoking? I can't put Duncan top 10, man. I can't put Duncan. I'll workshop it, but I'm not putting Duncan top 10.
Nope.
Can't do it. You going Duncan or Will Chamberlain?
Will.
Kareem or Duncan?
Kareem.
Bill Russell.
Bill.
I think Bill's actually
I
overrated.
would go Duncan.
I think he's a bit overrated. Shaq.
I'll go Duncan. Shaq.
Olajuwon. Any other centers that I'm thinking of? You going Karl Malone or Duncan?
I would go Duncan.
I'd probably go Duncan there.
I'll go Duncan.
Barkley, Duncan.
Duncan.
Larry Bird, Duncan.
Bird.
I go Bird easy. 3-time MVP, one of only like 2 players that have ever done that.
Probably Bird.
Bird's peak was better.
Kobe.
Duncan had more volume. I'm going by position. Are there any other small forwards that come to mind?
KD's not in the top 10 conversation.
I mean, he's going to be one of the highest scorers of all time.
Small forwards, LeBron.
Small forward. Yeah, good call.
Catch, Ryan.
6. LeBron would be better than Duncan. Okay, move to shooting guard. Kobe, obviously.
I'd take
Jordan,
Kobe.
obviously. That's 8. You want to go old times? You Oscar Robertson. Is he better? Is he better than Tim Duncan?
It's too long ago. I'm not going to weigh in there.
I don't know, man. So that's 8 with just going off the top of our head. That's without point guards, too.
Mm-hmm. I'd take Magic over him.
Magic, 9. Short peak. Didn't have a ton of volume, but his peak was very, very high. So that's 9 guys that are –
his peak was a decade plus.
Steph.
No, he's not that high on all-time list, Magic Johnson.
I'm just saying he won his first title, 80?
Right, but he wasn't – like, Magic Johnson's not in any, like, career leaderboards.
Okay. Yeah, obviously the back end of his career was cut off. But.
Steph, I would have higher than Duncan.
Yeah, I would.
Somebody said Kobe's not better than Duncan.
That's where a lot of times, like the Kobe to Duncan, it's like Kobe, Duncan, Olajuwon, Bill Russell. That's kind of your group that when you see a top 10 list that goes from like 8 or 9 to like 12. Like it's in some combination of that order.
Yeah.
Typically.
Okay. Dr. J.
I'd take Duncan.
Over Dr. J?
Yeah.
Oh, how about Jerry West?
I mean, he's not the logo.
The highlights were in black and white.
Oscar Robertson, Moses Malone. That's okay. So Babe Ruth wouldn't be a top 10 player.
I'm just saying, like we could look at the numbers, I guess, but like I don't know. I'd probably lean Duncan.
I think I'm with you that Duncan's closer to 10 than 20.
Yeah,
but he's not in my top 10.
Yeah, he's just outside the top 10. It's not.
Power forward we didn't. I think I would take Duncan over this guy, but power forward we didn't mention Dirk.
Yeah, I put Dirk in front of. I mean, Duncan in front of Dirk.
Yeah, I would take Duncan.
Yeah.
I got him like in my top 12, I think. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Didn't mention Elvin Hayes. Elvin Hayes number 1. 713-780-3776. What are your top college games of the week? What are your top college games of the week? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe live from Old Humble Distilling Company on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Next week when we do the fix and we give you our picks for the week, you can drive on over and you can join Brian and myself and Sean Mapes at ESPN Bet inside of LaBerge in Lake Charles. We'll be there next Saturday doing shows from 12 to 2 on Saturday and 10 to noon on Sunday. They got their brand new VIP fan cave section that's available for bookings. All new or a lot of new menu items, a new chef, and the food area is now available to all ages. They also offer new barbecue offerings every Friday and Saturday. It's a great place to watch the UFC. The MLB playoffs are going on right now. All of your NFL and NCAA action, and odds are out for the NBA season. So if you want to look at those win totals before the season starts, get up there this weekend or even still early on in next week. It won't be too late to make those wagers as well. You can also do up to 20 leg parlays, and you can earn rewards on every wager when you use your pen and play cards. LeBurge and ESPN Bet also offer a chance to place wagers on all of your Houston area teams. Must be 21 plus to bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Old Humble Distilling Company. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. We are broadcasting live, Old Humble Distilling Company. Got some people out on some dates. It is date night. Hello. I feel like it should be a hostess. Like, see people. I think I miss my calling. I think I'd be great at that.
Yeah, I mean, probably make a little more money here.
Huh?
Maybe not much.
Huh? I don't know. Those hostesses, it depends on where you're at, I guess.
That's true.
Yeah. Do they still call them hostesses if you're a guy? I think they're just a host, right?
Probably just a host.
Miss my calling.
Yeah.
713-782-3776.
You don't like talking to people. I think that's a terrible job for you.
I think more about that. It's not so much that I don't like talking to people. I do like talking to people. But I like to listen more than I like to talk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, I don't like talking to people. I was like, you know what? I sound like a jerk. I don't mind talking to people. I like talking to people, but I rather listen than talk. I really do. Like, I'm pretty quiet outside of 15 hours a week, 3 to 6, Monday through Friday. What are you laughing at?
One of my old coworkers is texting Lexi, our new promo person.
Oh.
Kyle Tucker, future Dodger.
That's probably a good call.
No.
I mean, what do you mean no?
No, they're going to win the World Series. They're not going to sign him.
What do you mean? They're going to sign him to a $40 million contract, 410 years, and they're going to defer 80% of it.
I think it's going to be a Ray or a Philly. I'm not going to back down.
We'll see. All right, 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. Texter says Kevin Garnett or Tim Duncan. I'd go Duncan.
Duncan.
The Duncan has the better resume. I like personally, like from like a fan perspective, I liked KG more.
Sure.
Yeah,
but
Garnett was a better
watch.
highlight.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Duncan was the better player.
Yeah.
McHale over Duncan, says a texter. What are you laughing at that for?
McHale over
You
Duncan?
were sleeping on Kevin McHale.
Come on, McHale over Duncan?
Yeah, you were sleeping on him.
Please, prove it to me.
The up and under.
Okay, cool.
Kevin McHale was a stud, dude.
I'm not saying he's bad. Again, we're talking about greats versus
You
greats.
scoffed at the idea of Kevin McHale being an all-time great.
Because Kevin McHale's not on the same tier as Tim Duncan.
I disagree.
Okay. Make
I
the
disagree.
case.
Kevin McHale had the up and under. I already made the case.
All right. Next argument. We solved it. He had an up and under.
Did Tim Duncan ever get fired because of James Harden?
No.
There you go.
He did not.
Boom roasted. Mic drop. We're now actively disrespecting Duncan, says a junkie. How? How are we disrespecting him?
I think we said, we all agreed he's closer to 10 than 20. That's not disrespect.
Another junkie said that Tim Duncan averaged 19 points a game. Yeah, we're calling a guy who averaged 19 points a game one of the all-time greats.
He is an all-time great.
19 points a game, Tim Duncan.
He's
Scoffing at the idea of Kevin McHale being better than a 19-point-a-game
What
guy.
What did Kevin McHale average?
Kevin McHale, off the top of my dome, averaged 18 points a game.
Big difference.
Top of
big
your
difference.
Dome?
Huge difference. 1
top
point
of your
a game.
dome, or are you looking at his reference page?
No, I looked at his reference page.
Okay.
And also, Duncan or McHale did it in an age where it was harder to score.
That's true.
Actually, I'm not so sure about that.
Really?
Yeah, because there was the period of time where Duncan.
Yeah, the 80s had a lot of high scoring.
Yeah, they did. And
There was the 90s that went down.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, for making my point.
Well, make it quicker.
Okay.
17.9, by the way, not 18.
Stop it. It's not even funny. The only person that thought that was funny was Brian.
Yep. That's fine.
Brian's the only
That's
person that
fine.
thought it was funny. No, you had like a lot of those early Jordan champions. Not even early Jordans. Like when Jordan came back after retirement, remember like there was they were winning games 85-79.
Yeah.
Like I know that the late 80s had like a more physical brand,
But there was more scoring.
but there was way more scoring.
Yeah. It's not as bad as the early 2000s. That's always the worst basketball.
Yeah, I would
we
agree with
have
that.
like the Pistons finals when it was like 78-74. Awful basketball.
Old Dominion, James Madison. How much does that move Joe George's needle?
0?
0. It's the 10th best game according to the Athletic this weekend.
Yeah, I got a lot going on this weekend. I
You're
got
not a big-
family in town.
Okay.
Pretty busy.
You're not a big Old Dominion fan,
Got
huh?
Notre Dame USC going
Yeah, it's
on.
also on ESPNU.
Yeah, that probably dings it. That does ding it. You're right. Washington and Michigan.
I'm interested by this one. I mean, Michigan, I was thinking about this the other day after we did the hot seat stuff. How secure do you think Sharon Moore is?
I don't think it's that secure.
After the penalties and everything, like I just wonder
If they go 7-5.
Yeah, I
think he'd be gone.
Yeah.
He's kind of there by default.
Yeah.
So if they barely are there, and then if like Underwood, we haven't seen the college quarterback really flex his NIL money and power yet. So like, could he do that at Michigan to try to make some moves happen? So I think that's like a 6 for me.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by that one. I would probably go at about a 5 as well, or 5 as opposed to a 6. Texas Tech at Arizona State.
Well, so Tech's starting Will Hammond, right?
Yeah, they're not
officially.
Yeah. Yep, it's official.
I'm very intrigued by this one.
Yeah, Levitt's coming back too.
Exactly, Levitt's coming back. So this is one. There's a lot of games this weekend with major college football implications for the playoffs. I think this is one of them.
I'm at a 10. I'm at a 10 for this
10.
game. Give me a little Texas Tech, Arizona State. That's going to be a good one. Georgia Tech, Duke, number 7 on the Athletics. Best games of the weekend.
Yeah, I like Georgia Tech this year, but I have a hard time like getting excited for Georgia.
Is this a basketball game? I'm all in.
Yeah.
Like, is Trajan Landing playing in this game?
Because Duke's got some like
Trajan Langdon.
Duke's fine.
What was that pronunciation?
You're dinging me for a 10th of a point, and you're dinging me from Langdon over Langdon.
I'll go 5.
You said it with so much Southern flair.
I couldn't remember his last name. I didn't remember exactly what it was. Yeah, I like Georgia Tech though. Georgia Tech's fun to me. Like
Haynes King's been good this year.
I like their coach a lot. Like they were good last year. People forget. I think they're actually underrated. I think they're disrespected. 12th team in the country. Louisville at Miami, number 6 game. That's actually tonight.
I'm not super interested in this one because I think Miami's just going to boat race them.
Can I tell you that I'm more interested in this game because it's tonight It's like a Lone Ranger versus tomorrow in a full slate.
What else are you going to watch?
Exactly.
Tonight?
Well, there's baseball.
Yeah.
I mean, there's Gossip Girl to catch on.
I've been kind of out of the playoffs, so.
Yeah, I've been a casual watcher of the playoffs myself. But I like that game's on Friday because it's kind of a standalone game.
Yeah.
I know that there's a Big Ten game too, but hey, there's only 2 games versus an entire slate.
Yeah.
Number 10 LSU and number 17 Vanderbilt.
I'm very intrigued by this.
Vanderbilt. Did I read that this is like the first time they've been favored against an SEC opponent like in a decade or something like that?
I think so.
2018. 2018, the first time they've been favored against an SEC foe.
And I bet you it was a not good SEC team.
Yeah.
I don't think it says it in there, but I bet you it was like Mississippi State.
Probably.
Like it wasn't like anyone of like
a bad Arkansas year.
Yeah, like it wasn't of anyone of value that they're favored. But yeah, I think this one to me is like it's up there because there's again major college football playoff implications. I'm an 8 for this one.
Same. Could you imagine how mad they'll be on the Bayou if Brian Kelly loses to Vanderbilt?
I mean, if he loses to Vanderbilt this weekend, they're going to be treating him the way that Penn State treated Franklin, at least from a fan perspective.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for somebody else.
Yeah.
Utah, number 23 and number 15 BYU tomorrow night.
I'm a 1 because I can't with BYU. No.
This is the best rivalry in college football. But you have a dude getting arrested because he threatened to kill Utah fans.
I'm an 8. That's an 8.
That's a 10.
I can't go over Bachmeyer.
We're 47.
I can't do it.
You committed to the bit. I appreciate that. Third best game according to the Athletic. Number 5 Ole Miss. Number 6 Georgia. At number 6 Georgia. Number 9 Georgia.
10.
Yeah, that's going to be a great game.
What do you guys expect from Chambliss having his first SEC road start?
I expect well.
He's been so good this year.
They didn't look great. They didn't look great against Washington
Coming up from a lower
State.
level, going on the road for the first time in the SEC, though.
Yeah, well, like he beat
especially when it's Georgia.
I know it's at home against LSU, but I mean, I'm a 10. Maybe I'm a 12 out of 10. Honestly,
that's not how math works, Joe.
I want to watch that game. My eyes on Kirby Smart the whole time to figure out how he can get fined again.
Second best game, number 20 USC at number 13 Notre Dame.
10. This is the biggest game of the weekend.
Yeah, I think the Trojans roll.
I hate you. No, I think this is. I really do think this is the biggest game of the weekend. I
don't love their number 1 actually.
The reason why is because it's the last one. Like those cowards at USC, they took the Notre Dame game off their schedule officially for next year, even though it's not totally official. The game's canceled.
Yeah,
it's the last one we're going to see. It's the downfall of college football is all these cowardly schools who don't want to play against their rivalries and make their schedule easier, and the Trojans don't want to play the Irish anymore.
Yeah.
So this is it. This is going to be the last one for I think they're next on the schedule in like the 2030s
until they're in the same league,
which is what they're doing, by the way. In my opinion.
They're going to play a Big Ten schedule.
I think USC and Michigan has taken Notre Dame off their schedule because they're trying to force Notre Dame into the Big Ten.
Yeah, maybe. Number 11 Tennessee, number 6 Alabama is their number 1 game. I wouldn't have that in my top 5. And then my number 1 JB is Arizona at Houston tomorrow. UHCougars.com.
Can't wait.
/ticket 713 go Cougs. No, but I would have Tennessee Bama below USC Notre Dame. I'd have it below Ole Miss Georgia. I'd have it below UT BYU. I'd have it below Texas Tech Arizona State. And I would have it below, did I say LSU, Vandy?
Not yet, but you are.
There, LSU, Vandy. I'd have all those games ahead of Alabama.
I'm with you.
And Tennessee.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, good. All right, the fix. We hand you all of our bets for the weekend. Who will be right? Who will win? Do we know ball? Are you going to tell us or are you going to fade us? 713-780-3776. The Fix from Old Humble Distilling Company is next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990. U of H, the number 1 game for him tomorrow. He's used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect your business. Been doing it for 25 years. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services like HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP will work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. Nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You need a little help. You need a lot of help. Anything in between. HRP is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to no one. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. Quick response, very easy to understand. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Old Humble Distilling Company. It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. Jeremy and Joe, Old Humble Distilling Company, right off in 1960. Great time. Get on out here, man. Still time to make it out tonight for date night. They're extending date night till tomorrow while supplies last. You got plans tonight, tomorrow, understand. Come out Tuesday for steak night. Come out Wednesday for happy hour. Come out Thursday for trivia night. They have best cocktails in town. They're phenomenal. Very, very good. You will not be sorry. In fact, you'll thank us even. Maybe you won't thank Joe or I, but you'll thank Brian. You'll be like, Brian, great idea, man. You're an influencer, Brian. This was great stuff. We've always said that about Brian.
That's a big moment for me.
We've always said that Brian's an influencer.
I don't think Jeremy's ever said anything nice to me about whatsoever.
That's not true.
Maybe off the air, not on the air.
You wear that C.J. Stroud shirt well.
Thank you. Well, that's two.
Duncan had multiple all-defensive teams bad words. Who cares if he scored 19 points a game? That texter's a moron. Guess the bad word, 713-780-3776. Another texter, he was called the big fundamental. Does that mean any big man who does all the fundamentals will be in the same combo now? It's the big basic, the big fundamental, Tim Duncan. All right, the fix. Time for the fix, where we give you our favorite plays of the week. We also do it draft style. We do reverse order of standing. That way the team that's in last place or the person's in last place has first pickings of the full slate. Last week I was 1-2. I fell to 7-8. Second place on the podium. Brian was 2-1 last week. He had a winning record, but is in last place overall at 6-9. And Joe George swept the slate 3-0 as he jumped into first place with an 8-7 record. Really speaks to the mediocrity of us all that we have a combined slightly under 500 record. But Joe at 8-7, I'm at 7-8, Brian at 6-9. Brian, lead us off.
All right, so you guys mentioned this game in the last segment, but I'm going to go Georgia Tech as a small road underdog, plus 2.5. To get the, I think they win outright, but I'll take the 2.5 and pick Georgia Tech.
Okay.
Go Haynes King.
That's not so bad. That's pretty good. I'll go NFL.
Okay.
Which I am playing from a disadvantage. You guys have two slates. I have one to choose from. I just want to point that out. The game that I will be going with first. Jets, Jets. Don't let the records fool you. Don't let the Jets' winless 0-6 fool you. Don't let the Panthers' mediocre 3-3 record fool you.
Are they really 3-3?
The Jets are going to beat the Panthers. It is time for Aaron Glenn. Shout out Nimitz. Shout out Humble Little League Football. Jets, Jets. I think it's like a great vibe that we're in Humble too. As I'm picking Aaron Glenn.
Very true.
Aaron Glenn and the Jets to take to beat the Panthers plus 1.5.
Wow, I didn't think we'd see a Jets pick this season.
You got it.
Honestly.
Call me Jake Asman.
I'll be honest. I looked at that game too. I shied away for the obvious reasons, but I think you're onto something.
Well, now that I know you picked it, I wish I wouldn't.
I didn't pick it.
All right, I'll start off with the one that got me to my 3-0 last weekend. Give me the Bears minus 4.5. I think they crushed the Saints this weekend. I don't think this game's going to be close. DJ Moore is going to play. DeAndre Swift is going to play, even though that was up in the air. It felt like yesterday. So I'll take the Bears minus 4.5 first of all. And then, oh, man. Give me the Aggies minus 7.5. Arkansas has been playing a bunch of close games, but I'm really impressed with the Aggies are doing this year. I think they win this game by 10 points.
Okay.
So I'll take the Aggies.
Gig 'em. Marcel Reed, Wrecking Crew defense. I'm not mad at it. Second game that I will pick. I like the green teams this week. I've been losing money on this team, too. It's very dangerous of me. But I think that they bounce back. Eagles go into Minnesota. They're 2.5-point favorites. Give them the points. Eagles bounce back this week with a quality road win at Minnesota. Give up the 2.5. Fly, Eagles, fly.
All right, so since we added this to the slate as one of our options, I'm going to go ahead and take two of them right here. I'm playing two unders, both in the NFL.
Boring.
One with the game that Joe's already pointed out. I'm not playing that one. I thought about it. I forgot what I wrote down for a second. Rams-Jaguars is my first one. The over-under there is 44.5. It's a game in London. I think these are two good two good defenses. Obviously, the Rams missing Puka. I think that everything here points to an under on the 44.5. The other one, I'm taking under 40.5 on Broncos hosting the Giants. The Giants, obviously, without Malik Neighbors. Last 3 games, the Broncos allowed 3 points, 17, 11. I don't think the Giants can do their part to put that game over.
Okay.
I like it. I like that one.
Last game that I will go with, my final pick. I like weather games.
Okay.
I like weather games in the regular season. I think it's a great neutralizer. I think it's valuable to take an underdog. That's a better team, actually. Whenever you have a weather game, even though they're on the road, give me Mike McDaniel, that crackhead, and 2.5 points. Swim, Finn, swim.
Put a crackhead on him?
I mean, am I wrong?
I don't know. Let me at least throw it allegedly.
It's my
swim, Finn, swim.
My favorite game of the weekend. My big play, as they would say. I would
Your
take
lock
this,
of the century?
I would take this game if it was up to 15, honestly. I think Mike Vrabel is going to go into Nashville, and he is going to put a whooping on the Tennessee Titans.
What is the number?
6.5. I think the Patriots are going to roll over the Tennessee Titans.
You should tease it.
To 13?
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, like.
Maybe not for the game
Maybe
purpose,
tease it
but
to 10. Maybe
in
tease
your book.
it to 10.
Yeah, but, like, man, like, I would take that number at a big number. So I'll take the Patriots minus 6.5.
That's a good call.
There you
Vrabel's
go.
out for revenge.
Which one of us knows ball? Which one are you fading? Which one are you telling? That's the fix with Jeremy and Joe. When we come back, who's the junkie of the day? Who is your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe live from Old Humble Distilling Company on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, something I'm not fading is Burger Chan because Burger Chan has the best burgers in the whole damn season. So football season is here, and that's the best way to celebrate to me. If you're watching one of these big college football games on Saturday, any game from the NFL slate on Sunday, best way to do it is with the burger from Burger Chan and throw in some fries and tots as well. So I know you've got a ton of options when it comes to great burgers in Houston. We're a great food city, but Burger Chan makes the freshest, tastiest burgers in the city, without a doubt. But you don't have to take my word for it because they have the awards, they have the trophies, the hardware to back that up. In 2023 and 2024, Burger Chan was ranked by Yelp as one of the best 100 restaurants in the whole country. Not just best burger places, not just best places in Houston, one of the best restaurants in the whole city, and it's right here in our backyard, literally right downstairs from our radio station. So clearly, Burger Chan, a place to go. But how do you like your burger? Get it any way you want it, but on Monday, I was filling in for Michael Carroll, wasn't on the show, but I went down and got myself a burger, some loaded tots from Burger Chan. Got mine with crispy onion strings, cheddar cheese, lettuce, mustard, and on their sweet sourdough bun. But you can get your burger any way you want it. You can get bacon, fried egg, charred jalapenos, kimchi relish, avocado, any way you want it. Maybe you can get it on a brioche bun instead of the sweet sourdough. Maybe you want barbecue sauce or try their house-made scallion aioli. It's absolutely delicious. Regardless of how you like it, rejoice that Burger Chan has now extended their hours, more time to try that fantastic menu. Burger Chan now open Monday for lunch and open for dinner service Wednesday through Saturday until 9, in addition to the normal hours the rest of the week. But you want to stop by on Mondays in particular because they're partnering with us to celebrate big wins this football season on Victory Monday, which will be Tuesday this week after the Texans beat the Seahawks. Any Monday, or in this case Tuesday after a Texans win, stop by Burger Chan to claim your free side with the purchase of an entree. I mostly go with the burgers, but they also make delicious chicken sandwiches, fried fish sandwiches, hot dogs, falafel, and breakfast sandwiches as well. Just stop by on Tuesday this week, Monday normally after a Texans win. Mention my name, Brian. Mention ESPN 97.5, or just say Go Texans, and you'll get a free side with your entree. Burger Chan, best burgers in the city. Find them at 5353 West Alabama and see their full menu at BurgerChanHTX.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Old Humble Distilling Company. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Thank you to owner Joe for having us out today at Old Humble Distilling Company. Really enjoyed our time out here. Fantastic cocktails, fantastic spot. You got to swing on by. Date night going on right now, as we can see. They're having a great time on a date night. That's a better time on a date night than I've ever had. And I think it's the place. I think it's the setting.
What's the over/under for like in a month?
For who?
You date nights.
Half.
Just watching Netflix at the end of the night count?
No. I feel like you have to like leave the house.
You have to leave the house.
I need to do once a month.
Yeah. I mean, you do travel a lot. So.
Yeah, but once a month needs to happen.
Yep.
I need to be better about that. You know, I thank Old Humble Distilling Company for bringing that to my marriage.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I thank them for that. But hey, come on out tonight for date night. They're carrying it over until tomorrow too, while supplies last. Can't make it out. You already have plans this weekend. We get that. Come out for a steak night on Tuesday, happy hour on Wednesday. You like to test your wits against others. Trivia night on Thursday. Or just come on by for an outstanding cocktail. 2-time award-winning last 2 years with some of the cocktails that they mix up. Fantastic. You're going to love your time. You'll thank Brian. You're going to send Brian a DM and say, thank you, Brian. All right, Junkie of the Day, 713-780-3776. What is your Junkie of the Day, Joe?
I think we'll start off here with the leaked video that apparently didn't come from the NFL films. They've already had to say that they didn't leak it, of Jordan and Bill and, was it Matt Patricia?
I couldn't tell who else was in the room.
I can't remember who the other coach was.
Why would Patricia be there?
I think it's from last year.
Just for their show?
Yeah.
Like that show they were on the WB or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So I think it was Patricia. Yeah. It's just all of it is it's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It's awkward to watch. It's clear who runs the Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson, whatever her name is, relationship. It's very
I think
very
we already
awkward.
knew that answer.
Bill Belichick's whoopot.
Yeah. It's not good. I also just want to nominate USC for canceling the USC Notre Dame rivalry, being a bunch of cowards.
Notre Dame's not up to that level.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're up to a Pac-12 schools level. They're not up to a Big Ten teams level.
You're right.
That's why everybody's getting rid of them in the Big Ten.
That's true. They're all scared of them.
USC. That's going to be a fun game, though. I am looking forward to that game.
My office nasty.
It's going to be a good football game. My first junkie that I'm going to nominate, Broderick Jones.
Who?
Broderick Jones was the dude who jumped on Aaron Rodgers' back yesterday. He's a junkie for happiness. He's a junkie for joy, and Aaron Rodgers doesn't like that. He doesn't like joy. He doesn't like happiness. Stop jumping on Aaron Rodgers' back. Just because he's carrying your football team, before last night, just because he's carrying your football team doesn't mean he's going to carry your 300-pound body.
Yeah.
Broderick Jones, do not jump on your 42-year-old franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
I mean, he yelled to get the bleep off of me.
It was so funny. That look that he gave. He gave him the death stare.
That's a 15-yard penalty if the defense does it.
Aaron Rodgers gave Broderick Jones a look that he gave his family whenever he abandoned them.
Wow.
Broderick Jones might get cut because of this.
No way. He's protecting him, though. He's a starting lineman.
He wasn't good in Chicago.
Andrew Filipino.
Oh, yeah.
Radio host in Pittsburgh, said that if the Steelers lost to Joe Flacco and the Bengals, that he would get his nipples pierced.
Has he done it yet?
I don't think he's done it yet.
He should have done it on
better
the air
do
today.
it.
He better do it.
He should have done it on the air today.
And I think he said with no numbing cream or whatever.
Wow.
He's going to do it straight.
Ugh. Rough look.
Just thinking about it.
What's
your junkie,
I'll self-nominate myself for thinking Nate Pearson's from the Woodlands.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I forgot about that.
He's actually from Florida.
Alex wanted to nominate you, too, for the junkie of the day.
For the same thing?
Brian, drinking and giving takes doesn't go well together.
Well,
not a great mix.
Not with Nate Pearson, no.
A mixologist wouldn't approve. All right, what's winning?
I think the guy that might get his nipples pierced.
Yeah.
Filipino? I like Filipino or Belichick, either one.
I think I like Filipino.
All right, let's go with Filipino. You're
Mainly
because
I don't think he's going to do it.
Yeah, that's soft.
Coward.
Filipino, you win. Does it for us. Thanks to Ryan Morrow for the great work. BMAC for bringing us out here, On-Site Engineering. Thanks to owner Joe and Old Humble Distilling Company as well. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Talk to you next week. Have a great weekend, everybody.